Ding. Payment received via green bubble 100 yuan. All right, this poor Taoist will divine your fate in love. Tell me about your situation first. How long have you two been together? Lin Yang rubbed his hands together in excitement. This was the first job he had taken on since crossing over into this world. Let the man pay first. It was just that his own birth chart was a little strange. By nature, he had always spoken bluntly. There was no way he would bow his head for a mere 100 yuan. He was mainly worried that this kid would be so devastated by the truth that he would turn and run. The man watched Lin Yang lower his head, his expression suddenly suffused with spring-like joy as he looked down and replied to several messages. Only then did he tilt his head back up, a blissful smile on his face revealing his large front teeth. Master, my name is Li Zhutu. I've been in an online relationship with her for a long time. I don't remember exactly how many years, but I do remember that we've been together for 1,218 days. She has called me baby 3,548 times. I really love her. Master, please calculate whether we can be happy together for a lifetime. As Li Zhutu spoke, a besotted smile unconsciously spread across his face. You love her this much, yet after 3 years of online romance you've never met in person. Have you at least seen her photo? No. We've never met. I haven't even heard her voice, but that doesn't stop me from liking her. I want to spend money on her. The corner of Lin Yang's mouth twitched. How this was the purest of pure online love. Master, why are you making that face? You don't understand. We have a platonic love. I really like her in a spiritual way. Even if we've never met or held hands, what we have is pure love. In the live stream room, the few dozen viewers who saw this scene began leaving comments. Someone wrote that pure love was good, that it made them recall the days over a decade ago when they ate instant noodles to save money for internet cafe fees just to log on to QQ and chat with their crush for a few minutes. Another commented that something felt off, 3 years of dating and not even a voice call. Wasn't he being scammed? They urged the master to calculate whether the guy was being deceived. Some said it sounded exactly like a scam. Others scoffed that the streamer would only say their fate wasn't aligned or spout something pleasant, and that there was no way he could even divine whether someone was being conned. One viewer declared he was just a fake Taoist, no different from all the swindlers who had been exposed over the years. Even if someone truly had ability, they said he wasn't a demon-revealing mirror. How could he possibly know if someone was being duped? Listening to this description, Lin Yang couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. This wasn't pure love at all. This was clearly an ATM machine spewing gold coins. Have you never considered that she might be a scammer? She won't even send you a voice message. Li Zhutu shook his head resolutely. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Master, I've already agreed to her test. The 3 years she set to test me are almost up, and we're about to meet in real life. How could she be cheating me? Fine. All right, I'll calculate it for you. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, then looked down at the birth chart on the paper. In the next instant, the answer surfaced in his mind. You'd better not meet her. She is not your destined partner. Oh. And Master, you didn't miscalculate, did you? She's not my destined one. Master, could you calculate again? You must have made a mistake. Li Zhutu's expression gradually turned panicked, his face flushing red as his emotions surged. He muttered under his breath, unable to sit still, his eyes growing vacant. Lin Yang shook his head. He had already tested the system's divination technique when he first crossed over. It was impressively accurate. The hexagram showed that Li Zhutu would not encounter his true destined partner until he was 31. The following year he would marry, and their life together would be quite decent. The young couple reasonably loving and harmonious. But Li Zhutu was only 23 this year, still a long way off. No, impossible. Master, I'll give you her birth data. Calculate again whether I'm her destined partner. Ahem, one divination answers only one question. Whether I, this poor Taoist, can calculate for her depends on whether there is fate between us. Oh, I understand. In an instant, Li Zhutu thought of the birth data he had coaxed out of her before. He hurriedly grabbed his phone to scan the payment code, then lunged onto the table to seize pen and paper and start writing. Viewers in the live stream couldn't help sending more comments. Some wrote that the Taoist must be making things up now, with such a devoted young man, surely he'd be happy with his other half. Others commented that the master just wanted to earn an extra fee and joked that he would soon be snatching the matchmaker god's job, talking only of fate, but not of money, while demanding 18,000 fate points to turn them into true destined partners. Someone marveled that even blatant fabrication could earn 200 yuan, sighing that while no one ferried people across the river of life, making things up could still be a path to fortune. Another viewer mused that perhaps the man really was a true master and would divine that the two had no fate together. Yet another chimed in, joking that there was no need to wait 20 years. They could sell health supplements right now. Lin Yang stared at the girl's birth data for a few seconds, stunned. Under Li Zhutu's expectant gaze, the corner of his mouth twitched. Master, am I her destined partner? Lin Yang wagged his finger, then shifted it toward 2 cars parked side by side along the roadside nearby. Parked in front was an SUV with a spare tire mounted on the back, and behind it was a Magotan sedan. Master, I get it. You mean you want me to be like these 2 cars? If I draw a little closer to her, there'll be hope, boy. Lin Yang shook his head. Do you see the spare tire on that car? I see it, Master. You are the spare tire. And that car behind is you as well, stepping out of the house and making room. Li Zhutu froze on the spot, like a CPU suddenly overloaded with data and shutting down. The live stream chat instantly exploded with laughter. Viewers roared over the line about stepping out of the house to free up the spot, joking that the master wasn't afraid of provoking a jealous green corpse. Others marveled at how brutally straightforward he was saying. The young man had been stunned senseless. Someone quipped, imitating the young man, "Master, I understand," only for the master to reply, "No, you don't." After a long while, Li Zhutu finally recovered, slumping over the table with a vacant stare. Suddenly, he slapped the table, looking at Lin Yang with heartfelt earnestness. "Master, I still can't let her go. I'm willing to wait for her. Do I still have a chance with her? As long as I can be with her, I'm willing to wait forever. Besides, master, a spare tire is the most solid support for a car. Why doesn't she let someone else be the spare tire? Is it because she thinks I'm the man she can trust the most?" Even Lin Yang was a little dumbfounded. Hadn't he made himself clear enough? Did his very first client have to be this bizarre? Good grief. Fiang Yang himself would have to offer this guy a cigarette in admiration. Then I'll be blunt. Besides you being a spare tire, your girl, I know your partner's birth chart, is also highly unusual. Are you sure you can accept that? At these words, Li Zhutu seized on them like a drowning man grabbing a life preserver. Light flared in his eyes. "Master, please speak quickly. Are you sure you want me to tell you?" Lin Yang raised his brows and extended two fingers, once more slowly moving them toward the two cars parked by the roadside. "Master, do you mean that as long as I queue behind others, I will always have a chance?" Li Zhutu suddenly appeared and lightened, his eyes becoming notably clear. His gaze directed at Lin Yang was filled with gratitude. Truly a master. Willing to test his loyalty by queuing, he declared, "No. I mean, did you notice the contrast between that SUV and the mighty? What comes out is even larger than yours." Lin Yang, speaking in all seriousness, remarked, "Judging from the divination hexagrams, this is the destiny of a man." A brief examination through the traditional methods reveals everything, much like what Li Zhutu mentioned about never having used video or voice messages. On the other side of the screen, Bao appeared as a scruffy foot-scratching brute, with even signs of athlete's foot. Not only that, he had managed to attract many, setting the stage for a storyline of irresistible allure. Li Zhutu was struck as if by lightning. He froze in his chair, his mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg, overwhelmed with disbelief. His face gradually flushed red as he clenched his fists tightly, his chest rising and falling from the barrage of information. Lin Yang's words echoed continuously in his mind. What comes out is even larger than yours." This phrase looped in 3D above his head repeatedly, as someone muttered, "Iron Hammer Sister is a man. Not only is it a man, but what appears is even larger." In the livestream, comments flew by in rapid succession. "Holy crap. Am dying of laughter. What a sight, something coming out larger than his a double marvel indeed." 666. And there's a master at work. Not only was the online romance reduced to a backup plan, but it also involved a foot-scratching brute. If I were that guy, I'd be done in an instant. Damn it, I can no longer bear to look at the mighty and the SUV. They are outrageously captivating. Every glimpse reminds me of Lin Daozhang's words, looping from every angle in my mind. "Daozhang, is your mouth like a weapon? You've completely shattered this fellow's defenses. Couldn't you speak in a gentler, more tactful manner?" I'm laughing my head off. How can one engage in a 3-year online romance without video chats or meeting in person? Back in my day, a 3-year online romance, and the kid was already 2. Hey, upstairs, that bit about a 2-year-old can be elaborated on. Do you still love her? Lin Yang asked, stifling a laugh, while Li Zhutu shrank his neck and patted his chest with a look of revulsion. "No, I've stopped loving her. If I kept on in old age, I wouldn't be able to hold on and would surely be beaten by the caregivers. Then, Daozhang, can you help me get my money back? Just the thought of calling a foot-scratching brute wife every day makes me nauseous. What sin have I committed that I was fortunate enough to have your divination master? Otherwise, how could it be that instead of being a mere side dish, I ended up as the main course? 3 years of investing money and energy in a relationship only to end up being straddled. Li Zhutu stammered, nearly on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by a torrent of bitter emotions. Who would have thought that an online romance could turn out to be with a man? Suddenly, everything made sense. Why had she refused to meet or join a video call? It turned out it was indeed a man. From now on, I dare not fall in love again. Lin Yang smiled, faintly remarking that since someone had paid him 200 yuan, he couldn't take it for nothing. Don't be too disheartened. The divination indicates that this man will face a turning point in 3 months, when his misdeeds are exposed, and then Uncle Mauzi will refund your money. Lin Yang glanced around and explained, turning point is industry jargon meaning that for the next few years one's food and drink will never be in shortage. It's like being laid out with full support. As for which arrangement, leave that aside for now. When misfortune looms over a man, there are always omens. A darkening of the forehead as if shrouded by a heavy black cloud foretells impending disaster and even prison. Really? Li Zhutu's eyes lit up as he exhaled deeply, feeling a measure of relief. He managed to force a few words from between his teeth. He deserves it. Shoot him. Such deceivers who toy with beauty should be repeatedly executed with 762 rounds. Lin Yang coughed lightly before adding, you will likely meet your true match around the age of 31. May you grow old together in love. Really? Master, you're incredible. Then I'll believe you, Master. Li Zhutu suddenly became optimistic. Though he was only 23 and bound to his comrades for 7 more years, there was finally hope on the horizon. He suddenly realized that fortune-telling might actually be worthwhile. After all, when he saw a psychologist, all they said was that he was ill, needed medication, and that nothing about him was right. But as for the master, though his words could be biting, they at least offered a glimpse of a better future. All right, Master, I'm off. If I ever meet the one, I'll definitely invite you to my wedding. Li Zhutu grinned, suddenly his expression lightening considerably. Lin Yang nodded, and said, then we'll see if fate permits. Watching Li Zhutu obtain his desired answer, Lin Yang departed with a content, yet somewhat wistful gaze as the system chimed for the second time. Congratulations, host, you've earned 50 faith points. Total faith points, 511,000. Lin Yang chuckled, reassured by the efficacy of his divination. In the livestream, the scene sparked a flurry of comments. 666, that mischievous smile shattered the trust one had in him as a true master. What kind of master smiles like that? But you know, the divination actually turned out to be rather convincing, especially the prediction of meeting one's true match at 31. Someone upstairs remarked, I calculated that you'll meet your true match at 28. Do you believe it or not? You're like an old monk sipping frog porridge, asking a rhetorical question, aren't you? I definitely don't believe it. I'm only 18. Who can be sure of what will happen in 10 years? And you'd believe him about 7 years later. Holy crap, that has a point. Who's to say if he actually meets his true match at 31? Perhaps in 7 years this fake master will be exposed for his deceit. Not so large after all. Lin Yang glanced at the barrage of comments, smiled mysteriously, and deliberately lowered his voice. Dear friends, do you know why Taoism has not spread throughout China? Oh, you've piqued my interest. Do tell. One comment blurted. If someone curses you, what would the Fogio say? What else could they say? They would say, through accumulating virtue one does not utter foul language. Curses lead to damnation. Isn't Taoism about such matters? Lin Yang chuckled. If someone curses you, can your heart remain clear? Suppressing curses only taints your heart, but cursing back clears it. Oh, you. That actually makes some sense though, as we say, if I don't go to hell, who will it? My dear fellow, perish if you must, but I shall not. Daozhang speaks truly. But isn't cursing back a bit improper? Lin Yang smiled mysteriously and said, if he curses you, it is because he is unwell, and if you curse him, it is for the same reason. If he were well, why would he curse you? And if he were well, why would you curse him? Cursing held and corrupts the heart. Cursing in return clears it. As Lin Yang expected, the netizens instantly erupted. How could the people of this world have ever witnessed such a good mental state? Damn, I always feel something is off. But it's right coming from your mouth, Taoist. I really like your mental state. What a great saying, a dead friend does not harm the living. Ha, but I still feel uneasy. Won't this truly harm the good karma of the next life? Lin Yang chuckled, crossing his legs. I, the Taoist, am only concerned with this life. 666. Amazing, this Taoist mental state is so much like mine. I'll add a fan badge first. What a perfect way to repay a grudge on the spot, or it would damage the Tao heart. I trust you, Taoist. You actually believe in the ramblings of a fake master. Although what the master said makes sense, I still have my doubts about whether he can truly tell fortunes. In the next moment, the system's belief value suddenly lit up. Belief value 50. Lin Yang smirked. He didn't expect to convince them with just a few words, so adding belief value was already quite good. With this statement, the number of people in the live stream had already surpassed 100, reaching 102. Many netizens with nothing better to do joined in to watch the fun. In the next moment, a man with pale lips who seemed unsteady on his feet and had to stop to take deep breaths every few steps walked toward him with hesitation. 100 for a fortune. Are you a real master or a fake one? The weak man slowly sat down on a chair. His deep dark circles and pale lips made Lin Yang fear he might collapse right there. It's true, 100 for a fortune, no deception for young or old. The man sitting across from him seemed to make some decision in his mind. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. He took a few deep breaths, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and quickly scanned the code. I believe you once 100 right. Done. The barrage saw this scene, and the dozens of new arrivals immediately laughed. Laughing brother, what era is it? There are still people believing in quacks. Wait. Look at his dark circles. He looks so weak, I'm afraid he might die on me. Do you think he really ran into something? There aren't that many ghostly things around. I've lived for over 20 years and have never encountered any. It's all just self-induced fear. Laughing to death, I can already imagine how this fake master will scam money later. Master, you should be able to predict anything, right? The weak man coughed twice as if he was about to struggle to catch his breath at any moment. Leaning on the table while sitting in the chair, he occasionally took a deep breath as if something was tightening around him from behind. Of course, I, the Taoist, can predict anything. Lin Yang said lightly, observing the man before him. He was indeed a bit strange. His dark circles were almost like a panda's. How could a normal person look this weak? The weak man looked around a few times, suddenly lowered his voice, and leaned his upper body onto the table. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly found it hard to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. Master, help. I feel like I'm being haunted by a ghost. I always feel that an invisible pair of hands is choking my neck from behind. Just now when I leaned on the table and wanted to tell you, that invisible pair of hands tightened their grip. Master, save me. Lin Yang's expression changed slightly. His face suddenly turned ugly. I know you are anxious, but you should take a step back first. The weak man's color suddenly changed, his voice trembling as he looked back suspiciously. Master, you wouldn't have sensed it, would you? It's your bad breath that's suffocating me. Lin Yang covered his nose, gasping for air, and slightly distanced himself from the table. The live stream room exploded, and the barrage flew by rapidly. Huh, your bad breath is suffocating me. I laughed to death. I thought the master's sudden change in expression was because he saw something, but it turns out it was because of bad breath. Goodness, look at that man's expression. It's too wonderful. He's literally suffering. He got scammed out of 100 and is now being attacked by the fake Taoist toxic tongue. The bad breath brother at this moment felt 1,000 points of critical damage to his heart and began to doubt his life. He laughed to riches. The weak man awkwardly smiled, obediently sitting back in the chair, feeling his breathing had become much smoother. You write your birth date on the paper, and I will help you calculate. Lin Yang pushed the red paper forward on the table. The weak man leaned forward only to feel as if someone was gripping his fate by the throat. I won't die, the master is still here. Nothing will happen. The man comforted himself internally, writing his birth date on the red paper. Master, the other day, I went to the mall and bought a new outfit. When I got home and entered the elevator, a gust of cold wind hit me on the head. After changing into the new clothes at home, I felt like someone was choking my neck. Later, I searched online for that mall and found out that it's said to be a ghost town. More than 10 people jumped to their deaths, and all of them did it at 8 o'clock at night. Am I going to be haunted by an evil spirit? Master, you must save me. The weak man began to recount his experience, his face growing paler with each word, even trembling a bit from anxiety. The story painted a vivid picture for the viewers in the live stream, as if they were there in person. Damn, I know that haunted building. They say 4 people jump every year, and they all jump on April 4th. So scary. I'm a bit afraid to go to the bathroom now. What should I do? I feel like there are countless pairs of eyes staring at me from under the bed. Damn, this brother should become a story streamer. Shouldn't it be scarier? Forget it, brothers, we are all clean people. Let's be diligent. I'll go wash the sheets first. What's there to be afraid of? It's just rumors. Maybe they're just looking for a way to hype things up. Exactly, there aren't many ways to hype things up. Even the ghost story route is coming out. Surely no one is dumb enough to believe it. Lin Yang looked at the 8 characters and couldn't help but frown, propping his chin with one hand. As for ghosts, he was sure he hadn't encountered any. Otherwise, his fate would definitely be clouded. The weak man, seeing Lin Yang's reaction, immediately panicked. And master, what did you calculate? Don't worry. You're safe. There aren't that many ghosts. If you believe there are, if you don't, there aren't. Don't be overly superstitious. Huh? What? Then? Why do I feel like an invisible pair of hands is gripping my fate by the throat? That's because you're wearing your sweater inside out. The frail man was taken aback, quickly raising his hand to touch his collar, then putting his hand behind his back only to find a neck there. Oh my God, you scared me to death. The master is really accurate. The man immediately let out a long sigh of relief, his complexion changing from red to yellow. Wearing a sweater inside out and mistaking it for a haunting is truly embarrassing. No, wait. When I entered the elevator, I felt a chill swirling above my head. Wasn't I really being haunted by something? Lin Yang helplessly knocked on the table with his knuckles. That's just the air conditioning in the elevator. Ah, I see. The man awkwardly touched his nose, his gaze somewhat resentful. His helpless hands didn't know where to place themselves. You're making me look foolish. Thankfully, no one else saw it, otherwise it would have been incredibly embarrassing. But it feels like my breathing has become much smoother. The chat in the live stream was already in an uproar, bursting into laughter. What the hell, wearing a sweater inside out? I thought only such people existed in jokes, but to encounter it in reality is unbelievable. Is this just the host orchestrating the show? Laughing like crazy, the elevator's ventilation. A ghost? Me? This would be a joke. I can only say he's mediocre, but this is reality. It's hilarious. There are indeed such extraordinary people. The Taoist can truly foresee. This is clearly something anyone can see. Do you think fortune-telling is theology? No. In fact, it's psychology. Wait. Master, that's not right. Ever since I returned from the mall last time, why do I feel like my body is gradually losing weight, feeling dazed every day? Master, you can tell from my complexion, right? I really am not being haunted by anything dirty, am I? Lin Yang was taken aback, as there indeed seemed to be some issues. The fortune-telling technique rewarded by the system encompasses more than just fortune-telling. As a Taoist, one must learn a bit of everything, and that's not a lie. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Taoists must also grasp unique skills. Sometimes some symptoms are purely self-induced fear. Just like struggling to breathe, the sweater being worn inside out constricts the neck. He wanted to breathe smoothly, but had to ask if the trachea agreed. You are not being haunted. There are other reasons for this. I suggest you visit a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Huh. Master, do I have some incurable disease? Don't scare me. I'm a timid person. A master, please just tell me directly. The frail man's face turned pale, appearing to be on the verge of death, tightly gripping Lin Yang's arm. His face, devoid of color, looked somewhat ghastly. The live stream chat was scrolling rapidly, and many were shocked to witness this scene. He can't possibly understand a thing. If he could understand traditional Chinese medicine, I'd eat 2 pounds of ginseng right here. What a tough guy. Count me in for a pound. Let's team up. The variety of tricks used by fake Taoists to swindle money nowadays is endless. I initially thought he was going to scare this man into believing he was haunted, but I didn't expect the trick to be saved for last. Lin Yang coughed lightly. There are some things I can't say to your face. You wouldn't believe me anyway. No. Master, I believe you. You must be a true master. I believe everything you say. Taoist, you are definitely an expert. Please save me. You're feeling weak all over and dazed all day long, right? Yes. Taoist, please speak plainly. I believe you 100%. You are not haunted. You are suffering from kidney deficiency. The frail man suddenly widened his eyes, slammed the table, and stood up. You must be kidding me, you deceitful Taoist. You're just a fraud. I believe your nonsense. You deceitful Taoist. Refund me. Lin Yang twitched his lips, feeling utterly helpless. You said it yourself. You wouldn't want to hear it. From the divination perspective, this man's kidney deficiency had reached an advanced stage. He was in a state worse than 2 pig kidneys, which explains his pale complexion, ghastly face, and heavy dark circles under his eyes. Nonsense. I'm only in my 20s, how could I have kidney deficiency? Deceitful Taoist, refund me. The frail man was in a frenzy, banging the table, his breathing noticeably quickening. He was furious, glaring wide-eyed, clenching his fists ready to strike. Lin Yang shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. If he said it, the man wouldn't be happy. Wait, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Can you cure it? The frail man's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope, staring eagerly at him. I can't cure it. Lin Yang immediately blurted out. Refund. Deceitful Taoist. You're scamming me. But Lin Yang feigned an air of mystique, raising his tone, causing his entire demeanor to become enigmatic. Oh, Taoist, please enlighten me. The frail man suddenly touched his nose. A strange, mysterious force made his knees buckle, and somehow upon hearing, but his previously agitated demeanor calmed down significantly. But you should still exercise restraint. If you take off 3 times a day and 10 times in 3 days, even Ultraman would have to flash a red light. Lin Yang helplessly remarked, youth is truly a blessing. The live stream was nearly going wild with laughter messages flooding in. 666. 3 times a day, 10 times in 3 days. And sneaking in 1 extra time for yourself, right? Let's make the legendary pilot of Longhua. How can one change so quickly? One moment, Taoist. Master, I believe you. The next deceitful Taoist, refund. Amazing. It's no wonder he sounds so weak when he speaks. How can it be so abstract? Taoist, have you been cursed? Every word is a dagger to the heart. Now over 100 people in the live stream are paying tribute to the legendary pilot. As we all know, when a man is said to have kidney deficiency, it's like receiving a death sentence. No wonder he reacted so strongly. I would be cursing too. Lin Yang coughed lightly, making eye contact with the man suffering from kidney deficiency. The system currently only provided him with a fortune-telling technique. He couldn't do anything about the kidney deficiency. However, according to the divination, this man is now 22, and his kidney deficiency won't be completely cured until he is 45 at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. But by the age of 45, being cured or not makes little difference. Fraudulent Taoist, refund my money. What do you mean 3 flights a day? I don't understand a word. Refund me now. A gaunt man slammed his fists on the table, his face flushed with fury, refusing to leave until his money was returned. This isn't just fraud, it's defamation. He's slandering me. If he truly cures me, then he's a master. If not, then every word is slander. Lin Yang waved dismissively and shrugged. Divination fees are non-refundable. You wretched Taoist, you're scamming people, aren't you? I'll expose you online, right now. I'll hire 5 influencer accounts to blast you across the web. Just wait, you stinking Taoist. The frail man pounded the table, trembling with agitation. Had he not feared Lin Yang might genuinely possess some skill, he'd have erupted into outright vitriol. He was so enraged his legs shook, weakly, pathetically. Lin Yang chuckled inwardly. Expose me. Then everyone will know about your kidney deficiency. If you expose me, won't everyone learn of your kidney deficiency? Do you really wish to suffer public humiliation? The man froze, then leapt from his chair, jabbing an angry finger at Lin Yang. How dare you threaten me? Expose me, absolutely. You fraudulent charlatan. This is outrageous. Lin Yang tapped his knuckles lightly on the table, serene as drifting mist. I'm merely stating facts. Feel free to expose me, if you wish. Fine. We'll see who wins this. The emaciated man spun on his heel, and had taken no more than 3 steps when Lin Yang's voice drifted after him, calm and unhurried. Though I've divined from your hexagram that at age 45 you'll be fully cured at a certain traditional Chinese medicine clinic, complete with its address. Should you? Before Lin Yang could finish, the man whirled around, slid across the floor in a desperate lunge, and collapsed at Lin Yang's feet, clutching his pant legs, sobbing uncontrollably, snot and tears streaming down his face, as though beholding his long-lost ancestral patriarch. Master, no celestial master. Taoist sage, please save me. A friend of mine has suffered illness for years. I've watched his agony with sorrow in my heart and pain in my soul. Celestial master, Taoist sage, please overlook my friend's transgressions. To save one life is worth building 7 pagodas of merit. The livestream chat exploded in laughter. I'm dying. My husband asked why I wet the bed. I told him I laughed so hard I soaked the whole mattress. What is instant facial transformation? Now I've seen it. By the way, master, could you post that clinic's address in the stream? My husband. 666. Slide tackle perfection. Fast, stylish, flawless execution. Did you practice this often, bro? Well, master, I admit, you are a true master. A friend of mine is unwell, and I'd like to ask where that TCM clinic is located. All right, fine. I'll briefly concede you're not a fraud. Send me the address, and I'll gift you a fan badge. Lin Yang gazed upon the kneeling man, his face earnest, his posture abject, and couldn't help but laugh aloud. This man's plight was truly pitiful. Before 45, he'd consulted only quacks, even receiving prescriptions that drained his vital essence, worsening his debility. By the time he recovered, it was too late for much else. After recovery, he indulged recklessly, only to throw out his back. Then came the frantic search for spinal treatment. A tragedy without parallel. Lin Yang waved a hand. Stop playing games with me, Taoist sage. You haven't found that clinic yet because you and it simply lack karmic affinity. Do you understand affinity? Lin Yang pinched his thumb and forefinger together, rubbing them slowly. The man's eyes darted sideways, his eyelids fluttered rapidly. His grip on Lin Yang's hand instantly loosened. He fumbled for his phone. Affinity. Yuan. Oh, I see, master. 500 yuan. Will that forge affinity with the clinic? Lin Yang patted the man's shoulder with paternal approval. Smart. Just the kind of person he liked. Quick-witted, instantly enlightened. Rise, esteemed patron. Don't kneel. The floor is cold. I'll write the address on red paper. Do not speak of it openly. Oh, I understand. It's all karmic cause and effect, right? Got it. Lin Yang pressed his lips together, inscribed the address on crimson paper, and placed it gently in the man's palm. Beaming, the man clutched the slip tightly. Then after a few steps turned back and bowed deeply. Master, you're a true master. Should friends seek divination, I'll recommend you, without hesitation. Lin Yang waved again. All depends on affinity. Faith points 100. Current faith points 201. 1000. Spectators in the live stream grumbled collectively. Master, are we outsiders now? That's hardly proper. You slipped in the address so secretly. Truth be told, I didn't even want the address. I just find you absurdly entertaining. Honestly, you're quite pretentious. Actually, I'm not kidney deficient at all, and that clinic seems rather ordinary. You're truly overacting, aren't you? 666. One clean swipe from the Taoist priest fooled the entire chat's ultimate move. Still, my friend desperately needs that address. I have affinity. Master, sell me, or rather my friend, the address. He'll perish without it. Brothers, I'm in Jiangnan City too. I'm heading offline to apprehend the master. Wait for me. Brother, good luck capturing him. Hey, we're already calling each other brothers. No more talk. Once I catch him, I'll share the address freely. March 4th. After seeing the kidney-deficient man off, Lin Yang cheerfully picked up his phone to check the payment notification. 700 yuan received in under 2 hours. Not bad at all. Though his dilapidated Taoist temple had stood far too long, a renovation would cost a fortune. He needed to accelerate faith point accumulation. Perhaps the system would reward him with wealth. Yet having already seized extraordinary fortune reborn into a second life endowed with divination arts, mere money no longer held deep significance. What he truly valued was affinity. For the moment Lin Yang lifted his phone, the livestream screen abruptly went black. Master, you're squeezing me. Master, this feels oddly intimate. We're lying together in your palm. What does that make us? Honestly, I suspect the master may actually possess genuine ability. I suspect so too. His performance doesn't seem staged. I've watched for 2 full hours and detected no artifice. Still, I remain skeptical. Master, why not perform a divination live? Or answer questions remotely? What do you say? Lin Yang scanned the comments and immediately deemed the idea brilliant. Waiting for patrons offline was painfully slow. He barely accrued faith points in a day. Reaching 1,000 would take 3 or 4 days at that pace. But combining both online and offline methods should dramatically accelerate progress and offer the perfect opportunity to transmit the principle of Tao follows nature, a concept wholly unknown in this parallel world. In plain terms, the Tao is spontaneous. The sage acts freely, unbound by constraint. Lin Yang gazed at the comments, scrolling rapidly across the screen. The number of viewers in the live stream had reached 200. This was the first time in 3 days of broadcasting that he had achieved such a number. Perhaps it's akin to how ants swarm towards the scent of sugar. This divine pill for treating kidney deficiency, whether it can be used now, is another matter. Even if it can't be used, one must still buy some to stock up. There are only overworked oxen, and no. As he watched the barrage of comments fly by, he touched the tip of his nose. Since you all are so enthusiastic, let's answer a question with a hot air balloon. He remarked, live fortune telling is one thing, but the beauty enhancement technology nowadays is too incredible. I can't distinguish between reality and illusion, truly can't. Lin Yang was genuinely afraid. On the first day of his broadcast, having never gone live before, he wondered if the higher the level of beauty enhancement, the more handsome one would appear. But once he started broadcasting, he realized that a robust man had been transformed into a delicate little boy looking whiter than someone who had been soaked for 3 days. Fortune-telling relies on observation, inquiry, and deduction. Besides the birth chart, one's facial features should also be considered. If it were a beautiful girl, one would have to examine her palms as well. The built-in beauty enhancement had already altered the positions of his facial features, yet the calculations remained inaccurate. After speaking, he glanced at the barrage of comments still rushing by. Wow, Taoist, you are way too dark. Answering a question with a hot air balloon. Brothers, run. The scammer is about to start collecting money. The first 2 fortune tellers were indeed shills. What? Just answering a random question costs 52 bucks. Then I ask you, why is your head so pointy? Are you a man or a woman? Master, can you predict the lottery numbers for the next draw? If you can, I'll send you 2 hot air balloons. AAA building materials, Wang Ge, let me try. I have a question I want to ask. Lin Yang twitched the corners of his mouth, disdainfully smiling. Lottery numbers. Even if I could predict them, what's the use? Don't you know there's a mechanism to prevent time travel on lottery tickets? Wow, that makes some sense. Spending 100,000 to buy the same number, winning 220 million. What a great mechanism to prevent time travel. Those who understand, understand. Awesome. We had someone here a couple of days ago who spent 50,000 on the same number and won 2 billion. What the master said makes quite a bit of sense. Even if you knew the lottery numbers in advance, what difference would it make? AAA building materials, Wang Gu, sending a hot air balloon. Lin Yang was taken aback, feeling wronged. Oh no, business is knocking on the door. He quickly activated the link, pulling the building materials Wang Gu onto the stream amidst the confused voices of the audience. Young friend, do you have any unresolved matters? Lin Yang pushed his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose, feigning profundity, as he asked. A steady male voice came from the mic. One could tell he was a long-time smoker, just by the sound indicating he had many stories to tell. Master, I am not here for fortune-telling, nor do I have anything I'm puzzled about. I just want some comfort. It's been quite a blow. Oh, do tell. The audience in the live stream perked up, sensing the man had quite a story, and they flooded the comments. Old brother, what happened? Let us comfort you. Big brother seeking comfort from a streamer is not a good choice, you know. I've been in his stream since he started broadcasting, known for his sharp tongue, a knife-tongued man with a heart of gold. Don't worry, old brother, whatever it is will pass. Just look on the bright side. The man on the mic began to speak slowly, his deep voice telling his story. I was ridiculed as a skinny monkey since childhood. I was very ugly, and I was quite insecure as a child. In middle school, I encountered a girl I liked, but I was always mocked, told I was too ugly. I silently liked her all those years. I studied hard and got into the same high school and university as her. After I graduated from university, I pursued that girl I had feelings for, but she coldly rejected me because of my appearance. She said I was a good person, so I sealed my heart with cement and could only silently watch her social media quietly in love. Later, I saw someone who didn't eat cilantro resembling her slightly, and I panicked. The barrage suddenly decreased significantly, with most comments comforting the man. Old brother, it's okay. Everyone has faced rejection. I let this Taoist calculate when you will meet your true love. It's alright, looks aren't everything. A kind heart is what matters. Come on, brothers. I also have a girl I've secretly liked for 20 years, but I never dared to confess then. A month ago, she suddenly came to me having gained weight, saying she wanted to be with me. These years have been tough enough, said, I have a child with her that will be born in 5 months. Lin Yang silently replied, so you want to ask if you have fate with her? Or are you asking if you have fate with someone who doesn't eat cilantro? No, master, they all say I'm ugly. I just want you to see if I'm really that ugly. Just then, the camera of building materials Wang Gu suddenly turned on, revealing a face that was hard to describe in the bottom right corner of the screen. With eyebrows only 2 centimeters long and eyes wide open, one could still not see the whites of his eyes, with 2 large nostrils standing prominently in the center of the screen. The man's face was filled with sorrow, a look of near tears. Master, am I really ugly? Lin Yang silently uttered a word. Oh, whoa. You're a fake, master. Woo. AAA Building Materials, Wang Gu hung up the call. AAA Building Materials, Wang Gu unfollowed you and added you to the blacklist. Lin Yang, wow, he blocked the Taoist. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter at this scene. I love the atmosphere in the live stream. Strangers feel like mortal enemies. Their words are as toxic as poison, the purest form of sharp tongue, warming the hearts of viewers. You made me laugh to death. Coming here to seek comfort from the Taoist, bro, you're this. If the Taoist doesn't let your heart break, then the Taoist is this. The Taoist obviously didn't say anything. He just responded lightly. Why did he unfollow and block him so quickly? Bro, do you know that Garen's light speech can silence and break defenses? Lies won't hurt, but the truth is a swift blade. Why is the last light speech and armor-breaking equipment? I understand now. I get it. Taoist fan 1 Lin Yang twitched his mouth this. He found it difficult to handle. Just then, a casually dressed, middle-aged man slowly approached along the mountain trail. Upon seeing the fortune-telling booth, he was momentarily taken aback. Then, recalling his recent entrepreneurial failures, he gritted his teeth. Whether it's accurate or not, let's seek some psychological comfort first. Thinking this, he quickly walked towards Lin Yang's small booth. Master, can this predict wealth? Is it accurate? Lin Yang looked up and saw a man approaching him, his face filled with despair. Although he forced a smile, he could not hide the sorrow that accompanied a person in a low point of life. Without even looking, it was clear that he had either lost his source of income or failed in his entrepreneurial venture. I can tell your fortune, but if I'm wrong, you don't have to pay. All right, how much for a reading? The man sighed heavily, took out his phone from his pocket, and sat down on the chair in front of the stall, scanning the QR code. Young friend, we don't talk about money, we only discuss fate. Oh, 100 yuan. Are you sure you can tell my fortune accurately? The man looked at him with skepticism. 100 yuan was a day's worth of food for someone who had just failed in a business venture and was burdened with debt. I guarantee it. Just scan the code to connect with fate. Lin Yang pointed to the QR code and tilted his head back to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle. All right, I'll take it as a form of psychological comfort. The man quickly scanned the code, looking troubled as he rested his hands on the table, palms facing up, extending them towards Lin Yang. What's this for? Aren't you supposed to read my palm? What are you doing asking a guy to touch your hand? First tell me what happened to you. All right. The melancholic man withdrew his hand, sighed deeply, while gazing skyward, sighing 4 times in 3 minutes. Sai Taoist, my name is Wang Tung. I'm 31 years old, unmarried. My parents are still alive. I live. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. Wait a minute, are you here for matchmaking? You said you wanted a fortune reading. All right. Wang Tung scratched his head, awkwardly sighed again, and his eyes gradually filled with sorrow, as if he were recalling something. Taoist, I started my first entrepreneurial venture when I was 18, right after I entered university. Please don't laugh at me, Taoist. Lin Yang shrugged, his face serious. He looked very earnest. We are all professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, we won't laugh. Oh, Taoist, you seem quite professional. My first venture was selling triangular baskets under the boys' dormitory. I invested 300 yuan in stock, but sold none, and I was reported for having a pervert selling baskets downstairs. Taoist, what do you think went wrong? I still can't figure it out. They were breathable and loose-fitting, and they were pink. Why didn't anyone buy them? Wang Teng's face showed a hint of confusion, his brows deeply furrowed. The 3 characters written all over his face read why. The live chat exploded at once, the number of viewers skyrocketing. Just after Wang Teng mentioned selling triangular baskets under the boys' dormitory, the number of viewers surged to 280. Damn, this guy is truly talented selling triangular baskets under the boys' dormitory. Doesn't he fear an irate guy upstairs throwing something down and smashing his baskets? Impressive. With this kind of brain, where would he go to lose money in business? He would lose money even selling triangular baskets. You can't deny it, it's true. I once wore a triangular basket out of curiosity. It was incredibly comfortable, though a bit tight around the pockets. It felt quite strange. I still buy a couple now and then. Enough about that, I need to go break some tiles. Look at the expression of the fake Taoist. He looks like he can't hold back anymore. Well, it makes sense, with such a strange person coming for fortune-telling. Isn't that a cooked duck? New here, what's happening in the live stream. Newcomers, just enjoy the show. Watch the fake Taoist con this talented person. I like to call it the battle of the sleeping dragon against the phoenix chick. Lin Yang was trying hard to suppress his laughter. What kind of talent was this? Now he understood why he was losing money. Selling triangular baskets under the boys' dormitory. Was this a poet? The corner of his mouth was harder to suppress than an AK. Master, are you laughing at me? Wang Ting looked a bit awkward, his face slightly flushed, and his nostrils flared slightly. No, I just thought of something happy. Please continue. Lin Yang coughed lightly, tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle, trying to hide his smile. Oh, then I'll continue, Taoist. After that failed venture, I was unwilling to give up. I kept pursuing projects. From the age of 25 until now, I've made some money, but each time I could only profit for a while before hitting a wall. And it's strange, in my last venture, I made 110,000, but in the next, I lost 90,000. After deducting living expenses, I only had 9,000 left. The most I ever earned was 1,200,000 in 2 months, but then I lost 1,170,000 in 3 months. Am I being set up by Capital Taoist? Wang Teng wore a mournful expression, sighing several times, as if recounting the injustices of fate. Every time he did business, it felt like a cycle. He could only earn enough for food and drink with nothing left to spare, or his family would get sick spending all their money. Lin Yang cleared his throat lightly. Write your birth date on this paper. Wang Teng took the paper and pen and quickly wrote down his birth date. He handed the red paper back to Lin Yang, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Master, they say failure is the mother of success, and that's true, right? As long as I keep striving in entrepreneurship, I will eventually turn things around, right? Lin Yang looked over the red paper for a moment, nodded, and then shook his head. Failure is indeed the mother of success, but you're infertile. What? Wang Teng was taken aback by this statement, blinking in confusion, scratching his head, a look of bewilderment on his face. The live chat was now flying by quickly. Huh. What a great line. Failure is the mother of success, but you're infertile. This master's words are on point. Wait, I suspect this guy is a plan arranged by the streamer, who goes through repeated entrepreneurial failures and just makes enough to cover losses. I also suspect the performance is a bit too obvious. Doesn't he want to use this to draw traffic, then do fortune-telling in the live stream? Wait, this is so funny. Regardless of whether he's real or fake, this phrase about infertility has me cracking up. Lin Yang looked at his birth date. A strange expression crossed his eyes. What I'm saying is you won't make a fortune through entrepreneurship in this lifetime. Your fate does not include entrepreneurial wealth. But you have other sources of wealth. According to the reading, your net worth will reach at least 10 million in 10 years. What? What kind of wealth is that, master? I can never work a regular job. It's impossible for me to work. Lin Yang chuckled. Sometimes he couldn't help but marvel at fate. From now until you turn 41, entrepreneurship will only earn you enough for basic living expenses. You won't save a single extra penny. When you reach 41, your entrepreneurial project will be acquired by a boss, and from then on, no matter where you work as a senior manager, you will thrive. Lin Yang spoke lightly, noting that such luck was not surprising as it happened to many, but Wang Teng's luck was particularly poor. Some people might save money, and as soon as they reach tens of thousands, or over 100,000, something unavoidable might occur at home, like an elderly person falling ill, or something breaking down. Or perhaps after saving a certain amount, they lose their job and find themselves unable to earn money. There are all sorts of ways to lose wealth, forcing them to withdraw from their savings. Wang Teng was such a person. While he had indeed made a considerable amount of money, it was immediately lost again, just enough to cover his basic needs. Wang Ting stared at him with skepticism, wondering if he would really have to work. When he was young, his father had once told him that wherever he went, people would say he had the demeanor of a CEO, a phrase that had echoed throughout his life. Master, are you sure? Lin Yang nodded, saying, if you don't believe me, try starting a business twice more. You won't lose or gain anything, but if you work under someone else, you will surely thrive. But if you become a boss, you will definitely lose as much as you earn. You are inherently a bull and horse sacred body, not suited to be a boss. The laughter in the live stream chat was nearly overflowing off the screen, and comments were flying by rapidly. Laughing and getting rich, what a bull and horse sacred body, that's just too tragic. You laugh at his bull and horse sacred body, while he mocks you for having less than 20 million. No, I find you very serious. I was just kidding. Why are you stabbing me in the heart? This story is quite well crafted, master. Why not try writing a novel? It would surely be a hit, and perhaps readers would even send you gifts. It would definitely be more profitable than scamming. Wang Teng upon hearing this looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, his expression somewhat grim and wrinkled. He sighed deeply, as if accepting the title of bull and horse sacred body, his face wrinkled with a hint of resentment in his gaze. Master, your words are too harsh, couldn't you say it more gently? I sigh. Oh, right, there is a hurdle in your fate. It depends on whether you can overcome it. Perhaps after you rise to a high position, many will tell you that you have the demeanor of an emperor, urging you to take their place. Lin Yang calculated with his fingers, predicting the most critical crossroads of his life. If he truly took their place, it would be disastrous. After living freely for 2 years, he would be completely suppressed by the entire industry, compounded by the inevitable losses of being a boss. It could only be said that he lived a miserable life with no turning back. Wang Teng nodded, half believing, feeling somewhat reassured, and slowly stood up. Then I'll try starting a business a few more times. If that doesn't work, I'll find a job. Lin Yang nodded, looking at the system panel before him. Faith value 300, current faith value 501,1000. Wow, that's quite a lot. Watching the man gradually walk away, the sky was also getting darker. At night it was pitch black, and there would definitely be no tourist time to pack up. He glanced at the live stream chat, still buzzing with activity, and lightly coughed twice. According to the rules set by the Taoist, there are still 2 slots for QA in the live stream. 1 hot air balloon won't cost you anything. Questions filled the live stream chat. Taoist, are you still soliciting? Please stop, master. See, as expected, after putting on a show, he immediately starts soliciting gifts from the live stream. I've seen this trick before. The level 51 Abyss Dragon commented, bro, I have money, oh let me test the waters. Abyss Dragon sent a hot air balloon X1. Seeing this, Lin Yang disregarded the rapidly scrolling comments and directly invited the Abyss Dragon to speak. A hearty male voice came through the microphone. Master, I have money and don't lack for romance. Oh, I have nothing in particular to ask. How about you just give me a phrase? Lin Yang nodded, uttering 3 words. 1 phrase. Alright, next. He quickly operated the live stream screen, disconnecting the Abyss Dragon. The chat burst into laughter. 666. What the hell, just 1 phrase? Taoist, aren't you afraid of losing this level 51, bro? I'm laughing so hard, you really just give 1 phrase. Suddenly, I feel the master isn't so bad after all. The level 51 Abyss Dragon 6, wishing for 4 wishes from the fortune ancestor. I'm speechless, haha, I must try this too. Wishing for 4 wishes, send a hot air balloon X1. Seeing this, Lin Yang smiled again and invited the wisher to speak. Young friend, what question do you have? A cool male voice with a hint of laughter came through the microphone. Hello, Taoist. I saw a video on Douhai that said when your luck is low, it's better not to do anything. At this time, doing anything is wrong. You should wait for a good time to build up your resources and soar. Taoist, I haven't worked for a year. I'm just waiting for my luck to improve and to build up resources. Am I about to get prosperous soon? Lin Yang rubbed his nose. That statement isn't entirely incorrect, but your immediate priority is to get out of bed. No, Taoist, you. Wishing for 4 wishes voluntarily disconnected. Wishing for 4 wishes unfollowed you and exited the live stream. The live stream erupted again with comments scrolling rapidly. I'm dying of laughter. Another boss scared off by the sharp tongue. Bosses are confused. Isn't this just paying to get scolded? The Taoist's tongue is notoriously sharp. The immediate priority is to get out of bed. Ha! The big brother directly blacklisted the Taoist. I've noticed that every time I connect with the Taoist, the number of fans decreases. 6. This money grabbing is really fast, right? If he really could do it, I'd eat it on the spot. I want to send a hot air balloon. Ooh, can you connect me? I have a question to ask. Lin Yang glanced at the time. No need to send anything. Ooh, according to the rules set by the Taoist, 3 questions a day have been answered. I'm logging off now. See you tomorrow. Wait, Taoist, when did you set the rule of logging off after answering 3 questions? I just said it now. The rules of the Taoist are the rules. After saying this, he clicked to log off. Doing live streaming and fortune telling at the same time was somewhat exhausting. Faith value 200, faith value 701,1000 can unlock basic rewards. However, as long as online and offline are calculated together, it wouldn't be long before the basic rewards are unlocked. Lin Yang thought to himself as he packed up and returned to the temple, offering 3 sticks of incense to the 3 pure ones. He gradually fell asleep amidst the night. Early the next morning, Lin Yang prepared a convenient tool for setting up shop and took the divination flags down the mountain. He set up in front of the commercial street in the university town, starting to sell and live streaming with a single click. As soon as the live stream began, a number of viewers who had been waiting promptly entered the chat room. The number of people in the room instantly surged to 150, as many were eagerly anticipating the show after witnessing Lin Yang's explosive performance yesterday. Oh, has the master changed locations? Are you afraid of being caught and beaten up for squatting in one place for too long? Master, I suspect you specifically came here for the beautiful girls at the foot massage parlor nearby. Please don't go there. The girls are incredibly pretty, and it pains me to see you using the money from online friends to extend your time. Noted. Thank you for the guidance, immortal. Lin Yang, wearing black round-framed sunglasses and lounging with his legs crossed quietly, awaited a fateful encounter. Before long, a middle-aged man accompanied by a beautiful girl approached from the street corner of the university town, his rotund belly visible, dressed head to toe in designer brands. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this apparent wealthy man on the prowl for romance. Whether he was indeed there for that purpose, or if the girl was simply young and attractive, was hard to say. The girl was quite beautiful, dressed in a fresh and cute JK uniform complemented by thigh-high stockings exuding a charming aura. Indeed, she possessed all the virtues of a female college student. The rotund man in his bright green attire noticed Lin Yang's stall, frowned momentarily, and whispered something to the girl before making his way towards Lin Yang's stand. He plopped down onto a small stool in front of the stall, looking curiously at Lin Yang. "Master, are you sure your calculations are accurate?" "Guaranteed. If it's not accurate, you don't owe me anything." Lin Yang said indifferently. "What do you wish to know?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, glanced at the price, and smiled in understanding. 100 yuan, hardly enough to buy a lipstick. He thought of it as seeking some psychological comfort. Moreover, there aren't many fortune tellers who can truly predict accurately, it's mostly stereotypes. As he pulled out 100 yuan in cash from a stack in his bag, he smiled amiably. "Master, my name is Li Qingshan. I'm 33 this year, and I mainly want to know if there's still an unfinished fate between me and my ex-girlfriend. I haven't treated her well these past years." Sigh. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "Be specific, and also write down your birth date along with your ex-girlfriend's." "Alright, this is a long story. We met in college." Sigh. I owe her an apology." The live stream chat erupted as viewers reacted swiftly. Clearly a wealthy man. Could he be another modern-day Chen Shimi? Abandoning his wife after rising from rags to riches. No wonder he keeps saying sorry. It seems so. Hasn't he been apologizing all along? The girl he was walking with just now is likely someone he supports. Sigh. He looks so honest, yet turns out to be this kind of person. Is it possible that his wife supported him when he had nothing, only for him to divorce her as soon as he became wealthy? Such people deserve to be scammed by the streamer. Support the streamer. Sigh. I remember meeting her when I was 21. Back then she was in her prime, and I instantly fell for her. My family had just started a factory, and I admit I won her over with money. The second year we were together, my family's factory went bankrupt, and I lost my university living expenses all at once. I dropped out to work hard to help my family get back on track. At that time she supported me, without complaint, even lending me 2,000 yuan to help rent a place. Later, fearing I would drag her down, I briefly broke up with her. Just then, I landed a contract and got back together with her. Unfortunately, fate was not on my side. That contract fell through, and at 28, I was left with nothing. She was the one silently supporting and encouraging me. When I was broke, lost, and struggling, she was always by my side, but now that I've achieved success, she's no longer here." As Li Qingshan spoke, his expression grew increasingly agitated, his body trembling slightly. The fat on his belly quivered as he handed Lin Yang the 2 sheets of paper containing their birth dates, and then he spoke slowly again. "Now she's not doing well either. The man she found is very poor. Sigh. I wonder if I still have a chance with her. After all, during my hardest times, she was the one who stayed by my side." Lin Yang took the 2 red sheets, looked at their birth dates, and calculated. "It's possible. The omens indicate that your fates are not yet severed. It's as if there is a bridge connecting you both, and your destinies are intricately intertwined. However, I do not recommend that you get back together." "Huh? Why?" "Master, I still have feelings for her. Now that I see her trapped in difficulties, it pains my heart. I must go find her and rekindle our relationship." Li Qingshan was obviously stirred, his tone rising several pitches as he abruptly stood up from the stool. Suddenly standing up caused a bout of low blood sugar, and he quickly sat back down. Lin Yang watched this unfold, his heart aching, a flicker of pain crossing his face. "My dear little stool. Bearing such heavy pressure at an age when one shouldn't have to endure." Seeing Li Qingshan take out his phone ready to call, Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. "Hold on, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet." Li Qingshan now completely trusted him. "Who said this Taoist couldn't do it? This Taoist is amazing, truly. Master, please continue." "Well then, I shall speak. If you try to rescue her from her troubles, it will only drag you into the fire as well." "Master, what do you mean?" "Will her current boyfriend hit me?" "Not a problem. As long as he breaks up with her, I'll buy him an Audi A6. Lin Yang sighed, shook his head, and adjusted his glasses. "That's not it. She brings misfortune to her partners. If you get together with her, you'll revert to being broke." After saying this, he noticed Li Qingshan's stunned and disbelieving expression, lightly tapping the table with his knuckles. The sound thud snapped Li Qingshan back to reality. "You got together with her, and your factory went under. After breaking up, you landed a big contract and got back together, but that fell through. Now that you've broken up again, you're rich again. This woman was by your side during your low points when you had no money and were struggling. Oh, why wouldn't you hurry up and ditch her? She's a jinx. She brings misfortune to her partners." Li Qingshan was taken aback, suddenly jolted awake, and his gaze became significantly clearer. "Holy cow!" A single phrase awakened the dreamer. "Master, I understand now. I always wondered why everything went smoothly when I was alone, but I fell into bankruptcy whenever I was with her. It turns out it wasn't her who accompanied me during my financial struggles and low points, but rather it was because of her that I fell into those depths." Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. This master was incredible. A single phrase awakened the dreamer. No wonder her current boyfriend used to be a small boss, but now he was reduced to tightening screws in a factory. So she has a husband-killing aura. This is too bizarre. The live stream room instantly exploded with the viewer count reaching 300. Holy cow, so that's how it is. I thought he was a modern-day Chen Shimi, but it turns out he was cursed. You might not believe this, but I know a woman who has killed 8 husbands over 10 years, all through various accidents, and she has become a small wealthy lady relying on death compensation. Not long ago, she even wanted to support me, but I value my life too much to go. The comments flooded in. "Someone upstairs, send me his WeChat. am not afraid of dying. Have you seen Rebar? Holy cow, this brother suddenly woke up, and he might even want to curse. If it weren't for this woman's husband-killing aura, he wouldn't have fallen into such despair for so long. Lin Yang smirked lightly. If you can't let her go, how about I tie a red string for you? The kind that you just can't shake off. But you have to wear Nike, drive a Buick, and eat at Pizza Hut. Li Qingshan's eyes became foolishly clear. He shrank his neck, and quickly shook his head, the flesh on his face trembling. No, master, I don't deserve her. Lin Yang smiled, his expression suddenly turning serious. However, from the divination, she has a sister, and her sister's fate is completely opposite to hers. She brings prosperity to her husband's. Li Qingshan suddenly became reserved, coughed twice, and his expression became very strange as he hesitated. Ah, is that so? I was wondering why my business has been so smooth lately. Lin Yang. Taoist, I said, why is there a bridge between you and your ex-girlfriend, a connection that is hard to explain? It turns out it's not love, but familial affection, right? Did you pursue her sister? Li Qingshan suddenly became shy, a bit embarrassed as he fiddled with his fingers, muttering softly. That girl just now is her sister. I figured since I couldn't have her, her sister looks about 70% like her, and seeing someone similar made me nervous. Her sister is also in college and not doing very well. I just thought to help her out. By the way, master, is her sister my true fate? Lin Yang twitched his lips and carefully calculated Li Qingshan's true fate. Before long, the expression on his face became increasingly intriguing. To put it accurately, you have no true fate. Your ex-girlfriend has a husband-killing aura, while her sister brings prosperity. You three form a triangular structure. According to the divination, both count as your true fates. Lin Yang said strangely. The relationship between these three was very peculiar, almost like they were stacking buffs on him. One person has a husband-killing aura, one who brings disaster to anyone who associates with her, shortening their lifespan. But the other is the exact opposite. She brings prosperity to the extreme. Anyone with her can turn into a middle-level manager, making over 10,000 a month, even a slacker. Li Qingshan interacting with these two perfectly offsets all negative effects. Isn't this a perfect triangle? The live stream room was also stunned, and sharp, incredulous sounds erupted. Holy cow! This kid really hit the jackpot. What a pair of sisters. First love plus a mistress. What kind of fate is this? I beg you can have a good life, but don't have it too well. If you make me jealous, are you saying you want both your white moonlight and your vermilion mole? And a fortune over $1 million. What a beast, damn beast. Why does he have such good luck? Two fateful connections. After Lin Yang finished speaking, Li Qingshan was visibly happy. Great. Master, you really opened my eyes today. Can I add you on WeChat? I want to ask you about things in the future. This is 1,000 yuan, or is it enough to establish a connection with you, master? As Li Qingshan spoke, he immediately pulled out a thick stack of red bills from his bag and shoved them into Lin Yang's arms without hesitation. Oh, you. Wow, too polite. Lin Yang opened his coat pocket and leaned in a bit closer. After Li Qingshan added him on WeChat, he stood up eagerly and headed towards the store where the female college student was. Thanks, master. Lin Yang smiled and shook his head, putting away the money he just started and already received 1,001. The future looks promising. Faith value 300, faith value 1001, opening basic gift package for the host. Congratulations, host unlocked the talisman. Can block all evil spirits, saving the wearer in life-threatening situations or preventing injury from minor dangers, has been placed in the host's backpack. Faith value 10015000 can unlock the next reward. Lin Yang gasped. Wow, this item is incredibly powerful. He immediately opened the virtual panel in the system to see how many times this talisman could be sold. This item is definitely in high demand. As soon as he opened the backpack, 2 skills quietly lay inside. Fortune-telling talisman, price 200 yuan, purchase limit 07 per week. Lin Yang excitedly rubbed his hands. As long as it wasn't something that would disappear after a few uses, it would be fine. Although there is a limit, it's still not a big issue. While Lin Yang was excitedly rubbing his hands looking at the system screen, the barrage was filled with astonishment. Is the master so excited to receive 1,000 yuan? Yes, it's possible. If that's the case, I'm ready to take the master's place. Just babbling can earn 1,000. I'm really envious. As long as you raise your hand, I will support you to rise to power immediately. Lin Yang, amid his excitement, glanced at the barrage. Hey, what are you all doing? Breakfast? Wait a minute, Taoist will treat you to seaweed egg drop soup. Just as he was interacting with the barrage, the sound of modified motorcycles roared past, accompanied by dynamic music in his ears. Give it all you've got, step on it hard. Screech. The ear-piercing sound of tires screeching against the ground exploded in Lin Yang's ears. He turned sharply and saw a somewhat effeminate young man parking his bike next to his stall, queuing at the milk tea shop, occasionally glancing back curiously at his stall. Lin Yang was taken aback. As the melody played, he thought, my parents raised me for nothing. He watched as a man on a motorcycle hesitantly approached the fortune-telling stall after buying bubble tea, taking off his gloves as he walked. His eyes filled with interest. After hesitating for a moment upon seeing the fortune-telling board, curiosity got the better of him, and he plopped down in front of the stall. Oi, master, is it accurate? Accurate. I can tell from your face that you often race on highways, right? You want to know if your fate is as tough as rebar. The previously quiet live stream suddenly exploded with comments. Oh, another fool is here to get their fortune told. Aren't you afraid to race, and then come here? I really envy those with strong fates. Blink once and guess what? You meet the king of hell. You don't understand the thrill of riding motorcycles. At the moment the throttle twists, the bike rushes out like a wild beast, adrenaline peaks, and I feel one with the motorcycle. 10 years ago when I was racing on the highway, it was incredibly exhilarating. Just be careful in the next life. I'll ride him 8 years old this year. Envious of his tough fate. As if my fate is any less tough. Last time I went to a friend's house to play, when her husband came back unexpectedly, I jumped out of the 3rd floor without hesitation. Everything else is fine, but the ICU's internet is a bit slow. The man on the motorcycle was startled, a look of surprise crossing his face. He placed the bubble tea on the table, clapped his hands excitedly, and pulled out his phone from his riding bag, quickly scanning the code. Master, you really can do this. You can even figure this out. My name is Lupong. To be honest, Master, our Yamaha club organized an event. The domestic highway speed limit is 120, and we aren't satisfied at all. We can't unleash the full performance of our bikes. We thought about racing on the unrestricted highways of Shihai country, where we could reach over 300 miles per hour. I just want to know if I can return safely this time. Lin Yang frowned. You can only race in Shihai country during the daytime. Why? Is it that visibility is poor at night, making accidents more likely? Lupong asked curiously, casually taking a sip of his bubble tea. Because accidents are bound to happen in the early morning and evening. Don't even mention tough fate. Even if I just woke up, the toughest fate in the world wouldn't withstand your recklessness. Puffed. Lupong quickly turned to the side, spitting out a mouthful of bubble tea, only to find a pearl stuck in his nostril. He pressed a finger against his nostril and forcefully blew the pearl, shooting out rapidly. Master, your words are too sharp. I have faith in my skills. Besides, we gear up completely before racing, so there shouldn't be any life-threatening risks, right? Lin Yang waved his hand. All right, write your fate on paper, and he'll calculate it for you. Sure. Lupong immediately took paper and pen, writing down his fate, while looking expectantly at Lin Yang. Upon glancing at it, Lin Yang's expression suddenly turned strange. This fate was thinner than the paper. If his family's kitchen knife was missing, he could probably use this fate to cut vegetables. If it weren't for his ancestor below knocking his head until it smoked, he might have already gone to see his great-grandfather by now. Master, how is it? Should I be safe while racing in Shihai country? From the hexagram, it looks like you will definitely get injured racing in Shihai country, but it won't be fatal. Lupong was overjoyed. For a rider, what does a minor injury matter? Which rider hasn't shaken their bike before? On the contrary, after successfully saving their bike from a death wobble, they can brag about it for a lifetime. Are you saying I will fracture something while racing in Shihai country? It shouldn't affect my riding in the future, right? Lin Yang shook his head, his gaze suddenly shifting, asking about something else. That won't affect your riding. Do you like to take girls with you when you ride? What type do you prefer? Lupong was taken aback, his eyes darting around as he grinned widely, somewhat proudly showing off. Did the master see through me? Riding without a girl would be a waste of a ride. I adore those JK girls in black stockings. I can easily call a few just by messaging on WeChat. Oh master, I get it. I didn't expect you to still be tied to the mundane world. How about I introduce a few motorcycle girls to you for a connection? Their quality is unquestionable, each with an exceptional figure. In our club we call them Peng guest selections. That black stocking. Hee. Lin Yang looked at his smug expression and quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Based on your fate, it looks like Peng guest selections will have to change to Ye selections in the future. Lupong scratched his head in confusion. What does that mean, master? My name is Zhou Peng. What does it have to do with Ye? Because you've lost your bird. Oh. Lupong suddenly stood up, his mouth agape, feeling a chill down below. A sharp cold pain instantly engulfed his entire body. Moreover, according to the hexagram, you do indeed have a liking for JK black stockings. It's just that you have become the girl in black stockings looking for motorcycle brothers to play with. Lupong was dumbfounded. Are you saying I've turned into a motorcycle girl? The live stream burst into laughter, comments flying in rapidly. I'm dying of laughter. No wonder so many riders protect their eggs in an accident. It turns out they can really uninstall QQ. 666. What a Ye. At first I thought Zhou Peng and Ye had nothing to do with each other. Turns out it's because he lost his bird. Huh. Master, your words are too sharp. How much damage must the person involved be feeling? The master is right. If you've put on those black JK stockings, you've definitely turned into Ye. I was wondering why those riders and gamers were so bad. Turns out they lack top-tier skills. Master, save me. I don't want to turn into a motorcycle girl. Lupong stammered, thinking about how the black stockings he liked would have to be on his own legs in the future. If it's just a fracture, it can heal, but matters concerning a man's dignity cannot be taken lightly. If it were a few hundred years ago, he could still be above others, entering the palace as a bodyguard. But now that's not possible. He doesn't want to become the leftover egg old man. He also doesn't want to give up motorcycles. It's one of his few joys. Master, if I don't go to Shihai country, will I still turn into Ye? Lin Yang nodded. Yes, this is a flaw in your dream. As long as you keep riding motorcycles, there will always be 2 dents on your fuel tank. Master, save me. Lupong suddenly knelt down, crying and wailing, snot and tears flowing. Lupong could already envision the 2 deep dents on his motorcycle, and the mere thought of it brought him pain. The pain. It was excruciating. The highest pain level is 10, but the agony of uninstalling QQ could reach 12. In a collision at over 100 miles per hour, he could think of nothing that could protect OIO aside from becoming ethereal. Yet all along, the motorcycle had been his sole source of entertainment, a pressure release valve. To give it up would be tantamount to taking his own life. He clutched Lin Yang's pant leg, tears streaming down his face, nearly smearing his tears on Lin Yang's Taoist robe. Lin Yang felt helpless. He understood that for some their spiritual belief revolved around motorcycles. Without their bike, they felt they could not live, and only after the incident would they regret it. Wait, didn't I just win a talisman in the lottery? A small danger can be averted once with it. If it costs 200 yuan each, selling it for 1200 should be quite reasonable, right? You can get up now, or it's not that there isn't a way to resolve your destined flaw, but it depends on whether there is fate involved. Yes. What method does the Taoist have? I can accept any amount of fate. Lu Peng's eyes sparkled with hope. Compared to his life, what was money? They are mere external possessions. Money is indeed precious, but love is worth more. How can one talk about love while uninstalling Ding Talk? That's just a bromance. I have a few talismans, or as long as they are worn in the right places they can avert one injury. Do you want them or not? I want them. Master, can I just sew them into my boxers? Then I need to sew one into all my boxers for safety. Otherwise I won't feel at ease. It feels like a knife is pressed against my neck. Lin Yang twitched his lips. How many would he need to buy? He wasn't even sure if he had enough in stock. Do you think you can eat with this many? How many would it take to sew one into all his boxers? There was hardly any stock left, and he had to keep one for himself after all. He needed to ensure his personal safety. If he wanted to buy them all, he would have to pay more. Zhou Peng suddenly felt embarrassed, rubbing his nose, chuckling awkwardly, his face gradually turning slightly red, his voice lowering as he murmured. Actually, 2 would be enough. I've worn these 2 old buddies for 8 years. They've just gone through their adjustment period, and they can last another 10 years without any issues. The barrage of comments paused for 2 seconds before rapidly flying up again. Dying of laughter. It's truly a family heirloom. Worn for 8 years without changing. Wouldn't that be as thin as a rag? In fact, saying that we men wear new boxers is more about taming them. My first love gave me a pair, and am still wearing them now. 12 years later, my old buddy is down to just a rubber band. I shed tears. I have a pair of boxers that I've worn for 5 years, transforming them from pure cotton into lace. Was it 5 years? I can't remember. I only remember it was 1,928 days. They sacrificed themselves one afternoon in the wild without any paper. Impressive, you all are talents. I'm dying of laughter. At this rate, if I sew a talisman into all my boxers, I thought I would need to buy so many, but in the end just 2, which would almost allow the master to live a good life. Lin Yang waved his hand. Just 2 pairs of boxers, it's only natural. 1,200 for a talisman, are you sure you want to buy? Buy. I absolutely must buy. This concerns my life's big matters. Alright, let's forge a connection. Ding. WeChat received payment of 2,400 yuan. After receiving the money, Lin Yang exchanged for 2 talismans from his system backpack, and in the next moment, he felt 2 yellow papers with red characters had inexplicably appeared in his pocket. WeChat also sent a deduction notification. Tiandi Bank deducted 400 yuan. What? Lin Yang was dumbfounded. Ew, does this thing also fall under the jurisdiction of Tiandi Bank? He took out the 2 talismans from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng carefully held them as if they were treasures. Perhaps it was his imagination, but the talismans emitted a faint glow. Master, does this mean I can race again? Thank you, Master. If I return safely from the Western Sea Kingdom, I must come back to buy a few more talismans from you. Let's prevent my fellow riders from suffering the pain of uninstalling QQ. Zhou Peng stuffed the talisman into his clothes and immediately played music on his phone, mounting his motorcycle, and as the roar of the bike sounded, the music gradually faded. Let it roar. Let it roar. Pedal hard. Faith value 500. Faith value 1501500. Lin Yang smiled, helplessly sitting in the chair for a long time, without anyone coming to ask for fortune-telling. So he decided to start his hot air balloon QA business in the live stream. The live stream had already reached over 300 viewers, and many were complaining that he was making money too fast. He had earned 3,600 in just one day. Not to say that the profit from scams is huge. Lin Yang thought he was being quite honest. The cost was 400, and he only made 2,000. Isn't that a good deal? An industry benchmark. Even if the money is gone, it can be earned back. Uninstalling QQ means it's out of print, and there's no way to re-download it. Taoist, I'm currently idle. Why not use the hot air balloon for QA? No, being idle is still being idle. Let's resolve doubts and impart Taoist techniques. Lin Yang calmly corrected himself. He almost let it slip. How could a Taoist say circle? This is about forging good connections. 666. Now the Taoist doesn't even act anymore, directly reaching into our wallets to steal money. Shaoli wants to get rich. Taoist, I have a question. Shaoli wants to get rich. Send a hot air balloon. 1. Shaoli wants to get rich. Send a hot air balloon. 2. Lin Yang saw this and thought, oh, 2 more sent. 2 will be prioritized. He hurriedly pulled the top donor onto the mic. Young friend, do you have any questions? The man on the mic cleared his throat excitedly. Taoist, I've always had a question that. I've never dared to talk to girls. How should I find a partner? Taoist, I've had enough of the pain of being single. I want to taste the sweetness of love. Anyone would do. Lin Yang frowned thoughtfully for a second and almost blurted out, I suggest you go to Sichuan to find one next. The barrage instantly exploded. Huh, the Taoist is not wrong. If you can't talk to girls, surely you can talk to guys. 666. Big brother, you might want to apply for a minor refund later. Turns out Big Brother enjoys this type too. I have a feeling the Taoist is about to lose another fan. The man on the mic fell silent and quietly hung up the microphone. Shaoli wants to get rich voluntarily disconnected from the mic. Xiao Li wants to take revenge, exited the live stream. Fan 1 Lin Yang scratched his head in confusion, and just then a half-doubtful male voice came into his ear. Taoist, how you dare to come out and scam in broad daylight? Come let me have a reading. Lin Yang arched a brow as a scar-faced man strode briskly toward him and plopped down onto the stool before his stall. Come on, tell my fortune. You claim to foresee everything, don't you? Or answer any question I throw at you. Fail, and I'll smash your stall to splinters. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. What do you wish to divine? Pay first. Oh, how bold. Every fake Taoist I meet gets exposed. Yours won't be an exception. The scarred man chuckled dryly, flashing a contemptuous grin as he crossed his legs and folded his arms. 100 yuan, right? Fine, I'll hand it over. But if you fail, I'll not only overturn your stall, I'll demand 100-fold restitution. Agreed. Or better yet, take some money now and vanish from my turf. Then I'll leave you be. Lin Yang smiled calmly. No more chatter. Hand over the money. The scarred man blinked in surprise. Then his grin widened almost predatory as he fished a crumpled wad of cash from his bag. The largest denomination among them was 10 yuan. Most were 1 or 5 yuan notes supplemented by coins. Exactly 100 yuan in total. Here you have it. I'm Brother Long, 12 years old when I hit the streets. Never in all these years has anyone dared ask me to pay first. Go on. Divine whether my 8 characters are strong enough to withstand fate's blows. Lin Yang leaned back in his chair, composed and unruffled, crossing his legs with quiet confidence. Your 8 characters. Born in the first lunar month of 1988. What precisely would you divine? Guess. Brother Long tilted his head, a hollow smile stretching across his face, his knuckles cracking audibly as he clenched his fists. Lin Yang snorted coldly. So this is trouble-seeking. Challenging a Taoist master. He's picked the wrong man. He might lack many virtues, but deception, that was his craft. To let Brother Long walk away unscathed would shame the very title of master. I surmise, you seek insight into your wealth fortune. Well, hit the mark. Yes, Brother Long came precisely for that. When will I strike true fortune? When will I amass sudden vast wealth? Surely such a thing is within your divinatory reach. Lin Yang offered a faint knowing smile. Payment rendered. Now the 8 characters demanded calculation. Yet how could anyone, knowingly, hand their 8 characters to a Taoist while daring to provoke him? As Lin Yang traced the celestial stems, an earthly branch's revelation struck. No wonder the man behaved so recklessly. His mind was simply not sound. Born via cesarean section, the surgeon's blade cut too deep, nicking his skull and leaving a permanent scar. At 5, he urinated beneath high-voltage wires. Current surged upward, jolting his limbs rigid, leaving him permanently paralyzed from the waist down. Coincidentally, the National Power Authority was conducting circuit tests and switched off the current precisely at the moment he was electrocuted. A medical student happened to pass by just then. To encounter a medical student on a roadside in the 1990s, that was sheer miraculous luck. At 10, he challenged another boy to hold his breath underwater. His rival surfaced after a minute, bored and dismissive, leaving Lin Yang alone, unaware the contest had ended until oxygen deprivation sent his consciousness spiraling into darkness. From this 8 characters chart, one truth emerged plainly. He was born a reckless provocateur, quick to stir conflict, yet quick to flinch from its consequences. Well, done yet? Why the endless dawdling? Afraid you'll miscalculate and owe me money. Brother Long sneered, a textbook thug oozing swagger and menace. Done. You seek wealth, yes. At 48, a windfall awaits you. Lin Yang spoke evenly. Indeed, fortune favored the man. His ancestral home would be demolished that year, yielding 2 million yuan in compensation. Yet within a month, every cent would vanish at gambling dens, leaving him 30,000 yuan deeper in debt. Oh, elaborate on this windfall. At 48. Demolition compensation, 2 million yuan. A flicker of delight danced across Brother Long's scarred lips. He rubbed his palms together. Then his expression darkened, swift and absolute. That's inaccurate. What kind of master are you? Who knows what lies 48 years ahead? Utterly false. You're no master, just a fraud. Can't even divine when I'll prosper next. Brother Long seeks prosperity soon, not decades hence. Fake goods, full refund, no argument there. Hand over the money, fraud. Lin Yang's expression hardened. You will not prosper soon. Brother Long's face froze, then contorted. His fist thick as a sandbag slammed onto the table with a thunderous crack. I consulted my phone number's last digits today, and the hexagram declared prosperity today. Are you truly a fraud? The last digits foretold an unexpected windfall today, and you, a charlatan, can't even grasp that. Shameful. Livestream chat scrolled in a frenzied torrent. Whoa, this is serious. A street thug clearly here to cause trouble. Exactly. Pure extortion. Master, call the authorities. 6. Phone number divination. Only fools believe that. Master's in real danger. This windfall they speak of, it's him they mean to fleece. Humph. This fake Taoist has swindled countless souls, deserves a taste of his own medicine. Let's see how he wriggles out. If he possesses any real skill at all. Let's watch, see how Master handles this. If he actually pays up, we unsubscribe. That admission seals his guilt. Lin Yang remained utterly unruffled, his lips even curved in a faint knowing smile. He'd already devised his counterstroke against this brute. Using your phone number for divination. Truly inventive, though perhaps childhood breath-holding contests scrambled your brain. Brother Long stiffened, alarm flashing across his face. How did this Taoist know about the underwater contest? His complexion shifted, pale then flushed. Don't pry. Others told me. I will gain unexpected wealth today. You can't divine it, so you're a fraud. Refund. Lin Yang smiled faintly, then feigned sudden alarm. I seem to have overlooked something. Yes, you will receive an unexpected windfall today. Too late to backtrack. Fraud pay up. His expression wavered, uncertain, suspicious. This unexpected windfall. Here, brother, take this money. I'll cover your windfall myself. Hand me your phone. I'll handle it for you. Brother Long hesitated, then reluctantly withdrew his phone from his pocket, clearing browsing history and privacy settings before passing it over. What are you doing? Nothing, merely securing your windfall. Lin Yang's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile as he accepted the device and immediately opened a lending platform. Loan application. A credit line of 1500 yuan. After submission, he returned the phone. Brother Long stared at the balance screen, eyes widening, breath catching, repeating, holy, like a broken chant. 150,000. Where on earth did that come from? Lin Yang silently touched the tip of his nose. Ahem, this is the unexpected fortune I applied for from the god of wealth 15000. Take it and spend it. The scarred man was taken aback, and with a loud bang, he slammed his hand on the table, his expression turning a few shades more sinister. Damn, do you think I'm an idiot? How could the god of wealth possibly give me 1500? Lin Yang was taken aback, realizing that he was indeed dealing with an idiot. He beckoned with his fingers, signaling the man to lean closer. After the scarred man hesitantly leaned in, Lin Yang gradually lowered his voice. Let me tell you the truth. Since you seem to be a smart person, this 15000 is the backup funds in your phone. It's a gift with the purchase of a phone, but do not let it be known. The secrets of heaven cannot be leaked. Lin Yang said casually, internally scoffing at the absurdity. How could someone lacking intelligence attempt to extort money from him? Are you still half asleep? Just spend this 15000 loan freely, and not a word will be said. It's from a black market, the kind that's really shady. When the debt collectors come knocking, you can still tell yourself you did a good deed. It's a case of black eating black. Not only would he learn a lesson, but he should also thank me. Upon hearing this, the scarred man's face immediately turned bright red. His breathing became increasingly rapid, veins bulging on his neck. Lin Yang looked on, wondering if he had lost his mind. Had he not been tricked? But the next moment, the scarred man shouted out in excitement, Master, you are indeed a true master. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. You are truly divine. Although I can't read, it doesn't stop me from wanting to present a banner to you, Master. All right, you can go now. Go indulge yourself. No need for the banner. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. The scarred man nodded gratefully and took a few steps before suddenly turning back, pulling out a few crumpled 10 yuan bills from his pocket. Thank you, Master. No need for thanks. Lin Yang smiled faintly, maintaining an air of an ethereal being. The live chat was going wild, with even sports cars being given away. Damn, this is hilarious. What a reward for a good act. This 15000 loan is so satisfying. 666, oh what a move. Hand over your phone, I'll cover the upgrade costs for you. Master really knows how to play. I suspect the master is hiding under the covers and memorizing his lines every day after the stream. Looks like he's a martial artist illiterate, can't even recognize the two characters for loan. Didn't I tell you that abandoning literature for martial arts wouldn't work? People truly don't feel tired when doing bad things. Taoist, what if he defaults and the debt collector comes looking for you? Wait, what's the Taoist doing now? Lin Yang hurriedly packed up his stall, glancing at his phone. What if he comes to me for collection? Isn't that obvious? He's run off, brother, he's run off. He'd be a marathon champion in this case. If he can find me, he's this good. Lin Yang gave a thumbs up to the camera and quickly grabbed his table and chairs to escape. It was a joke. Why would he stick around to be found and picked on? He probably wouldn't spend that 15000 for long. His fate was that of a gambler. He would bet, even with just 200 yuan on him, likely influenced by that master's teachings. Betting is a form of wisdom. I would even give 1,000,000 to those who betray me, and applause would follow. The live chat erupted in laughter. Now I understand why the Taoist doesn't set up stalls in the same place. Getting caught would be a real nightmare. Don't you think the Taoist's actions are excessive? Lending someone tens of thousands, how long would it take for them to pay it back? He should have lent him 1,000,000 so he couldn't pay it back at all. Sorry to the one above, but my gun has already fired, and once it fires, someone dies. Speak faster in your next life. Lin Yang quickly left the university area, heading towards a nearby park. His Taoist robe attracted many gazes, but most people just sneered at it. Suddenly feeling a bit hungry, given the situation, let's eat first. He rubbed his stomach, as a monk should adhere to the natural way of things. In plain terms, it means doing whatever you want. But nearby was a food court selling things to students which he dared not eat. Well, those who understand will understand. A merchant can sell anything to students. He found a small restaurant next to the park and casually sat down. Before long, a young waitress approached. Seeing Lin Yang's attire, she was clearly taken aback. Taoist, you're here to eat too. Lin Yang was startled, almost spitting out his drink. I usually drink Northwest Wind. Today the wind is cool, and I drank too much and got stomach issues, so I changed my taste and want something warm. The waitress' face turned red, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. No, Taoist, that's not what I meant. Our restaurant's signature dishes are all about pork knuckles and roasted meat. If you want vegetarian dishes, I'd have to go buy them. No need, just serve me your signature crispy pork knuckle and add 4 eggs, 2 fried, 2 boiled. Lin Yang said casually, but from the corner of his eye he noticed a chubby man sitting at the door, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he were a streamer. Oh, the Taoist is quite the foodie. Do you know why 4 eggs? Each method of cooking offers a different flavor. As the saying goes, you eat with your mouth, smell with your nose, and see with your eyes. You upstairs are quite the foodie yourself. Purely a Jiangnan person. On the other side, Liangzi, who loved to eat braised dishes, had a live stream with 3,000 viewers. In the live chat, a man weighing 300 to 400 pounds was sitting with a big belly eating stir-fried potato slices over rice. Seeing the barrage of comments that felt like curses, Liangzi felt a bit heartbroken, but still forced himself to act tough. You guys don't understand, do I have a big appetite? I'm not fat. Oh my brothers, this braised dish is truly flavorful. He was vigorously shoveling the potato slices into his mouth while watching the comments. Pigs eat this way, yes, this is how it should be done, big bites. He must be 400 pounds by now, eating like this, waiting to be done in. Even a deity couldn't save him. I second that this guy might choke himself to death one day. The fat is pressing on his trachea, he's already 420 pounds, and who knows when he'll be gone. Liangzi was looking at the comments eating when he suddenly got anxious. You guys are talking nonsense. I've had fortune tellers predict my future. They said I can eat and drink whatever I want and still live to be 120. On the surface, he didn't care, even trying to comfort himself. Who wouldn't fear death? Especially when eating, facing so many idle comments. But if he wanted to make money, there was only one path to tread. That scammer tricked you and you actually believed it. Right, it's all about fearing for one's life. Nonsense. That master couldn't possibly deceive me. I'm sure I'll live long. Liangzi said angrily while chewing on an egg. Wait, the Taoist behind you looks like a streamer. Why not go ask him for a fortune? Hey, I think I've seen that Taoist before. It seems like he has some skills. 51 level Abyss Dragon. Go ask him for a fortune. Seems good. Accurate. After a while, the dishes were served. Lin Yang was happily gnawing on a crispy pork knuckle when a man as massive as a mountain approached his seat with a hint of skepticism. Lin Yang was taken aback. This man must weigh at least 400 gene, right? Even before he arrived, his enormous appetite had already come into view. Taoist, everyone in my live stream says you can tell fortunes and that you are also a streamer. Is that true? Liangzi, with grease all over his mouth, asked hesitantly, panting heavily after taking a few steps from the entrance. Lin Yang had just torn off a piece of pork skin and nearly choked before he could swallow it. What do you want to know? I want to know if my health is good. The trolls in my live stream keep saying I'm going to die soon. Liangzi sat across from Lin Yang, and within a couple of sentences, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He glanced again at the large pork knuckle on Lin Yang's table and swallowed hard. Given your figure, the comments in your live stream make a lot of sense. After all, every person has to die, whether heavy as a mountain or light as a feather. Your build is almost like a boulder, so it's not all bad. The viewers in both live streams erupted in laughter. Huh, the Taoist's tongue is as sharp as ever. But can you tell me how long my electronic pet can still stream? Old Wang's funeral home providing all kinds of flower wreaths and paper coffins. Can your Taoist really tell fortunes? I'm quite curious when he'll come to do business with me. Ooh, I've been following him for a long time. I really like how this Taoist speaks. Followed. Liangzi's live stream, which had 3,000 viewers, now only had 2,800 online, with 200 people already running to Lin Yang's live stream to follow. Seeing this, Lin Yang thought, can it boost my popularity? Then I might as well give him a proper reading. Taoist, you don't understand. I have a big appetite. It's not that I'm fat, my stomach has just expanded. This big appetite doesn't affect my life, though I've always thought of myself as a normal person. Liangzi raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit indignant as he defended himself. Lin Yang chuckled, setting down the pork knuckle and wiping the grease off his hands. Let me ask you, how long have you and your brother been living apart? How long has it been since you last saw him? Lin Yang's words struck Liangzi's big appetite like a heavy hammer, rendering him instantly silent, his face blank. After a long hesitation, he licked his remaining 2 teeth and forced out a sentence. Well, that shouldn't affect my health, right? A master once told me that I could live to be 120 years old. Lin Yang was taken aback. Wow, this isn't fortune telling, it's fraud. How dare someone tell a 400 gene person that he would live to be 120? It's mostly a case of one person daring to say it and the other daring to believe it. First, write your birth details on a piece of paper. They'll calculate it for you. Oh, and first you need to pay. As Liangzi hesitated to pay 100, Lin Yang bent down and took out red paper and a pen from the bag by the table. After receiving the paper and pen, Liangzi used his belly as a table, placing the paper on it to write down his birth details. Lin Yang wiped his hands and looked at the details. Oh my goodness, this is quite a character. He kicked his dad and beat his mom, doing all kinds of evil just to gain followers, and weighed over 400 gene. His health situation was a complete mess, like a mountain of crap code running amok. High blood lipids and high blood sugar caused his blood to barely flow, while high blood pressure just happened to compensate for that. Lin Yang shook his head and slowly spoke. You have 3 hurdles in your life, but I am more curious about how that master who told you could live to 120 explained it to you. Liangzi cleared his throat twice, causing his big belly to tremble. That master didn't say it outright. He just said I'd face a hurdle after 90 years. Lin Yang nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. That master isn't a fake. He's quite accurate. Liangzi was delighted. Does that mean he could really live to 120? What can I eat then? I no longer have to worry about my weight. Master, you are a true master. So accurate. Hold on, I haven't finished speaking. Lin Yang spoke lightly. Your first hurdle is at 33 years old, which is next year. You'll have a car accident due to distraction, but well. You have a remarkable resilience surviving that accident with only minor injuries. Your car probably doesn't have airbags, right? Your big belly helped cushion the impact and kept you alive. Both live streams exploded with excitement, and numerous gifs flooded the screen in Lin Yang's live stream. 666. Survived a car accident. A legendary tough guy. Big belly, you raised me, I'll protect you. Awesome, the survival rate after a car accident went from 0 to 1. So incredible. If I got hit by a stroke of good fortune and went to the hospital for a checkup, the X-ray probably wouldn't penetrate. To get through his belly, you'd need gamma rays. While this Taoist's words are sharp, he seems different from others. I better follow him for now. This Taoist seems not a fraud. I'll keep observing, he appears to have some skills. Lin Yang continued, at 36, you'll face your second hurdle. Due to health issues, if you still can't control your appetite and sneak in 8 meals after your stream, you'll be heading to Big Belly Star. Liang Zi's forehead instantly broke into a cold sweat as he struggled to swallow. His voice trembled as he forced a smile, his facial muscles stiffened from fear. And master, does that mean if I get through this hurdle, I can live to be 120? Lin Yang shook his head. You think you can live to be 120? Why don't you cultivate immortality? Even I as a Taoist might not live that long. Moreover, based on the divination, Liang Zi is unlikely to change his eating habits. Other streamers induce vomiting after their broadcasts, relying on editing to fake eating. Liang Zi, on the other hand, is the opposite. The basic information from the divination shows that he not only doesn't fake eating, but also sneaks food after the broadcast. He divides one meal into 4 videos. You can't lose weight at all. Even if you could, you'd only make it to 45. Impossible. Taoist, you just said, I have a hurdle at 120 years old. How could it be so soon? Liang Zi's lips trembled and his eyes slightly reddened. 2 masters have told him this before, saying he would have another hurdle after 90 years. He was genuinely scared if he didn't lose weight, he would only have 4 years left. Any normal person would be frightened to hear this. Lin Yang glanced at the divination, hesitating to speak. Under Liang Zi's expectant gaze, he slowly revealed the reason behind the hurdle after 90 years. Lin Yang organized his words and slowly began to speak. After 90 years, you indeed have a hurdle, but it's not about living to 120. After you kick the bucket for over 50 years, it's because your belly is too big with too much fat and all the grease has liquefied. In layman's terms, it's like a person weighing 400 pounds having 300 pounds of fat. The fat decomposes and turns into oil. The geological exploration team would think they struck oil only to dig you out instead. Lin Yang's words had just finished when the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed to 800 and the comments flooded by. Wow, I'm really going to die laughing in this live stream today. What a way to be dug up after death, especially by the geological exploration team. Huh. 666, it don't call me when you dig up corpse oil. What if they thought it was oil, but with one shovel it turned out to be corpse oil? I can't help but laugh just thinking about it. Isn't this another form of demolition? A new house acquired. Goddamn geological exploration, digging for oil, I'm dying of laughter. Is the Taoist speaking the truth, or just spinning tales? This is just too funny. Liang Zi was dumbfounded, implying that his big belly had decomposed into fat, and the geological exploration team detected it thinking it was oil. Master, are you sure? You didn't miscalculate. Lin Yang firmly shook his head. Don't insult the Taoist's professionalism. The person who helped you with your fortune-telling didn't make a mistake. He just didn't say you would live to 120 years. Who says you can't have hurdles after death? Liang Zi swallowed hard, his face filled with fear, confronted by the horror of having only 4 years left. He murmured in terror, his thoughts clashing. No, I can't eat, but I'm so hungry. If I eat this meal, I'll definitely lose weight. Master, do you have any way to extend my life? I don't want to die so early. Liang Zi anxiously clicked his tongue, losing one of his remaining 2 teeth. Every word from Lin Yang felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Lin Yang turned his eyes. After the car accident, his internal organs must have been slightly damaged. Oh, perhaps a talisman could block some of that, maybe allowing him to live a few more months. I have talismans here, 1,002 each, that can ensure you remain uninjured in a car accident. I want one. Give me one, master. Liang Zi, upon hearing about anything that could extend his life, treated it as a lifeline. He immediately transferred the money to Lin Yang. Ding. WeChat payment of 1,200 yuan received. Lin Yang smirked, opened his system backpack, and exchanged for another talisman. Only 4 talismans remained this week. Exchange successful has been issued to the host's clothing pocket. In the next moment, Lin Yang felt something light in his pocket. He reached in and pulled out the yellow paper with red characters talisman, handing it to Liang Zi. Thank you, master. Liang Zi placed both arms on his big belly, carefully cradling the talisman, tucking it into his pants pocket. After expressing his gratitude, he returned to his live streaming phone and continued to showcase his food. Faith value 500, faith value 2001, 5000. Lin Yang looked at the faith value, shaking his head helplessly. There was no saving it. He simply finished off the remaining half of the crispy pork elbow, paid quickly, and continued to head to the nearby small park with his tools. In the park, he found a shady spot under a tree surrounded by elderly people walking and dancing in the square. Nearby, there was a blind date corner, but only a few sparse women and older ladies were wandering. Lin Yang stretched lazily, set up his things under the shade, and began to accept orders. However, after sitting under the tree for an hour, many people passed by his stall, stopping to watch for a while, but ultimately choosing to walk away. Lin Yang didn't actively try to attract customers. Even when encountering those with furrowed brows and red clouds, he didn't initiate any fortune-telling. Some causes and effects were things he couldn't interfere with, otherwise it would come back to haunt him. Only when others came to seek him out for fortune-telling and resolving issues could he intervene in those causes and effects. After waiting another half an hour, still no one came. Lin Yang scratched his head. Oh, was this location against him? At that moment, a silver-haired old lady was pulling along a woman with a fragrant arm and a butterfly tattoo on her chest, wearing a backless dress, slowly approaching. Taoist, can you tell about fate in marriage? Lin Yang nodded. Yes, I can. Is this your daughter? He curiously looked up at the woman. Tisk, what a smooth shoulder. The old lady immediately sat down with the blonde woman upon hearing that he could tell about marriage fate, starting to complain with a bitter melon face full of worries. Oh, Taoist, my daughter is already 26 this year and doesn't even have a boyfriend. She has visited many blessed temples over the years, but hasn't produced any results. It's worrying. Where does she work? The blonde woman hesitantly cleared her throat. She sells things on the commercial street. Oh right, she sells things on the commercial street, earning 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Her personality is also very good, and she's not bad looking. Why has she not found a boyfriend? Even if she has dated, they break up after a while. What should we do, Taoist? It's so worrying. I want to use her betrothal gift to help her brother pay the down payment. The silver-haired old lady sighed several times, her face full of helplessness. Lin Yang keenly caught the key information. Madam, are you from Jiangbei province? From Jiangbei province. It's understandable that your daughter can't get married. The exorbitant betrothal gifts are famous nationwide. There are too many stereotypes when it comes to Jiangbei province. The comments in the live stream immediately became lively. 6 Jiangbei people wanting to buy a house for their brother. I can only say the buffs are stacked high. But I have to say, brothers, this girl is really beautiful. She's my type. I've worked like a mule my whole life. Oh, I want to indulge just once. Don't stop me. This woman's floral arm tattoos are not simple. Is this your type? Wow, I'm new here. The Taoist live stream seems interesting. You can encounter all sorts of things. The silver-haired old lady nodded. Yes, my daughter is so beautiful. Why can't she get married? Lin Yang's expression suddenly became strange. Madam, how much is your daughter's betrothal gift? Lin Yang touched the tip of his nose and curiously inquired. Bride price. My daughter's bride price is not high. Moreover, our family has no particular requirements for her future husband. The silver-haired woman sighed deeply, bringing her fingers together and counting off her daughter's criteria for a potential partner. My daughter is so beautiful, standing at 168 centimeters. The man must not be lacking in looks, right? A height of 180 centimeters is the standard, otherwise it simply wouldn't match. As for education, a respectable bachelor's degree is necessary. The man should at least hold a master's degree, right? This isn't too much to ask, is it, master? Lin Yang chuckled softly. Please continue. The silver-haired lady nodded, continuing with an air of superiority in her gaze. In traditional thought, how could a daughter marry beneath her? With such great qualifications and beauty, and with many suitors pursuing her, these conditions are not excessive at all. And then these 2 points are fundamental. A car and a house are essential, right? Our expectations aren't high. We just need a house within the 3rd ring of Jiangnan City, and a car around 200,000 should suffice. This is the bare minimum, isn't it? Lin Yang furrowed his brows slightly, but maintained a faint smile. A house within the 3rd ring would cost at least 2 million, plus the car. That implies the man must have at least 4 to 5 million at hand. A man with 4 to 5 million would not view marriage as a necessity. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Yang saw things quite clearly. Marriage is merely a forced bond for the poor. The silver-haired lady failed to notice the peculiar expression on Lin Yang's face and continued outlining her daughter's conditions. In Jiangbei, the bride price is typically 2,800. My daughter is so beautiful, adding an extra 1,000 is reasonable, right? Don't you agree, master? A bachelor's degree is also a plus, so adding another 1,000 should be fine. Being able to cook and care for others, adding another 1,000 is also reasonable, right? A bride price of 5,800 is not excessive at all. As soon as the old lady finished speaking, the live streaming room erupted in chaos. Now I understand why her daughter is single. She deserves it. 5,800 bride price. Why didn't I mention a Mercedes? I can only say with all these car and housing costs, the total comes to 4 or 5 million. At 26, she may disdain me for being unambitious, but at 18, she would be thrilled with a small gift I prepared. Wait, where's that guy who was ready to charge in for love, impulsively spending? Come on, charge, fire, cough. I might as well spend 588 to find number 88, whether it's love or not doesn't really matter. That shouldn't be the case though. This girl is quite beautiful, and there should be someone who can afford a bride price of 5,800. Moreover, a master's salary is not low, so there must be eligible candidates. Lin Yang twitched his lips. What a bride price of 5,800, but just as the bullet screen said, not everyone's wealth matches their intelligence. Moreover, this woman earns a decent amount every month, around 2,000 to 3,000, meaning she could earn the bride price in a year. There will always be fools willing to charge in for love, so why has she been failing at blind dates? How about this, ma'am? You pay the money first, and then write down your daughter's birth details on a piece of paper. I will help you calculate her marital fate. All right, no problem. Master, you must help my daughter well, as she's been unable to get married, and it's worrying me. The old lady fished out a crumpled red banknote from her pocket, took the paper and pen from Lin Yang, and proceeded to write down her daughter's birth details. The tattooed blonde woman had been quietly playing on her phone, occasionally glancing at Lin Yang with a hint of disdain. Taking advantage of the old lattice writing, Lin Yang curiously engaged her in conversation. Ma'am, logically speaking, with your daughter's excellence, shouldn't there be people eager to introduce her to potential partners? There should be quite a few eligible candidates. Why hasn't anything worked out? Upon hearing this, the old lady showed a hint of surprise on her face, as if her gaze was saying, Master, you truly are a master. Master, I wanted to ask you about this. The elderly ladies at the matchmaking corner, even my dancing partner from the square, have introduced boyfriends to this girl. The guys added her on WeChat, but after a brief conversation, they would come over saying they weren't suitable for my daughter and couldn't afford her. I asked Li Yuan, but she wouldn't tell me the truth. I asked the boys and they wouldn't say either. I have no idea what's going on. Is my daughter destined to be single? Lin Yang listened, his brow furrowing as if he had already guessed something. How many blind dates have you introduced her to? The old lady, while writing the birth details, frowned in recollection. There must be over 10. Every time, they would say it wasn't suitable the day after adding her and ask the matchmaker for other options. Master, please quickly calculate for my daughter whether she still has no marital fate now. The silver-haired lady finished writing the birth details and handed the note to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the paper, glanced at the details, and suddenly looked up at Li Yuan. She was calmly scrolling through her phone. Lin Yang lightly cleared his throat. Ma'am, your daughter currently does not have a suitable match, so do not rush to push her. When the time comes, she will naturally find someone. However, another reason is that your bride price is too high. 580,000 is a considerable amount, and the young men going on blind dates with your daughter will weigh the pros and cons. By the way, you should also have your daughter change her WeChat name. Many people feel it's unsuitable because of her WeChat name. The old lattice expression immediately showed surprise. Her brows furrowed deeply as if contemplating Lin Yang's implication. Master, are you saying my daughter's WeChat name is causing some kind of clash? Is it bad feng shui that prevents her from finding a partner? Not exactly, it's just that your daughter should keep her personal WeChat separate from her business WeChat. Lin Yang said lightly, a mysterious smile on his face. Li Yuan was taken aback, immediately raising her head to stare at Lin Yang in disbelief, subtly shaking her head. There was a hint of pleading and prayer in her expression. She immediately pulled on the silver-haired old lattice arm. Mom, let's go. The master is quite accurate. I'll change my WeChat name as soon as I get home. The silver-haired lady impatiently shook off her hand. Go, go, go. What do you mean, let's go? I've already spent my money. How can we leave without any calculations? Master, you haven't calculated anything. I can't believe a WeChat name could influence my daughter's marital fate. Just tell me plainly, when will my daughter find a partner? Lin Yang shrugged, preparing to speak frankly. No wonder so many blind dates ended without further contact. Initially, he was puzzled, but after looking at the birth details, he understood. Your daughter will likely find a decent man only after she turns 35 and can no longer be active in the dating scene. As Lin Yang finished speaking, the silver-haired old lattice eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with questions. An honest person taking over. What do you mean, Taoist? My daughter is so beautiful, how could she possibly end up with an honest person taking over? Do you even know how to calculate? If you can't calculate, then refund the money. My daughter has both education and looks. A bride price of 580,000 is not high at all. The old lady was almost furious, her face twisted in frustration, her voice rising 2 pitches, revealing her shrewish temperament. That demeanor seemed as if it could overturn the fortune-telling booth. Seeing this, Lin Yang spoke calmly. Your daughter is currently in the industry of flying chickens. Let me tell you, she changed her WeChat name because she directly put an airplane emoji in it. Who with even a bit of insight would want to date your daughter? The old lady was instantly confused. What airplane? Why didn't she understand? Wasn't her daughter selling things in the commercial street? She only knew that her daughter made money quite easily renting an apartment in the commercial street to sell things, occasionally flying out to play. I don't understand what you mean. My daughter is a flight attendant. Lin Yang paused. Well, that counts. Flight attendants fly all over the country, but your daughter is available everywhere in the country. For just 580, one can briefly possess her. Why should one be foolish enough to spend 580,000? Oh, as for the suitors adding her on WeChat and saying they were not suitable, I've also calculated that. It's not that no one can match her, it's the mess caused by mixing her business and private accounts. The suitor added your daughter on WeChat through a matchmaker, saying it was a friend's introduction, but your daughter sent over the price list and services. Now let me ask you, which normal person wouldn't run away to briefly possess her for 580, and using public transport for private use is 580,000. If one could negotiate a business deal, why talk about love? Do you think a master's degree is foolish? Lin Yang said, without holding back, leaving the silver-haired old lady sitting across from him dumbfounded, her mind suddenly blank. In the live broadcast room, the number of viewers surged past 1,000. Wow, wow, wow. This is so explosive. So someone went on a date and realized she was a flight attendant and ran away. The master speaks with such wisdom. No wonder he had her change her WeChat name. Honestly, I quite like this girl. She's beautiful and has long legs. I don't mind her past, who doesn't have one. I just enjoy being with you in the present, but 580,000 is too much. My family can't afford that much all at once. Can I experience it for 580 first? Uncle had a new plot. Keep going, I'm taking notes. I can already feel the despair of the suitor, who understands that when adding someone as a friend they send over the price list with a line about a friend's discount. It turns out the master had been holding back doing this for the girl's good. But let me tell you, once the master speaks, his words are indeed sharp. Each sentence is a dagger. The old lady gasped, feeling her brain was running out of oxygen. Wasn't her daughter selling things? Selling things. No wonder. No wonder she never wanted to find someone, and no wonder so many suitors added her WeChat, but never followed up, even cursing the matchmaker a few times. You? How could you do this? You've truly embarrassed our Li family. The old lady gritted her teeth, pointing at Li Yuan in disappointment. At this moment, Li Yuan's face was already flushed, nearly burying her head into the ground, her body tense, not uttering a word. 2 lines of tears silently streamed from the corners of her eyes, allowing the old lattice slaps to fall upon her. Even though each slap left a red mark, she merely groaned softly, not saying a word. Her body trembled continuously, her shoulders uncontrollably twitching. You're truly going to drive me mad. Our Li family's dignity has been completely lost. The silver-haired old lady slapped her repeatedly. Lin Yang calculated her fortune and frowned, suddenly slapping the table. Enough. Your daughter has a haunting spirit beside her, otherwise she wouldn't be in this industry. The old lattice hand that was about to strike stopped, looking at Lin Yang in confusion. What? Master, are you serious? Who is harming our Li family? Who has led my daughter to this profession? Lin Yang's expression suddenly turned sharp. The so-called haunting spirit is not the kind from myths and legends who are swallowed alive by tigers and cannot reincarnate. More accurately, they are the petty people who lead others astray, causing trouble. To put it simply, they are the plastic friends who cannot stand your success and often speak ill of your boyfriend, coaxing good women into wrongdoing. These all belong to that category. Don't you know who the haunting spirit is? You should know what your family has done. If it weren't for forcing your daughter to earn money to buy a house for her brother, do you think she would be in this industry? But I can't just let her support him for nothing. She has to repay her family. Now, not only does she have to buy a house for her brother, but she will also have to cover the bride price and wedding car. Otherwise, how can we old couple pay for it? Lin Yang scoffed, speaking to Li Yuan calmly. According to the divination, Li Yuan's fate was actually quite good, without illness or disaster. At the age of 30, she would suddenly come to her senses and break free from her family. After earning money for a few more years, she would wash her hands of the trade, marry an honest man who would take over without a bride price and bring a dowry of 5 million. After marriage, she would have 2 children, 1 son and 1 daughter, living a happy life without illness or disaster. Just break free from your original family. This bunch of vampires is not worth your gratitude. Let me do the math for you. From the clothes, food, housing, and education expenses from your childhood through high school and college, it totals 200. You have already repaid your family 2 million. That counts as filial duty. Your family is made up of haunting spirits who treat you as a tool. From your fate at 30 years old, you will see clearly and break away from your original family. At 35, you will find your beloved marry and have children. Lin Yang stood up, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder, encouraging her to break free from the haunting spirits, which is all virtue. Li Yuan's eyes were red, slightly stunned, her eyes shining with a bit more light. Thank you, Taoist. I understand now. She slowly stood up, walked to Lin Yang's side, and said, Taoist, I've always understood the principle. It's just that I needed someone to push me a bit. I've already come to terms with it. I want to break free from the vampire family. Thank you, Taoist. Give me your address, and I'll send you a service for free as a reward. Lin Yang shook his head with a strange expression, finding this way of gratitude a bit too overwhelming. They say sincerity is the ultimate weapon, but this is a bit too sincere. All right, break free from your family and start accumulating your own capital. Li Yuan nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude, feeling as if her entire demeanor had transformed. Now she had become more confident and open, as if she had nothing to worry about. She could live her own life and realize her own value. Taoist, you are a good person, thank you. Li Yuan bowed deeply, her face brimming with gratitude as she left without looking back, leaving only the silver-haired old lady stunned in place. Faith value 1000, faith value 30015000. The comments section exploded. Although that advice was whispered into Lin Yang's ear, the voice still reached the live stream. Isn't the Taoist too cruel? She could only express her gratitude with the most valuable thing she had, yet you still refused. Don't you know it would hurt her feelings? How about this, you give me the girl's WeChat, and they'll help you out. Actually, this girl is quite lucky. She is free from illness and disaster, while so many people in Long Country wish for just that, and she encountered a master who helped her escape her family. I might be starting to become a fan of the master. His words may be sharp, but whether he can really tell fortunes is still uncertain, yet he has a good heart advising the girl to break free from her family. This family of ghosts is truly something else. I'm just afraid that this shameless old lady will cause trouble for the Taoist. After all, she has just made the money-making tool clear-headed. Master, if the old lady comes to trouble, you just run away. Don't argue with her. This kind of old lady is really disgusting. Lin Yang smiled faintly, and in the next moment the silver-haired old lady seemed to suddenly regain her senses, her face filled with indignation. Li Yuan has left, but what about her son's bride price? What about the car and house? How could the elderly couple afford a wedding house and car for their son? And the root of all this trouble is Lin Yang. If it weren't for Lin Yang advising her daughter to sever ties, she wouldn't have lost her long-term source of income. You damn scammer. I'm going to report you right now. Just wait to be taken away. Otherwise let my daughter come back home obediently. Lin Yang's face flashed with disdain. Li Guifan, I can tell that your daughter is a flight attendant. You think I can't figure it out? Aren't your two sons not your husband's biological children? After finishing his sentence, he glanced at Li Yuanyuan's birth chart, revealing all the changes in her family. When she turned 41, her father died from anger. The reason being the sons are not biological, having been cuckolded by this silver-haired old lady. Li Yuanyuan's brother and his wife had a son, and the old man noticed that this grandson looked a bit unlike his son, so he took the grandson to the hospital for a DNA test. The result showed no blood relation. At first it was thought that the daughter-in-law had cheated on his son, but unexpectedly the son did another paternity test confirming he was indeed the biological father. Only then did the old man realize that the grandson had a blood relation with his son, but how could the grandson not have a blood relation with him? In other words, Li Yuanyuan's brother is not his biological child. He was cuckolded by the silver-haired old lady Li Guifan. Ultimately he left behind a remark, Li Guifan, you are truly ruthless, before passing away with Li Yuanyu and handling his funeral. The comments section erupted with comments flying everywhere. Wow, this makes me want to set up a stall with the Taoist. How many gossip stories will I hear in a day? Not only is it a nationwide reach, but a whole family of ghost son isn't even his own. 666. The master is truly something. He can deduce from Li Yuanyuan's birth chart that her son isn't biological. Impressive. At first I was worried the master would get beaten. I just went to the restroom, and how is the Taoist still so audacious? This revelation is so thrilling. This family is full of talents. The Taoist's tongue is truly sharp. I admire it so much. How can he dare to offend a Taoist? Lin Yang still maintained a faint smile as he watched the silver-haired old lattice expression change repeatedly. Her attitude suddenly softened, her face filled with confusion and terror, her frail hands trembling slightly. What you calculated is completely inaccurate. You are just spreading rumors. I don't want to argue with you, old lady. The silver-haired old lady murmured nervously, pulling out 2 wrinkled 100-yuan bills from her pocket and casually tossing them on the table. Just consider this a gift. It's not accurate at all. After saying that, the silver-haired old lady hurriedly left, realizing this was a true master who could actually calculate things. This news cannot let the old man know. Otherwise she will be finished. After the silver-haired old lady left, Lin Yang chuckled. She even gave 200 as hush money. She said he was a scammer, yet her actions were quite sincere. I, the Taoist, won't refuse free money. Picking up the cash from the table and putting it in my pocket. Today's earnings have reached 4,006. Many people in the live stream were also sending gifts. He glanced at the live stream backend. Over 200 yuan. Just one more order to make it 5,000, and then he'll call it a day? Absolutely no more work. The live stream was currently mocking the silver-haired old lady madly. Laughing to death, this old man has been fooled his entire life. How pitiful. I love seeing the old lattice defiant look. Clearly her hands were trembling, yet she pulled out 200 to throw at the master, as hush money still acting tough. Wow, didn't the Taoist earn nearly 5,000 today? Money really comes quickly. I'm so envious. Lin Yang looked at the comments in the live stream and chuckled. Today he earned quite a bit, but not as much as those fraudulent fortune tellers. Ahem, today the Taoist still needs a bit more to reach 5,000. Is there anyone who needs answers? Ask your questions in a hot air balloon. 6. The Taoist is starting to reel us in. I run fast. I am a 10-year-old fan of the Taoist. I advise you not to send gifts to ask questions, or else someone will be missing from the Taoist livestream. Want to get rich really? I don't believe it. Want to get rich sends a hot air balloon. One Lin Yang saw this, and immediately pulled Want to get rich onto the mic. A somewhat astute boy opened the microphone and nervously asked, Taoist, I have a question. I'm so poor. How can I resolve this? Lin Yang was taken aback. That's too scary. Your immediate priority is to leave my live stream. You scared me. Want to get rich's microphone immediately turned off typing on the screen. Want to get rich? Want to get rich disconnected and left the live stream. The live stream was almost laughing madly. I advise you not to connect with Lin Yang Taoist. You won't believe it. This has already been the 5th person to break the Taoist's defense. How tragic. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, instantly sensing that this man was his fated person. He immediately stopped interacting with the barrage of comments in the live stream and quietly observed the man's every word and action. The reason he was certain this man was his fated person was that he overheard the content of the man's phone call. Darling, my family doesn't approve of me dating. Sigh, can you give me a little more time? Once I convince my family, I'll officially be with you. Is that okay? At that time I want to fill my social media with you. The man sighed, while walking with the phone wedged between his ear and shoulder, kicking a small stone off the cobblestone path. Alright, I have something to do now. I'll call you back later. After hanging up, he hurriedly walked over to Lin Yang's fortune-telling booth, taking 2 steps at a time. Looking at the sign that read 100 for a reading, he hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Master, is your fortune-telling real? It's not a scam, is it? Which scam artist would admit they're a scam artist? Lin Yang replied with a calm smile as the sky gradually darkened, casually removing his sunglasses. Can you see it, master? If so, I won't proceed with the reading. It feels unreliable to have someone who isn't blind. The man mumbled softly, appearing hesitant. Lin Yang almost choked on his breath. Where else are you going to find so many blind people doing fortune-telling? Do you think I'm giving you a massage? Are you worried about whether my techniques are authentic? I suppose that's true. Then let's do a reading. He said 100 right. I'll scan you, master. After receiving the payment, Lin Yang nodded and curiously examined the Audi A6 key hanging from the young man's waist, wondering if he had a bit of money. All right, it's in. You want to read about your relationship, right? Please tell me the details. The young man immediately gave a thumbs up, really impressive. Master, you guessed I wanted to read about my relationship right away. Lin Yang smiled faintly, thinking to himself that the young man spoke as if he were using a loudspeaker. If he still couldn't guess what the young man wanted to inquire about, he might as well stop fortune-telling and go see an ear doctor. Master, my name is Song Yun. I'm 20 years old, a sophomore in the computer science department. I met her at the commercial street by the school gate. She said she liked me at first sight and asked if I was willing to give it a try. Then I thought there's money to be made and I could experience the taste of love. Master, you understand being in my 20s is the age of boundless energy. Ooh, I agreed. Later we met once a week. She drove a Porsche to pick me up. We've been together for 2 years, but she hasn't posted about me on her social media. My family is urging me to get married, and marriage could also earn me credits. She always said her family didn't approve of her dating, and she couldn't make our relationship public. She needed to seek her family's consent first. Master, do you think she is the right match for me? Can her family accept me? Lin Yang observed the questions and hopes filling Song Yun's face and smiled quietly. He wasn't being truthful at dating while getting paid. Based on the latest remote control he had and the Audi A6 key on his waist, it seemed more like a sugar baby situation. Thinking that he could earn money while enjoying himself, he only agreed because his family was urging him. The excuse of earning credits was just a cover. He wanted to seize the opportunity. To see if her family can accept you, we need to calculate her birth characters. Do you have her birth characters? Oh, I do. I saved them secretly before. Then write both of your birth characters on paper. Master will calculate for you. Lin Yang smiled lightly, pushing the red paper and pen toward him. As Song Yun wrote down the birth characters, he kept his head lowered, continuously mumbling. Master, I'm 22 this year. She's 28 and my family agrees to us being together. Why doesn't her family allow her to date? Although they are a wealthy family, they shouldn't prohibit dating at 28, right? Master, can you help me figure out how to win over her family? Maybe her family dislikes your age or something. You have to look at the birth characters to know for sure. But you probably haven't been entirely truthful, right? You must be supported by a wealthy woman, right? Song Yun looked a bit embarrassed, lowering his head and chuckling awkwardly. Master, you are really accurate. I'm convinced. Indeed, that woman offered 3,000 a month to support me and even provided me with a car. I just need to accompany her for 5 days a month. Lin Yang was taken aback. While these conditions were quite good, accompanying her for 5 days a month with a daily pay of 6,000 and a car provided. Moreover, she was a 28-year-old woman just about to enter her prime, a strong competition against a young man in his 20s. The barrage of comments suddenly exploded. 666. Wow, a daily salary of 6,000. No way, buddy. You're enjoying the life of a sugar baby too well. Master's insight is incredible. If I were to take on this job, I wouldn't feel secure unless I were given a steel wool ball. Is this guy just after the money? Does he really think entering a wealthy family is that easy? 10 years ago, I was taken in by a 60-year-old wealthy woman. Initially, I thought I could outlast her, but this year she turned 80. Her health is still good, and I'm almost 40, about to be replaced by the next batch. Master, I've thought about it too. The most likely reason is that her family monitors her very strictly. If she were to find someone, they would prefer someone from a matching background. Maybe I don't measure up. Song Yun mumbled disappointedly. After all, encountering a rich young lady like this, the romantic ideals in novels seemed trivial. He could only feel inferior before her. Not long after, the red paper was filled with their birth characters, which Song Yun respectfully handed to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the red paper and glanced at the characters. Wow. He looked at the birth characters and said, so you mean this woman can only see you a few times a month, right? Yes, master. She said her family is watching her, not allowing her to run around. They are very strict and she can only sneak out to meet me. But I have never complained, sigh. Master, is she really not my fated match? Lin Yang shook his head and slowly set down the red paper filled with birth characters. She is not your fated match. You will meet your fated match at 25, but without much interaction, you will encounter her again at 28 during a blind date before you start trying to connect. Hearing this, Song Yun was struck as if by lightning, dumbfounded for a long time before finally recovering. Oh, she's not my fated match. Is it because her family is interfering? Do her parents look down on me? Master, is there any way? I really want to marry into the family. I desperately want to become Olivian's son-in-law. Master, is there any way to make her parents accept us? Song Yun exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He longed for advancement and did not want to miss this chance to step into a wealthy family. Only after getting involved with a wealthy woman did he realize that for an ordinary man, crossing class lines is as improbable as winning the affection of a foreign president renowned for her beauty. Master, could you perform some kind of spell? In the movies, they do rituals, and then someone falls hopelessly in love. How much would such a rite cost? Lin Yang twitched a wry smile. You watch too many films. There are no such rites. Besides, do you think a wealthy family lacks their own masters? The richer they are, the more careful they are about these matters. Then what should I do, master? How can I make her family accept my existence? How can I make them agree to us being together? Song Yun's face crumpled like a bitter gourd, and he sighed helplessly. The master had told him that this woman was not his destined match, which meant he could at best enjoy a transient youthful romance. Lin Yang studied the 8-character birth chart in his hands, his expression odd, yet he still said slowly, she truly is not your destined match. Her family will not consent, and there is no remedy for that. Song Yun let out a long sigh and sank into despair, burying his head on the little fortune-telling table, utterly unable to make sense of it. Who in her family disagrees, master? I want to speak with her. Lin Yang muttered. Her husband does not agree. Song Yun was dumbstruck. He shot to his feet, bracing his hands on the table, his face registering complete bewilderment. Those words landed like a sledgehammer, striking his head with blunt force. His tangled thoughts smoothed away, and his gaze returned to the clear, naive stare of a university student. The live stream erupted in laughter as viewers flooded the chat and sent virtual gifs. The atmosphere turned boisterous and incredulous. Some observers remarked that the master must have foreseen this from the start. Others quickly pieced together a darker picture. The wealthy woman had a husband and also kept a young lover on the side. They guessed she had used the family's disapproval as an excuse to brush Song Yun off. No wonder there had been no public announcement. The household already had a husband, and Song Yun risked becoming the third party. Song Yun was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, but no words would come out. He did not know how to form a sentence and could only stammer. Taoist master. You mean that woman already has a husband? Lin Yang nodded, lowering his eyes to the birth chart as more details surfaced in his mind. Yes, she already has a husband. He is highly proficient at earning money, but he is lacking in certain masculine areas. That deficiency explains why she took a kept young lover. Her life is rather dramatic. Her husband is 22 years her senior. She herself was once a kept woman and gradually rose in status. She siphons money from her husband to support you. Song Yun froze again, utterly bewildered. The live stream swelled with amusement and curiosity as online viewers increased. The chat exploded with incredulous commentary and jokes, viewers speculating on the outrageous reality of such arrangements while the stream buzzed with amusement. Spectators riffed on the irony of private extravagance and marital discord, their remarks growing increasingly mocking as they tried to imagine the full arrangement. Their commentary ranged from incredulous anecdotes to ribald jokes, the crowd filling the stream with noisy amusement and incredulous advice. The speculation and banter spiraled on as viewers traded wild theories about the wealthy woman's motives and the young man's fate. Lin Yang said calmly that as long as her husband remained alive, Song Yun would always be in a secondary position. The husband was only in his 50s, and based on her fate, it would be another 20 years before she was truly free. By then her tastes might have changed. Taoist master. What am I to do then? Song Yun cried. I did not know she stole money from her husband to keep me. Can I still be with her? Lin Yang let out a short laugh. What do you think? Song Yun felt his face heat as embarrassment chased away some of his anxiety. After a moment of reflection, he realized that marriage was not the only option. Master, can I still stay with her? I cannot bear to leave her. Lin Yang did not hesitate to point out the truth. You are reluctant to lose her money, are you not? Song Yun flushed as the accusation hit its mark. There is that element, Song Yun admitted. Lin Yang nodded and advised, then you should improve your physical fitness. Train endurance, run long distances. Strengthen yourself. Song Yun inhaled sharply and pressed a hand to his forehead, thinking it over. After a long pause, he looked up at Lin Yang, half in doubt and half in resolve. Master, are you saying I should build my physique so the rich woman will be more dependent on me? Lin Yang waggled his index finger left and right. Rome. So you can run faster if her husband comes after you. Her husband probably works in construction. When he sends people, they will swarm you and block every escape. If you run slowly, you will be in for a world of hurt. Do you understand my meaning? Song Yun nearly burst out laughing and could not hide his disappointment. All right, master, I understand. I will go practice long distance running at once. Viewers in the live stream reacted with bewildered question marks, incredulous that he would train to escape rather than surrender the attachment completely. The chat continued to mock and to offer dubious advice, some joking about the folly of choosing money over safety, and others volunteering as dubious protectors. Some viewers half-seriously offered to help as sparring partners, while others speculated about the husband's occupation and the likely consequences. The banter rolled on until the young man finally departed. Lin Yang watched him go and shook his head in helpless amusement. After the exchange, Lin Yang glanced at the time. It was already past 8, and it was time to finish work for the night. He said goodbye to the live stream audience and ended the broadcast in a flash. He bought a simple portion of fried rice and a few duck snacks, then carried the food and rode a shared bicycle back to the temple. Returning to the ramshackle temple, Lin Yang frowned. The place was too dilapidated. Descending to the park to sell fortunes every day was not a sustainable way to live. He resolved to fold temple repairs into his plan, but money was tight. Earning 6,000 in 2 days was not nearly enough. The pace of income was disappointingly slow. Early the next morning, Lin Yang woke and immediately rode down to the small park to set up his stall. Before long, his first customer arrived. The day had begun, and the modest stream of visitors promised another day's labor and the slim hope of slowly improving the temple's fortunes. Lin Yang effortlessly started a live stream aiming to accumulate faith points as soon as possible by promoting Taoist culture. What title should I use for the stream's promotional tagline? Oh, this one is good, I'll go with this. He quickly typed a line on the promotional text and began the live. In an instant, 500 people flooded into the stream, and the public screen was filled with question marks. Who writes on their live stream that if you believe, then believe, and if you don't, get lost. Don't disturb me while I ascend. It's unique across the internet. You definitely won't see this kind of thing in other fortune-telling sessions, but this kind of arrogant statement from Lin Yang seems somewhat unsurprising. Lin Yang chuckled as he glanced at the comments, as surely this would help promote Taoist culture. This is what is meant by Tao follows nature. He nodded in satisfaction, then propped his leg up, watching a man nearby hesitating whether to come over for a fortune-telling. The two locked eyes, and the troubled man slowly approached, sitting down on a small stool in front of Lin Yang. Master, can you tell me about my fortune? Can you predict my financial luck? Lin Yang immediately nodded. As long as fate is right, anything can be predicted. The man, looking dejected, hesitated for a long time before pulling out his phone and sending over 100 yuan. Let's consider this a form of consolation. My luck has been quite bad lately. Even a trickster's comfort would give me hope. Moreover, I have some health issues. If I don't consult a master, my heart won't be at ease. Lin Yang looked at the 100 yuan that had already been received, a smile spreading across his face. Go ahead, tell me what you want to know. What's been happening with your luck lately? Well, it's hard to explain, master. My name is Li Yunpeng, and I'm a team leader at an operations company. Business was good before, but in the last 2 months it has plummeted. Colleagues from other teams are doing better, and many of my regular clients have gone to them, causing me to be scolded by my boss for several days. Master, is there a way to change my fate, or something like 5 ghosts moving wealth? I saw that some celebrities became famous after performing rituals. Can you do that? Lin Yang looked at him with a dumbfounded expression, almost blurting out the words foolish. If I could summon wealth with the 5 ghosts, would I still be sitting here selling fortunes? And don't think about changing your fate. Oh, just work hard as you reap what you sow. The cost of changing fate is something you cannot bear. Lin Yang was not joking. Is there really a way to change one's fate? Yes, there is. But the wealth one possesses in a lifetime is finite. Changing one's luck merely brings future wealth forward. Most people cannot bear this cost. Just as they spend all their money, something happens to their loved ones, yet they have already advanced their wealth by decades. The comments exploded in an instant, scrolling quickly. Did you all notice? The master only said he couldn't do it, but didn't deny its existence. What the hell? Should I still believe in science? Is there really a way to change fate? Is the master just bragging? How could such a thing exist? Is this a fake Taoist trying to deceive people? The suggestion from above referenced the master's stream tagline. Li Yunpeng sighed, deeply forcing a smile that reflected his troubled fate. I understand the principles, master, but I just feel that my luck has been particularly low lately, and I'm in a downer. Is there any way for me to get through this difficult period early? Lin Yang frowned, stroking his chin as he contemplated. Are you saying your colleague's business suddenly became incredibly prosperous? Was he like this before? Li Yunpeng paused, his expression becoming strange as he furrowed his brow, seemingly understanding what the master meant. He has never been this prosperous before, but it's as if he suddenly hit a jackpot. Master, my recent bad luck isn't related to him, is it? Lin Yang picked up some red paper and a pen from the table, handing them to Li Yunpeng. It's hard to say. You should write your birth date on the paper, and I'll calculate it for you. All right, master. Li Yunpeng immediately took the paper and pen, writing down his birth date. Just after writing a couple of strokes, his right eyelid suddenly twitched a few times, startling him. He swallowed hard, hesitating to write down the other half of his birth date. What if writing my birth date triggers bad luck? Why aren't you writing? Master, I forgot to mention something. For the past few days, my right eyelid has been twitching non-stop, sometimes several times in a row. This symptom has lasted for several days already. They say the left eye twitches for wealth, while the right eye twitches for disaster. I hope nothing will happen. Lin Yang twitched his lips, picking up his phone to look something up. Seeing this, Li Yunpeng's heart sank. Does the master need to consult information? What kind of problem could stump the master? This is hopeless. In the next moment, Lin Yang slowly spoke. It's true that the left eye twitches for wealth, but the right eye's twitching is caused by intermittent involuntary spasms of the orbicularis oculi and facial nerves controlled by the brain. After finishing his explanation in one breath, he paused to catch his breath before continuing to look at the bewildered Li Yunpeng. You young people should not be so superstitious. Don't jump to conclusions about the right eye twitching for disaster. You should believe in science. Li Yunpeng was completely baffled, his face displaying a large question mark. Master, you are calling me superstitious. The viewers in the live stream were nearly dying of laughter. You as a Taoist are calling others superstitious and asking others to believe in science. The most superstitious person isn't superstitious but believes in science. What? Did I wake up suddenly? How could I see the master criticizing others for being superstitious and urging others to believe in science? I need to sleep a bit more. The funniest part is that the master says to believe in the left eye for wealth while the right eye twitching is just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. What is he even talking about? Give me 200 yuan. The little brother is almost stunned being called superstitious by a charlatan. Lin Yang shrugged. What else can I say? If you're not superstitious, then how can I be? Li Yunpeng awkwardly laughed a couple of times. Since the master said so, he no longer hesitated and wrote down his birth date to hand over to Lin Yang. He sighed deeply, revealing a bitter smile, and said with a sense of relief, "Sigh, master, I just wanted to seek some psychological comfort. I know my business abilities have declined recently, leading to the loss of many clients." Lin Yang examined the birth date and stroked his chin. "No, there are petty people in your company undermining you." Huh. Li Yunpeng shot upright from his seat, palms slamming onto the table, disbelief etched across his face. He had merely sought solace from the master. Could it truly be that a hidden foe was undermining him? Master, is there someone sabotaging me at my company? Yes. Your professional competence is unquestionable, but your fortune is being siphoned by another, causing your performance to plummet. Lin Yang spoke with solemn composure, quietly examining Li Yunpeng's birth chart. Something was deeply amiss. The man's destiny had been subtly hijacked. These were precisely the years of his meteoric career ascent. His fortune should have soared, not stagnated. He could even have risen to the position of general manager, commanding an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands. If one's ascendant fortune is drained during such a pivotal phase, the consequences for the rest of one's life would be cataclysmic. Well, fortune can actually be borrowed. Did someone steal my time? I used to last half an hour. Lately it's just minutes. Wait, he came here seeking psychological reassurance, didn't he? So isn't the master just offering comfort after all? You're fine. The problem lies with the world. A hidden foe is sabotaging you. So terrifying. I'm literally scared hungry. I'm on a diet, but forget it. I need food now. Master, what do I do? Who is this saboteur? Li Yunpeng's voice trembled, his breath grew ragged and shallow. First, recall who among your colleagues has recently given you a gift, and what exactly did they give you? Let me think. My subordinate Tang Shu gave me a bag of potato chips, a colleague from the next desk handed me a bottle of AD calcium. Xiao Wang gifted me 2 Wangzi milk candies. Lin Yang twitched at the corner of his mouth and hastily waved his hand. Stop, stop. What object did they give you? What's currently on your person or placed at your workstation? Oh right, only Wang Gang from the adjacent team gave me a ceramic lucky cat. It's sitting on my desk right now. Lin Yang nodded, faintly, fingertips brushing his nose. That was undoubtedly the source. A lucky cat itself is auspicious, symbolizing wealth attraction, but its hollow ceramic body makes it dangerously susceptible. If anything illicit is concealed within, the talisman transforms into a harbinger of financial ruin. And how has his performance been lately? Li Yunpeng recoiled in shock. Recalling the timeline, he realized his slump began the very next day after receiving the lucky cat, while the other man's success exploded. Even his own boss, once unwaveringly loyal, had defected to conduct business with him. He's thriving. He's poached nearly all my clients. Then it's confirmed. If my calculation holds true, the lucky cat contains a yellow talisman inscribed with the words, "I claim 3 years of your fortune," perhaps even several banknotes. Lin Yang spoke calmly. Yet before him, Li Yunpeng swayed unsteadily and collapsed heavily into his chair. His eyes widened with dazed terror. He swallowed hard, throat dry, utterly paralyzed by dread. Master, what do I do? Can you help me? I'm terrified. Save me. I can, but I must examine the object firsthand to determine the proper resolution. Is your office far from here? Not at all. It's just next door. Then fetch the lucky cat immediately, and take several photos of your workstation. As if suddenly anchored by purpose, Li Yunpeng nodded frantically, sprang to his feet, and after stumbling mid-stride, scrambled upright again and dashed off. Within minutes, Lin Yang watched Li Yunpeng sprint toward the park gate, clutching the ceramic lucky cat to his chest. His face betrayed raw fear. He kept glancing down at it as though expecting it to stir to life. The moment he reached the fortune-telling stall, he hurled the lucky cat onto the table, then recoiled several paces, neck craned, face pale with horror. Lin Yang let out a soft chuckle, ran his fingers over its smooth surface, then shook it gently. The hollow interior echoed with a distinct rattle. Whoa, there's actually something inside. I'm already terrified. Don't panic. I'm live in the stream. I've pulled 3 straight overtime shifts and still haven't received my overtime pay. My resentment dwarfs this thing's. 3 days of overtime. At least you got exhausted, even if you didn't get paid. Master, stop shaking it. Just open it already. Don't tease us. Go in. Lin Yang cradled the lucky cat, unscrewed its base, and sure enough, a yellow talisman tumbled out from its hollow belly, wrapped around 500 yuan in cash. He unfolded the talisman onto the table. A cryptic crimson sigil dominated the center beneath, which scrawled the crude inscription, "I claim 3 years of your fortune." Li Yunpeng recoiled violently, legs snapping shut, as if about to lose control of his bladder. Master, what do I do? No wonder my fortune's been so wretched lately. Can you break it, master? I never imagined that treacherous worm would dare siphon my destiny. I'm petrified. Li Yunpeng had completely unraveled. Sweat glistened on his brow, and he maintained a rigid 2-meter distance from the stall, too afraid to step closer, yet still dared to peer forward. Breaking it is possible. This is a fortune-siphoning talisman. The money is fortune-siphoning currency. I could dispel it, but doing so would entangle me in karmic consequence. Our fates are not yet aligned. Master, name your price. Just break it. Li Yunpeng's voice cracked. He knew money meant nothing besides survival. 500 yuan. Agreed. Lin Yang smiled, faintly retrieving an ink brush and cinnabar from his portable kit. Master, are you performing a ritual? Are you engaging in astral combat with the one who cast this curse? Will you be in danger, master? Lin Yang glanced sideways, eyebrows lifting in mild bewilderment. Didn't I tell you earlier? Don't be superstitious. Trust science. It's done. Take it to a crossroads and burn it. Lin Yang casually handed the neutralized talisman to Li Yunpeng. Trembling, Li Yunpeng accepted it and froze, staring blankly at the paper. His expression shifted, then softened. Fear strangely began to recede. Master, you're certain that simply writing "rebound" on the talisman nullifies its power? The livestream audience collectively gasped. They'd clearly seen the talisman's original inscription. I'm dying laughing. The master keeps insisting we trust science. Wait, so that's how it's broken. Smear the original sigil with cinnabar, scribble "rebound," and poof, the curse dissolves. Is this the master's quintessential display of Taoist austerity? One side, I claim your fortune. The other, no, you don't. Rebound. Lin Yang nodded affirmatively. Of course it can be broken. If it rebounds, what else can he borrow? Li Yunpeng scratched his head in confusion. Although the Taoist had a point, something about it felt unreliable. How so? Does that mean I haven't borrowed luck yet? Lin Yang nodded, touched the tip of his nose and pointed at the 500 yuan in the fortune cat, seriously spouting nonsense. Yes, it's resolved. If you want to get rid of bad luck, just buy 2 money trees and place them on your desk facing south. Taoist, is that really? My luck lies in the south. No, it's because the sun shines the brightest there and money trees thrive in sunlight. And this 500 yuan, it's borrowed luck money. If you don't want it, it'll help you dispose of it. Okay. Taoist, please help me dispose of it. Li Yunpeng said with a terrified expression. He got a bit anxious just hearing the word borrowed. Just then his phone suddenly rang. Li Yunpeng picked up the call in confusion, and his expression shifted from bewilderment to puzzlement, then to shock. A big client is looking for me. Great. I'm heading back to the company right now. After hanging up, he quickly gave Lin Yang a thumbs up, then grabbed the 500 yuan and hurried toward the company. After seeing Li Yunpeng leave in a rush, Lin Yang put the 500 yuan into his pocket. This poor Taoist will keep you in the Qinkuan bag and torment you well. Those who believe will have, and those who don't will have 500 yuan. Faith value 1500, faith value 5001, 5000. Drawing a lottery for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining martial arts divine powers, including grappling techniques, tongbei, fist weapon usage, etc. Lin Yang was taken aback. This reward was somewhat effective after all martial arts are still a form of law. If you don't understand Taoist techniques, this poor Taoist knows a bit of martial arts. Just then various martial arts moves appeared in his mind, and with a light punch the air was shattered with a sonic boom. Whoa, that's pretty impressive. He turned to look at the live stream room and found it was in chaos. What the hell? Taoist, did you just create a sonic boom? Normal boxers can't punch that fast. I'm a professional boxer and I can't punch that fast. Taoist, you're amazing. Are you secretly creating a sonic boom with your punches? Taoist, are you secretly cultivating without us? What's the big deal? Isn't it just the sound from your loose sleeves? Where does the sonic boom come from? It's not that impressive. If you really could create a sonic boom, wouldn't you be able to punch a cow to death? Lin Yang looked at the barrage of comments, cleared his throat a couple of times, and remembered he was still live streaming. What cultivation? You should believe in science. 666. You created a sonic boom and then told us to believe in science. How can we believe? You know about the 1999 confidentiality agreement, right? I'm not hiding anything. I personally saw Taoist Lin drive away the Trisolaran, blowing up the alien fleet with a single punch. Yes, I also saw it. Taoist Lin was leading the way for the Trisolaran. Has the Taoist turned believe in science into a catchphrase? Lin Yang shook his head, realizing they wouldn't believe him anyway. He simply sat there waiting for a fateful person from noon until the afternoon, when he noticed a sneaky-looking man constantly glancing his way. At a glance, Lin Yang could tell that this man had a dark aura over his brow, indicating potential legal troubles. Moreover, the black mist shrouding his brow was quite thick, suggesting he was unlikely to escape. If the brow were red, it might mean he had a murder case, whether he was the perpetrator or the victim, or perhaps he had seen some dirty business. The man with the shifty eyes watched from a distance for a while, then pretended to just enter the park, feigning a curious expression when he saw the stalls. Taoist, are you a fortune teller? Can you predict anything? 100 yuan per divination. Then let's do a divination. I'm in a good mood today. Let's see if I can unexpectedly make some money tonight. The man sat on the bench with a grin, pulling out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and placing it on the table. Lin Yang's expression turned strange, and he waved his hand. I won't accept this money. Oh, just scan the code. Huh. Master, are you now advocating for a no-trace work ethic? Professional. The shifty-eyed man gave a thumbs up and started chatting with Lin Yang. He chose to pay by scanning the code. Ding, 100 yuan received via WeChat. Lin Yang nodded and said with a stern face, so what do you want to predict? Oh, Taoist, I want to see if I have luck these days, whether I can win something in the slot machines. Slot machines? What kind of machines? It's the fish-catching machine. I don't know if I can win anything. I've lost for several days in a row. Lin Yang twitched his mouth. Wow, gambling, that's a crime on top of a crime. Is this really that fun? You've lost so many days in a row and still want to keep playing. The shifty-eyed man sighed deeply, saying helplessly, we haven't met our performance goals and Brother Go insists that we must play. If we don't play, we'll be kicked out of the gang. Brother Go? Who is Brother Go? Which gang are you from that is so strict? Upon mentioning this, the man perked up, looking around with his shifty eyes. Brother Go is our boss. We specifically collect protection fees. If I don't meet my performance target, I'm forced to play the fish-catching machine. But while playing, I found it quite fun. It's a bit addictive. Lin Yang was a bit bewildered. Is this some kind of underworld organization? This is too much of a crime. Life is becoming more and more like a judgment day. Who are you collecting protection fees from? Isn't it very strict now? Lin Yang asked curiously, trying to pry more information. Of course. People are quite clever now, and they don't pay protection fees at all. So we've taken a different approach, letting our subordinates take orders specifically targeting older men. Then when they finish, we just push the door in and catch them in the act. Most people would choose to pay to settle the matter quietly. Lin Yang was taken aback again. Buddy, are you stacking buffs here? PhD, underworld organization, extortion, and blackmail. The more he spoke, the thicker the dark aura on his forehead became, even nearing the color of ink. What if you encounter someone with no money? Or someone who refuses to pay? As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the live stream room exploded. I saw the desire to join the group on the Taoist's face. Is this guy not playing with Taoist Lin? Who would be foolish enough to say such things? Taoist, stop. There are all kinds of people outside. This guy's life is really becoming more like a judgment day. This is already an 18-year sentence. No money. Refuse to pay. Then we'll rip out your heart and lungs. Straight to our hideout. Kidnapped, kidneys harvested, then released. The man with shifty eyes and a sly grin chuckled softly. His expression relaxed, as if dismissing the matter as mere trivial hardship. Oh, I see. You'd like your fortune told. Write down your birth date and time on this paper. I'll divine it for you, Master Taoist style. The shifty-eyed man instinctively glanced around, lit a cigarette, let it dangle from his lips, and jotted his name and Botsi, the 8 characters of birth, onto the paper with his left hand. Brother, want a smoke? No thanks. Oh, just finish writing first. If your divination proves accurate, join the Tianyin gang as our chief strategist. You'll earn far more than peddling fortunes on the street. He chuckled, pen poised mid-sentence, then abruptly halted, set down paper and pencil, and cast a wary glance over his shoulder. Pinching the smoldering but between 2 fingers, he snuffed it out, wincing sharply as the heat seared his skin. Lin Yang frowned sharply. Is he trying to erase his fingerprints? Sir, times have changed. Fingerprint analysis is obsolete. We're now profiling DNA. Master, here's my Botsi. Any sign of sudden wealth in the near future? Lin Hao's past surged vividly into Lin Yang's mind the moment the characters touched his gaze. He set the paper aside, brow furrowed in bewilderment. Wait, first tell me, why did you steal money from the donation box at Fogio Temple? The man froze, then shot up a thumb, beaming. A true master indeed. You've divined it in one. Yesterday, the Bodhisattva herself granted me salvation. What do you mean? Bodhisattva saved you? Exactly. My sales target wasn't met the day before yesterday, and with no cash to play the fishing arcade game, I went to borrow money from the Bodhisattva herself at the temple, and I solemnly vowed, once I struck it rich, I'd repay her in full. Lin Yang twitched at the corner of his mouth, utterly speechless. Hold on. First clarify this, why did you steal from the donation box? Master, don't phrase it so harshly. I borrowed it from the Bodhisattva herself. I planned to use that money to play the fishing arcade, hoping for a massive win, but lost it all. He spoke with quiet dejection, not a shred of accuracy in his belief. He'd even wondered whether the coins in the donation box carried some auspicious blessing. Yet every last coin vanished into the machine. Lin Yang rubbed his nose bridge, brows knotted tightly. He truly couldn't fathom such logic. That's still theft. What does borrowing have to do with it? The shifty-eyed man bristled, tilting his chin upward. I knelt and kowtowed 3 times, properly. I sincerely petitioned the Bodhisattva herself, and she agreed to lend me the funds. That statement short-circuited Lin Yang's mind. He'd weathered countless absurdities, yet none had ever detonated inside his skull like this. Wait, how could a statue possibly agree? The Bodhisattva's image is carved stone. How did she consent? The man smirked dismissively, then proudly raised his right hand. Master, clearly you lack cultural literacy. The Bodhisattva herself signaled her assent, with an OK gesture. He curled his right thumb and forefinger into a circle, mimicking the serene pose of the temple statue, and extended his arm fully onto the table. After all, the Bodhisattva originated in India, so fluency in Western gestures is perfectly reasonable. See, she gave me the OK, her formal approval, so naturally, I took the money from the donation box. Lin Yang's mouth twitched violently. Now even OK or not OK has entered the divine lexicon. Tell me, could her OK actually mean 3 years minimum? The live stream exploded with laughter, comments flooding the screen at breakneck speed. Bodhisattva herself, OK or not OK, black-haired one. His intellect is so extraordinary, I'm beginning to suspect his claims are genuine, not performance art. 666. Woke up, opened Douyin, and found someone robbing a temple donation box. This man is legendary. No wonder the master refused his 100-yuan note. It was stolen money. The man instantly hunched his shoulders, scanning the surroundings warily, his eyes flickering with fear as he swallowed hard. Surely not, master. Monks don't tally donations daily. The affair remains known only to heaven, earth, you, me, and the Bodhisattva herself. No one else could possibly know. Lin Yang's expression hardened. Don't you know? 3 feet above your head a deity watches. The man flinched, shrinking inward, his gaze turning blank with dread. So, other deities witnessed my borrowing. Will this ruin my fortune? Not at all. No celestial being observed you. Trust science. The man exhaled deeply, visibly relaxing as he grinned. Phew, good. I'd feared that proverb was literal after all. But 3 feet above your head hangs a surveillance camera, mounted directly above the Bodhisattva's head, infrared equipped. Lin Yang's tone turned grave, judging by this man's fate structure. Every crime he confessed was verifiably real. Cumulatively, it warrants life imprisonment. Your fortune is irrevocably severed, but if you surrender voluntarily now, your sentence may be reduced. At the word surrender, the man's face chilled, like a switch flipped. His legs tensed subtly, his right hand slid slowly off the table, hanging naturally at his waist, fingers brushing the concealed object tucked within his belt. Master, I was only joking. No fool would truly steal from the Bodhisattva. Heck ha! Lin Yang scoffed. Is that so? Yet the banknote you first handed me, wasn't it taken straight from that very donation box? He'd refused it because to his eyes money from the donation box shimmered faintly gold, unlike ordinary currency. Initially, he'd mistaken the man for a Buddhist monk come to provoke him, given the doctrinal rift between Fogio and Taoism. But the Botsi confirmed it, this man's destiny was etched in chains. The man's gaze turned icy, transformed utterly from his earlier mirth. You're frighteningly accurate, master, but I advise you mind your own affairs. Lin Yang shrugged, leaning back in his chair. I urge you to surrender. Your fate structure declares arrest within 3 days. I speak for your sake. Reduced sentencing awaits. Meddling fool. Damn it. In one fluid motion, he drew a spring-loaded knife from his waistband and rested its tip silently upon the table. Lin Yang's smile gradually faded. Was he trying to play martial arts with me, the Taoist master? The viewers in the livestream also witnessed this scene, shocked by the man's fierce and intimidating appearance. Damn. Master, call the police. Let's avoid the spotlight for now. Yes, Taoist. Let's avoid the spotlight. He has a knife. The spring knife is incredibly sharp. Let's call the police after he leaves, or we would be at a disadvantage fighting him barehanded. This fierce and intimidating appearance. It truly doesn't seem like acting. What kind of seasoned actor could portray the feeling of a desperate criminal being exposed? Taoist, where are you setting up your stall? Do we need to report to your uncle? No matter how high the martial arts skills are, one still fears the kitchen knife. Although it can produce a sonic boom that's merely for show, we can't truly fight with real swords and knives. In the next moment, Lin Yang suddenly drew his hand and grasped the knife handle while simultaneously launching another hand punch towards the man's face. Bang. Oh, damn you. The man's nose was struck solidly by a punch and blood gushed out immediately. He uncontrollably fell backward. Seeing this, Lin Yang executed a joint lock, his movements exceedingly natural, as if he had practiced this in real combat hundreds of times, firmly gripping the man's neck and seizing the knife. Touching me, the Taoist master. I hope you know your place. I possess some knowledge of martial arts. If you harm me, I also have some medical skills. If unfortunately you die by my hand, I know how to perform a funeral, and I understand feng shui. Ensuring your service is comfortable, scattering your soul. Trying to act tough, huh? Lin Yang held onto the back of his neck with one hand while the other hand was poised to strike. The man with blood gushing from his nose immediately closed his eyes and shrank back repeatedly. Hey, Taoist, you are going to kill me. That's murder. You'll go to hell. Lin Yang sneered, increasing the pressure with his hand, gripping the back of the man's neck. Murder. If the king of hell calls you to die at midnight, I am merely sending you down early. Everything follows the natural way of the Tao. Damn, Taoist, you are impressive. You made him wealthy with one hand. His nosebleed shot up 2 meters high. What a natural way of the Tao. The Taoist can do whatever he wants. Doesn't this count as following the natural way of the Tao? Upstairs, you have become a mature old fan, and I am very glad. Not to mention, Taoist, how can you be so impressive? This guy is a living, breathing thug. And he has a knife. Yet he was subdued by the Taoist with one hand. At that moment, 2 uniformed officers patrolling from the park entrance saw the scene and quickly drew their batons, rushing over. Lin Yang looked up, smiling faintly. This guy is a thug operating a gambling den, kidnapping, organ trafficking, and organizing illegal activities. Oh, by the way, he's part of an organized crime gang. I've already calculated his crime location. The 2 officers were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. Comrade, are you serious? You could be held legally responsible for that statement. Lin Yang nodded. He said it himself. My livestream has a replay feature, and he attempted to stab me with a knife. Fortunately, I have some knowledge of martial arts. He glanced at the officer's insignia on the shoulder, discovering he was a 3rd-level sergeant, a squad leader. All right, comrade, let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Shoan, the security captain of the Sihai District Police Station. If what you said is true, this is a major case. Please accompany me back for further investigation. Chun Shoan exchanged glances with another young officer. Disciple, go to the entrance and bring the police car here. Got it, master. Lin Yang looked at Chun Shoan's demeanor, noting his integrity, indicating a promising future. The thug saw the officers arriving and initially thought about resisting, but instantly lost the will to fight, allowing Chun Shoan to put the silver handcuffs on him. Before long, the young officer drove the police car over. Chun Shoan voluntarily opened the back door, looking a bit conflicted. The police car's back seat was specially designed, only able to be opened from the outside, and there was a wire mesh. It was specifically for transporting criminals. The police station staff found nothing unusual and were accustomed to it. However, they were concerned about a master like him, fearing he might have some preferences and did not want him sitting in a seat used for long-term criminals. Thank you for sitting in the back seat for a moment. Lin Yang didn't mind holding the phone that was still live streaming, sitting in the back seat with the thug. On the road, Chun Shoan learned a lot from Lin Yang. Lin Yang recounted the events in detail, and when he and the young officer heard about the Buddha, they couldn't help but laugh. Upon arriving at the police station under Chun Shoan's reminder, Lin Yang turned off the live stream and walked into the interrogation room with the man. However, he was seated at the note-taking position while the thug was directly handcuffed to an iron chair. Chun Shoan held a pen and paper, asking Lin Yang to recount the events once more. After completing the notes, Chun Shoan moved a stool and curiously sat beside Lin Yang. Master, did you really calculate all this? Not exactly, it's more of an estimation plus a bit of calculation. Chun Shoan hesitated for a moment, turning to see the police chief outside the interrogation room, signaling him. He immediately nodded to the chief, and his demeanor became respectful. Hiss. Taoist, the man's statement is complete. He has admitted to many things and provided evidence. The only thing that can't be confirmed is the location of the organ trafficking by the organized crime gang. Lin Yang calculated with his fingers and accurately stated the location where Dog Brother was hiding, along with the position of the old base, leaving it to them to investigate on their own. Sure enough, not long after good news came from the front line, the members of the Tianyin gang, which the city bureau had been tracking for a long time, were caught all at once in the underground gambling den of the Tianyin gang headquarters. The leader of the Tianyin gang, Dog Brother, swore he would never confess, vehemently denying any involvement in organ trafficking. It wasn't until the director personally led a team to take Dog Brother to the location where the organs were stored that Dog Brother's hopes were dashed, and he was forced to admit that these were all his enterprises. There was no avoiding a death sentence, and these matters were no longer under Lin Yang and the Hat's control. After receiving this news, Chen Xiaoan was overjoyed and immediately applied for a Courage Award, exchanging contact information with Lin Yang. Taoist, to be honest, the clues you provided this time allowed me to win a second prize. Thank you so much. Can we exchange contact information? In the future, just give me a call if you need anything. I really want to join the department. Lin Yang chuckled and nodded in agreement, exchanging contact information with him. After receiving the 500 yuan Courage Award, they took a photo together and posted it on the official public account. In the reports of various cases, the photo with the Taoist stood out remarkably. Not long after, the director who personally led the arrest returned to the station with a beaming face, patting Lin Yang on the shoulder. With curiosity filling his eyes, he meaningfully said, "We are family police and citizens. We need more cooperation in the future, and we rely on enthusiastic citizens like you who can provide intelligence." Lin Yang nodded and took his prize money to leave, first being personally driven to the park by Chen Shuan's apprentice, whose eyes were filled with admiration the entire way. After arriving at the spot, the apprentice personally escorted Lin Yang back to his fortune-telling stand before slowly leaving. As soon as he returned to the fortune-telling booth, Lin Yang hurriedly started a live broadcast. As soon as the live stream began, over 1,000 viewers flooded in. "What the heck? Taoist, you were released. I thought you'd be executed. What a pity. Was that person sentenced, Taoist? I thought I wouldn't be able to watch your live stream for a while. Wait a moment. I think I just saw the Taoist figure on the official website of the Jiangnan District Police Station. What the heck? You became a 5-star good citizen for helping the police. What? I'm going to check it out. What the heck, I'm back." The Taoist really was posted on the official website with 2 police officers standing beside him. If I didn't see the title, I would have thought the Taoist was caught. Oh my. And you received a 500,000 yuan award. They said it was for helping the police take down the gang involved in organized crime, and that you played a key role in the arrest. Taoist, you didn't calculate their gang's location, did you? Lin Yang cleared his throat a couple of times, having already prepared an excuse. You must believe in science. You're too superstitious. I got the address from the criminal's mouth. Oh, I understand now, Taoist. Did you cast a truth spell on him? That's why he was honest with you. I used to not believe in the Taoist, but now that he has been praised by Uncle Hat, I believe. Being praised doesn't mean much, it just means he helped out. It doesn't mean his fortune-telling is accurate, one should view it rationally. What the heck, Taoist, I say no, and it's no. If you don't understand my words, I know a bit about martial arts too. He hit a fan. This is the anger after being exposed. I think so too, Taoist, you're amazing. Lin Yang found it impossible to communicate with them, so he simply moved his phone away and stopped interacting, quietly waiting for the next fated person to arrive. Not long after, Lin Yang saw 2 people walking towards the park entrance, one of whom he recognized very well. "Master, I'm here again. I've got a business proposal for you." Li Yunpeng chuckled, pushing the man beside him, whose face was filled with social anxiety, into a chair. "Hey, has your fortune improved?" "It's improved a lot, Taoist. You truly are remarkable. After you helped me break the spell on the fortune cat, I feel like my business is even better than before." My colleague was personally criticized by the boss this afternoon and left with his bag. He seems to be in poor spirits, looking pale. Li Yunpeng chatted away with familiarity, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. This is a true master. There are not many true masters to be found in this era. Those with real skills are not people that ordinary citizens can afford to invite. He had long been listed as a personal doctor. Lin Yang smiled faintly. That's because his spell was broken by me and it backfired. I don't know where he learned such black magic. Any harmful spell, even if not broken by me, will eventually backfire. Casting curses to take away others' fortunes, as long as it's a harmful spell, once broken, the backlash is substantial. Even if it only causes minor ailments, the person casting the spell will surely suffer similar torment in the future. Thank you, Master. Let me introduce you. This is my colleague, a good friend of mine, my little brother under me, who has been following me since he graduated from university. He's been feeling down lately, troubled by his heart, so I brought him to you for a reading. Li Yunpeng chuckled, feeling fortunate to meet a true master. Lin Yang glanced at the socially anxious man sitting quietly in the chair, his face showing a hint of shyness. A man troubled by social anxiety, clearly afflicted by matters of the heart. What's wrong? Are you lovesick? Li Yunpeng laughed heartily. See, I told you this Taoist is very accurate. The socially anxious man lowered his head, chuckling awkwardly along with Li Yunpeng's laughter. Master, my name is Zhao Belilai. I am 25 years old. Zhao Hao spoke timidly, glancing at Lin Yang from time to time, too anxious to breathe deeply. Lin Yang nodded, and then, who do you like? My colleague. A female colleague from another team. I've liked her for a long time, and I feel she has a bit of interest in me too. But she has been getting close to other colleagues recently, and I just want to find out if she likes me. How did you figure out that she likes you? Lin Yang asked, puzzled, as many people have the misconception that if someone is nice to them, they must like them. Well, she usually brings me some snacks and... Last time during a team building event we rode home together. Also, she often smiles at me. Do you have more? Do you really think she likes you just because of these few incidents? Lin Yang asked, utterly bewildered. This wasn't lovesickness, it was unrequited affection. And she even posted my name on her social feed and greeted me directly. Surely these must be signs she feels something for me, right? At that, Zhao Bale's expression instantly fell. His energy seemed drained, his lips drooping in dejection as he murmured, lost in sorrow. She rode home in the same car with someone else after the team building outing. And Lin Yang couldn't hold back a burst of laughter. He was practically certain this was unrequited affection. He'd already deduced why she'd mentioned Zhao Bale's name on her social feed. Young friend, this is unrequited affection, a delusion rooted solely in your own perception that she returns your feelings. In truth, she shares snacks with everyone, and her smile. It's simply her nature to smile freely. Zhao Bale stiffened his neck, his face flushing crimson. But she posted my name on her social feed. Surely that's a hint. Did her post perhaps read, "Please be kind to August"? Zhao Bale froze, throat bobbing twice before his eyes widened in shock. Taoist master, you can even divine that. So isn't that her subtle way of asking him to treat her kindly in love? The livestream audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha, I'm rolling around my bed laughing so hard I'm pulling at everything. Brother, don't despair. There must be hundreds of thousands across the nation secretly crushing on you. In my own feed alone, dozens wish August be kind to me, and others even greet them directly. Dude, aren't you a bit too self-absorbed? Can a guy be self-absorbed and still be your bro? How else would we become brothers? Wait, my name's Lisiua. When my goddess posted "Hello April," I thought she was greeting me. No wonder she blocked me after I confessed. Lin Yang twitched at the corner of his mouth. So does she publicly declare you on her feed every August? Well, actually maybe she does. She rode home with you in the same vehicle. Was it merely coincidence, or were you both taking the subway? Whoa, master, you saw that too. There are countless subway lines, but she never rides with anyone else, only with me. Doesn't that prove she likes me? Lin Yang sighed, exasperated. But didn't she just ride the subway with someone else this time? Master, please stop. I'm feeling rather down. Zhao Bale sank into melancholy silence, bowing his head, his mood instantly shifting to profound, quiet desolation. This master truly pierces the heart. Lin Yang sighed helplessly. Fine, write your birth details on paper, and I'll divine whether she truly favors you. Zhao Bale brightened, immediately nodding vigorously. He took the red paper, wrote half his birth details, then suddenly remembered he hadn't paid yet. He scanned the codes swiftly before completing the inscription. Ding! Received 100 yuan. Lin Yang accepted the paper and pondered his details for a moment. An ordinary man, neither extraordinary nor troubled in career or love. He followed life's steady rhythm: schooling, graduation, job hunting, promotions, raises, and eventual retirement. His romantic path mirrored that of countless others. Arranged introductions by family, mutual compatibility, gradual bonding, and marriage preceding the slow cultivation of love. Yes, his life unfolded with quiet predictability, profoundly ordinary, yet enviable to many. Taoist master, what do you see? Will she like me? She's quite beautiful after all. Would a grazing cow ever unite with a noble steed? Lin Yang coughed awkwardly, his expression oddly strained. Oh, what an unfortunate analogy. Though such unions aren't unheard of, they currently guard the gates below Oxhead and Horseface. The live stream flooded with question marks. Master, you do know metaphors. Oxhead and Horseface. Curious, can you fly? Won't security scanners blare when you pass through? Is your tongue classified as a restricted blade? Case solved. Master is allergic to romance. Master, do you ever lick your own lips? You might accidentally poison yourself. This female colleague doesn't favor you. She's simply warm toward everyone. Your destined partner will appear at age 34 through an arranged introduction. Your career too proceeds smoothly. Steady promotions, consistent raises, retirement at 60, all under the supervision of Li Yang. Zhao Bale's head bowed low, his spirit dimmed. He sighed deeply, then nodded quietly. I understand, master. I misread everything. Lin Yang watched him, a faint, gentle smile touching his lips. If you like her, pursue her. Why hide in silent longing without even confessing? Zhao Bale blinked, baffled, whispering, But master, didn't you say we wouldn't end up together? Do you only read the final page of a book? On any journey, the scenery along the road often surpasses the destination itself. Zhao Bale's gaze went distant, then slowly cleared. A flicker of hope rekindled within him. I understand, master. I truly grasp it now. The journey itself is the landscape, and the stream filled once more with cascading question marks. Since when did master grow so earnest? I'm not used to this. Disaster. Master's persona has shattered. How dare you transform into a wise, compassionate Taoist? Wise words. I'm off to confess to my goddess right now. Wish me luck, brothers. Go for it, brother. You'll surely win her heart. I'm back. Wait. When exactly did my goddess block me? I'm devastated. Li Yunpeng and the other man exchanged brief greetings with Lin Yang, offered their thanks, and hurried off to resume overtime work. Faith points 500 Faith points 5501 10,000. Lin Yang watched their retreating figures fade into the distance, and smiled serene and knowing. A Porsche sports car gifted by Lone Wolf 1. Taoist master, I'd like to go live with you. I met a girl while shopping today. I want you to divine whether I can get her WeChat. Lin Yang was taken aback, quickly shaking his head and waving his hand at the camera. As a Taoist, I have said in the live stream that I can only answer questions, not predict fortunes. I have my principles as a Taoist. Lonely Wolf. Taoist, do you really have principles? I think you have none. Just as Lin Yang was about to reprimand someone dared to challenge the Taoist's principles, and two Porsche entrance effects scrolled across the screen. Lonely Wolf sent a Porsche 1. Lonely Wolf sent a Porsche 2. Lin Yang immediately changed his expression at lightning speed from impatience to a slight smile, quickly operating his phone to bring Lonely Wolf onto the mic. One must always pay attention to money, right? What do you want to predict, young friend? The live stream instantly erupted. Master, don't you have principles? Didn't you say you wouldn't predict fortunes in the live stream? Taoist, you really have a keen eye? What a rapid change of expression. Could it be that he convinced the Taoist with reason? The Taoist's principles told him not to predict fortunes in the live stream, but the two Porsches from Brother Money nudged those principles downward a bit. Lonely Wolf, suddenly being brought onto the mic, turned on the camera, revealing a somewhat handsome face. His voice lowered a few notches. Wait, Taoist, I'm on the street and putting on a headset to talk to you. Lonely Wolf sneakily pulled out a Bluetooth headset from his bag, put one in his ear, and flipped the camera. In front of the camera was a flawless white back clad in a white lace floral dress. The pure white back exposed a pair of long legs, perfectly shaped and slender. Her golden long hair rested on her shoulders, yet did not cover her delicate shoulders. She was quite tall, about 170 centimeters, wearing red-bottomed black high heels exuding an elegant aura. Lin Yang looked at the pristine back in the camera and nodded in satisfaction. He could also see Lonely Wolf's face adorned with peach blossoms, half a sea king, clearly someone who could chat effortlessly and was eloquent. As for the girl in front, he didn't dare to make a judgment without seeing her face. Taoist, do you think I would be able to get this girl's WeChat if I asked her? This girl's back is just too beautiful. Lonely Wolf followed behind the girl somewhat sneakily. Or can you tell if she has a boyfriend, Taoist? Otherwise, asking for WeChat would be too embarrassing. Lin Yang shook his head, silently staring at the back before him. It turns out I really can't predict in the live stream. All right, master. No, as a Taoist, I never point fingers at someone from behind. I need to see their face to make a conclusion. A Lonely Wolf quickly walked ahead, and Lin Yang took the opportunity to glance at the bullet comments. Taoist, I just love this type of beauty every day. What should I do if my desires are too heavy? Lin Yang showed a nonchalant expression. I like this too, Taoist. Oh, Taoist likes it too. Do you think the JK Skirt Authority is better or the Black Stockings Authority? I think purple is the most authoritative. Sue Song was right, purple indeed has a charm. 6,666. Taoist, why did you lock the likes list on Douyin? Because I as a Taoist am cultivating my heart. Then can you hide and cultivate? It's better to share joy than to be solitary. Don't disturb my Tao heart, go away. After interacting with the netizens for a while, Lonely Wolf quickly walked to the girl, standing 3 or 4 meters away. He flipped the camera to face himself just in time to capture the girl behind him. Taoist, I've seen this girl, she's quite beautiful. What should I do to urgently add her WeChat? Lin Yang squinted for a long time. Your urgent need is to earn more money first. Why? Master, do you mean that? This girl is gold digging. Do I have to win her over with money? No, or more money to buy a good phone. Oh, I still need to zoom in to see her face. Lonely Wolf's expression instantly turned resentful. He had been watching the live stream for 2 or 3 days and finally understood why those who sent gifts and joined the mic had all left. Lin Yang looked at the girl's face behind Lonely Wolf, her demeanor gentle and refined with a light blush on her face, and her peach blossom luck was quite prosperous. Not every attractive person has good fortune in love. Some women are extremely beautiful, but have an icy aura which can be sensed from afar. In front of her, one wouldn't dare to look directly into her eyes, let alone ask for WeChat. Thus, such individuals often wonder why, despite not being unattractive, they struggle to find a partner. Where's my sweet love? Another type of sweet girl tends to have very prosperous peach blossom luck, like the one Lonely Wolf wants to add on WeChat, who looks very approachable. It's possible that there have been no shortage of men wanting to add her on WeChat. Lonely Wolf's face is also not bad. He is likely a rich second generation with a high probability of success. You probably can add her, but whether there will be a marriage fate in the future cannot be predicted. If you want to know, come offline. Got it, Taoist? Then I will go and ask her. If I succeed, I will send you a sports car, Taoist. Lonely Wolf said excitedly, then hung up the video. Lin Yang chuckled and continued waiting for a fateful encounter. After waiting for more than half an hour, still no one came to predict fortunes, and even the number of people in the park had significantly decreased. Lin Yang scratched his head. Since that's the case, he should follow the will of heaven. The ancestor of the 3 Qing wanted him to return to the temple to rest. He decided to end the stream, tidied up his small stall, casually bought some food on the way, and also bought some paint and rollers, spending over 300 yuan. Back at the temple, he casually repainted the meditation room, giving it a refresh, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as soon as Lin Yang opened his eyes, he tidied up his stall and took his equipment down the mountain. Arriving at the familiar park, he immediately noticed that today's foot traffic was noticeably larger than yesterday. He walked casually towards the shade of the tree where he had set up his stall 2 days ago, but unexpectedly, many people greeted him along the way. Master Lin, it's really you. Hello, Taoist. Damn, isn't this the master collaborating with the official? He's also out here setting up a stall. Can help Uncle Hat solve cases, quite impressive. Lin Yang was taken aback, and looking at the entrance of the park, he clearly saw two suspicious-looking individuals with shifty eyes. They had square faces and were emitting a faint glow. Aren't these plainclothes officers? Just setting up a stall and attracting plainclothes officers. He scratched his head and simply started the live stream. Taoist predicts fortunes, believe if you want, if not roll away, don't disturb my ascension. Instantly hundreds of people flooded into the live stream. Damn, why are there so many people suddenly in the live stream? I thought I came early enough. Lin Taoist's live stream is addictive. Once you watch, you can't stop. Not long after the broadcast began, Lin Yang was interacting with the bullet comments when suddenly he was taken aback. Lonely Wolf sent a Porsche 1. It didn't surprise him that it was added. This man still had some economic means. It's added. You really have to eat it if this counts as fate. Come find me offline. Lonely Wolf Taoist am emo am lovesick. What's wrong with Lonely Wolf? Wasn't everything going smoothly yesterday? What happened? Don't keep it bottled up. Share with us to lighten your mood. Lonely Wolf sigh. Taoist, let me come find you. I'm feeling terrible. Lin Yang nodded in confusion and reported the address to the live stream. Looking up, he saw a man propped up on crutches with one foot wrapped in bandages hopping toward the stall like a zombie. His head was also wrapped in a net-like white bandage, his face a mix of bruises. Because he took large strides, he occasionally let out a painful groan. Taoist, is your fortune-telling accurate? If not, don't scam me. Oh, I was just scammed the other day. Oh dear, look at all my injuries. The man groaned softly, supporting himself on the crutches with great effort, and after a while he managed to sit down on a chair, grimacing as he rubbed his uninjured foot. Why are you rubbing the healthy foot? Well, I don't dare to rub the painful one, so I can only comfort this one that doesn't hurt, the man said through gritted teeth. Lin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. This guy was quite a character. If you want a reading, you have to pay first 100 yuan. The injured man hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and took out his phone, paying 100 yuan after some operations. Ding. 100 yuan received on WeChat. Alright, I'll trust you one more time. The previous fortune teller almost scammed me to death. What happened? How did they scam you? Did they make you buy a talisman? Lin Yang asked curiously. It shouldn't have led to him being this injured. Unless some charlatan bragged that his fate was so great, he wouldn't be hurt even if he jumped off a building. I don't mention it, Taoist. I just wanted to check on my health. I've had a rough life since childhood. The man's bruised face was filled with bitterness. His experiences would probably be hard to believe. His experiences were so unbelievable that he himself wouldn't believe them if they happened to someone else. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and pushed the red paper in front of him. Write your birth date on the paper and he'll calculate it for you. Okay, Sai. Even you might not believe my experiences. My friends call me the legendary survivor. The young man, bruised and battered, picked up a pen with one hand and began to write on the red paper. The live stream audience saw this situation and curiously left comments. How unlucky can one be? Looks like he just fell down. Is this guy really a legendary survivor? I haven't said anything good. Science loses its effect in front of my fate. My father's smuff broke and my mom took 2 emergency lethal pills, then shot twice, and I'm still alive. Wow, you're incredible. You are the real legendary survivor. The battered man sighed, writing while describing his tragic life. Taoist, my name is Su Lingding, am a local 32 years old. Since I was 18, it's been like I've been cursed. When I was 18, I took a train, but ended up encountering a mudslide, and the train derailed. The rescue team searched for 3 days and nights. They were about to give up when they heard my banging on the train carriage, and they rescued me. I was the only survivor. Taoist. I was only 18 at that time. How traumatic would that scene be for a kid in his teens? Since then, I've been afraid to take trains. At 2012, the airplane door suddenly fell off, and I was sucked out and landed on a haystack. I was the only survivor. At 25, I was on a bus that skidded into a lake, and I was the only one who could swim and escape. At 28, I was on a ship that sank as soon as it left the port. Due to cutting corners and being overloaded, I don't dare to take public transport anymore. I only drive myself. A few days ago, I had to travel long distances for work, so I specifically went to a temple to draw lots and got a good fortune. But then, it wasn't accurate either. I almost got scammed to death. I was in a car accident that left me like this. That dump truck almost crushed me into another dimension. As Su Lingding spoke, a hint of fear gradually appeared in his eyes, the scene of the car accident vividly replaying in his mind. If it weren't for that good fortune, would I have avoided the accident? He thought as he handed his birth date to Lin Yang. Lin Yang twitched his mouth and accepted the birth date. This good fortune is fine. It's quite accurate. Su Lingding's face showed a hint of shock and confusion, even a trace of doubt. What was this master talking about? Why is it still accurate even after a car accident? You were hit by a dump truck and survived. Isn't that a good fortune? Lin Yang chuckled helplessly. The bullet comments in the live stream suddenly flooded in. What the hell? Are this guy's experiences real? It sounds almost like a made-up story. Who can be this unlucky? Could he be a reincarnated jinx? Yama has tried to take him 4 or 5 times and still hasn't succeeded. This is unbelievable. I admit you're more impressive than me. If you say he's unlucky, he survived every disaster, but if you say he's lucky, every time he rides something goes wrong. Lin Yang looked at his birth date and realized that Su Lingding's experiences were indeed true. He even forgot about the time he had a car accident in a taxi. But he was lucky enough to survive every time Yama couldn't take him away. Looking at his fate, he would still encounter 2 more car accidents and have a fall from a building. But none would be life-threatening, at most just fractures. Moreover, looking at the turning points in his fate, he would win a fortune in the lottery at 60, winning tens of millions. Surviving great disasters will surely bring great blessings, but the frequency of these disasters is a bit excessive. He looked up at the battered Su Lingding and slowly spoke. You will encounter 2 more car accidents and a fall, but none will be life-threatening. Your fate is indeed impressive. Lin Yang couldn't find the right words to describe it, and could only say it was impressive. The title of legendary survivor must belong to him. Upon hearing that there would be 3 more incidents in the future, Su Lingding's face turned a shade greener than a bitter melon, filled with worry. Although he knew in advance that he wouldn't die, fear still gripped him. Disasters always seemed to strike first, launching surprise attacks that left anyone terrified. Moreover, he absolutely did not want to experience the despair of being trapped again. Only a few million in losses could bring some solace to his troubled spirit. Su Lingding sighed deeply, his face scrunched up in distress. Master, is there any way to change my fate? I can't bear this misfortune. Let someone else enjoy the blessings. I can't enjoy them myself. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, saying, there's no way. These disasters are predestined, they cannot be changed. The amulet can only offer you some protection, allowing you to avoid injury once. Upon hearing this, Su Lingding immediately perked up, as if he had glimpsed hope. Avoiding a fracture would be a relief. Even if he wouldn't die, each incident would leave him in pain for months. Being spared, even once, from such suffering was a blessing. Taoist, how much is the amulet? Since we have a good connection, it's just 1,200 yuan. Great. I'll buy 2. Excited Su Lingding said this, waving his hands as he fished out his phone, accidentally bumping into his injured area, causing his expression to twist in agony as he gasped in pain. Once the pain subsided sufficiently, he quickly scanned the code to pay without any hesitation. Ding. WeChat payment received 2,400 yuan. Lin Yang smiled faintly, opened his system bag, and found the protection talismans in the 3-item slots, redeeming 2 of them. Only 2 were left to redeem this week. They were consumed rather quickly. In the next moment, 2 yellow talismans appeared in his pocket. He pulled them out and handed them to Su Lingding. Thank you, master. As soon as he received the talismans, he stuffed them into his pocket and struggled to use his crutch to support himself. Too excited, he put pressure on the wrong foot, wrapped in bandages, instantly crying out in pain. With tears streaming down his face, he limped toward the hospital next to the park. Faith value 500, faith value 600, 110000. After Su Lingding joyfully hopped away, Lin Yang glanced at the bullet screen. The Taoist's mouth is a liar. The original price is clearly just 1,200. Is fortune-telling really that profitable? 2,005 in just a short time. Damn, this is even more profitable than selling desserts in Shanghai. It's not as little as you think. This guy is really impressive. After so many incidents, the Taoist still acknowledged him, and there will even be 2 more incidents in the future. Is he somehow related to the King of Hell? You only see that surviving a great disaster must bring blessings, but I see that surviving a great disaster, surviving a great disaster, surviving a great disaster, surviving a great disaster, surviving a great disaster must bring blessings. Lin Yang glanced at the bullet screen and smiled faintly. He had already earned quite a bit. Clearly, he still needed to deduct 400 for costs. Just then, a young man with a face full of peach blossoms rushed toward his stall. Running while wiping his tears, he looked utterly despondent. Taoist, I'm feeling emo wa. Lin Yang was taken aback. Isn't that the lone wolf? How could a lonely wolf cry? Are you the lone wolf? It's me, Taoist. I'm feeling emo. I think life has lost its meaning. The lone wolf sighed, deeply looking up at the sky, his face filled with sorrow, even taking on a somewhat sage-like posture. 100. Scan the code. Taoist, can't your big brother in the live stream get a discount? Even the ancestor of the 3 pure ones would have to leave with 100 yuan less in his pocket. The lone wolf's face, filled with grievances, showed a hint of sorrow, his complexion reddening, indicating he had likely drunk 2 bottles before coming. He pulled out his phone and quickly scanned the QR code. Ding. WeChat received 100 yuan. After hearing the money was received, Lin Yang chuckled. So what happened with her? Didn't you add her on WeChat yesterday? Upon hearing this, the lone wolf's eyes reddened immediately, his lips trembled, almost on the verge of crying. He raised his hand to wipe his tears, a string of crystal pendants slowly flowing from his nostrils. Yesterday I listened to your advice and asked for her WeChat, as she gave it to me. She said she didn't have a boyfriend and was meeting such a cute boy for the first time. At that moment, her gaze towards me was like that of a doting look at a cute puppy. Then I spent the whole day with her. We watched a movie and had dinner before going to the hotel. Then we, the lone wolf said this a bit shyly, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. His restless little hands kept poking under the table. The live stream instantly exploded with a flurry of question marks. Which one? Just which one? Go into detail about this. Aren't we online to hear these things? Come on, say it. Just say it. Do you look down on me for not having a membership? I'll get a membership for the host right now. Go into detail about this. Damn, this kid really got lucky. I saw this beauty in the live stream yesterday. Oh, she's really beautiful. This kind of beauty is practically mother level. I want to be her dog. I want to call her master. Enough of that. Someone call me to go do some work. Lin Yang nodded, tapping the table to signal him to continue. The lone wolf hesitated for a moment. He knew that Lin Yang was live streaming, and if he spoke about his emo feelings in the live stream, the channel would probably be shut down instantly. He was somewhat aware of the Taoist's temperament. He gritted his teeth, and after a moment of deliberation, put a finger over the phone's microphone. Standing up, he whispered a few words into Lin Yang's ear. Then he completely felt emo, his eyes filled with the shame of a defeated battle, returning to his seat before continuing to speak. Taoist, when we first met, she said I was so cute, looking at me like I was a cute puppy. She played with me at night, just like she would with a dog. Wah. Lin Yang listened to the encrypted language and somewhat understood why he was worried about the breakup. It wasn't a battle of equals, but rather a one-sided crushing defeat. The richness of the battle techniques was demoralizing. Moreover, she often asked if his feet were numb. If he didn't respond, the battle would cease. No wonder he said she played with him like a dog. However, since this was the top supporter, he still needed to say something comforting. Hey, don't be sad. You see, she initially looked at you like a dog, and now she plays with you like a dog. At least she treats you the same as before, right? The lone wolf was taken aback, crying even louder. Lin Yang cleared his throat a couple of times, feeling a bit helpless. He had initially wanted to offer some comfort, but it seemed he had failed to do so. Not the Taoist, you're so harsh with the #1 big brother. Aren't you afraid of being exposed by him? I think I just heard something about numb legs or something like that. This part is for the esteemed VIP. Stop talking, my heart feels a bit uncomfortable. The body is somewhat cold, it shouldn't be dead, right? Crying. The louder you cry, the more excited the Taoist becomes. Oh ho 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 roar. Alright, you've enjoyed yourself, what more do you want? Write your birth date on paper, and it'll calculate your fate in love. He really couldn't watch anymore, the crying seemed endless. Moreover, this kid was also plagued by romantic troubles, clearly a playboy. How did it go from a competitive match to being treated like a dog? It's not scientific. The lone wolf sniffled pitifully, wiping away his tears. His expression was like that of a pure-hearted Chu Nan robbed of something precious by an evil enchantress, filled with both pity and helplessness. Amidst the helplessness was a hint of unyielding determination. He picked up paper and pen and wrote down his birth date on the red paper. Lin Yang took a look and confirmed that his earlier prediction, based on facial features, was indeed accurate. This kid was a minor rich second generation plagued by romantic troubles. Over the years, he must have had no fewer than 50 partners. Moreover, this fellow looked delicate and weak, easily caught by anyone. His true love would appear at the age of 28, and he seemed fairly good-looking. It was the kind of strong family union where both parties played their own games after marriage. From this perspective, if he hadn't played with those women, it would purely be due to a lack of skill. Alright, your true love will appear at 28, and she is quite beautiful. Stop howling here with that mouth of yours. Upon hearing this, the lone wolf immediately stopped crying. A person who loved to play like him actually yearned for true love deep down. But he also knew that many around him were only there for money, not love. When it came to love, he felt a mix of hope and fear. If he chose the wrong person and shared half his parents would truly break his legs. Taoist, will my marriage with her go smoothly? Lin Yang shook his head seriously. It won't be too smooth. There will definitely be bumps along the way. You need to prepare yourself mentally. She has quite a few men outside. What? Then why would I still marry her? She wouldn't steal my money and keep a male toy, would she? Lin Yang's expression suddenly turned strange. This plot seemed familiar. No, her family is richer than yours. You both will play your own games. Upon hearing this, the lone wolf forced a bitter smile. As expected, a person like him had no love at all. Alright, I understand, Taoist. Thank you. The lone wolf stood up and took out his phone, transferring 500 yuan with a worried expression. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yang spoke again. However, one of your other romantic interests will genuinely love you. Lin Yang smiled faintly. He knew what the lone wolf was thinking. The more he played around, the more he sought true love. People tend to beautify the scenery along different paths. Ordinary people envy the wealthy who embrace multiple partners and swap them out daily. Wealthy individuals who are tired of playing envy the love of ordinary people, even wanting to hide their identities and switch circles to experience the sweet love between regular folks. Really, I believe in you, Taoist. The lone wolf's eyes lit up and his thoughts gradually calmed down as he smiled at Lin Yang. Taoist, let's exchange contact information. Our family still needs a reliable master. There may be opportunities to seek help in the future. Given that you just sent me 500 yuan, let's connect. Lin Yang cleared his throat and briefly exited the live stream to exchange WeChat with the lone wolf. Really, this lone wolf had broken his principles twice already. Yet the lone wolf provided him with an unavoidable reason. After exchanging WeChat, the lone wolf seemed to have stabilized his Tao heart significantly, waving his hand triumphantly as he slowly departed. Lin Yang smiled and glanced at the live stream comments. Taoist, how did you break your principle again? Where is your dignity? Where are your boundaries? What? Where is it? Is it good looking? Seeing Taoist earn so much, just adding WeChat can earn 500 yuan. Oh, I am truly envious. Taoist is my enemy. Enemies have lost their integrity. I am D. Renji. You are the one who is a zombie. Lin Yang suddenly felt that without him the live stream could chat all day long. In the next moment, he suddenly saw a man with a purple-black aura on his head slowly walking towards him, holding a deck of Texas poker. Lin Yang's expression immediately turned cold. In fortune-telling, those with a purple-black cloud hovering above their heads are often the most wicked individuals. It is not easy to be classified as a wicked person. Even 80% of petty criminals cannot be categorized as such. Taoist, besides the 100 yuan per fortune-telling, do you have any other services? The man whose lips were covered in stubble and whose bloodshot eyes were filled with red veins cracked a wide grin, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. What other services do you want? The bloodshotted man chuckled, his tone laced with respect, resembling a modest gentleman. I saw your photo on the official website of our Jiangnan Division Police Station. After some inquiries, I found out that you were here setting up shop. I thought since you're a police department's master, you must be accurate, so I came here out of admiration, haha. Taoist, can you bless this? Or can you make my luck particularly good? Lin Yang snorted coldly. What do you want to be blessed? Blessing prices are calculated separately. The bloodshot-eyed man chuckled. Taoist money is not an issue. Can you bless this deck of cards? The man immediately pulled out a deck of cards from under the table, his hands dancing like a magician as he took the cards out of the box and spread them across the table. Lin Yang furrowed his brows but nodded nonetheless. The man whose eyes were bloodshot was taken aback for a moment. His expression turned sinister, but this malice was quickly replaced by a flattering smile. How much, Daozhong? Don't make it too expensive. I can't win much in a single night anyway. It will cost at least 50 to 60,000. You know transferring luck is not a small matter. Lin Yang said, lightly sensing that this gambler was not ordinary. His face revealed him to be a wicked character, thus, he decided to probe further. His eyes unintentionally glanced at the live stream room. Wow, aren't there all sorts of people in this era? I was already shocked when someone had a water bottle consecrated, and now they want to consecrate playing cards. 666, is this going to be a cheat in gambling? If one can't compete in skills, they might as well have the cards consecrated. The Taoist is a bit greedy. Charging 50 to 60,000 just for consecrating playing cards, that's enough to gamble for several days. I think the Taoist is right. This kind of gambler is quite terrifying. Once they get greedy, they can do anything. It's better to trick him out of his money in advance to prevent him from harming others. The bloodshot-eyed man hesitated, muttering to himself, 50 to 60,000. He rubbed his stubbly chin, and after closing his eyes, his eyelids continued to twitch. All right, master, can I delay for a day? The man said respectfully, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his every word filled with timidity. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark mist on his forehead thickened, and Lin Yang was taken aback, quickly stopping the man who was about to leave. How about this? We seem to have a good affinity. Write down your birth date and time for me, and I will give you a divination. The man with bloodshot eyes was stunned, a trace of vigilance crossing his gaze. He hunched his body and took a step back, yet still wore a smile like a smiling tiger. Daozhong isn't that inappropriate. There's no need to calculate for me. I'm not very interested in this aspect. Aren't you curious when you will strike it rich? Isn't it worth calculating how much you could win after consecrating the cards? Lin Yang said, lightly sensing that the man's reaction was quite unusual. In fact, it was unusually strange. He usually didn't meddle in others' affairs, but he needed to check the birth date to see what kind of wicked person this was. If he were a person who cursed his parents, he wouldn't know what to say. Hiss. Daozhong, can you even calculate this? The bloodshot-eyed man gasped. His eyes filled with deeper doubts along with a hint of curiosity. He retreated a step back cautiously. Daozhong, I'm curious about what you can deduce from the birth date and time, like what one has done in the past, and what one will do in the future. Can you predict those things? The audience in the live stream room began to express their confusion. I feel like this man is not quite right, master. Did you see through him long ago? I think the Taoist must have sensed something. Even passing dogs would get fleeced for $100 in front of the Taoist booth. How could he be so kind as to help others with divination for free? How thrilling. Is the Taoist going to win a prize again soon? I think this man seems a bit too guilty. A normal person, if they thought the Taoist was accurate, would surely rush to get a reading. How could they ask such strange questions unless they have something to hide? Lin Yang squinted his eyes, realizing that this man indeed had issues, and he deliberately put on a look of disdain. Have you read too many novels? Why not say that I can calculate your past and present lives? I can only deduce a general direction, like at what age your career will advance or when your fortune will explode. Otherwise, do you think I'm a deity who knows everything about your past? The man with bloodshot eyes filled with vigilance let out a long breath, smiling foolishly. He revealed an embarrassed expression, took 2 steps forward, and sat back down in the chair. I feel so embarrassed, Daozhong, but since we have an affinity, could you please help me calculate when I will have good fortune? His words were pleasant, but his body was honest. Lin Yang pushed the red paper in front of him, quietly waiting for him to write down his birth date and time. After the man finished writing, he was about to push it forward to Lin Yang, but suddenly yanked the red paper back. By the way, Daozhong, I remember a friend saying that divination can reveal what good or bad deeds a person has done in the past. You won't be able to calculate the good deeds I've done, right? I was once known as a living lay phone. I originally thought of doing good deeds without leaving a name, so you can't find out, Daozhong. The man tightly gripped the red paper with both hands, his eyes narrowed, as if he would tear the red paper immediately if he sensed anything unusual. Lin Yang once again wore a look of disdain. What are you thinking? I'm not King Yama. How can I know about your good and bad deeds? Do you really think I'm a deity? The man chuckled, gradually relaxing his hands and pushing the red paper towards Lin Yang. Just joking, Daozhong, why are you so serious? The red paper was crumpled, but the birth date and time were still clearly written on it. Lin Yang quickly took the birth date and time, and in an instant everything the man had done floated in his mind. He started stealing and petty theft at the age of 15, stealing chickens and dogs in the village, then learned to trade and went to work in the city. He was decent for a while working, but soon got involved in online gambling, losing all his savings and even borrowing 20,000 in loans, which he also lost. Under pressure to pay back the debt, he began stealing batteries and catalytic converters. After selling them, he got into Texas Hold'em poker at an underground casino, and unsurprisingly, he lost everything. There he met a supplier, the leader of a child trafficking gang. Later, he began stealing children. He took out a loan to buy a van specifically to steal children from the countryside, handing them over to the head of the trafficking gang to distribute and sell to remote areas and rich families. For each child trafficked, he received a commission of 50,000, but a gambler is an insatiable pit. Over 5 years, he shattered the lives of over 100 families. In his gambling frenzy, he even sold his own 5-year-old daughter to the trafficking organization's leader. No matter how his daughter cried and called for her father, he remained unmoved. He only smiled while counting the 50,000 he had in hand. After losing that 50,000 again, in order to recoup his losses, he sold his wife to an old man in a remote area as a bride. Lin Yang was stunned. This guy is truly a beast. Lin Yang's fists slowly clenched. This man was nothing but a beast. Even tigers fear, as they would never devour their own cubs. Yet he had sold his own wife and daughter to feed his gambling addiction. And he lost every last coin. According to the divination chart, his request for a blessing ritual on a deck of playing cards, offered casually for 50,000 yuan, was no mere superstition. He intended to abduct a pair of twins tonight to reverse his fortune. He planned to sell the twins for 100,000 yuan, 50,000 to pay for the ritual, and another 50,000 as capital verification at the casino. Worse still, his nature was that of a cowardly bully, outwardly meek and submissive, yet inwardly violent, lashing out only upon his daughter and wife at home. No wonder his facial complexion appeared purplish-black, a sure sign of profound moral corruption. The moment he entered the police station, he would confess every crime without hesitation. Lin Yang had initially resolved not to intervene. Yet such a monster, if left unpunished, would shame even the 3 pure ones themselves. Master Taoist, how did it go? When will my great fortune arrive? Once I strike it rich, my first act will be to present you with a lavish red envelope. Thank you, master. Haha. The man, his eyes bloodshot, chuckled nervously while rubbing his palms together in feverish anticipation. Waiting for his fortune's revelation felt as thrilling as flipping the final card in Texas Hold'em. Before chasing wealth, why don't you redeem your daughter and wife first? Lin Yang spoke coldly, his voice low, his expression uncharacteristically stern and furious. The bloodshot-eyed man instinctively tensed to flee, clenching his fists and feigning incomprehension. He took 2 deep breaths, tilted his head, and gazed at Lin Yang with feigned bewilderment. Master Taoist, what do you mean? My wife and child are safely at home. You must have misread the signs. Even if I erred, no matter. I won't disturb you further. You seem quite busy, master. I'll take my leave now. Lin Yang snorted sharply and slammed his palm onto the table, making the man flinch and shrink his neck instantly. Your wife and daughter are at home. At someone else's home. You wretched beast. You sold your own wife and daughter to human traffickers for gambling money, and over 5 years you abducted more than 100 children. Damn it all. I'll lose my Dao heart if I don't beat you senseless today. No sooner had Lin Yang spoken than the live stream fell silent, then erupted into furious outrage. How did the Master Taoist divine this? This creature isn't just trafficking others' children. He sold his own wife and daughter for gambling. Holy hell. I despise traffickers above all. Master Taoist, serve him cold rice gruel. 2 full bowls. As a new father myself, I cherish my daughter beyond measure. How could anyone bear to sell her with their own hands? This monster is lower than any beast. How many? Over 100 children. Master Taoist, don't move. I'm hailing a taxi right now. I'll kick him myself. Because of this single fiend, over 300 families have suffered unspeakable torment. Recommend immediate execution, repeated thrice, with a 7.62mm round, to honor the victims. After Lin Yang's words, fear flickered across the man's face. His gaze locked onto Lin Yang as though staring at a demon. His trembling legs strained to hold him upright, poised to bolt at any second. Master Taoist, you said, only immortals could perceive such truths. So how? How did you know? I am a terrestrial immortal, Lin Yang declared, and in an instant burst forward like a sprinter, closing the distance in a flash before delivering a lightning-fast right-side roundhouse kick. Then a left front thrust kick, followed by a swift grappling palm seizing the man's collar. Instinctively, the man hunched forward, exposing his back and burying his head beneath his chest. Seeing this, Lin Yang unleashed blow after blow, full-armed thunderous slaps across the man's back, shouting with each strike, for disturbing my Dao heart. You dare disturb my Dao heart. I must punish you. Otherwise my clarity of mind will shatter. The man shrieked in agony, wails piercing the air like a pig slaughtered in a public park, echoing Tomcat's signature impact sound. AOL. Help. Murder. The Taoist is killing me. Help. At that moment, 2 plainclothes officers stationed at the park gate, dispatched on their captain's orders, rushed over. One was Chun Shouen's junior disciple, the very officer who'd earlier escorted Lin Yang back, affectionately known as Uncle Hat. Master Taoist, what's going on? Stop. The young officer's face flushed with anxiety as he rushed to intervene. Yet despite his police academy training, he couldn't budge Lin Yang's arm an inch. Stunned disbelief spread across his features. How immense must this Taoist's strength be? At this rate, the man would soon be dead. Stop, Master Taoist. He'll truly die if you continue. This will escalate into a serious incident. Elderly passers-by strolling through the park swarmed the scene, triggering the quintessential Chinese civic reflex: where there's commotion, there must be spectacle. Even frail elders leaning on canes, whose steps trembled with age, hurried over, voices raised in urgent appeal. Most spectators were elderly men and women, regulars at the square dancing grounds, though a few teenagers 18 or 19 lingered near the basketball court, squatting behind the crowd to watch. Young man, what grievance could possibly justify this? Our legal system is robust. Never resort to violence, no matter the provocation. Exactly. Let go. Look, he's nearly unconscious. Don't do something you'll regret. Yes. What grudge could be so grave? Release him. What if you injure him badly? Brother, please stop. He'll vomit blood if you keep going. Several elders stepped forward, gripping Lin Yang's sleeves to restrain him. Lin Yang sidestepped smoothly, then raised his voice sharply. Stand aside. This man is a human trafficker. He abducted over 100 children. He sold his own wife to a mountain village as a bride for an old man, and his daughter into the deep mountains. A stunned silence fell, then in unison, dozens of elders simultaneously hefted their walking canes and swung them, full force, toward the trafficker's skull. You little scoundrel. If I don't kill you today, consider yourself blessed. Wang Chao, you despicable son of a bitch. Let this old man take over. I wield a solid wood cane. I'll beat you until you soil yourself. If you're clean, it's only because you've emptied your bowels. The teenagers watching from the rear surged forward, tossing their basketball aside, yet unable to push through the dense crowd, their faces flushed crimson with fury. Let me land one kick too. The two plainclothes officers trapped amid the chaos exchanged glances, then lifted their heads in perfect synchrony. Ah, lovely weather today, isn't it? Indeed. Oh, suddenly quite thirsty. Dear elders, will fetch some water from the patrol car. Please, no violence while we're gone. The junior disciple blinked, then instantly chimed in. Ah, yes. Oh, right, I'm parched too. We'll drink for exactly 5 minutes before returning. Please, no action until we mediate. The young apprentice sat in the police car with another plainclothes officer, enjoying the air conditioning while sipping on mineral water. They quickly called for support from the precinct. Dealing with so many elderly people in a large brawl was beyond their capabilities. Support from headquarters arrived swiftly as a police car screeched to a halt at the park entrance within 3 minutes. Chen Xiuan hurriedly got out of the car, not even bothering to lock it, and rushed into the park. The young apprentice watched this scene through the car window, startled, and quickly opened the police car door to stop Chen Xiuan. Master, what are you in such a rush for? Chen Xiuan pushed his arm away, staring at his apprentice with disbelief. There's a gang fight inside. How can I not be anxious? He replied. They're all elderly people hitting indiscriminately. What if someone gets killed? Who in our precinct can take responsibility for that? As a police department, where is our sense of responsibility? Why are you just sitting in the car enjoying the air conditioning instead of going to mediate? You've really disappointed me, apprentice. The young apprentice felt a bit guilty, realizing the truth in his master's words. Was he being too irresponsible? What if someone got killed? Who would take the blame? Master, the people inside are human traffickers. Lin Yang is leading the charge against them. They've trafficked over 100 children over the years, and even sold their own daughter and wife to gamble. I just stepped out for some water, giving the elderly 5 minutes to deal with him. It's just too inhumane. He nervously explained to Chen Xiuan, fearing he would be disappointed. He pulled up Chen Xiuan's sleeve and strode toward the park. After just a few steps, Chen Xiuan suddenly shook off his hand, his square face appearing a bit pale. Cough, awake, get me a bottle of water. I'm a bit thirsty after running so fast. The young apprentice looked at Chen Xiuan's exaggerated expressions in confusion. Huh. Oh, did you forget to lock the car, master? Chen Xiuan slapped his forehead. TSK, how could I forget something so important? They'll go lock it now. A few minutes passed, and the three of them leaned against the police car, quietly drinking mineral water, listening as the cries from the park gradually faded away. The young apprentice swallowed nervously, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Master, shouldn't we go over and mediate? It's been 4 minutes, and I'm worried something will go wrong. Chen Xiuan waved his hand, looking at his watch. Look at you, so anxious. What could happen? If he were being beaten, wouldn't he call for help? They must be engaging in friendly interaction. You're not a fish, how can you know a fish's joy? The apprentice hesitated. Master, you might have a point there. What do you mean, master? Call me by my title during work. Yes, Captain. After 5 minutes, Chen Xiuan checked the time and said, that's enough, let's go in. The three of them walked into the park at a leisurely pace, only to find that everyone was gathered around Lin Yang's fortune-telling booth, with no one else in sight. Many newcomers were struggling to squeeze into the crowd, shouting, let me kick him. Don't push. One at a time. Lin Yang sat in front of his booth, sipping water and wiping the sweat from his forehead. These elderly folks were incredibly fierce. The 78-year-old grandmother fought, like Zhao Zilong from Changshan, wielding her stick with finesse. Even the old man in his 90s, who usually trembled while walking, showed no signs of weakness when he struck, moving swiftly. Moreover, they attacked in unison. The elderly folks lacked precision, and if he hadn't run fast enough, he might have been beaten as well. They were nearly going mad. He nearly got beaten to death. One of his legs was broken, and he was left gasping for breath. The live stream was flooded with comments. Wow, this is so satisfying. Beat him to death. Master, he'll donate a Porsche if you let me kick him. Please, I want to improve so badly. Did I just see the plainclothes uncle? Am I seeing things? Don't talk nonsense. Where's the hat uncle? Why bother the hat uncle on such a hot day? I suggest throwing him into the river for harmless disposal. Damn it. It's these kinds of human traffickers who stole my sister's child. Our families are still in mourning. These traffickers deserve to die. Lin Yang suddenly looked up, spotting 3 plainclothes officers walking slowly towards them, with Chen Xiaoan waving at him. He immediately cleared his throat. Elders, please don't resort to violence. We need to communicate amicably. Leave the judgment of this trafficker to the hat uncle. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the crowd dispersed, but no one ran away. They simply watched nearby, indignant. On the ground lay a man curled up, covering his head, his face smeared with ketchup. The man, resembling a shrimp, whimpered softly. His voice was weak and carried a hint of crying. Upon seeing the arrival of the plainclothes uncle, there was no fear in his eyes, only a sense of relief. Hat uncle, quickly, come and catch me. Save me. Seeing the trafficker in such a state, Chen Xiaoan was taken aback, his expression becoming serious. His square face held an imposing presence without anger. How could you beat someone to this extent? Who did this? Uncle, I did it. A young man around 18 or 19 stepped forward and glared fiercely at the trafficker. Chen Xiaoan hesitated. Young man, how old are you? 19. Oh, then it wasn't you. You were just here to watch the excitement while playing basketball, right? Chen Xiaoan cleared his throat and without haste called for an ambulance. Lin Yang immediately understood, pulling out a 14-year-old boy from the back of the crowd. Kid, go tell him whatever happened to you to your protection officer. The boy, a bit confused, nodded and stepped forward. Hat uncle, I did it. A few elderly men in their 90s also stumbled out of the crowd, leaning on their canes. It was this old man who hit him. I'm 98 years old. Ooh, I've lived long enough. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility. Another old man shakily pulled out a handful of medals from his pocket. If I'm to be shot for this, then use the pistol left to me by my commander. I will offer my life in exchange. The young apprentice twitched his mouth, startled by this scene. Elders, aren't you tired after beating him like this? The old man shook his head while leaning on his cane. I walked thousands of miles in my youth without complaint. Ooh, I still have the strength to hit someone. I'm already 102 years old. Whatever happens, I will take responsibility. If you break my leg, I'll offer one leg for his. Lin Yang was on the verge of spitting out his drink upon witnessing this scene. My goodness, if anything were to happen to these 3 old men, wouldn't Kyoto be in chaos? The medal pulled from his pocket was more than what Director Chen Xiaoan and the others had who would dare to lay a hand on him. The live broadcast room erupted with comments flying in rapidly, and the number of online viewers reached 3,000. Huh, here come those old men to take the heat. Whatever happens, go talk to your director. As for me, I'm completely in the dark. Director, if you dare to touch him, then you might as well be the director now. This kid is quite impressive. Whatever happens, speak to my protector. I'm just a kid, I don't know anything. This is so satisfying. These old men are completely baffled. It might be their first time encountering such a tricky situation. Chen Xuan's serious face revealed a hint of a smile as he gestured for his disciple to remain silent. Gentlemen, no matter what, it's wrong to hit someone. In the future, refrain from using your hands. If there's a problem, let us handle it at the police station. All right, disciple, cuff him. The man lying on the ground gasping for breath was in disbelief, letting out a wail of incredulity. Huh? Is that it? They nearly beat me to death, and all I get is a verbal warning. Chen Xiaoan kicked him in the rear, the tip of his leather shoe digging into him. How we handle this is none of your business, criminal suspect. Cuff him and take him away. Taoist, you should be a key witness, so please come with us. Chen Xiaoan looked at Lin Yang and smiled faintly like an old friend while patting his shoulder. The cuffed human trafficker widened his eyes at this scene, wanting to accuse Lin Yang of being the most violent, but the words died in his throat. How could this police chief be so buddy-buddy with a Taoist? In that instant, the sky seemed to fall on him. The sky over Jiangnan City turned dark. Lin Yang, holding his phone, sat in the passenger seat next to Chen Xiaoan as they returned to the police station together. Once inside the police station, the human trafficker was locked up by Chen Xuan's disciple, and Chen Xiaoan took him to the monitoring room to watch the interrogation, pausing the live broadcast. As soon as he closed the door, Chen Xiaoan couldn't contain his excitement, a look of reverence on his face. Taoist, thanks to your blessing, we took down the organ trafficking den and the Black Society organization, earning a second-class merit and getting promoted from third-class police officer to second-class police officer. Lin Yang smiled lightly, saying, it's just something I did casually. Officer Chen doesn't need to be so polite with me. By the way, this kid is truly a despicable individual. To gamble in an underground casino, he trafficked 120 children over 5 years, even selling his own wife and daughter. He must be severely punished. Upon hearing about the case, Chen Xiaoan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. All right, I'll have my disciple interrogate him right away. Is he involved in child trafficking, or is it organized? As soon as this was mentioned, Lin Yang took out his birth chart, glanced at it a few times, and made a determination. It's organized. He knows the leader of the trafficking gang from the casino. There are a total of 7 people in the gang. The leader is responsible for contacting buyers, while the others handle the trafficking. Each person has trafficked nearly 100 children. Chen Xiaoan gasped in shock. This is a major case. Moreover, it's a major case happening right under their noses. They hadn't even noticed. If the perpetrators aren't captured in time, the public's trust in their police station would certainly plummet. The provincial government would even criticize them harshly. Thankfully, Lin Yang is here to help them solve a big problem. Taoist, I really can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, who knows how many innocent families would have suffered at the hands of these criminals. Chen Xiaoan immediately straightened his body and solemnly saluted. Lin Yang closed his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, and urgently shouted, I'll give you an address. Hurry and rush over there now. This man's fate has changed. The video of him assaulting someone has been released, and the other 6 members of the trafficking gang have seen it. They are preparing to flee to Yun province to commit crimes. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoan took the address, and with a dozen people immediately rushed outside. He had absolute trust in Lin Yang now. This master is incredibly accurate. I know his calculations are spot on. Something they didn't even notice Lin Yang figured out just from a birth date. As a hat uncle, Chen Xiaoan's understanding was about to be shattered. He was originally an atheist who only believed in science, but now, in less than half an hour after gentle persuasion from his young disciple and the great memory recovery technique, Lin Yang watched in the monitoring room as the trafficker confessed everything, including the location of the trafficker gang's hideout, the members of the organization, and the location of the casino, along with the total number of children trafficked. The total number was 119, and including his own daughter, it was a total of 120. However, where they were sold and who the buyers were, he had no idea. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoan returned with his team, a proud expression on his face, looking like a spring breeze riding a swift horse. He opened the door to the monitoring room and immediately gave Lin Yang a big hug. Taoist, you truly are remarkable. When I arrived, these guys were packing up and getting ready to flee, but we took down their hideout. We also conveniently shut down the casino. There's no way to avoid that second-class merit now. Taoist, your calculations are astonishing. Lin Yang smiled lightly, quickly correcting his mistake. It's not fortune-telling. It's calculations. How could I possibly predict such detailed things? I'm not a deity. He didn't even notice that the door to the monitoring room was open and the trafficker was being escorted past by two hat uncles. The man immediately panicked and struggled, repeating in horror, Taoist, I am indeed a land deity. This phrase kept echoing in his mind. Chen Xiaoan awkwardly smiled and quickly patted his mouth, saying, Yes, the Taoist calculated it. By the way, Taoist, later we have a Brave Act award for you at our station. Would you like to take a picture with us? Lin Yang shook his head with an odd expression, saying, No thanks. If we take another picture, your official website will be filled with my photos. However, I won't be polite about the Brave Act award. The two of them exited the monitoring room, received their awards, and took a photo together. The other hat uncles were astonished by how warmly their captain treated this Taoist, feeling as if their worldview had been overturned. Is this still the captain who firmly believes in atheism and rushes forward in the face of any absurdity? After receiving the award and taking a photo, Lin Yang happily started his live stream with 50,000 yuan in hand. Instantly, over 300 viewers flooded into the live stream, and the comments scrolled by rapidly. Did they bring that human trafficker to justice? That feels so satisfying. I dare say this is the best story of the year. Wow, those hats. The uncles are looking at the Taoist with a bit of admiration. The Taoist is quite impressive. I feel like the captain is about to fall for the Taoist, haha. Am I the only one noticing the stack of money in the Taoist's hand? Another 50,000. In just 2 short days I've made 50,000. I am really envious. Lin Yang smiled, faintly waved goodbye to Chen Xiaoan, and walked out of the police station. At that moment, a beautiful woman rushed into the police station in a panic to report a case. Officer, my brother has been missing for 2 days. I called him, but someone else answered, and then his phone was turned off. I suspect he was harmed by a coworker. Seeing this, Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. The white mist above the woman's head indicated that something had happened to her family. But that was not his concern. Chen Shuan's apprentice opened the car door for him, driving him back to the park. The live stream exploded with questions. What kind of treatment does the Taoist enjoy now? Being driven around. Wow. Taoists don't enter the department like this. Is the Taoist still setting up stalls? Each fortune teller is so explosive. After getting out of the car, Lin Yang checked the time. It was getting late, so he simply decided to pack up and return to the temple. At this moment, the faith value suddenly increased, coming from the contributions of different people. Faith value 500, faith value 1000, faith value 500. Faith value 800, 110000. Lin Yang smiled faintly. After ending the stream, he took his small stall back to the temple. This must be the faith value contributed by Chen Xiaoan and others. Not bad. He would soon unlock the next reward. After returning to the temple, the sky gradually darkened. He counted today's gains over 50,000. In just 2 days, he had reached a total of 150,000. With a bit more accumulation, he could hire a professional construction team for renovations. Then he wouldn't have to descend the mountain every day to attract business. With the incense flourishing, the faith value would naturally increase. Thinking of this, he simply decided to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yang rubbed his blurry eyes and took his stall tools down the mountain. After thinking for a while, he decided to set up his stall in the park. As soon as he entered, many elderly men and women greeted him enthusiastically. Taoist, Lin is here to set up a stall again. Good morning, Taoist. You're really accurate. Even the human traffickers can be predicted. When I have business in the future, I'll definitely refer you. Wow, Taoist, you wake up so early. Want to practice square dancing with us? Lin Yang smiled and declined greeting everyone before sitting in his usual spot, setting up his stall under the shade of a tree. Believe if you want, roll if you don't disturb the Taoist ascension. He started the live stream. Instantly, several hundred people flooded into the live stream, all eager fans waiting to see what the Taoist would do today. Hey, I'm here. Let's see what the Taoist has in store today. Taoist, do you remember me? I sent you a heart yesterday. No worries, the Taoist holds no grudges. Just landed. Watching the Taoist live stream is quite relaxing. Before long, Lin Yang welcomed his first customer of the day, an old man with slightly gray hair and a hunched back, dragging along an elderly lady in a floral short sleeve, both chattering loudly as they approached his stall. Taoist, I've heard your fortune-telling is incredibly accurate, and you can even predict work matters. Can you tell if she has cheated on me? The old man, his face flushed with anger, gripped the elderly lady's wrist, tightly fuming with rage. Oh my, I've spent my whole life with you, where would I cheat? The elderly lady looked aggrieved, speaking softly. Stop with those useless excuses. If you haven't cheated, why do you smell of alcohol? If you haven't cheated, why is there a mark on your face when I woke up this morning? The old man gritted his teeth as if about to explode, his face filled with fury from being cuckolded, his breath coming in heavy gasps as the wrinkles on his face deepened with anger. After saying this, he turned to Lin Yang and immediately pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket, tossing it onto the table. Taoist, I'll give you 200. Quickly help me figure out if she has cheated. Lin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. How could someone his age still cheat? But such situations can indeed happen, one cannot deny it just because they are old. He silently accepted the money. You two stop arguing for now. Grandpa, can you tell me what exactly happened? As soon as the old man heard this, he immediately became agitated, glaring at the elderly lady with malice. He started to share his misfortunes with Lin Yang, his voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Taoist, you must feel sorry for me. Last night, I went out to dinner with some other old men, came back, and went to sleep, did nothing. This morning I woke up and found a lipstick mark on this old lady's face. And she smells of alcohol. Isn't it obvious she took advantage of my absence to fool around with other old men? How dare she not hide it anymore? I told you there's something off about that old Wang who dances in the square. They chat on WeChat every day at home. Isn't that cheating? Taking advantage of my drunkenness to sleep with someone else. She even brought that person home. If she dares to bring someone home today, tomorrow she'll dare to kick me out. Wang Lanfang, I thought you were honest, lived an honest life all your life. But today your true colors are revealed. Aren't you a ruthless person, Wang Lanfang? Hiding it for a lifetime. Lin Yang nodded and looked at the elderly lady, who wore a face full of grievance. From her appearance, she seemed like a rather honest person, not the type to cause trouble, even in old age. However, the old man's words had a degree of conviction that left him uncertain. Auntie, can you tell me what happened yesterday? Wang Lanfang looked at the old man with a pitiful gaze, as if tears were about to spill from her eyes, and she rebutted him with a choked voice. Li Chang, is there any conscience in what you're saying? What do you mean I've been hiding it for a lifetime? I've been with you since I was 20, over 40 years now. Do you still not trust me? You come back after drinking and throw tantrums. I don't want to live with you anymore. Divorce. Oh great Lord, you must decide for me. Even if we divorce, I want a clear and fair separation. Wang Lanfang grasped Lin Yang's hand tightly, pleading desperately, her face filled with grievance. Lin Yang twitched his lips. After being together for over 40 years, the old man was being a bit overly suspicious. 40 years of marriage, what is there to not trust? The old man seems a bit too sensitive. Psy's suspicion didn't start with this incident. A deep freeze of 3 feet does not come from a single day's cold. This could merely be the last straw that broke the camel's back. How could the outsiders know about other matters? Being a Taoist priest is quite good. Hey, I get to eat so much gossip every day, even managing the emotional disputes of the elderly. Now I'm starting to envy the Taoist priest. Taoist, did you see that? They're about to divorce and run off with that old man. Wang Lanfang, you have finally revealed your true face. No way. I don't agree. I want to fulfill your wish. I want divorce. You've spent all these years coming home drunk and sleeping soundly. What have you managed? After drinking, I still have to serve you, and you throw tantrums. I want a divorce. Now not only are you throwing tantrums, but you even concoct lies about me cheating. I've had enough of you. Lin Yang observed the escalating quarrel between the elderly couple and lightly coughed. How about this, you two stop arguing, give me your birth dates, and he'll calculate who is at fault. Li Chang immediately brought the red paper in front of him and wrote down his name without hesitation. Write it down. Those who feel guilty are the ones who dare not write. Wang Lanfang, upon hearing this, snatched the red paper and decisively wrote down her birth date. Master, please judge us. Lin Yang, noticing that neither seemed anxious, took the birth dates and glanced over them. Li Chang's birth date revealed him to be an honest worker retiring at 60. The factory provided good benefits, and he worked until retirement, receiving a substantial pension of 4,000 to 5,000 a month. He had no bad habits, and from his birth date, seemed to enjoy drinking with old friends and boasting. In his life, he had never been with another woman besides Wang Lanfang, a lifelong romance. Looking at Wang Lanfang, she also had an honest temperament with no ill intentions. She married Li Chang at 20, and according to the divination, her only true match was Li Chang with no recent romantic prospects. The absence of other romantic prospects indicates that she has no one else in her heart. Her closeness to the old man who dances in the square is due to her concern for their son's marriage, wanting to bring the old man's daughter over. What is going on here? Lin Yang scratched his head in confusion, muttering, these two have a fate of loving each other until old age. There shouldn't be any possibility of infidelity. Master, what did you deduce from the birth dates? Is this crazy woman cheating? Is she having an affair with that old man next door who dances in the square? Li Chang asked indignantly, his eyes wide open as if awaiting Lin Yang's verdict. Wang Lanfang rolled her eyes and nudged Li Chang with her elbow, gazing at Lin Yang with pleading eyes. Taoist, you must clear my name. I haven't done anything wrong. Still arguing. Why are you so close to the old man next door? At that moment, not far away, old Wang, who had been dancing in the square, noticed the familiar figures in front of the stall. He slowly withdrew from the dancing group and quickly walked over. Lin Yang saw that the two were about to argue again and hurriedly waved his hand. Wang Dama is close to the old man next door because she wants to introduce a partner for your son, trying to bring the old man's daughter over for your son to marry. That's why she's been in frequent contact with the old man next door. This is purely what you oldly have overthought. But what about the smell of alcohol on her and the marks on her face? Oldly, don't you remember how much you drank yesterday? Li Chang scratched his head awkwardly, wearing an expression of realization. He silently reached out with his wrinkled hands to touch Wang Lanfang's wrist. So, did I misunderstand her? Wang Lanfang pulled her hand away, hugging herself with a pitiful look. Lin Yang nodded lightly, basically deducing what had happened the previous night. Wang Dama, when Oldly came home yesterday, he must have been too drunk to realize it, right? Wang Lanfang nodded pitifully, her eyes showing a hint of shock. Taoist, you can even deduce this. That means it was a misunderstanding. Oldly was completely out of it yesterday and doesn't remember what he did. You and Oldly are each other's destined partners, the kind to love each other for a lifetime. Oldly, you misunderstood Wang Dama. From the divination, it appears that recently there won't be any third party interfering in your relationship. You need to change your drinking habits. You can't keep drinking like this. You already have fatty liver. Lin Yang calmly deduced that these two elderly people couldn't possibly divorce. So, I cheated on myself. Old Li's eyes were filled with embarrassment and shame, deep shame. Wang Lanfang's eyes were full of grievance, her eyes reddened with hurt, hugging her shoulders and ignoring whatever kind words Old Li said. Li Chang quietly poked the old lattice ticklish spot, forcing a shameful smile on his face as he joked, "Why didn't you say earlier that you wanted to bring old Wang's daughter over for us? I would have cooperated with you. I've known old Wang for many years. He dotes on his daughter like a treasure. If we were to deceive him, we would have to work together." Wang Lanfang looked aggrieved. "I was just afraid it would be too obvious. Wouldn't old Wang notice?" Li Chang showed a look of realization. "Oh, then we'll go home, and I'll make you cola chicken wings. Isn't that your favorite?" Lin Yang watched the elderly couple reconcile, a faint smile gracing his lips as the old man appeared almost overwhelmed with shame, while the old woman seemed on the verge of tears. "The conclusion is that I was the one who betrayed myself. It must be said that the root of this suspicion lies in the past. The old man might have always been a bit paranoid, and after drinking too much yesterday, he completely forgot. Thank you, Taoist priest. Otherwise I would have misunderstood my old lady." Li Chang chuckled awkwardly, holding the old woman's hand as they whispered sweet nothings to each other. The old lady initially pretended to be proud and angry, but the old man's various strange expressions melted her resolve, though she did deduct a month's pocket money from him. Though the old man felt the pinch, he remained strong and dignified. A deduction was a deduction. They left hand in hand sweetly together. Faith value 1,000. Current faith value 800, 110000. Seeing this, Lin Yang cracked a smile. His faith value was nearing its limit again, and he wondered what good fortune the next lottery would bring. The audience in the live stream witnessed this scene and began to flood the chat with envious comments. In the past, the journey was long, a letter, 2 people, 3 meals, 4 seasons, a lifetime. I truly envy the love of the older generation. They seek not material wealth, only love. Now I can't even dare to chat with female online friends, as it seems every conversation ends with excuses about broken phones or a lack of clothes. I'll trade 20 years of Taoist priest single life for a good partner for you all. Taoist priest, did I agree to this? How blissful. I envy this so much. If I could meet such a pure-hearted wife, I would gladly drive a luxury car and live in a big villa every day." After watching the elderly couple leave, Lin Yang looked up at the live stream and immediately felt a surge of warmth. He pointed at the chat and yelled angrily, "What the heck? Whoever suggested trading 20 years of Taoist priest single life for a good partner, come out. You seem to not understand the Tao, and I shall teach you a lesson." Haha, the master is losing it. Taoist priest, aren't you supposed to renounce the mundane world? Indeed. In my impression, incredibly powerful and mysterious masters live in seclusion in deep mountains, don't use mobile phones, drink dewdrops when thirsty, and eat wild fruits when hungry. Why are you so different from my expectations, Taoist priest? Lin Yang was taken aback. Do you think I'm a primitive cave dweller? Just as Lin Yang was interacting with the viewers, a girl dressed quite lightly, holding a small Labrador, rushed towards him in a panic. "Master, help. My son seems to be possessed." Lin Yang was stunned, suddenly coming to his senses, seeing a rather pretty girl standing before the stall with a frantic expression while she patted the small Labrador in her arms. "Where's your son?" Lin Yang noticed the dog in her arms, but didn't pay much attention, deliberately leaning to peek behind the woman. There was no one behind her. Normally, the probability of possession was very low. 99 of people would never encounter such situations in their lifetime. If one happened to encounter something unclean in a house, they should move out quickly, or it wouldn't cling to you. Moreover, many people have been deceived by fake shamans online. When they think of possession, they find it terrifying, but in reality, it is quite the opposite. Ordinary possession manifests as a cloud of black mist, a humanoid black mist, nothing more. Generally, most people cannot see it, and only those with particularly low fortune can perceive it. Even if one rents a place and encounters something unclean, many people's first instinct is to exorcise it, driving it away, but that is against natural order. You are the tenant. What logic is there in driving out the landlord? It's quite simple to confirm whether there are spirits in the house. The first method is through smell. Some people feel uncomfortable as soon as they enter a rented place, smelling strange odors. Don't hesitate, just run. The second method is hearing rustling sounds like plastic bags rustling in the wind, which could also indicate you're in for a windfall. A humanoid spirit is generally a harbinger of misfortune. If you encounter one, there's no need to fear, just be cautious in your next life. Children are different, their spiritual awareness isn't fully closed, and they can see things that ordinary people cannot. Moreover, children are frail, making it easier for spirits to take advantage of them. Of course, there are also those who are terribly bad at acting possessed, and parents can exorcise them with talismans. 7 wolves use iodine to disinfect while smoking. A rattan stick dipped in sea salt hitting while reducing inflammation. A broom dipped in alcohol getting younger with each strike. Lin Yang thought to himself, there are no children behind this girl, and given her luck with romance, she doesn't seem like someone with kids. Could she be a divorced woman with 2 children? Does she look like someone who can't walk? Taoist priest, this is my son. The woman lifted the Labrador higher, and only then did Lin Yang see that the dog was rolling its eyes, its tongue hanging out, and it was still red. It wasn't the natural redness of its tongue, a layer of red secretion clung to it. Lin Yang was stunned, completely baffled. Wait a moment. This dog is your son? Yes, Taoist priest. The woman said hurriedly, looking as if she was about to cry. Lin Yang twitched his mouth, his head filled with question marks. So your dog is sick, and instead of taking it to a pet hospital, you bring it to me for fortune-telling. The live stream erupted in laughter, the comments flying by rapidly. Damn, is the Taoist priest trying to make me die of laughter? Bringing a sick dog for fortune-telling instead of to the hospital. What kind of brainless girl is this? So talented, right? When did the Taoist start cross-species fortune-telling? At this rate. Can you train my chicken to play basketball? When did the Taoist expand into this new business? Why weren't we informed? Fortune-telling for dogs, are we predicting what kind of poop he likes to eat? Huh. So talented, I'm dying of laughter, my dog is coming up to bite me. The woman suddenly felt a bit shy as saying this seemed to be quite inappropriate. However, the situation at home was truly terrifying, leaving her no choice but to consider metaphysics. Taoist priest, I think my son is possessed. I came to find you to check. I took him to the pet hospital yesterday for a thorough checkup. After the whole process, nothing was found. He's not sick, they told me to observe him at home, but last night. The woman spoke, revealing a look of terror on her face, the goosebumps on her skin rising unbidden, her hair standing on end. Unconsciously swallowing her saliva, she recalled the terrifying situation at home last night. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand to stop the woman from continuing her words. Wait, first tell me, how can a dog be possessed? From the fortune-telling techniques obtained from the system, there are corresponding materials for all kinds of fate, but there is nothing for animals. Moreover, black dog blood is used to ward off evil, and it can indeed see bad things, but that year-end celebration was so desperate that it possessed a dog. Didn't it suffer enough in its past life as a beast, and wants to experience being a dog again? Upon hearing this, the woman shivered, her eyes filled with fear. Taoist, it's just. A few days ago, I went to my grandfather's grave. It was a public cemetery, and then, while I was burning Joss paper, I accidentally didn't pay attention to my son. After I finished burning the paper, I realized my son was missing, so I searched everywhere for him, and then I found. The woman spoke, her thoughts seemingly drawn back to that afternoon a few days ago, unconsciously shivering, her tone stuttering. As a result, I found. My son was digging in front of someone else's grave, not knowing whose ancestor he had disturbed, and he even ate the offerings placed on the grave. Lin Yang twitched his lips. This was indeed quite a filial act. The audience in the live stream immediately exploded with questions all over the screen. This is hilarious. Bringing a dog to a grave is one thing, but he even stole the offerings from others, not to mention digging up someone's grave. I think this lady should be more worried about whether the dog is possessed, or whether the family of the grave will come to dig her up. I suddenly remembered what the Taoist said to the big eater: after you die, there's a hurdle, and it's hilarious. This person is unlucky. The hurdle after death is being dug up by a dog. Dog who researched these offerings. Chew, chew, chew. It's delicious when you put it in your mouth, but after eating it, I get chased and beaten by a stranger, and I can't even bite him. Chew, chew, chew. The woman seemed to be recalling something, nervously swallowing. Then I filled in the grave for them, bought some fruits, and set them up again. I was scared half to death, and I bowed 3 times, saying sorry many times before I left. I took my son home terrified and unable to sleep, and by midnight, I was so tired that I just had a midnight snack. As a result, while I was eating the midnight snack, my son suddenly kept barking at the door, and there were rustling sounds coming from outside. My son rushed to the door and kept barking, something he had never done before. He has never been aggressive or this vigilant before, just guarding the door all the time. In the middle of the night, when I got up to use the bathroom, I found my son throwing up in his doghouse, throwing up red stuff. The urine in the bathroom was all red. I was so scared that I didn't give him water, but he just kept throwing up. He was very healthy before, and he has never done this. I immediately thought of what happened during the grave visit yesterday. Today I took him to the pet hospital for a checkup, and they didn't find any illness. It must be possession. Master, please save my son. Lin Yang was taken aback. If that's the case, there are definitely signs of encountering something ghostly. The problem is, if a person encounters something unclean, he can still calculate through the 8 characters, but how do you calculate for a dog? Wait, don't ask me yet. How do you calculate fate or ward off evil for a dog? This question seemed to strike deep into the woman's heart, leaving her speechless and stammering with her fingers. Looking down at the panting Labrador with concern, her eyes suddenly turned red. She didn't know what to do, only murmuring, "Taoist, please save my son. He is my only family left. My mother passed away and left me nothing but him." The viewers in the live stream couldn't bear to watch this scene either. "Taoist, do you have any skills that can help this lady? She's so pitiful, as seeing her eyes red makes my heart ache. I'm usually a hard-hearted person, but seeing this lovely girl cry makes me feel a bit soft-hearted. Master, please help her. I can truly empathize with her feelings. My dog is the only memory my mother left me. My last family member sighed. Upstairs, I see you're not hard-hearted. You just haven't seen a pretty girl cry. Wow, this girl is so pitiful. How about you come with me? I'll give you a home." Forget it, the Taoist doesn't want this girl to fall into despair. Lin Yang felt somewhat helpless, not knowing how to comfort this girl. "Don't panic. Oh, did you notice when the name on the tombstone was inscribed?" The woman slowly raised her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, unconsciously frowning as she tried to recall. "It seems like in the 2000s. I was too scared at that time, so I didn't pay attention to the details, just kept apologizing and took my son away immediately." "All right. It must have been in the 2000s. I even wiped the grave for him." Lin Yang suddenly relaxed, revealing a faint smile. "If it was in the 2000s, he should be in kindergarten by now. Where would he go to argue with you? Then the symptoms of this dog must definitely not be possession. By the way, did you have a midnight snack last night?" The woman suddenly showed a hint of shame, nodding slightly with a weak voice. "Yes. I couldn't resist last night." "Did you give your son extra food?" "I did. I gave him another bowl of dog food, and then he threw up, so I didn't dare to give him anything else. Now he's urinating blood, and I haven't dared to give him water." Lin Yang nodded. "You live alone, right? There should be surveillance at the door. Let me see the footage." "Yes. I thought there was a ghost outside, so I didn't dare to look. Afraid it would haunt me." "Don't be so superstitious. Your son isn't haunted, nor is he possessed." "Oh, then what is it, master?" The woman was clearly taken aback, pulling out her phone to play the surveillance footage, closing her eyes in fear, and directly handing the phone to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the surveillance video, and upon seeing it, nearly burst out laughing. "Case solved. Your son isn't possessed. He was barking at the door because someone got drunk and passed out in front of your house, sleeping there all night." "Oh, then master, why is my son urinating blood and throwing up red substances? Now he seems lethargic." Lin Yang twitched his lips. He understood the appetite of a Labrador. "That's because he ate too much." Lin Yang smirked slightly. It was evident that given the amount he could eat, he must have stolen plenty of offerings from the graveyard. Whether one believed it or not, there were apples and dragon fruits. "Ah, are you saying, Daozhong, that my son keeps vomiting because he ate too much? Indeed, his gastrointestinal tract can't handle it. Just like humans, if the lower path is blocked, they can only take the upper route. Oh, then, why is my son spitting blood? Your son must have eaten the offerings in the graveyard, which contained red heart explosion fruits. Anything that comes out from both ends is red. Then, why is my son so listless now?" The woman held her Labrador, and a hint of embarrassment appeared in her eyes. She had unwittingly pushed Daozhong into the role of a pet doctor, but she was truly worried about her son's health. Upon seeing this, Lin Yang immediately took out his mineral water from the ground beside him and poured a bit into the dog's mouth. The next moment, not long after, the dog was lively again. The beautiful woman was astonished, her eyes filled with disbelief, even showing a hint of admiration. Her mouth slightly agape, she looked as if she was witnessing something beyond her understanding. Is this what it means to be a master? This talisman water is truly miraculous. Drinking it cures illness. Thinking back to all the various ailments she had to spend a lot of money on when raising it, the woman felt a slight spark of hope. "Master, is this some kind of talisman water? It's incredible. Can I buy some to take home? My son often falls ill, and I was wondering if this talisman water could cure him." Lin Yang was instantly taken aback. What talisman water?" Seeing the woman's gaze fixed on the water bottle in his hand, Lin Yang couldn't help but smirk. "This is just regular mineral water. Believe in science, talisman water is all a scam." The woman immediately understood, slapping 100 yuan on the table, her eyes slightly evasive, appearing as if she very much believed in science. She gazed eagerly at the mineral water in Lin Yang's hand. Oh, master, I get it. This is definitely not talisman water. Can you sell it to me? 100 isn't enough. I'll pay 200. Lin Yang helplessly slapped his forehead. That 100 is enough to buy a whole box from the supermarket across the street. Your dog is just thirsty. It didn't get any water all night. How could it not be thirsty? The barrage exploded with laughter, comments flying rapidly across the screen. Master, this truly isn't talisman water. Woman, I understand. Master, please sell me this bottle of mineral water for 100. If you say she's foolish. She was able to respond so quickly to the master's words. If you say she's smart. She doesn't even understand this basic knowledge. The master is stunned. Is it that easy to con money? 200 for a bottle of mineral water, huh? I suddenly feel the master is still too kind-hearted, actually telling her that she could buy a whole box across the street for 100. I'm dying of laughter. In the end, the master became the very thing he despised the most, completely crossing industries from Taoist priest to the road of redemption as a pet doctor. Don't say anything. The Taoist priest has already taken on the form of a pet doctor. The woman was taken aback, realizing that it was her fault for not giving her son any water. Daozhong, is my son okay now? He has issues. The woman immediately tensed, swallowing hard, seemingly waiting for Lin Yang's final judgment. He's hungry again. I take him home to eat, but don't feed him too much. The woman sighed with relief and took her dog away, bowing as she left. Thank you, Daozhong. Lin Yang felt a bit speechless about his role as a Taoist priest. Psi faith value 1500, faith value 950110000. However, this faith value increased quite a bit, clearly showing that this woman treats her Labrador like her own child. Worry couldn't be feigned. Just as he wanted to interact with the viewers in the live stream, he saw a middle-aged woman walking towards him looking quite elegant, dressed in an OL uniform, probably a white-collar worker. The young woman soon sat down in front of Lin Yang, her face filled with sadness. A faint gray mist shadowed her brows. Most likely work wasn't going well, and she was facing a streak of bad luck. Daozhong, I saw the thank you announcement on the Jiangnan City Police Bureau's official website and inquired for a long time before learning that you were here to tell fortunes. I want to ask about my recent fortune. I feel that this round of layoffs at the company will get me fired. The young woman spoke somewhat dejectedly, her eyes filled with worry, sighing heavily. She seemed unable to feel happy at all. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and pointed to the sign indicating 100 for a fortune-telling. The woman promptly took out her phone. She immediately scanned the payment, slightly astonished. Who would have thought that the Taoist priest from the police bureau would be so inexpensive? She felt as if she had stumbled upon a bargain. She thought it would cost over 1,000 for a reading, but it was only 100, as she was almost willing to pay 200. If a foreigner saw this, they'd think he couldn't afford it. One fortune per person. Ding. WeChat payment of 100 yuan. Lin Yang smiled faintly when he saw the money come through. What do you want to know? From her appearance, this woman should have had pretty good fortune readings in the past, as she shouldn't be facing sudden layoffs. The young woman began to pour out her troubles. Daozhong, my name is Lin Yang, and I'm the accounting director at a private company. All the accounts and tax filings in the company require my signature. But recently a girl in her early 20s just graduated, joined the company, and started working under me. Then not long after, rumors of layoffs started circulating in the company. Sigh. I suspect it's aimed at me. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. How do you know it's aimed at you? The accounting director's situation is different from others. Those in other positions are often replaced by the younger ones due to their higher efficiency. They can even work longer hours. Simply put, they are faster and consume less resources. Li Yin sighed, brushing her hair back. Sigh. The new girl colleague told me that she was targeting me, suggesting that I resign voluntarily to avoid being laid off in an embarrassing way. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat peculiar. She was indeed confused by her own situation. Do you have a photo of this female colleague? Yes. We took a group photo with the boss during a team-building outing. Li Yin quickly opened her phone, searching through the company group chat. Please write down your birth date while you're at it. Lin Yang pushed the red paper forward, patiently waiting for her to find the photo. Found it, Daozhong. What do you think of her? I don't think she's a bad person. Li Yin quickly zoomed in on the picture, pointing out the boss and the new female colleague. Lin Yang took a look at the photo and immediately understood half of it. In the picture, a man and a woman pointed out by Li Yin stood in the middle, their shoulders touching, even though the male boss had people standing on both sides. However, the man on the boss left had his hand resting on the shoulder, while the young woman on the right was almost in his embrace. Daozhong, this is my birth date and time. Could you help me calculate whether I will be laid off? Lin Yang nodded, took a glance at the birth information, and found that her fate was quite good. Her life was reasonably happy, and her work was fairly smooth. The only turning point would be in the year she turns 33, which is this year. If she gets laid off this year, she will be unemployed for 2 years. Then, she got into the tax bureau, and on her first day, she struck back at her old employer. Her old employer had not received any news, but the new accountant reacted quickly, fixing the loopholes in the accounts before the tax bureau could investigate. However, as soon as Li Yin entered the accounting room, it was like she was back home. Any discrepancies in the accounts could not escape her keen eyes. It was purely a case of layoffs hitting the vital point, resulting in a fine of tens of millions. Her desire for revenge was quite strong. If anything happened, she would just report it to the tax bureau, as she was merely an employee. If she wasn't laid off, the boss of this company would be transferred in 2 years, and a new boss would come in, promoting Li Yin with an annual salary nearing $1 million. On the contrary, the benefits and treatment at the tax bureau were not as good. Lin Yang cleared his throat a couple of times and slowly spoke under Li Yan's expectant gaze. Do you have any thoughts about working at the tax bureau? Li Yan was momentarily stunned, scratching her head in confusion. Daozhong, how much do I need to pay for you to help me find someone? Oh, Daozhong, I don't currently have any plans in that direction. Are you saying I will work at the tax bureau in the future? Li Yan's face instantly turned red. She misunderstood the master. How could she even ask such a question? The live chat erupted in laughter. A chorus of laughter filled the air. This is hilarious as she thinks about how much she needs to pay to have the Daozhong help her find someone. I never expected that one day the master would be baffled. But is the master really accurate? I'm new here. It looks like this woman doesn't seem to have any intention of working at the tax bureau. The master wouldn't say this to everyone, would he? Definitely not. But the master does have a sharp tongue. Really? Just how sharp can it be? It's the kind of sharpness that could lead to death just by licking your lips. I often suspect the Daozhong is the reincarnation of Bainangzi. Is Bainangzi a python? What does that have to do with being sharp-tongued? The master wore colored contact lenses today, turning into a cobra. Lin Yang nodded. From your fate, it seems you have a strong desire for revenge, and you are quite stubborn. This year marks the turning point in your fate. Li Yin froze for a moment and immediately retorted, Daozhong, I'm not stubborn, and I don't have a strong desire for revenge. Lin Yang twitched his lips. Oh, is she really starting to be stubborn now? Wait a moment. If you get laid off this year, you will stay at home unemployed studying for 3 years just to get into the tax bureau and settle accounts with your old employer. If you are not laid off, you will do even better in this company, and in 3 years a new president will be parachuted in promoting you with an annual salary of $1 million. It all depends on how you spend this year. Moreover, the layoffs are likely targeting you. Your current boss is involved with that woman, and she is whispering in his ear to replace you. Li Yin was once again stunned, her eyes igniting with fierce flames. A surge of anger flooded her heart, and even her breathing became a bit rougher. Damn it. When I get back to the company, I'll make him pack up and leave. Daozhong, I don't want to go to the tax bureau. I want to stay at the company. I want an annual income of $1 million. Is there any way to break this turning point, master? Li Yin calmed down a bit and looked at Lin Yang with a hint of pleading. There is a way. Lin Yang smiled, faintly pulling out a kitchen knife from his tool bag. As a Taoist, carrying a kitchen knife should be quite reasonable, right? If you don't understand what I'm saying, I also have some knowledge of martial arts and swords. The live chat exploded, instantly filled with question marks. Where did the Daozhong pull out the kitchen knife from? I want to report it to Uncle Hat. Please don't report it. Otherwise the Daozhong would have no face to meet ghosts in the future. I still want to see the Daozhong exorcise ghosts. What did the upstairs mean? Is there some saying? Yes. A Taoist goes down the mountain carrying a magical tool and gets fined 400. The ghosts weren't scared to death, but laughed to death. Lin Yang held the handle of the kitchen knife, gesturing in front of Li Yin several times. Do you understand? Li Yin immediately became conflicted, the struggle on her face growing more apparent. After hesitating for a while, she slowly spoke. Isn't this a bit wrong, Daozhong? What's wrong with it? Just follow my plan, it will definitely work. But killing someone means going to jail. Are you saying I can kill the two of them without being discovered? The next moment, a faint blood mist suddenly appeared above Li Yan's head. Lin Yang was shocked. He quickly put away the kitchen knife, and he had just said she didn't have a strong desire for revenge. I told you to grasp his weakness. You said you wanted to kill them both. No, I meant for you to hold on to his weakness. Your boss must have a wife, right? Oh, so I'm supposed to hold on to his weakness. I thought. Li Yin shyly chuckled, and the blood mist above her head dissipated. Then she frowned, thinking about the boss family situation. He should have a wife. Daozhong, how did you figure out that those two are involved? Lin Yang smiled faintly. It's simple. Those involved are the weaker party is likely his wife, who has more money than him, or he has risen in this company with her support. Being in a long-term inferior position and being bossed around at home would certainly lead to dissatisfaction and rebellion. At this time, encountering a freshly graduated college student who is quite good-looking, obedient to him, and praises him for being impressive would be a challenge for the boss. Your boss is likely henpecked and must report everything he does. Meeting alone with the new graduate for a date is impossible to report. If he reports, it's equivalent to signing his death warrant. So he organized a team-building event as a cover, and when you all leave, he meets his little girlfriend privately. He achieves his goal without any issues and still makes you think he is a good boss. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, Li Yan's mouth dropped open in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Lin Yang smiled faintly. Now you just need to grasp the evidence of the two. In the eyes of his wife, your boss is nothing but a green onion. If his wife finds out he's looking for a mistress, the next day he would probably be minced meat. Li Yin immediately got up. She gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Master, impressive. I'm going to secretly photograph evidence of the two. She originally thought of herself as not a vengeful person, but upon hearing that a new colleague wanted to fire him, she just wanted to slap this person to death. Looking back now, the master was truly accurate. Too accurate. Faith value 500, faith value 100, 011, 000. Lin Yang watched as Li Yan's figure gradually disappeared, smiling faintly. The faith value had reached 1,000 again. I wonder what good things will come out this time. The previous rewards were all incredibly useful. I wonder what super powerful skill this big gift package will yield. Tongzi Gu opened the big gift package. Opening rewards for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining soul summoning technique. The host can freely choose whether to activate the Yin Yang Eye. The soul summoning technique allows one to invite spirits to possess them and communicate with them. In the next moment, an extremely ancient and mysterious technique appeared in Lin Yang's mind. It was as if he had learned this mysterious technique long ago. Even the incantations for the ritual of spirit possession, along with methods for summoning souls, seemed to be etched in his mind. This thing is a bit impressive. Lin Yang muttered, but unfortunately, it was practically useless. It was akin to summoning a spirit for questioning what good would that do. Currently, he couldn't even catch one spirit. Even if someone asked him to catch one, it would likely just be a waste of time. He turned his gaze to the live streaming room. Holy crap. Did I just see smoke rising beside the master? Is the master on fire? What do you know? This is a leakage of yang energy. The master has kidney deficiency. Nonsense. The master is not deficient. How do you know? How do you know if the master is deficient or not? The traditional Chinese medicine clinic recommended by the master is amazing. I can do 100 push-ups in one go now. Do you think the master is deficient? Big brother. No foster father. Tell me the address. Lin Yang let out a long breath. Just as he was about to engage with the netizens in the live stream, he noticed two individuals walking into the park entrance not far away. A man and a woman quickly walked to his stall. Oh, Officer Chin, you came in person. Lin Yang joked, then turned his gaze to the woman beside Chen Shuan. He felt as though he had seen this woman before, but he couldn't remember where. I might have something to discuss with the Taoist, Chen Shuan said seriously, patting the shoulder of the woman beside him. The woman kept her head down, her eyes red and filled with sorrow, her sadness written all over her face. Lin Yang was taken aback. I haven't committed any crimes. Chen Shuan chuckled. Taoist, you are our bureau's professional divination expert. How could we come to arrest you? The situation is like this. This is the complainant beside me. She says her brother has been missing for 5 or 6 days, and they have been unable to contact him. According to procedure, if someone has been missing for over 48 hours, we help look for them, but we have not found anyone. The phone hasn't been answered, but the online banking has been used normally. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand, completely bewildered. Officer Chen, isn't this a case? Why are you asking me? The live stream burst into laughter with comments flying in rapidly. This is hilarious. The Taoist is truly a versatile talent. Whatever the issue, they can consult the Taoist. Taoist, if you are being pressured, just blink. We'll come to save you. Holy crap, I'm new here. Is the Taoist being sought after by Uncle Hat for fraud? New here. Just watch. The comments were filled with disbelief. Suddenly, Chen Shuan's expression became serious. Taoist, the complainant's brother, is currently missing and has been unaccounted for. We initiated the search process but couldn't find him. I want the Taoist to calculate using the 8 characters, or rather speculate whether her brother is still alive. Lin Yang was taken aback. Schrodinger's person. A superposition state of life and death. Mainly this issue isn't under his jurisdiction. Taoist, please help me calculate. My brother has been missing for 5 days and he is still using my family card, but I just can't reach him. And I have a very bad feeling. Did he leave home because he was angry with me? The woman said, on the verge of breaking down, her body trembling uncontrollably. She suddenly looked up, realizing her eyes were dark. Chen Shuan sighed deeply, walking behind Lin Yang, patting his shoulder, slowly explaining the girl's background. Taoist, we haven't found any clues about him, and even the Heavenly Eye hasn't revealed any information about him. So, I brought her here in a personal capacity. This girl has a pretty tragic background. Her family only has her brother left. They had a fight a few days ago, and that's why he left home. Our team members have been searching as well, but there have been no results. Lin Yang frowned and sighed helplessly, pointing to the sign on the table in front of him. 100 for a divination. The woman nodded, immediately pulling out her phone, but was stopped by Chen Shuan. Taoist, I brought her here in a personal capacity, so I will pay for this. Chen Shuan took 100 from his pocket and placed it on the divination table. Lin Yang saw this and didn't hesitate, directly putting the money in his pocket. After calculating the locations of those 2 criminal gangs, he didn't even know how many times it had multiplied Chen Shuan's bonus. It was only right for him to take this money. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to throw down 100 before leaving. However, the viewers in the live stream were bewildered. The screen was filled with question marks. Holy crap. Taoist, you even take Uncle Hat's money. Amazing. As expected of someone I follow. So impressive, truly. Lin Yang, the Taoist. Holy crap, I'm shocked. Why does the Taoist dare to take Uncle Hat's money? Those who are new must be new fans, right? The Taoist said that no matter how big the boss is, even if the King of Heaven descends passing by his stall, they would have to throw down 200. Even a dog passing by would have to give 200 to leave. Do you understand the Taoist's worth? Lin Yang accepted the money and asked the tearful woman to write down her brother's birth date and time along with her own. Taoist, I can't remember my brother's birth date. Is it okay if I write mine first? Lin Yang nodded, took the woman's birth date, and was instantly stunned by this fate. Lin Yang stared blankly at the fate of her brother, having already confirmed that he was dead. There was no need to write down her brother's birth date anymore. Her destiny foretells the loss of a brother at 30 and the loss of a child at 38, which is quite tragic. Taoist, how is it? Have you seen anything? Chen Shuan held his breath beside her, seemingly more anxious than the woman. He dared not approach Lin Yang too closely, yet his curiosity drew him nearer. Lin Yang shook her head and sighed. Your brother is already gone. Oh, please accept my condolences. Oh. The woman, lost in thought about her brother's fate, suddenly collapsed into the chair, her eyes filled with confusion and her mind blank. Gradually, the surrounding sounds became inaudible, and she only felt a buzzing in her ears. Staring blankly ahead, she exhibited no signs of agitation. She did not cry or cause a scene, merely lost in her thoughts. Taoist, are you serious? Chen Shuan was taken aback and quickly approached. Yes, it's true, he is gone. But how he died and who the perpetrator is, I cannot ascertain. I lack that capability. Lin Yang anticipated Chen Shuan's words. The live stream fell into silence, stunned, with only a few scattered comments. Please accept my condolences. Ooh, I truly hope the Taoist is just fabricating this. This woman's background is truly tragic. Taoist, please say you are just making this up. The woman's state is not something one can act. Her eyes are filled with confusion, her mind blank, utterly unable to think. When my father passed away, I was in the same state as her. Sigh. Please accept my condolences. This is the first time the Taoist live stream has been so serious. Please accept my condolences. Taoist. Sigh. This is troublesome. Chen Shuan sighed helplessly. This was indeed a major undertaking. A person is gone, but where? No one knows how he died or who the perpetrator is. It could easily turn into a cold case, and the pressure is mounting. Since this missing persons case is being handled by their police station, it means they will begin investigating this death case. Just as Chen Shouan was about to lead the woman away, she suddenly snapped back to reality, kneeling on the ground. Taoist, I know you have great abilities. Please tell me where my brother's remains are. We are from the northern province. We must see the living if they are alive, and the dead if they are dead. Taoist. I beg you. I beg you. The woman trembled slightly, kneeling in front of the stall, yet she did not cry. Her expression was somewhat numb. Lin Yang felt a bit helpless. He truly could not predict this. Fortune-telling is for the living. How can one tell fortunes for the dead? If it was a homicide or suicide, that would be better. At least the soul remains in the world. But what if it was natural death? By now they might have gone to Evil Dog Ridge. How can one calculate that? One cannot simply issue a bounty to summon a ghost for questioning, can they? Wait. Questioning. Spirit summoning technique. Lin Yang suddenly recalled the reward from today's system. Impressive as it may be, it seemed useless, but now it is genuinely useful. I was just complaining about this skill being mediocre, and now I'm putting it to use. There is a method, but it is not one of calculation, it is one of inquiry. Lin Yang spoke, slowly turning to the woman. Inquire. Taoist, if we catch the suspect, we can ask them ourselves. Oh, we may not even need you anymore. Are you suggesting that the Taoist wants to calculate the perpetrator's actions? But we currently have no clues, not even where the deceased is. Chen Shouan forced a bitter smile and sighed deeply. Another few sleepless nights await, but as long as they can filter out the suspects, that would be good. No, what I mean is to ask the deceased who harmed him and where his remains are. What? Chen Shouan froze in place, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He could clearly understand each word, but why, when they formed a sentence, did he suddenly fail to comprehend? Ask the deceased. How can one ask? We don't even know where they are, and furthermore, how can we ask a dead person? Can they even answer your questions? What? The woman, who looked utterly dazed, immediately stood up, her eyes wide as saucers. Taoist, you're not joking, are you? Can you really converse with the deceased? Chen Shouan was the first to react. With Lin Yang's abilities, he shouldn't be lying. If the Taoist said it's possible, then it should indeed be possible. The live stream exploded, as well, with comments flooding in. Taoist, didn't you say to believe in science? What's this about talking to the deceased? Taoist, are there really ghosts in this world? Damn, that statement from the Taoist sent chills down my spine. I have goosebumps all over. Don't scare people like this. Asking the deceased. How can one ask someone who is already dead? Ask a ghost. No way, buddy. Are you kidding me? I've never seen a master who could converse with ghosts. Lin Yang nodded. Yes, it is possible, but we need to prepare some items. Only at midnight can we invite the deceased to possess someone. I will help you invite the deceased to possess someone, and your police station will cover the cost. After all, it will also help improve your efficiency in capturing the perpetrator. Chen Shouan immediately nodded. It didn't matter if it was the police station's funds, he would personally pay if necessary. No way, Taoist, how much does it cost to perform this ritual? Can I personally speak to my brother and say a few words? Lin Yang furrowed his brows in thought. Just 500, so I'll tell you a few items to buy, and I also need to trouble Officer Chen to help me find a place with heavy energy. Speaking. You won't be able to speak, your brother will possess you, but he can leave you a few words, and I can record a video for you. Alright. I will do it, I will pay for this ritual. Officer Chen, you are a good person, you cannot help me pay anymore. Chen Shouan waved his hands repeatedly. This will be covered by our department, no need for you to pay. But Taoist, do you mind if I bring a few people with me to the ritual site? Lin Yang shook his head. No, I don't mind, but don't wear specialized clothing but has too much yang energy and is not conducive to the ritual. You all need to go buy 3 black incense sticks, 1 white bowl, and a bowl of white rice. That will suffice. Chen Shouan immediately agreed, taking leave from his team. After setting the time with Lin Yang for the evening, he went to requisition a place with heavy yin energy. Lin Yang continued to set up his stall, letting out a sigh. He had briefly opened his yin yang eyes earlier and discovered that a mass of black mist had been following the woman. It was most likely her brother, continuously following her to protect her, not to harm. At that moment, an androgynous figure approached from a distance, dressed in Lolita clothing and wearing a mask with heavy makeup above the eyes. With delicate fingers, they walked towards his stall, their legs tightly pressed together, moving shyly. Lin Yang blinked in astonishment. Good heavens, what on earth is this? The sight sent a jolt through his entire frame. Though his face was unremarkable, his figure was even less so. The only clue to his gender was the woolen trousers he wore even in midsummer, and his awkward, unsteady gait in high heels. Could this be some kind of special community? Lin Yang edged his stool backward, watching the man sit stiffly on the chair and slowly remove his mask. A faintly handsome face emerged. Master Taoist, I've heard your divination is extraordinarily accurate. I'd like you to cast my fate. The figure, dressed in a Lolita dress, neither fully male nor female, spoke in a coquettish lilt and fluttered his eyelashes. Lin Yang shuddered involuntarily. Wait, just tell me plainly, are you a man or a woman? Of course I'm a boy. The man replied sweetly, resting his elbows on the table and cupping his chin as he gazed at Lin Yang. A glimmer of hopeful anticipation shimmered in his eyes, so unsettling it made Lin Yang's skin crawl. In the live stream, viewers erupted in stunned exclamations. What is this? He's disgracing men everywhere. Is he a she-male or a transgender person? Master, I've never begged anyone, but please, for the love of heaven, hold your phone farther away. What species is this? What gender is this? A plastic bag. 666. Witnessing biodiversity in real time. Look at the master's twisted expression. Lin Yang twitched at the corner of his mouth. Romantic fate. He'd read fortunes for countless people, But this man had left him utterly flabbergasted. 100 yuan per reading. Payment first, then divination. Lin Yang forced the words out, gesturing toward the QR code. Done. Already scanned, Master Taoist. A chime sounded. WeChat payment received 100. Lin Yang nodded, studying the man across from him. His face caked in stark white foundation and heavy makeup, lips painted a fiery crimson. My name is Wusaki, he said. I'd like to know about my destined partner. To be honest, I wear skirts because my girlfriend loves it. I felt shy at first, so I only wore them at home. Later she asked me to wear them outdoors. At first I hesitated, but gradually I grew accustomed. Even began to relish the glances of passersby. Then one day a man approached me on the street and asked for my WeChat. I enjoyed the attention, so I accepted his request. Afterward, he invited me out. He knew I was a man, and yet we ended up together. Now I can't hide either relationship any longer. I must choose. Master, please tell me, with whom will I find true happiness? I simply wish to know whose romantic destiny aligns more favorably with mine. After all, long-term compatibility requires financial stability. I'll naturally choose the wealthier one. Lin Yang stared dumbfounded. So wearing skirts was an order from his master. Wait, you wear skirts because your master commands it. So you have both a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Wusaki pressed his lips together and nodded twice, answering two questions with a single gesture. The live stream exploded once more, screens flooded with question marks. Real-life master's orders. Outdoors exposure masteress orders. Are you being serious? Absolutely serious. His master told him to expose his arms outdoors. What's so hard to grasp? Whoa, so he's got both a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Talk about living dangerously. Lin Yang's mouth twitched again. You've mastered monogamy quite inventively. Flattery won't get you anywhere, master. I never meant to, but I just couldn't resist. Fine. Write your birth date and time on this paper. I'll determine your destined partner. Lin Yang sighed, sliding a red sheet forward to Wusaki. When Wusaki handed back the paper, Lin Yang froze. According to the hexagram, this man was not telling the full truth. Or perhaps only half of it. The monogamy part was technically true, but he certainly wasn't seeking a destined soulmate. The divination revealed he worked as a bar host alongside someone nicknamed Gajita. His monogamy meant 2 patrons, 2 benefactors. Thus the master's orders made perfect sense. He was calculating which patron would spend more. Lin Yang smiled faintly. You're not being entirely truthful, are you? You want to know who'll fund your future more generously. Truly, my friend, I don't envy your income. You earn from both sides. No wonder it comes so easily. Wusaki blinked, then broke into an embarrassed grin. He gazed upward with a long sigh, his expression tinged with resignation and quiet sorrow. His furrowed brow seemed to ask, what else could I possibly do? Please, Master Taoist, don't tease me. You're astonishingly accurate. Tell me, who will spend more on me? I desperately need money. My father is a compulsive gambler. He demands money daily. My mother suffers from a grave illness requiring dialysis every week. My younger brother is still in university. I don't want him exposed to society too soon. Lin Yang waved dismissively, clearly impatient. Enough. No need to rehearse that script with me. Your profession never changes its pitch. Father gambles, mother ill, brother studies. The divination revealed otherwise. His mother had passed years ago. He had no younger brother. Only his father farming peacefully in their hometown. Question marks cascaded across the live stream. I was this close to tears, and you say it's all fabricated. Too moving. I deleted the site. Dude, you acted way too fast. Brothers don't fall for it. Most of these Mosage and Mosey Jia types are frauds. I don't care. I'll support the guy at no. 88 downstairs. He's genuinely pitiful. Damn, this guy's brilliant. Earning from both sides, under the guise of monogamy. A true prodigy. Perfect. The master's tongue has returned to its trademark venomous wit. Wusaki, unfazed by the exposure, merely chuckled. In his line of work, thick skin was essential. So long as no money was lost, being unmasked changed nothing. Master Taoist, let's leave that aside. Just tell me, which one holds greater financial promise? Lin Yang offered a faint smile. According to the divination chart, this young man was destined for wealth. His fate brimmed with prosperity. He was born to thrive in this very trade, possessing what could only be called a celestial aptitude for fortune. Both men possess comparable financial means. You'll fare well with either. The choice is yours. One offers wealth earned at the forefront of honor, the other money stained by shame. Choose which coin you wish to claim. Neither, however, is your destined soulmate. Lin Yang smiled faintly once more. His words had already been unmistakably clear. This youth's fortune was innate. No sacrifice of dignity or integrity was required for him to prosper. You may boldly refuse that man. Wusaki instantly assumed an expression of profound epiphany, clasped his hands together, and offered a grateful bow. A flicker of relief crossed his face, and his spirit visibly lightened. Thank you, Master Taoist. I now know precisely how to proceed. If both were willing to pay me, I wouldn't have to endure this torment, or suffer such visceral revulsion. I'll sever all contact with that woman immediately. Having spoken, Wusaki turned on his heel and strode away, leaving Lin Yang standing alone, utterly bewildered. What in the world? Had he misheard? Had reality itself fractured? What did I just hear? My hair. I assumed he'd cut ties with that man, but instead it's the woman. Brilliant. This fellow has fully liberated himself. Master Taoist, you've truly miscalculated. Ghosts have taken root in Jiangnan City. Do you even realize? You're harboring spirits in your own home, and remain oblivious. I'd rather feel a blade pierce my back than endure this. A true prodigy, Absolutely extraordinary. That's why I love watching Master Taoist stream. Every day brings fresh encounters with genius minds. Lin Yang's lips twitched slightly, a quiet, resigned gesture. Faith points 1000. Faith points 11200. At that moment his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Qin Shuan calling. He answered immediately, pausing the live broadcast. Hello, Master Taoist. The location with heavy Yin energy has been identified. We've also acquired the necessary items. When might you arrive at our mortuary? I've already coordinated with the mortuary. There will be absolute privacy tonight. Lin Yang lowered the phone from his ear and glanced at the screen. It was past 7. Dusk was falling swiftly. Then there was no time to waste. He'd close shop early and head out to apprehend the wandering spirit. I'm leaving now. Send me the address. No need. I'll drive over to pick you up. The mortuary lies in West City. It's quite distant. Lin Yang paused briefly, then agreed. Very well. I'll pack up now. You may come ahead. After confirming their arrival in 30 minutes, he ended the call. Why did Master Taoist abruptly end the stream? Is he really going to capture a spirit? I'm dying to know. Please broadcast it live. Brothers, let me confess. I'm a staunch secularist. I simply don't believe in specters. Prove their existence. Stream it for us all. Absolutely support it. Stream it, please. I've never witnessed anything like this in my life. Lin Yang reflected carefully. This endeavor absolutely could not be streamed. He relied on live broadcasts to accumulate faith points, not only from those seeking divination, but potentially from viewers themselves. Capture spirits. Nonsense. I'd sooner catch a phantom fool. Trust in science. Now Master Taoist believes in science again. Please just be human. You predicted his brother's death. How can you preach science? You made a trafficker scream in agony. Call that scientific? Spirits. No such thing. I'm off to buy New Year provisions. You won't find that entertaining anyway. I'll go offline shortly. Lin Yang shrugged indifferently. Don't beg to watch. What if a specter crawls through your internet cable and finds you? You'd vanish in an instant. Master Taoist stopped joking. How could a spirit possibly trace us through the web? It's not entirely unprecedented. Have you not seen Ringu? You're stingy to the core, refusing even this one glimpse. Master Taoist, just one glance. I'm on the verge of collapse. I swear I'll never watch this again. Just one look. I can't bear it any longer, brother. Enough. Trust in science. As Lin Yang bantered with his audience, a police car pulled sharply to a halt beside him. Qin Shuan stepped out, slowly retrieved from the trunk uncooked white rice, 3 black incense sticks, and a plain white bowl. Master Taoist, we're ready. Shall we depart now? The livestream chat erupted instantly. No way. So you are capturing a spirit. Don't lie to us. Just let us see. You've prepared the tools, yet still preach science. Puffed, spinning tails again. Do you really think 3 simple items can subdue a spirit? Only the gullible would believe that. Why hide the feed? Because it's all illusion. Show it, and the ruse collapses. Deny us sight, and we conjure our own visions. A centuries-old trick. Don't bark upstairs, believe it or not, but stay out of Master Lin's ascension path. Lin Yang smiled faintly, climbed into the police car with Qin Shuan, and quietly ended the livestream. Some things, after all, were better left to science. Ghosts didn't exist. Half an hour later, the police car eased to a stop before the mortuary entrance. All 3 disembarked. At first glance, the atmosphere was undeniably eerie. Master Taoist, is this truly possible? Can you truly summon my brother's soul, so I may gaze upon him one final time? The woman's gaze, though no longer vacant, remained emotionally muted. Her heart numbed, her spirit strangely still. Lin Yang noticed her detachment and sighed inwardly. You won't see him directly. He'll possess you. Her emotional numbness did not signify indifference. It signaled the opposite, an overwhelming, all-consuming love. Her brother was her entire world, and so her mind in self-defense concealed the unbearable grief beneath layers of stillness. When she returned home, reunited with familiar scenes touched by old belongings, that would be the moment her composure shattered. Master Taoist, how fares my brother now? Has he been bullied by other spirits? Her voice drifted hollow and distant. No, he is safe and well. Lin Yang finished speaking and entered the mortuary side by side with Qin Shuan. Inside the room stood 3 plainclothes officers, faces solemn, awaiting his arrival. As Lin Yang entered the room, he was startled by the imposing atmosphere. 3 people stood in the funeral home. One was Qin Shuan's young apprentice, and the other 2, with their foreheads emitting a golden glow and dressed in white shirts, exuded an air of authority. Who could wear a white shirt? Only the big shots, at least of the rank of a police superintendent from a city bureau. City bureau, I've brought the person. Qin Shuan appeared somewhat humble in front of the man in a white shirt who stood with his hands behind his back. One could sense that this man was not ordinary. Xiaoqin, come here for a moment. The man in the white shirt waved his hand, glanced at Lin Yang, and then turned to lead a few others to a corner of the funeral home, whispering something. Seeing this, Lin Yang decided to prepare for the soul summoning ritual. According to the information provided by the system, the soul summoning technique could only call forth souls that still lingered in the mortal realm. Coincidentally, the woman's brother had been right beside her, so no elaborate rituals were necessary. Taoist, I want to see my brother one more time. The woman spoke with a numb expression and a hint of a sob. Lin Yang immediately activated his yin yang eye and saw the ghost of the woman's brother standing beside her. The ghost appeared as a mass of black mist with only a vague outline of a face visible. If it truly manifested, it would certainly retain the form it had in death. You can hear me right. Do you want your sister to see you? Lin Yang murmured towards the corpse storage cabinet behind him. The woman was momentarily taken aback, her expression frozen for 2 seconds. The ghost was also stunned, and a shape of human-like black mist gradually extended 2 arms pointing to its mouth before waving its hand. Lin Yang scratched his head. Did that mean it couldn't speak? Or did it simply not want to show its current appearance to her? If it manifested, it might look quite horrifying. He doesn't want you to see, but it's not possible. Lin Yang shrugged and spoke to the dazed woman. Upon hearing that her brother's ghost was right beside her, she exhibited no fear, but rather a sense of despair. If only I had given him that 10,000 yuan. Taoist, does he still hate me? Does he not want to see me, his sister? Lin Yang turned to look at the mass of black mist, its head shaking vigorously. All right, stop shaking your head, or you'll end up looking like Louis XVI. Lin Yang waved his hand and said to the woman, your brother doesn't blame you. His ghost cannot speak in this state. When he possesses you, I'll record a video for you. What's the reason behind the 10,000 yuan? The woman's expression changed as if she had triggered some sensitive topic, a jolt of electricity coursing through her body. Tears began to cascade uncontrollably, yet her tone remained remarkably calm, her lips trembling slightly. Because he wanted to invest in a project, and when I heard about it, I thought it was a scam, so I didn't give him anything. Then in a fit of anger, he said he would go south to work and save money for the investment, but he just vanished. Lin Yang sighed helplessly upon hearing this. It was truly a tragic situation. All right, you sit down for now. He'll prepare the soul summoning ritual. Meanwhile, the man in the white shirt, a square-faced uncle, called the 3 to his side faintly, hearing Lin Yang conversing with the void in the room, his anger boiling over. Chen Xiaoan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but the bureau has already confirmed the missing person is dead. Oh, why are you still hiring a master? Do you know this falls under superstition? Hiring a master to perform a ritual, do you really think he can divine where the corpse is buried? Moreover, the bureau has already sent Lin Tao to investigate the deceased's information and has uncovered some clues. We should be able to find where the body is buried within a week. What are you doing all this for? Chen Xiaoan was taken aback, uncertainly repeating, Director Zhou, you've invited Lin Tao to investigate this case. Lin Tao. In the entire Jiangnan city and the Jiang province police superintendent system, no one is unaware of him. The Dragon Country has 5 great detectives, and he always cracks the case. Lin Tao is renowned as one of the 5 tigers of Jiang province. He can solve cases through various clues. His case-solving success rate is nearly 100%. Oh, no matter how difficult a cold case is, he can solve it in, at most, 14 days. This level of expertise cannot be summoned for ordinary cases. Only the city bureau chief can convince him to come. There's a saying in the Jiang province police circle, when Lin Tao makes a move, you know whether it's solved or not. If Lin Tao can't solve a case, it's likely that only the 5 great detectives of the Dragon Country can crack it. The square-faced Zhou nodded, his expression somewhat grave. I've reviewed this case file. There are many doubts, and it was conducted very secretly. If it weren't for the victim's sister reporting it, it would have never been discovered. So it's no wonder your bureau cannot find clues. That's why I invited Lin Tao. Lin Tao has already reviewed the case file, and also said this case is difficult with almost no breakthrough. Oh, it will take at least half a month to solve it. Chen Xiaoan was stunned. His face was filled with disbelief. He realized the difficulty of this case, but never expected it to be this challenging. Even Lin Tao, one of the 5 tigers of Jiangnan, said it was difficult, and it would take at least half a month to solve it. That meant it was unlikely for the grassroots police superintendents to crack it. Zhou furrowed his brow again, shifting the conversation back to Lin Yang. What is your purpose in hiring that master? Do you want the master to divine where the bones are buried? Or do you want him to determine the exact time of death? Do you really think these can be divined? As a police superintendent, do you believe in these things? If it takes Lin Tao 14 days to solve the case and find the body, do you think he can find it just by doing a ritual? Chen Xiaoan felt a bit embarrassed by this. He truly thought Lin Yang was remarkable, but didn't dare to say it in front of the director, so he could only mumble quietly. At first, he predicted that the missing person was already dead. That's why we started our investigation. And I mainly wanted to give the deceased family some psychological comfort. Director Zhou looked helpless. He didn't believe in these ghostly matters. What kind of spirit could be appeased with a mere peanut? He believed in science, using evidence and clues to find the deceased and the murderer. Could this Taoist possibly make the deceased possess someone and tell how they died? What an international joke. Even Lin Tao, one of the 5 tigers of criminal investigation, found this case tricky and said it would take half a month to solve it. If he could resolve it just by performing a ritual, then he'd be impressive. All right, don't blame yourself anymore. Wanting to comfort the family is kind-hearted, but the method is wrong. Since you're here, let's go outside and take a look. Lin Yang poured the white rice into the bowl, casually pulling over a small cart used for transporting corpses to serve as an altar. He inserted 3 black incense sticks into the rice and clapped his hands, preparing for the final touches. According to the soul-raising technique given to him by the system, it wasn't particularly difficult, especially with the family members actively wanting to connect with their loved ones. There was no aggressive intent. If there were, he would have to let them experience the Taoist martial arts. At that moment, a group of 4 led by Officer Zhou in a white shirt slowly returned from the corner of the funeral home, taken aback by the simplicity of the ceremony. Chen Xiaoan cleared his throat twice, saying, Taoist, we have already sent one of the 5 detectives to search for clues. If we can't determine where the deceased body is, we won't press the issue. Lin Yang paused for a moment and nodded lightly. It seemed that Chen Shouan had been taken away by the director for a reprimand. He was quite a decent person. If he often did fortune-telling in this area, he would need to ask Chen Shouan a question in a couple of days. Brother, do you want to replace your director? Then I'll start. The deceased family can just sit in the chair. Officer Chen, could you please help record the video? Record a video. Taoist Lin, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure of it will help you solve the case. Lin Yang nodded, lightly waiting for the woman to sit down in the chair, while Chen Shouan took the law enforcement recorder to start filming. He began to operate, first pulling the cart carrying the corpse in front of the woman and lighting the 3 incense sticks inserted into the white rice. He silently chanted the incantation of the soul-raising technique along with the birth date of the woman's brother. It would be problematic if he attracted the wrong spirit. Just as the chant ended, the woman's body, which had been tense, suddenly relaxed, her head naturally drooping, as if she had fallen asleep. Then her eyes suddenly sprang open, crossing her legs, as if she had become a different person, the numbed look in her eyes replaced by a hint of fear. You hello. I am Zhao Ruiping, my sisters. Brother, the deceased you are looking for. The moment these words were spoken, the entire room erupted in surprise. Chen Shouan exchanged incredulous glances with Director Zhou, both seeing a flash of shock in each other's eyes. In a veteran police station like theirs, they could clearly tell if someone was acting. This demeanor, this gaze could not be feigned. Unless this woman was an Oscar-winning actress. But her brother was missing. Oh, why would she fake it? Her demeanor clearly indicated a change in person. Director Zhou nodded slightly, and Chen Shouan immediately understood. Master, do you want to ask, or shall I? He'll go first, you can ask about the case later. So Zhao Ruiping, tell me, why did you always follow your sister? The woman sitting in the chair swallowed hard, a hint of confusion in her eyes. I just felt that someone missed me very much, so I came. How did you die? As soon as this was mentioned, the fear on the woman's face grew more intense, her pupils even changing slightly. It was... My colleague killed me for the 20,000 yuan I had in my hands. Lin Yang's expression gradually turned serious. Do you know where your remains are? Yes. Do you know the exact location? Yes. Good, Officer Chen, you can conduct the interrogation. After you're done, I'll come back. Lin Yang simply turned around and took out his small stool for fortune-telling, sitting down heavily. This guy was definitely Zhao Ruiping. That fearful gaze couldn't be faked. They say that people fear ghosts 3 parts while ghosts fear people 7 parts. Spirits only bully those who are afraid of them, but when they encounter someone with strong killing intent or the person who has harmed them, they would rather be scared to death. Chen Shouan, with a serious expression, checked the law enforcement recorder to ensure it was recording before slowly beginning the interrogation. You are the deceased Zhao Ruiping. The woman nodded with fear in her eyes. Yes. Where were your remains buried? They were buried at the west side of the city train station along the tracks. For 20 kilometers to the east side, there's a jujube tree, and then walk 10 kilometers north from the jujube tree. Chen Shouan was taken aback. Such detailed information couldn't possibly be fabricated. Who was the murderer? Where are they from? What do they look like? Upon hearing this, the fear in the woman's eyes intensified, and she glanced fearfully at Lin Yang, her lips trembling slightly. Why are you panicking? You're already dead. Can he really kill you again? Be bold and say it. Lin Yang said nonchalantly, crossing his legs. Oh, the murderer. Suddenly the woman covered her head, as if she had built up a lot of mental strength. The murderer is from Jiangnan, named Chen Xinghua. He worked with me at the Guangshi electronics factory. He, after killing me, returned to Jiangnan City. He is probably still in the Jiangnan urban area. I dare not look for him. Chen Shouan quietly nodded, recording everything. Are you done asking? Then it's my turn. Lin Yang suddenly stood up from the small stool and took out his phone to start recording. Since he was helping others, it wasn't solely for the police department. He had to ask about the family's matters. Moreover, the spirit not moving on and staying behind her sister wasn't a good thing either. I ask you now have 2 choices. First, I can send you down to reincarnate. Second, you can continue to follow your sister. You can protect her at crucial moments, but it will be detrimental to your reincarnation, and you may suffer for 100 years after going down. Which do you choose? Without hesitation, the woman stood up. I choose to stay beside my sister. She has suffered too much in this life. I want to protect her. Lin Yang did not dissuade her, respecting her fate. All right, then, for the second question, is there anything you want to say to your sister? She is still feeling guilty about that 10,000 yuan. I am recording. Your sister will be able to see this later, so say what you want to say directly. Upon hearing this, tears instantly streamed down the woman's face, but the tears were not clear. They had a slightly dark hue. Sister, I have never blamed you. Our parents left early, and you raised me all by yourself. You need to live well. No one will drag you down anymore. You must walk the next path for me. I have always been behind you, always accompanying you. Do not blame yourself. I do not blame you, sister. The king of hell said that life and death are predestined. My lifespan has ended. Even if you gave me that 10,000 yuan, I might still be hit by a car when I go downstairs. You must live well and be happy. After she finished speaking, the 3 incense sticks had burned down completely, and the woman suddenly fell back into a deep sleep. Lin Yang removed the 3 incense sticks and placed them in his small bag to take away later. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the 3 people present, all with moist eyes. As the 3rd incense stick burned out, the soul returned to its vessel. She sat motionless in the chair, her eyes fluttering open, blank, unfocused, and dull once more. She awoke as if from ordinary slumber with no memory of what had just transpired, gazing blankly at the 3 men in Taoist hats who were wiping away tears. Master, did it begin? It is over. Lin Yang spoke calmly, then sighed deeply. He placed his smartphone, recording the ritual, into her hands and tapped play. At that moment her younger brother had already reappeared as a spectral presence trailing silently behind her. Yet this time Zhao Ruiping possessed distinct facial features, though his body remained a swirling black mist. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes as he offered Lin Yang a faint gentle smile. The video played slowly in her trembling hands. When Lin Yang asked, "Do you wish to remain by your sister's side? If you descend now you may endure a century of torment before rebirth." Hearing this she burst into tears, the phone shaking violently in her grasp. "No, no, I don't want you beside me. I won't let you suffer. Master, please, send him to rebirth. Let him be reborn." Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. "I must honor the departed's final wish." The video continued playing. On screen her spectral self nodded without hesitation, his gaze steadily hardening with resolve. "I will stay by my sister's side, to protect her, to let her live fully, and never blame herself." The woman's numb expression shattered instantly. She buried her face in her hands and wept uncontrollably, the wail echoing through the entire funeral hall. Chen Shouwen sighed heavily and quietly turned away. Director Zhou wiped his damp eyes, his heart churned with conflicting emotions. He could not discern whether her words were truth or delusion. This lay far beyond his understanding. Could a corpse truly reveal its own burial site? Who would believe such a thing? Yet they had thoroughly investigated the reporter. Her connection to the death was non-existent. She was entirely exonerated. Enough. Chen Shouwen, dispatch officers to verify this location. Truth or falsehood will be revealed once the site is found. Yes, sir. They comforted the sobbing woman, while Lin Yang stood silently aside. He nearly burst into laughter. She wept bitterly, yet Zhao Ruiping, that spectral, New Year's offering, seemed to have damaged his wits at the moment of death. Damn it. He was pulling faces right before her, sticking out his tongue, bulging his eyes, ridiculous, absurd. Though she could not see him, Lin Yang certainly could. What should have been a solemn rite had devolved into farce. This ghost even asked Lin Yang to relay the grimace to her. A real spirit making faces, an image few could conceive. Lin Yang almost drew his peachwood sword to strike him down. Exasperated, he waved dismissively. There, no more tears. Your brother has been following you all along. Seeing you cry pains him too. If need be, this Taoist master will personally escort him to rebirth. And when he finally departs your side, that may well signal the end of your own lifespan. Perhaps then you two sisters shall even be reborn together. She lifted her head abruptly, her dull eyes now alight with fragile hope. Truly, guaranteed. This Taoist master never lies. Thank you, master. You're a good man. Thank you. Her voice broke anew, not in sorrow but in overwhelming tearful relief. Faith points 5,000. Faith points 16001, 20000. Lin Yang blinked, astonished at the sheer magnitude of the gain. There, dry your tears. Add my contact details. Should your brother ever decide to leave your side, he'll visit you in dreams, and you may reach me directly. Lin Yang pulled out his phone and displayed a WeChat QR code. Beep. Contact added successfully. Thank you, master. No thanks needed. My ears are already calloused from gratitude. Go home now. Officers Chun and his team will locate your brother's remains. Lin Yang gestured for her to depart. Only Lin Yang and the three officers, led by Chen Shouwen, remained in the funeral hall. Director Zhou still wore an expression of stunned disbelief. Yet years of experience stirred suspicion. Could this be staged? A hypnotic illusion? Yet the address she'd given was unervingly precise. Just then Chen Shouwen's phone rang sharply. He answered immediately, only to hear an excited voice erupt from the other end. Holy hell, Chief. We found it. Every detail you gave was spot on. How the hell did you do it? That place is utterly desolate. Even given a year, I'd never have spotted it. From the railway station, there's nothing but tracks, absolutely barren. 20 kilometers by car, and sure enough there stands a single jujube tree standing solitary in the wasteland. Then 10 kilometers north, exactly as you said, a freshly tilled patch of earth. A body buried beneath, clothing and physical traits matching the missing person exactly. Senior Lin Tao is here too. He'd like a word with you. Before the three inside could process the news, another astonished shout crackled through the line. Damn, it's miraculous. Chen Shouwen, would you consider joining our provincial homicide unit? Your tracking skill dwarfs mine. Are you planning to play the fool until I arrive? I haven't even uncovered a single clue. I'm still reviewing case files at headquarters, and yet you've already unearthed the corpse. Lin Tao spoke fervently. If the body was found, identifying the killer was merely a matter of time. No crime is perfectly concealed. No case is truly unsolvable. Chen Shouwen hesitated, swallowing hard. We've even identified the perpetrator. Arrest is pending. Silence stretched for 2 seconds on the line. Join us in the Provincial Homicide Division. We need talents like you. No, I must call the Municipal Bureau. They sent me here, yet they concealed a genius investigator like you. At that moment, Director Zhou cleared his throat, his expression awkward. No need to call them. I hadn't anticipated the case would be solved so swiftly. We'll discuss the full details after the suspect is apprehended. He then signaled Chen Shouwen to end the call. Once the call ended, the three men stood frozen in shock. There truly was someone. It really was Zhao Ruiping. Director Zhou murmured softly, his worldview irrevocably shattered. One of the province's 5 elite detectives, still uninitiated, still clueless. Yet a Taoist diviner had already named both corpse and culprit. Was this not sheer impossibility? Who would believe it? Chen Shouwen's face flushed with exhilaration. His second-class merit award secured. Master, on behalf of the Municipal Bureau, I present you with a reward of 50,000 yuan. Your contribution to this case was indispensable. Director Zhou quickly regained his composure, though inwardly he remained profoundly shaken. Lin Yang smiled faintly as it is said one should be compensated for their work. This reward is merely an unexpected windfall. But one must absolutely refrain from giving rewards. He opened his pockets inviting fortune. Oh, I feel so embarrassed. Just transfer it to my account, Director Zhou. There's no need to feel embarrassed, you truly helped us a great deal. This was originally a cold case, and it was resolved because you summoned the spirit. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. Director Zhou, we must believe in science. I merely enhanced this woman's perception a bit. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water, there is a connection among family. I merely amplified that connection, there's nothing supernatural about it. In front of the authorities, he still had to put on an act, otherwise how could this be reported? A Taoist using magic to help the police solve a case. That would be absurd. Director Zhou was taken aback, utterly bewildered with a large question mark written all over his face. What on earth? You, a Taoist, just summoned a spirit, and even one of the 5 tigers of criminal investigation would take a long time to investigate, yet you had the deceased directly tell you where they were buried. You want me to believe in science? It's not that you. Qin Xiaoan was stifling a laugh, already accustomed to this scene. Don't ask Lin Yang if he can perform magic, and don't ask him if ghosts exist. The answer is simply no, encouraging you to believe in science. If you don't ask, he could pull out any trick. Sorry to trouble you, Master, but it's getting dark, let me give you a ride back. Lin Yang shook his head. No need to walk back. I still have my KPI to complete today, hopefully I can get a reading on the way. Alright then, Master, see you next time. Qin Xiaoan waved goodbye to Lin Yang, not insisting further. The urgent matter was to catch Qin Xinghua. He got into the police car with a bewildered expression alongside his apprentice, rushing back to the station to begin investigating Chun Xingbo's registration information. After everyone left, Lin Yang finally stretched and picked up his fortune-telling tools, heading out while starting a live stream. What if he encounters some work on the way? If not, receiving a few gifts to help answer people's questions would be quite nice too. As soon as the live stream began, over 1,000 viewers rushed in and the barrage of comments flew by quickly. Master, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm begging you, just one glance. I just want to see what a ghost looks like. Please. I'm begging you too. Just one glance. I've always wanted to see what a ghost looks like. Master, I want to share my experience. You might not believe me, but I once got drunk and encountered a ghost on the street. It came flying straight at me and I just thank the gifts of nature. Wow, Master, this background looks like a funeral home. You can't be serious, can you? Are you really catching ghosts? Lin Yang glanced at the comments, twitching his lips. Catch what ghosts? We must believe in science. Master is getting ready to take one more job before finishing for the day. If it weren't for the fact that you all lost your electronic melons, I wouldn't even have gone live. Oh, it seems Master is quite tired. Did you just have a fight with a ghost? Who won? Isn't that a silly question? Whoever is gone just disappears, right? How could Master still be live? That makes sense. Did Master defeat the female ghost? Is she now lying flat on the ground? Master, send us a location. Lin Yang twitched his lips again. He had never felt this speechless, even when a ghost made a face at him. Walking along, he unknowingly arrived at the bar street. The rising and falling sounds of music mixed with the sounds of drunken wailing all reached Lin Yang's ears. Fate. Survival. Woo, I can't let her go. She actually is with another man. Woo. Stop talking. I can't let her go either, but the child she had is black. I can't help but let go. I need to drink a couple more cups, otherwise I'll still think of her. Lin Yang stood before the bar street, twitching his lips. Wow, this is really lively. People drinking, getting into conflicts, crying while hugging lampposts, and even someone renting out their husband. He suddenly thought about taking a detour. The live stream audience was almost going crazy with laughter. 666, Master, what do you think of this scene? Since I'm already here, won't you go in and have a couple of drinks? Drink and meat skewers are fine. The Taoist heart should be preserved. I didn't expect Master to come to such a place. Was it intentional or accidental? Master, I know a bar with a model sister. She's really stunning and has a great vibe. At that moment, a woman who could barely walk straight due to intoxication was being helped by another woman with yellow hair approaching Lin Yang. The supported woman clearly had hit her limit. When she looked up, she saw a Taoist in front of her. Chio, I think I've drunk too much. How did I see a Taoist on bar street? The woman with yellow hair was taken aback. I can't believe it. Am I also drunk? Why do I see the Taoist too? The drunken woman, on the verge of vomiting, was momentarily stunned. Immediately breaking free from the support, she hurried over, her eyes nearly closing. Master, I want to have my fortune told. Do you believe in love? The woman with yellow hair quickly followed, looking as if she hadn't drunk too much. Master, this is my sister Sue. She just got played by a scumbag and isn't feeling well. Can you help her with a reading? Li Qingxiu supported her best friend's arm, her face still showing some resentment towards the scumbag. Lin Yang, seeing this, recognized it as an opportunity. He immediately sat down by the roadside and set up his fortune-telling stall. Come on, it's 100 per reading, fair and square. Su Yin, who was nearly unconscious, immediately took out her phone and scanned the code. Ding. WeChat payment of 100 yuan received. Then she held her phone, scanning her surroundings, bewildered as she slurred. Hey, where's my phone? It's in your hand, Yin. I quickly think about what you want to ask. Her best friend hurriedly sat beside her, her face filled with anger towards the scumbag and pain for her sister. Master, you don't know how badly my sister was cheated by that scumbag. She must break up with him. Lin Yang nodded. Let's hear from the person involved. Oh, what do you want to ask? At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew by, and Su Yin immediately exclaimed, You master, do you know what love is? Lin Yang nodded. 500 on the table. Su Yin was instantly dumbfounded, her voice rising a few pitches. Master, isn't it 200? Lin Yang calmly replied. Inflation, what era is it now? Love has increased in price. Hearing this, the drunken Su Yin immediately sobered up a bit. In this era, love can still appreciate in value. I want to calculate how I can take revenge on that scumbag. Her best friend Li Qingxiu echoed with a face full of indignation. Yes, we need to take revenge on that scumbag. I've advised you over 100 times to break up, and now that you've been deceived by him, you finally understand I was right. Li Qingxiu pulled out her phone and typed breakup into the keyword search of their WeChat chat, revealing over 100 messages containing the word. Lin Yang smiled faintly, moving his small stool back a bit, fearing she might vomit on him. He could change the stall, but that robe was the only one he had. Can you still remember your birth date after drinking? What do you want to calculate? I can only calculate, but I can't give you advice. Su Yin shook her head, drunkenly, seemingly pondering what she wanted to calculate. In the next moment, she suddenly slapped her forehead. Then Taoist, I want to calculate. They say foolish people have foolish blessings. I've almost become a fool. Where's my blessing? If you want to win, you must work hard. I bought many things from Pinxi, so why haven't I won? Isn't it said that one cannot reap without sowing? I've been so lazy. Where's my reward? Lin Yang was taken aback, wondering what kind of questions these were. He glanced at Li Qingxiu beside him, who was all ears for his answers. Not feeling any problem at all, this is a true best friend. Foolish people have foolish blessings. Gaining weight is also a form of blessing. If you want to win, you must work hard. Even a collective effort can lead to failure. Reaping without sowing, causing trouble, is also trouble. The live stream suddenly erupted with laughter comments flooding the screen as the viewer count surged to 2,666. The Taoist is spot on. The two of them had quite strange interpretations, not understanding but respecting it. No wonder. I said it, foolish people have foolish blessings. How come I've turned into a fool but still have no blessings? Turns out I've gained weight. No wonder I've put on 10 pounds. 666. If you want to win, then I said I wasn't losing you, I was just becoming more like Ying Zheng on a swing, winning at it. Suddenly Su Yin lifted her head, her dazed eyes half open slowly, giving Lin Yang a thumbs up. Accurate. The master is indeed accurate. I've gained 8 pounds this month. I wondered why I still had no blessings. Turns out it's because I've gained weight. Su Yin, half dreaming, glanced at her best friend Li Qingxiu, looking a bit embarrassed. Hesitatingly, she opened her mouth, speaking in a thin, weak voice. Taoist, I want to calculate who my true love is. Lin Yang, upon hearing this, felt there was something else hidden behind it. What had she not told her best friend? He pushed the red paper forward. Do you still remember your birth date? Write it down. Oh. Su Yin nodded, drowsily, trembling as she picked up the paper and pen. After drawing for a long time, she still couldn't write down a complete birth date. Annoyed, she smacked her left hand against her right. Stupid hand, hurry up. Right. A minute later, she managed to write down a scribbled birth date and handed it to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the birth date and calculated for a moment, instantly stunned. This birth date, it belongs to the family of 8 divorces. It indicates that she will have 8 marriages, all with the same person, and every time they divorce, they end up remarrying. If all the divorce certificates were collected, they could sell for $2. Clearly a love-struck fool. And why was Su Yin initially hesitant about calculating her relationship? According to the divination, the man she would marry and divorce 8 times should be a tall, fit fitness trainer with abs, wearing black glasses and fond of gray clothes. Just then Li Qingxiu suddenly spoke up, looking helpless. Taoist, does she still have a connection with her ex-boyfriend? If there are any rotten peach blossoms, just cut them off. She makes me suffer too much in her love life. Honestly, she's just a love-struck fool. I really don't know what's so good about that guy. Su Yin, with her drunken eyes wide open, murmured. Actually, he's quite good. Li Qingxiu, when you were just drinking, weren't you cursing him? Taoist, please help me calculate if she still has a connection with her ex-boyfriend. Ooh, I really can't take it anymore. Lin Yang was taken aback. Her best friend dating was unbearable for her. How are you suffering? Li Qingxiu's face was weary, her eyes still filled with some indignation. From her expression, it seemed like she was about to explode. When she dates this scumbag, she flaunts sweet pictures to me, and I have to envy her. When she breaks up, she comes to me to vent, and I have to scold him. I've advised her over 100 times to break up and scolded that guy more than 200 times. I'm exhausted, really exhausted. Please help her cut off this rotten peach blossom from her ex-boyfriend. Lin Yang thought for a moment and slowly described the man from the divination as someone fitting the description. What type is your friend's ex-boyfriend? Does he wear black glasses, like to wear gray clothes, and have an 8-pack? As soon as Lin Yang's words left his mouth, the 2 women sitting at the stall were stunned. They exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. Wow, master, you are too accurate. Yes. That's her ex-boyfriend. Can you cut off this karmic bond? Li Qingxiu's eyes even held a hint of admiration, nodding repeatedly and giving a thumbs up. Taoist, you know I rarely consult fortune tellers and I seldom believe in all kinds of deities, but today I truly believe your calculations are incredibly accurate. That guy is indeed the scumbag. He has messed with her several times, and each time I have to comfort her. When will this kind of life ever end? Li Qingxiu said, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, sighing several times. Su Yin swallowed hard. Oh, just mentioning that person sobered her up considerably. Taoist, does he still have a connection with me? Lin Yang re-examined the divination, nodding affirmatively. Yes, and a long-lasting karmic connection at that. Ah. The first to collapse upon hearing this was not Su Yan, but her good friend Li Qingxiu. She almost wailed, tears of bitterness filling her eyes. Taoist, can't you help her cut off this karmic connection? They'll pay, I've really had enough. Every time I have to persuade her to break up, and then I watch them reconcile, it's like being trapped in a time loop. When will I ever be able to end this advising against their relationship? Lin Yang glanced at the divination again, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I can't cut off their karmic bond. You probably still have about 2 years of this kind of advising against their relationship ahead of you. Li Qingxiu sighed in relief upon hearing this. Haha, grown up. 2 years is acceptable. After 2 years I won't have to persuade them to break up, right? Lin Yang nodded firmly. Exactly 2 years from now you'll be advising them on divorce instead. Li Qingxiu. Lin Yang spoke softly, counting carefully on his fingers. If we talk about divorce advice, it has been more than 2 years. Let me calculate, your best friend is 25 this year. You are the same age, she got married at 27, and you started advising her from the age of 27 until she was 29, when she was hurt by a scumbag and divorced. Li Qingxiu let out a long sigh of relief. At least from now until the divorce there are 4 years left, just endure it. However, she still stared at Su Yan with a resentful look as if she couldn't believe her. Damn it. You call him a scumbag yet you married him. Have you lost your mind? Su Yan poked at her fingers, feeling wronged, almost completely sober now. Encountering such an accurate master, one must take a good fortune calculation regarding her connection with that man. Hearing that they got divorced after only 2 years of marriage was somewhat saddening. Fortunately, after enduring for 4 more years, you two will break up and get divorced. Li Qingxiu sighed with relief, a slight smile appearing on her lips as she became optimistic again. Lin Yang chimed in. And then she remarried at 28, divorced again at 29, remarried again. Within 2 months, a total of 8 divorces and 9 marriages. Anyway, the last remarriage was at 46, and you have to advise her until she's 46. The live chat exploded with laughter, filling the screen with 666. 6,666. Awesome, a family of 8 divorces. 8 divorces. Amazing, is that a love brain growing in the head? Or is it a person growing on a love brain? I could feel her best friend's sense of helplessness even through the screen. Oh, my best friend is also. We don't advise against reconciliation, but if he hurts her, we must advise her to break up. As a result, I was her bridesmaid at her wedding. The groom wanted to stab me at the wedding. A lifetime of advising now, that's a true best friend, a lifelong obsession. Wait, I'm just curious why I stopped advising after 46. Li Qingxiu's smile froze on her face, her eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? You want me to advise until I'm 46? Su Yan, you can just die. Li Qingxiu grabbed Su Yan's face directly, her expression almost crazed, filled with desperation. Su Yan just giggled foolishly, thinking how wonderful it would be to be with him all the time. Li Qingxiu was a bit overwhelmed, suddenly realizing that if she only advised until 46, could it be that their relationship would collapse by then? Taoist, why is it that I only advise until 46? Lin Yang twitched his lips. Her ex-boyfriend was a fitness coach who suddenly changed careers to participate in bodybuilding competitions at 31. Hiss. Are you saying that he won't be annoying at 46? No, he overdosed on veterinary drugs and died at 46 from a cerebral hemorrhage, and the hospital found out it was due to too many veterinary drugs. Lin Yang shook his head, full of regret, but no sympathy. For the sake of status and money, he injected veterinary drugs meant for cattle and horses into his own body. Cattle and horses are just terms. He really treated himself as livestock. Cattle and horses are still different. Cattle moo, horses whinny, and cattle can also be trained. He's still a short-lived ghost. Su Yan, what do you see in him? Li Qingxiu looked confused, as if questioning her. Because he's handsome. And has abs. Su Yan stammered, her face flushed with shame in front of her sister, yet unable to resist the allure of a handsome man. You're something else. Sigh. Li Qingxiu was completely helpless, wanting to let her fend for herself, but unable to do so. Thank you, Taoist, you are a true master. Su Yan gave a thumbs up, secretly smiling. Faith value 1000, faith value 170-012-0000. No need to thank me. Lin Yang waved his hand casually, waiting for the two best friends to walk away, before shaking his head and chuckling. Time to pack up. Go home. He immediately clicked to end the stream, grabbed his small stall, hailed a taxi by the roadside, and returned to the temple. After performing the summoning technique, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. He had barely laid down on the bed in the temple before he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes. Another sunny day. He picked up his phone and saw that Chen Shouan had transferred 50,000 yuan to him. Without hesitation, he accepted it and clicked to receive the payment. Is the case resolved? Lin Yang asked, curiously, opening his wallet to find he already had 170,000. He could renovate the temple, making it bigger and stronger, attracting more worshippers, which would naturally increase his faith value. Just after checking his wallet, Chen Shouan replied. Chen Shouan, thanks to Taoist Lin, the murderer has been captured and the evidence is conclusive. The murderer confessed to the crime, providing the family with a satisfactory explanation. This case has even earned me a personal second-class merit, and my rank is about to catch up with our director. Thank you, Taoist Lin. Lin Yang smiled lightly. Officer Chen, you're too polite. It's a collaboration between the police and the public. Right, it's that. If Taoist Lin predicts something unusual, please contact me immediately to ensure your safety. Lin Yang smiled. Is this too eager for progress? Sure, no problem. Then he slowly got out of bed, took his portable stall, and walked out of the temple heading down the mountain. Setting up the stall. In less than half an hour, Lin Yang arrived at the familiar park, walked to the familiar shade of the tree, and stretched lazily. He set up his stall and displayed a sign for 101 divinations. He took out his phone, opened the live stream, and entered the promotional slogan, "Believe it or not, don't disturb me, the Taoist is about to ascend." Instantly, 1,000 people flooded into the live stream. Oh, isn't that Taoist Lin? Is he out to exorcise ghosts again today? Don't talk nonsense, believe in science. Do you understand science? When has Taoist Lin's live stream ever been scientific? He's a Taoist telling netizens to believe in science. Lin Yang was idle, interacting with the comments in the live stream. Not long after, a man with an excited face walked towards his stall. "Taoist, is your fortune telling accurate?" The balding man held a lottery ticket in his hand, looking excited and radiant. "Accurate, but you don't want me to predict the winning lottery numbers, do you?" "I won't do that." Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, as there are always these clever ones. "Taoist, actually, I want to predict something else, not the lottery numbers." "Oh, then tell me, what is it?" The man was a bit awkward and smiled sheepishly. "Taoist, I want to predict when the national football team will win the World Cup." Lin Yang. What the hell? Can you say that again? Lin Yang was instantly dumbfounded, his voice rising 2 octaves in disbelief. The awkward man chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head as he placed the lottery ticket on the table. "It's just that I enjoy betting on football, and I've only been betting on the national team to win, but I've lost over 100,000. I just want the Taoist to calculate when the national team can win the World Cup again." Lin Yang immediately stood up, saying, "Are you looking for trouble? Are you deliberately provoking me?" The live stream exploded with laughter, filling the screen with haha. 66. There are all kinds of experts, but how can there be someone asking when the national team will win the World Cup? The Taoist can't even predict when the national team will win the championship. What do you understand? That is the national fortune balancer. I'm afraid the Taoist will pull out a big knife. Sorry Lang. This is the first time I've seen the Taoist flustered. This is a character. But damn, he does seem like he's looking for trouble. The moment the man saw this scene, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a hint of helplessness. "Taoist, I'll pay. I truly want to know. Damn, if you're paying, I really suspect you're just looking for trouble. How could I calculate when the national team will win the World Cup?" Lin Yang now wished he could just cut him down. This guy was definitely looking for trouble. Winning the World Cup seems as likely as believing this man in front of him is Qin Shi Huang. The man holding the lottery ticket with a helpless expression bitterly smiled and swept 100 yuan fee towards him. "Taoist, if that's the case, I want to calculate my marriage fate. An old man once told me that I have no wife or daughter in my destiny. Master, can you help me change my fate? As long as you can change my fate, breaking this destiny of having no wife or daughter, I won't ask you such tricky questions." Lin Yang twitched his lips, a clever maneuver to retreat. "Then let's talk about the national team's victory in the World Cup." The man nearly cried upon hearing this. He knew the national team couldn't win the championship, but he couldn't be destined to have no wife or daughter. "Taoist, how can you be so heartless? I don't want to be a lifelong bachelor." Lin Yang lightly coughed twice. "So let's continue calculating the national team's victory in the World Cup. Then you can use money to impress your goddess. Changing fate is not something just anyone can do. Destiny isn't something that can be altered at will. Those who can change fate inherently possess a different destiny. Extremely disciplined, with the right timing, location, and people, all 3 factors in place. From starting with a bowl to the Ming Dynasty, from watching dogfights in the village to Han Gaozu, those who can change fate are not ordinary people. Moreover, his system didn't provide any methods for changing fate. It was better to calculate when he would get rich instead. "Master, please, I don't want to get rich. I just want a wife. I'm already 32 this year, and still have only my 2 hands for company. Ooh, I've never even touched a woman's hand. I am lonely." The man was nearly in tears, his voice growing smaller. He looked utterly embarrassed, almost kneeling before Lin Yang. He desperately wanted to touch a woman's hand. Lin Yang sighed helplessly. "If you want to touch a woman's hand, go to the nearby comic exhibition and find someone called Rabbit Girl. Just tell her you haven't touched a woman in a long time, and you'll be able to hold hands." The live stream was suddenly full of question marks. "How do you know so much, Taoist? Do you also watch?" "I suspect the Taoist is secretly watching, eating alone, right?" The Taoist was speechless. "Oh, why not calculate when the national team will win the championship, ha?" The Taoist's face changed. "How about we talk about how to help the national team win the World Cup instead? This man might not know how much of a blow he would take. It's hilarious. Even if I just touch once, it wouldn't be my own. Taoist, is there really no way to reverse my fate?" The man wore a crying expression, trying to sway Lin Yang's conscience with his tragic appearance, oblivious to the fact that Lin Yang had no conscience. "All right, just write your birth details on this paper, and I'll try to calculate it." What if that old man was wrong? The man nodded, eagerly, looking as if he had found a lifeline. He hurriedly wrote his birth details on red paper and pushed it in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang took a look at the birth details and saw that it wasn't just a matter of having no wife or daughter in his fate. "Tell me how that old man said it." "Oh, he said I was cursed by the heavenly evil star, having no wife or daughter, no brothers or sisters." "Taoist, was he accurate? I'm an only child with no siblings. Up until this year at 32, I've never touched a woman's hand. I can't take it anymore. Taoist, is there any way to break this curse?" Lin Yang awkwardly coughed twice, looking at this divination. This man does not have the fate of being a heavenly evil star. Instead, he merely has the fate of marrying late and having children late. Moreover, from the fate perspective, he would have one son and one daughter and live quite happily. However, this wife is a private use of public transport. Due to extreme loneliness, he went to soak his feet, and from there it spiraled out of control. Regardless of whether it's windy or rainy outside, he must go to 88. Even on the days when 88 couldn't work, he still went doing nothing else, but holding her while sleeping in the bathhouse's private room, waking up just to leave. The most outrageous behavior was just touching hands. There were no other boundary-crossing actions. This man worked at a large electronics factory, earning over $10,000 a month, which is considered a high-paying job in the entire Long Nation. Moreover, he didn't have the habit of smoking or drinking, usually lived in employee dormitories, and ate at the company cafeteria. Aside from sending money to his parents, he could save a full $10,000 each month. His value increased significantly, and he basically spent the entire year's salary on 88. 88 was also touched by this sincere affection, and on the days she couldn't work, she would come quietly to keep him company, buying her painkillers and brown sugar water. When he could go out, he took her to amusement parks. She even felt very embarrassed, and when she took the initiative, the man refused. In the end, he believed that love could exist in this profession and resolutely washed his hands of it. He took out the $3 million he earned over the years along with the several $100,000 he spent on her, handing it all over to the man to hold a simple wedding. After marriage, they lived quite happily. Mainly others felt it was not worth it and even felt uncomfortable about it. But this man probably truly didn't care about her past, nor had they ever quarreled over such matters. After finishing the calculation, Lin Yang silently looked at the expectant man in front of him and slowly spoke. Your destiny chart is fairly auspicious. You've been misled, but you do have a destined spouse and 2 children, 1 son and 1 daughter. Your life together will be genuinely happy. However, your future wife's profession is somewhat unusual. Tell me, could you accept what she does for a living? Lin Yang spoke calmly, his gaze unwavering as he studied the man's expression. If the man objected, Lin Yang would say no more. What is fated will come to pass in due time. A person's mindset shifts with age and experience. A year ago, he might have been a fiery young entrepreneur chanting, "My fate lies in my hands, not heaven's." Yet a year later, life's relentless grind may have reduced him to a 996 wage slave, weary and resigned. Perhaps he cannot now accept the idea of his future wife working in public transport. But in a few years' time, his perspective may shift entirely. Urgency to marry may eclipse all else, leaving him willing to settle for any woman at all. Is my wife human? In Lin Yang. Surely you don't imagine she's some mythical Indian third sister. Of course she's human. Oh, then that's fine. And the man said this with serene nonchalance, though a faint spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. And the live stream erupted in laughter. Chat messages flooded the screen. 666. As long as she's human, bro, you're desperate. You'll eat anything. And actually, the third sister isn't entirely out of the question. N. Suggest an immediate investigation of the user above. You're starving. And why does this guy give off faint vibes of impending doom? How starved must one be? And then, is my wife beautiful, Master Taoist? And the man swallowed hard, as if only now processing the revelation, and abruptly snapping out of his earlier despair over being a lonely star. Lin Yang glanced at the divination chart and performed a quick calculation. No. 88, the top-ranked masseuse at a certain futureflexology parlor. Her looks and figure were both reportedly excellent. More importantly, to rise to such prominence, her skills must be exceptional. After all, no sales champion lacks mastery in their craft. If the young man truly held no reservations, his marital life promised remarkable fulfillment. She should indeed be quite beautiful, and her figure is equally impressive. And as soon as Lin Yang spoke, the man's expression transformed, disbelief warring with skepticism, his face tightening into deep suspicion. Master Taoist, are you fabricating this to flatter me? That wouldn't be right. And if you're merely telling me what I wish to hear, I'd be better off consulting a psychotherapist. Look at me. I'm short, unimpressive, and broke. How could someone like me possibly marry a woman who's both stunning and well-proportioned? Ni's face was etched with resignation. He knew himself well enough to doubt such fortune could ever be his. If such a woman did appear, he reasoned, she'd likely be after his money. And Lin Yang burst into quiet laughter and tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. Your wife is beautiful, and her figure is superb. Her sole drawback, a past steeped in the world's oldest profession. Do you understand what I mean? HSSSD. So my future wife is a hen. Lin Yang nodded slowly, studying the man with genuine curiosity, truly unbothered. So it proves I am desirable after all. Did I win her over with money? Partly. And also through unwavering persistence. Well then, I feel reassured. Thank you, Master Taoist. Faith points 1,000 in total. Faith points 1 into 1. Lin Yang watched the man depart with a faint knowing smile. This man's destiny chart bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a woman from Jiangbei City he divined earlier. Wait, no, it wasn't just similar. It was the same person. He recalculated swiftly and confirmed his future wife was none other than Yuan, the blonde woman who'd visited him for a reading days before. Fate truly is wondrous. Lin Yang murmured softly, then glanced amusedly at the livestream. Holy cow, his future wife is a hen. This guy's got nerves of steel, staying so calm. HSSSD. NIV followed Master Taoist for 10 years. Didn't he once read the fate of another woman whose story mirrors this man's? She too left that life behind using her entire savings to marry a man. Lin Yang watched the stream's commentary with quiet satisfaction. And yes, that's precisely her. They are now united. She brought 3 million yuan as dowry and entrusted every cent to him. Holy cow, it's true. This guy's got something special. He actually won over a concrete-hearted hen. And I'm starting to envy him. Think about it, others pay 888 for a single experience, but he gets it free plus receives 3 million in return. What kind of surreal blessing is that? Could sincerity truly be the ultimate weapon? Is Master Taoist right? And Lin Yang shook his head, slightly a trace of disdain in his eyes. And sincerity is an ultimate weapon, but when wielded alone it becomes a suicide move. Holy cow, suddenly Master Taoist's words ring profoundly true. Sincerity multiplied by any skill becomes invincible, but sincerity, standing alone, that's just foolishness. Lin Yang smiled faintly, then settled back onto his small stool to await the next visitor. Not long afterward a man approached, furtive, clutching 2 black plastic bags and dragging a Hello Kitty branded suitcase. His skulking gait betrayed ill intent, yet Lin Yang, studying his facial features, detected nothing inherently amiss. At that moment the man stealthily dropped one black bag into a nearby trash bin, then hurried several paces forward to discard the second into another. He even craned his neck, glancing warily around to ensure no one had noticed. The live stream captured it all. Chat exploded with question marks. And why is this guy acting so suspicious? And whoa, could his suitcase contain human remains? And don't scare us. I'm easily spooked. Surely he wouldn't casually dump a body in broad daylight at the park. Lin Yang observed the scene quietly. Once the man had disposed of both bags, he briskly wheeled his pink suitcase toward the stall. Lin Yang even glimpsed a flicker of guilt on the man's face. And moments later the man sat before the stall, gripping the suitcase handle tightly, as if terrified it might vanish. Master Taoist, can you offer counsel? I'm not really here for divination. There's little worth foretelling. And it's just, I carry deep guilt, and can't seem to release it. Lin Yang's pulse quickened. And could this man actually be a criminal? What then was he guilty of? 100 yuan per consultation. Even psychological comfort has its price. Agreed, Master Taoist. I'll scan to pay. Without hesitation the man completed the payment, then began haltingly to recount the source of his remorse. Master Taoist, my name is Li Bowen. I've carried guilt in my heart for a long time. Now I lie awake night after night. Every time I close my eyes her image floods my mind. Even in sleep my hand instinctively reaches out to the empty space beside me on the bedsheet. But there's nothing there, only cold emptiness. That familiar presence is gone forever. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's expression instantly sharpened with seriousness. Something was deeply off. This sounded eerily like the shrimprin case. Could Qin Shoen be involved again? Tell me in detail. What exactly makes you feel guilty toward her? Did you cheat? Or something worse? Lin Yang asked calmly, careful not to betray suspicion lest he startle the suspect. No, I never cheated. We lived together for 3 years, and originally I'd planned to break up and simply discard her. But I feared someone else might find her, claim her as their own, so I had no choice but to painfully disassemble her in the kitchen. Yet I was still afraid someone might discover the remains, so I divided them into 6 separate plastic bags, each discarded at a different location. But her outer layer proved incredibly difficult to cut apart, so I packed it into my suitcase, planning to weigh it down with stones and sink it in the river. No one would ever find it then. As Li Bowen spoke, a flicker of possessiveness gleamed in his eyes, as though she were a sacred object utterly forbidden from being defiled by another. The live stream chat exploded, screen after screen filled with question marks. Master Taoist, why haven't you called the authorities yet? Holy hell, this is a deranged shrimprin case. Wow, wait, how dare he openly confess his crime to a Master Taoist? Are shrimprin offenders really this brazen now? What the hell? Usually shrimprin offenders avoid masters like the plague, so how did one just waltz right in? Is Master Taoist secretly casting some kind of spell to lure the most heinous criminals straight to his door? Wait, could the contents of his suitcase actually be human fragments? Master Taoist, stay safe. Watch out, he might suddenly snap and attack you. Relax. Master Taoist subdues suspects like disciplining a son, effortless like Zhang Fei snacking on soybeans. Lin Yang keenly sensed the undercurrent of obsession in Li Bowen's gaze. The more he observed, the more unsettling the man appeared. Yet without proper birth data, he couldn't yet draw firm conclusions. Here's what we'll do. You write your birth date and time on this red paper, and I'll cast a divination. Only by identifying the root cause can I truly ease your psychological burden. He smiled, gently feigning warmth. Oh, yes. Li Bowen took the red paper and carefully inscribed his exact birth date and time, then handed it over obediently. Lin Yang scanned the characters and froze. What in the world was going on? This man didn't even have a girlfriend. He'd never had one. His destined soulmate wouldn't appear for another decade, and his first love would be that soulmate. So whom exactly had he disassembled? And more puzzling still, his fate showed no sign of imprisonment whatsoever. Through deeper metaphysical calculation, Lin Yang finally grasped the truth behind her. His lips twitched, utter disbelief washed over his face. So, you felt like a butcher while dismantling her. You believed she'd stood by you through countless days and nights. only for you to end it yourself with a kitchen knife. That's what fills you with shame. Li Bowen immediately nodded vigorously, blurting out, yes, 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 Master Taoist. I'm consumed by exactly that guilt. She stayed with me so long, and yet I personally tore her apart. Am I even human anymore? I slaughtered her like a butcher. Lin Yang nodded slowly, struck by the man's intense possessiveness. You wanted a new companion, but couldn't bear the thought of someone else cherishing and using her. So you chose to destroy her instead. Li Bowen shot to his feet and gripped Lin Yang's hand, eyes alight with the joy of having found a true confidant. Yes, 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 Master, exactly. I couldn't let anyone else possess her. I had no choice but to dismantle her. The livestream chat erupted anew. No way, this is real. Why hasn't Master Taoist called the authorities? This is a major criminal case, a deranged killer. Whoa, this is seriously twisted. His possessiveness is terrifying. Even I, a man, feel uneasy. Just break up and move on. Let someone else care for her. Possession isn't yours to claim. That's for others to decide. You certainly shouldn't slaughter her. What's going on with Master Taoist? Why does he seem to agree with him? Maybe he's just stalling until the authorities arrive. Lin Yang sighed deeply. Dude, why didn't you just deflate her? Why go to such lengths? Dismembering her, scattering pieces across town, buying a suitcase just to dump her in the river. Master Taoist, she's not an inflatable doll. A jolt ran through Lin Yang. Had his divination failed? Or was the birth data inaccurate? She's made of rubber, once in live size. I couldn't risk someone finding her and using her right away. So you dismembered a full-scale rubber doll and bought a suitcase to drown her in the river. Well, what else was I supposed to do, Master Taoist? Li Bowen looked genuinely puzzled, convinced his actions were perfectly reasonable. If I'd just tossed the pieces in the building's dumpster, people would have mistaken it for a homicide scene. Lin Yang fell silent, speechless. Never mind. It's time to let go of the old and welcome the new. Next time, get an inflatable one. It's far easier to store. The live stream flooded with question marks once more. So all along, it was just a rubber doll. Holy hell. I thought it was a murder and dismemberment case. Well, possessiveness is human nature. And yes, disposing of one is awkward. Leave it outside and it looks like a crime scene. I toss it in the river and it looks even worse. Maybe just cut it up and flush it down the toilet. Though honestly, even that seems excessive. So mine's just been sitting at home all this time. Fellow viewer, take my advice, don't dispose of it. This year floods hit our town hard. Entire streets submerged, water raging deep and fast. I inflated my girlfriend, climbed aboard, and floated over 10 kilometers. A branch burst her, and I was rescued. I'll never forget her. She saved my life. Li Bowen scratched his head, embarrassed. Oh, I see, Master Taoist. Though honestly, inflatable ones lack the satisfying tactile feedback of silicone. Rubber feels decent enough. Lin Yang stared blankly. You're discussing tactile feedback with me. All right, there's nothing to feel guilty about. Once your new girlfriend arrives, you won't feel guilty anymore. Remember, your new girlfriend shouldn't stay at home for more than 3 years. Lin Yang casually advised, preparing to send him off. Li Bowen was taken aback, a hint of fear gradually appearing in his eyes as he recalled an urban legend he had once heard about these silicone dolls. Why Taoist? Could it be that the urban legends are true? If these silicone dolls are kept at home for too long, they really do accumulate spiritual energy. Are they good vessels for spirits to possess? No way, Taoist. I've had my ex lying around at home for quite a while. Lin Yang twitched his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. His face seemed to say, you believe in such a ridiculous urban legend. When you grow old, they'll sell you health products. What are you thinking? It's just a life-size doll. If a spirit were to use it as a vessel, wouldn't it come to life? Paying the price of a doll for an experience worth $888, I think you're overthinking it. You should thank the gifts of nature. Wild spirits are the real deal. Li Bowen's face turned noticeably red from what was said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, I thought it was real, Taoist. Why shouldn't it stay at home for more than 3 years? Lin Yang chuckled. By the time 3 years pass, you'll have a girlfriend. You young man have a habit of storing things under your bed. What do you think your girlfriend will think of you? Damn, Taoist, you're amazing. You really are a true Taoist. He'll throw it away after 2.5 years. Li Bowen immediately got excited, originally seeking psychological comfort, but unexpectedly, he could also predict that he would have a girlfriend in 3 years. Faith value 1000, faith value 190,012,0000. After Li Bowen thanked him multiple times, he quickly left with his suitcase, and only then did Lin Yang reveal a smile. This would unlock another reward. Oh, I wonder what useful little item this time's reward will be. He glanced at the live stream, discovering that the viewers were still passionately debating the tactile differences between silicone and inflatable dolls. 3,000 viewers had split into 3 major factions, arguing fervently. Damn it, our silicone ones are the closest to reality, don't you get it? Do you understand what tactile sensation means? Our inflatable ones can save lives, akin yours. Going down the river as a kayak. Well, our silicone ones have weight too, and they are incredibly realistic. Our inflatable ones can save lives. I think my left-hand baby and right-hand baby are still the best. They can save lives, and also. I thought urban legends were true. I've had the inflatable one at home for 4 years, sigh. Little yellow bean shrugging emoji. What are you disappointed about? Lin Yang looked at the barrage of comments, feeling somewhat helpless. What kind of fan group is this? They are arguing fiercely over a girlfriend, and the battlefield quickly divided into 4 factions: silicone faction, original faction, inflatable faction, and even a bring it along faction appeared. Before long, all the arrows pointed at Lin Yang, asking him which faction was the most superior. Lin Yang chose to ignore them, fearing he would get the live stream shut down. He is a positive energy streamer. Shortly after, a man who seemed like a university student walked in from the park entrance looking dejected, but his gaze seemed to be searching for something with purpose. Upon seeing Lin Yang's fortune-telling stall under the shade of the trees, he hurried over. He plopped down onto the small stool in front of the stall, his face filled with gloom. Master, I'm struggling under pressure, longing. Lin Yang was taken aback. Are you here for fortune-telling? I feel like life has lost its luster, and I can't see any hope. Lin Yang nodded, somewhat understanding. Longing also requires payment. The man was taken aback, forcing a wry smile. Taoist, I will definitely pay. I'll pay right now. He quickly scanned the code and sent 100 yuan through Alipay, noticing that the payment method was still Huabei. Okay, I've paid, master. I just want to know if there's still hope for my life in the future. After receiving the money, Lin Yang changed his expression. First, tell me why longing. By the looks of it, you seem to be around 20 years old, right? Have you graduated from university yet? Not yet. I'm a sophomore this year, but I can't see a glimmer of hope in my life anymore. Lin Yang shook his head, uncharacteristically serious. What you're saying isn't right. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't underestimate the youth's poverty. When fortune turns, you'll find that the setbacks now aren't much at all. Moreover, when a person's fortune arrives, it can't be blocked. Even a pig standing at the wind's mouth can fly, let alone a person. Wealth isn't fixed. It has its ups and downs. Where there are gains, there are losses. But, master, right now I have no courage to keep living. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. What happened? Tell me in detail, and I'll help you figure it out. Sigh. Taoist, I currently owe a total of 50,000 yuan, and I can't pay it back. The debt collectors send me threatening messages every day and want to cause a scene at our university. They said they would blow up my contact list and call my parents. I'm afraid they really will call my parents. Lin Yang was taken aback. Could it be another case of excessive spending? How did you take out a loan? A sophomore doesn't need to borrow 50,000 yuan, right? Did you overspend? Or was it for buying something for a girl? The man shook his head in frustration. No. My dad is sick and I borrowed money for his surgery. I will pay it back slowly. I just don't want them to call my family. But the interest is too high. Borrowing 50,000, I have to repay 80,000 in a year. If I can't pay, the interest will stack online. I can't even think of how to repay this debt. I'm also afraid they will call my family. My dad is already sick and hasn't recovered, and my mom is stressed. If they call, they will definitely tell my family to hurry and repay the money. Otherwise, they will cause a scene at my school, preventing me from going to university. My mom has little education and is most afraid of hearing things that might prevent me from studying. She will definitely hurry to gather the money. But my family really can't spare a penny and has no money to give them. I can only worry. Lin Yang chuckled after hearing this. This laughter left the dejected university student taken aback, his face full of confusion. Don't rush. Tell me, how did the loan company get you to take out this loan? You're just a college student with no repayment ability. Getting a limit of 50,000 is abnormal. Lin Yang suddenly said, for an ordinary university student, having a credit limit of 10,000 is considered a substantial loan, and the repayment capability is quite poor. Moreover, loans are different from online loans. For instance, Huabei assesses your credit limit based on your creditworthiness and spending power. The principle of credit cards is similar, but loans are different as they require collateral such as a house or a car. Even if they cannot recover the asset, the loan company cannot suffer a loss. However, there shouldn't be a situation where 5,000 in interest turns into 80,000, right? Isn't that just absurd? Huh? Isn't that abnormal? Absolutely abnormal. What did they make you use as collateral? As the man spoke about this, he suddenly felt embarrassed. His gaze became evasive, his head lowered in shame, and he seemed hesitant to speak. Upon seeing his reaction, Lin Yang was immediately bewildered. You took a loan, so why are you embarrassed about it? It's not something shameful. Why are you shy about it? Taking a loan isn't something to be ashamed of, and you aren't engaging in advanced consumption. If it were advanced consumption, I wouldn't advise you just let your parents pay it back. This is a special case that seems you've been taken advantage of. What's there to be shy about when asked what your collateral is? The man stammered for a long time, his face flushed, and finally managed to spit out a few words. Apple loan. The photo is the collateral. Lin Yang was stunned. What the heck? The live broadcast was also shocked, filled with question marks. What the heck? There's still Apple loan. No wonder he's shy. Oh my goodness, isn't this just giving away money? Are there still slots available? I want to sign up. I also want to ask, does this money-giving activity still exist? I don't need 50,000, 30,000 is enough. You need 30,000. I want 20,000. Forget you. I just want 10,000. Please loan me. I need this money so badly. Lin Yang was also bewildered, swallowing hard, and incredulously asked again, are you sure it's Apple loan? They only needed your Apple photo to give you a loan of 50,000. The man nodded nervously. Yes. I didn't think much of it at the time, and as a result, they demanded so much interest, otherwise they would send out my photo. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. He also wanted to ask if this activity was still ongoing. Brother, what are you so nervous about? You don't have any loans. Huh? What do you mean, Taoist? Didn't I owe them 80,000? Lin Yang smiled. Isn't that the money they paid for your artistic photo? Huh? This. Isn't good, right? What if they send it out? The man said somewhat awkwardly. Send it out. Then let them edit it to make it look larger. Just remember the small apple is edited by them. The big apple is our advantage, and we need to add a contact number on the photo. Lin Yang said lightly. Moreover, the Apple loan is inherently illegal, and its interest is also illegal. They dare not resort to violent collection methods, nor will it affect your creditworthiness. He smiled faintly, not knowing what this loan company was thinking. Sometimes things that can be shared in conversation aren't precious items. If others look at them, they just look. As for our bodies, we are confident, and the only downside is that we fear scaring those with severe phobias. The man suddenly understood, achieving enlightenment. Wow, Taoist, you really have something. So, does that mean I don't have to pay back the loan? Lin Yang nodded. Just remember, that's not a loan. That's the money you made from selling artistic photos. We earn it without a shiver. The live broadcast suddenly erupted. What the heck? I also have a black loan account on WeChat. I said I wanted Apple loan, why wouldn't they give it to me? Is it gender discrimination? Brothers, quickly give me some advice. I also contacted an Apple loan, but they won't lend me money. What should I do? If they won't lend you money, just keep sending them artistic photos. Dude, are you purely addicted? Not to get money, but just for the desire to share. Brothers, absolutely do not touch Apple loan, it's terrifying. I borrowed 10,000 from the platform, and now I'm overweight by 10 pounds after eating fried chicken. It's terrifying. Taoist, what should I say if they come looking for me for repayment? The man was full of excitement, no longer pondering, feeling as if the fog had cleared and he could see the light. Just tell them I thought you were a charity organization, if not, report them. Do you have good relations with your dorm mates? Do your elders back home need money? The man nodded, somewhat confused about what the Taoist meant. But from Lin Yang's eyes, he could see a hint of excitement. The relationships are quite good, we treat each other like brothers, and my relatives back home also need money, as they are in a poor rural area. Lin Yang chuckled, this will be easy. He was previously worried that this group of Apple loan collectors would come to beat him up, if that were the case. Then you just go back home, shake your head, and at every household ask if they are willing to exchange 5,000 for artistic photos. If they dare to come to your village to collect, they would have to spend money to redeem people. As for your university, if a group of over 10 collectors encounters a dormitory building filled with hundreds of university students, do you think they would be scared? This university student was also clever. After Lin Yang's point, he suddenly understood. His mouth widened, able to fit an egg, and his eyes were full of admiration for the guidance of the immortal. Wow, Taoist, you are truly divine. I'm going back right now. Let them join me in dealing with black online loans. The university student said excitedly as he left. Faith value 500, faith value 19501200000. The live broadcast room immediately exploded. What the heck? So this means these black online loans don't have to be repaid. They aren't protected by Dragon Country laws. As long as you can withstand the pressure of debt collection, you don't have to pay it back. If that's the case, all the villages here have the same surname, united as one. I might really go into practice. Awesome, Taoist, is this truly the guidance of an immortal? I understand. I understand. Lin Yang smiled and explained to the audience in the live broadcast why he advised him to do this. As long as it's a platform that engages in illegal practices with such high interest rates, it's just a predatory scheme. When one owes money and cannot repay it, they truly force people to jump off buildings. Such blackheart money should not be earned without a fight. After Lin Yang's explanation, some viewers in the live stream suddenly realized. This is simply amazing. To be able to bring a college student back to the right path, the Taoist truly has some skills. Moreover, Lin Yang had not even used the 8 characters for divination. It turns out the Taoist must understand the law as well. The Taoist is impressive. I finally understand why this charlatan hasn't been charged with fraud. It's not scary if a charlatan tricks you, but it's terrifying if he knows the law. Lin Yang twitched his mouth, feeling a bit helpless. He glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. After he finished the last order, he planned to have dinner and then return to the temple to make some repairs. Repairing the temple should be prioritized. As long as there are more offerings, he can just lie in the temple and collect belief value. At that moment, a man wearing black-framed glasses and with a gaunt face walked in from the park entrance, looking around. As soon as he saw the small stall under the shade of the trees, he hurried over. He plopped down in front of Lin Yang's stall, rubbing his hands excitedly. Taoist, is your fortune-telling accurate? Lin Yang pointed to the sign next to him that said 101 fortune-telling and replied, of course it's accurate. If it's not accurate, isn't that fraud? Well, then I'll scan you. The man adjusted his glasses, took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and promptly paid 100 yuan. Ding. WeChat payment of 100 yuan. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. This young man was quite sensible. So what do you want to know? Wealth. Romantic fortune. Upon hearing this, the man awkwardly chuckled. Taoist, my name is Li Jun. I want to know how my wealth will be. I'm a novelist writing web novels on the Zhuangxi Novel Network. Recently, I'm preparing to publish a new book and want to ask the Taoist if this book can make a lot of money. How will it perform? Lin Yang was intrigued. Oh, he's a novelist. No wonder his dark circles under his eyes were worse than a panda's, and he looked physically weak. It seemed he had been staying up late every day, possibly even suffering from kidney deficiency. All right, write your 8 characters on a piece of paper, and I'll see how this book will perform, whether it can earn money. Li Jun immediately took the red paper, happily writing his 8 characters while pouring out his grievances. Taoist, I've been a full-time novelist for 3 years. You can't imagine how I've lived these 3 years. It has been really miserable. By the way, Taoist, do you have paper? Lin Yang was taken aback. What do you need paper for? My experiences over these 3 years are truly heartbreaking. I'm afraid you'll cry uncontrollably if I tell you. Li Jun was nearly moved to tears as if his face was writing 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? All right, how miserable can it be? Lin Yang twitched his mouth. This guy is quite the dramatist with all this theatrics. Li Jun sighed, deeply looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. I have written over 10 books, and none have made any money. Taoist. Not only do I not earn money, but I also get scolded. Being scolded is one thing, but they scold the protagonist, not me, right? Li Jun became increasingly agitated, his face turning red. The readers not only scold my protagonist, but also personally attack me. Taoist. They call me a complete fool, saying I must have escaped from a mental hospital to come up with such plots. I feel terrible. Taoist. I've always wondered, is writing books similar to what McGrady goes through? It's even worse than McGrady. While he just lies down and enjoys, we have to endure the scolding. The live stream suddenly erupted in laughter. 666, oh, undoubtedly the most miserable web novel author. Brother, you should reveal the book title. I'll send you some tips. Look, you're getting impulsive. Ooh, just send a tip for love. I see this author still has charm. Why not come to Sichuan? I'll support you. Jillian advised. Woo. I'm also a novelist. I feel your pain. Brother, you're too miserable. I'm moved to tears. Lin Yang twitched his mouth. It did sound a bit miserable. As soon as Li Jun finished writing the 8 characters, he quickly took a look, and upon seeing the hexagram, he was shocked. This was indeed a solid proof of misery. Li Jun started writing 3 years ago, and his first book flopped. He even spent 10 yuan to make a cover, but he didn't even earn back the cost of the cover. Then the second, third, and up to the 10th book all fell into the category of earning 3,000 a month. According to the hexagram, one of them was even banned for being borderline truly miserable. However, based on the hexagram, this new book could indeed earn money, and it wouldn't be a small amount. It could earn around 40 to 50,000 yuan. Lin Yang cleared his throat. This book of yours can bring you a profit of 40 to 50,000 yuan. Li Jun immediately jumped up in excitement, his eyes filled with hopeful light. His voice rose 2 octaves in disbelief. Taoist, are you saying this book will become a hit, and then bring me 40 to 50,000 in royalties? Lin Yang shook his head under his expectant gaze. This book of yours will not become a hit. Huh, then how will I get 40 to 50,000 in royalties? I mean the profit this book brings you, not royalties. Li Jun immediately covered his head, thinking hard, as various possibilities crossed his mind. Taoist, could it be that the copyright of my book gets adapted? That's why it brings me 40 to 50,000 yuan in profit. Lin Yang shook his head again, and slowly opened his mouth under Li Jun's confused gaze. According to your hexagram, you can earn money from this book twice. The first time is when you just finished the beginning and submitted it to the editor. However, your writing was so bad that the editor rejected it 10 times. Li Jun was a bit confused. Then what, master? How did I earn money? Lin Yang waved his hand, signaling him to listen carefully. Then you were furious, thinking your writing was simply divine, and after revising it you took a plane to confront the editor in person. As a result, because your writing was too bad, you got beaten up by the editor, breaking your leg, and the editor compensated you with 10,000 yuan. Li Jun. Hearing Lin Yang recount the first instance of earning money, he was dumbfounded. This is possible. Breaking a leg. Is this really considered profit from this book? Taoist, what about the second time earning money? What was the reason? Lin Yang looked down at the hexagram and spoke slowly. The second time was because the editor felt really sorry after beating you up. Just when you had revised several drafts that managed to catch the editor's eye, he signed you on. Taoist. Does that mean after revising I explode in popularity? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang tightened his fists, combining it with the hexagram's result. As a result, you buried a knife in a pure love story, and you were caught and beaten up by several readers offline, getting your other good leg kicked. Both legs were broken. Lin Yang clenched his fist. To bury a knife in a pure romance. What a goddamn beast. A beast. Li Jun was immediately stunned. The joy that had filled him evaporated. His eyes brimmed with incredulity. Is my fortune distributed like this? Why does it look a little different from others? Taoist master. Wasn't my book supposed to blow up? Are you saying it was beaten twice and the money went to medical bills? So it wasn't the book taking off, it's that the shoes got beaten away. Lin Yang nodded and lowered his head to study the hexagram in his hand. The more he examined it, the angrier he became. Exactly. Taoist master, I want to give him a beating. Planting knives in a pure love story, writing the heroine into a car accident in a sweet romance, having the hero's friend jump into a river, leaving the hero to brood forever. Are you even human? The live chat erupted, the screen filled with question marks. Li Jun felt a little embarrassed by the remarks. He offered an awkward smile and scratched his head. Then, Taoist master, will my future books have a chance to explode in popularity? Lin Yang glanced at the hexagram again. From it, Li Jun's future life looked rather comfortable. Yes, so long as you wish to walk the path lies beneath your feet. Li Jun's gaze hardened at once, as if he had made some solemn resolution. I understand, Taoist master. If I wish to walk the path is beneath my feet. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. But once you earn this money, if you still insist on writing knives, this old Taoist knows a little about fists and feet. Li Jun immediately hunched his shoulders, though a smile still clung to his face. Thank you, Taoist master. I understand. As Li Jun departed, Lin Yang glanced at his system panel. His faith points had finally climbed to 20,000. He wondered what useful reward might be unlocked this time. Ding. The system randomly activated a reward for the host. Congratulations, the host has obtained doctoral-level knowledge of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. In the next instant, a torrent of math and science knowledge surged into Lin Yang's mind. He was stunned. He was a Taoist, and yet the system thrust math and science upon him. Moreover, it was doctoral-level material. Did the system intend for him to study how to generate power with neutrinos, or whatever? After all, he had never been able to learn mathematics in his past life, yet the system force-fed the knowledge into his brain. When pressed, people will do anything, everything except learn math. Everything in the world may leave you, but mathematics will not, because if math doesn't work, it simply doesn't work. You can twist anything into a mathematical metaphor. Breakups equal breakups, reconciliation equals reconciliation. Differentiation, common denominators. What is a composite derivative? Still, gifts from the system are better than none. He glanced at the chat and interacted briefly, then noticed a young man approaching from afar, his face shadowed with sorrow. To Lin Yang, the posture read as heartbreak. It had to be about love. The young man kept his head down, staring at his phone and refreshing it, as if afraid of missing a message. He sat before the fortune-telling stall, sullenly staring at his phone. Taoist master, my heart has been stolen. Lin Yang was puzzled. If your kidney were stolen, you'd still have to pay first, 100 per divination. Oh, Taoist master, can you make it cheaper? I'm a college student, could 51 per reading work? Lin Yang replied coolly, you're not fit, even to be called an animal. Bargaining with a Taoist. The young man sighed, theatrically lit a cigarette, and gritted his teeth. After 2 drags, he inhaled deeply and flicked the butt to the ground. 100 it is. The young man nodded and lifted his phone to scan the code. While he paid, he kept exiting the payment page twice, as if terrified of missing any message. Ding. 100 yuan received. Lin Yang was taken aback, something about it felt off. Tell me what has you so emo. The young man blinked. Taoist master, you already divined that. Lin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. The fellow's behavior practically shouted that he was a lovesick fool. Well, to be frank, Taoist master, I've liked a woman for a long time. When we first met, she was extremely enthusiastic toward me. She even took my hand, breathed in my ear, said she'd take me to a hotel to show me something good. But I felt it was moving too fast, so I didn't go. Then, in recent days, she stopped responding and has been very cold. No enthusiasm at all. Does that mean she doesn't like me anymore? The live chat side, viewers who had watched Taoist Lin Yang streams joked that their horizons had been broadened. Lin Yang thought for a moment, then pushed the red paper toward the man, who kept his head bowed, refreshing his phone. Write down your birth date and time. How long have you known her? Where did you meet? Why has she been cold recently? The man hesitated and scratched his head awkwardly. 3 days. We met at a bar. Lin Yang was taken aback. You call knowing someone for 3 days knowing them a long time? Yes, 3 days, and it's not long. We met at a bar. After I refused her, she went cold toward me once I went home. I chatted with her, she replied slowly, and soon told me she was going to sleep. Yet she was clearly still online in honor of kings. She actually told me she was asleep. Lin Yang nodded as if thinking. Did she tell you she was sleeping on that app? WeChat. Lin Yang couldn't help but smile, pursing his lips. Then it was on WeChat. You can't take it at face value. That's reasonable. The man was taken aback. Was this truly a legitimate Taoist priest? Why was he making puns? The live stream was suddenly in an uproar, with many supporting the priest. What is said on WeChat can only be partially trusted. The comments continued. 666 How astute Taoist. Don't you risk poisoning yourself when you lick your lips with your tongue. I can't think of any other purpose for the Taoist's tongue besides speaking. The people upstairs are underestimating the Taoist. He is quite the joker. How can one be called like after only knowing each other for 3 days? Have I fallen behind the times? And to invite him to a hotel to watch a cat perform backflips right after meeting. No way, right? What if she is indeed a charming girl? Don't make your sister laugh. The man wore a mournful expression, looking as if he was about to cry, and asked in confusion, Taoist, does she have someone else? Otherwise, why would she say good night, and then turn around to go on Timmy? Lin Yang shrugged. Men and women have different concepts of sleep. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Men and women indeed have slightly different thought patterns. When a man says he's thirsty, it means his mouth is as dry as the Sahara Desert. He might buy a bottle of room temperature tea resembling horse urine and drink half of it in one go. When a woman says she's thirsty, she might just want a cup of milk tea to moisten her lips, and it may take her 3 hours to finish it. The same goes for sleep. When a man says he's going to sleep, it's as if he's been drugged. When a woman says she's going to sleep, it might mean she's going to binge watch shows, play games, or scroll through Douyin lost in thought. The man seemed somewhat comforted, letting out a long sigh, muttering to himself as he presented his fortune to Lin Yang. Phew, that's good. My goddess isn't ignoring me, she's just watching a show. However, despite the differences in thinking, you are most likely a devoted dog. Lin Yang observed the fortune, speaking casually. The man immediately felt his confidence, which had just been built up, shatter. Taoist, is your way of speaking too hurtful? Lin Yang, looking at his fortune, could also estimate what kind of achievement that woman was pursuing. 100 conquests. After seeing that this man wasn't fooled, he redirected his focus elsewhere. If he believed she was a good girl, Lin Yang might as well believe that polar bears rode Emperor Qin. This man was somewhat lucky. He had not used his small brain to replace his big brain upon first meeting her. Otherwise, he could only tell him, oh dear, it's not possible, and the chances are slim. Moreover, this man was not simple. Based on his fortune, he would experience multiple romantic encounters in the future. He upgraded from being a devoted dog to a battle wolf. One wonders what enlightened him. Lin Yang coughed lightly and looked up at the man who was replying to messages, slowly speaking. You shouldn't be only devoted to her now, right? The man was taken aback, scratching his head in embarrassment, but his eyes revealed a hint of pride. Taoist, you figured this out. Here's my thought: if I'm devoted to one person for 3 days and she doesn't respond, I would feel sad and powerless. So if that's the case, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. If I devote myself to 100 goddesses, think about it. If I only don't devote to her, what would she think? The roles would reverse. Taoist. If she doesn't reply within 2 minutes, I'll just block her. At that point, she'll have to beg me to devote to her, and she'll be wrapped in my green book. Lin Yang was stunned. This was simply sweet tactics. This was no longer being a devoted dog. This was a battle wolf. The live stream immediately erupted with a flood of question marks. Hey, sweet tactics. I've learned it, and I'm going to go devote to each one now. Don't try it, brothers. This also requires personal charm. I just tried it. After 10 minutes of no reply, I blocked her. Now I only have the WeChat team left in my contacts. In the script of A Devoted Dog, the devoted dog is the protagonist. Brother, you are a genius. So true, my mom hasn't replied to my message for 5 minutes. I'm going to block her now. Lin Yang twitched his lips from the fortune. This guy still had some personal charm, dating a goddess each week. And yet who would be upset about not buying him breakfast? What a reversal of celestial order. You brat, according to the divination, your trick seems to be quite effective. Really? Yes, just don't lick that woman you met at the bar. Make sure she won't have a wart on her. As Lin Yang spoke, the man was momentarily stunned, as if he understood something, instantly revealing an expression of having survived a calamity. Great. Thank you, Taoist. I've understood. The man quickly stood up, greeted him, and then slowly left. Faith value 2000, faith value 230,015,0000. Lin Yang glanced and nodded in satisfaction, thinking that at this rate, he would soon gather 50,000. He slightly curled his lips, but waited at the stall for a while, without any business coming in. Looking at the number of viewers in the live stream, it had already surpassed 5,000, and many new viewers were questioning what kind of Taoist the sharp-tongued one was. He simply opened the live stream for a Cowan. A hot air balloon answers a question. Has the Taoist started to circle again? As an old viewer of the Taoist live stream, I advise you not to go. Dusk's believer icon, I don't believe. I want to try. Dusk's believer icon send a hot air balloon. Once seeing this, Lin Yang immediately invited him to speak. What question do you have, young friend? A male voice slowly came through the mic, laced with doubt and playfulness. Taoist, the question I want to ask today is not simple. If you can't answer, you have to refund me. Lin Yang nodded at the camera, indicating it was no problem. Taoist, I currently have 10,000 yuan. How can I double it in a short time to become 20,000? The live stream erupted instantly. 666. What a question. Taoist, get ready to refund. I really can't answer this question. How can one double money in a short time? It's almost impossible. Is this guy here to pick a fight? Clearly just here to mess with the Taoist. The viewers in the live stream were all animated, but Lin Yang appeared not particularly excited. Taoist, did you hear clearly? How can I turn 10,000 cash into 20,000 in a short time? Lin Yang slowly spoke. Show 10,000 cash to a mirror next. Dusk's believer icon. Dusk's believer icon voluntarily disconnected. Lin Yang was taken aback. What was going on? The viewers in the live stream were being incredibly rude, hanging up without even a greeting. Is there anyone else who wants to ask a question? One hot air balloon per question, fair and square. The follower at Dusk said, you charming big host. I want to unfollow you. Get lost. Haha. My phone just automatically switched to a certain red app. You see, you rushed at you. I told you not to send hot air balloons, but you didn't listen. I want to give it a try. Lin Yang quickly let the god of wealth take the microphone when he saw that Xiao Barbie was sending a hot air balloon. Hey, young friend, do you have any questions? Xiao Barbie slowly opened her microphone and a sultry voice came through. Hello, Taoist. The live stream instantly erupted into chaos. Is Xiao Barbie a girl? Did you hear that voice? It's so beautiful. Li Haochen, mama, mama, mama. 6. The person upstairs, you can be anyone, but you absolutely cannot be Li Haochen. Mama, are you still looking for a sycophant? Mama, what do you think of me? Oh, after finishing the tiles, shouting a few phrases feels so pleasant. This is life. Lin Yang was also taken aback. They say that beautiful women love to be abstract, and it turns out to be true. He never expected that the avatar of Xiao Barbie with a name like Don't Squeeze the Cow would actually be a girl. Hello, young friend, do you have any questions you want to ask? Taoist, hello. I am a music producer and I recently took a commercial contract for a custom song, but I haven't thought of a name yet. Can I sing it for you, Taoist? And have you help me come up with a name? Lin Yang nodded, signaling okay, indicating no problem. Go ahead and sing. Alright, I'll start now. The sultry voice came from the phone, followed by a gentle background melody. After the prelude, the sultry voice came out again. I've hit my dad, I've hit my mom, I hit the siblings until they don't come home. I hit my 6th uncle and my sister-in-law, then hit my aunt and my grandma. I hit my friend until they were bloodied, and even hit their partner afterwards. I hit. After finishing the song, everyone, including Lin Yang, fell into deep thought. Is this really a song that a girl with such a beautiful voice can sing? I'm even more curious about who commissioned this song. Lin Yang was also confused. Who could have commissioned such a song? I suspect your song was commissioned by Longwood Jinjiao, right? Drink Longwood Jinjiao beat relatives and friends. The woman on the microphone felt a bit embarrassed. The song was really too unconventional. Taoist, what do you think would be a suitable name for this song? Lin Yang frowned and thought for a moment before spitting out 8 words. Hit whoever is related, beat whoever is familiar. The live stream instantly erupted. 666, oh Taoist, your literary talent is remarkable. The song will be called It's Not That Grandpa and I Were Close, but that grandpa left early. Taoist, can't you be a little gentler with girls? Chio Barbie disconnected from the call. Lin Yang was also taken aback. The name of the song was undoubtedly spot on. At that moment, suddenly, an old man walking with a cane and holding a red bag approached, curiously looking around. Upon seeing Lin Yang's stall, he immediately rushed over, as if flying. Taoist, I was referred by an acquaintance. I want to hold a funeral and would like to invite you to perform a ritual. Lin Yang was taken aback. Did this old man's relative pass away? That's a bit difficult. For the ritual, I would have to assist you for a whole day. How many people would I miss who come to ask for fortune-telling? The old man immediately turned his eyes and placed the red bag on the fortune-telling stall, pulling down one side of the bag, revealing 5 bundles of red bills. Taoist, you see. About the funeral and the ritual. Lin Yang immediately coughed twice, revealing a questioning expression. What do you mean by 1? 2. The old man was immediately astonished, his smile turning into a flower. 2. Taoist, are you giving me a surprise today? Lin Yang silently took the red bag, 50,000 yuan, which would at most cover a night for him. The process of performing rituals is contained within fortune-telling. In simple terms, it's quite similar to starting a job. First you write a resume and send it to the land temple, and then it's about the named individuals who need to be reincarnated. Lin Yang nodded slightly. Observing the old man's features, he should have been destined to marry and have children, but the old man was evidently resolute, having altered the course of his own life. Thus he was curious if the old man ever regretted the path he chose. The viewers in the live stream were similarly curious and asked questions. The Taoist truly speaks for me, though I was just about to ask this question myself. I have decided not to have children or get married, but I wonder if I will feel lonely when I grow old. Sigh. I'm just afraid that when I'm older there won't be anyone to look after me while I'm still playing abstract games and my peers are all raising children. Without a wife, I find it somewhat unbearable. Being alone is too lonely. There's no one to care for me, no one to stop me from washing my feet, no one to demand my salary, and no one to cook for me. If I'm hungry, I can only order a little lobster or some skewers. Wait, it seems there's a bit of freedom in that. The old man sighed deeply, a hint of desolation evident in his eyes. Taoist, just by looking at my mental state you can tell whether being without a wife or daughter is enjoyable or not. It's simply delightful indeed. Grandchildren have their own blessings. Without them I can still enjoy life. Those old men, they all rely on having children to support them in their old age. When I was young they would say, if you don't have children, who will take care of you when you're old? Yet look at them now, are their children really taking care of them? They still have to save up for their sons' wedding dowries and homes, and even at death they're still driving for ride-hailing services. You see whether having a son can provide for retirement. I, as the son, would know better than anyone. I retired at 40 with 3 million in hand and nowhere to spend it. I've nearly seen all the beautiful landscapes of the motherland. I'm only thinking about arranging my own funeral to hold a ritual and go through the motions. The old man had a look of openness on his face. Little did anyone expect that this man, who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, was actually over 70, nearly 80. When the old man revealed his age, he already knew the answer to whether it was enjoyable or not. The live stream was filled with admiration. 666. This makes so much sense. I've decided to save a bit every month from today onward just to raise a cyber child. I've decided to raise a turtle. It can help me out in the end. The cost of raising a child, food, clothing, shelter, tuition, milk, powder, diapers, dowry, wedding house, wedding car, equals 3 million. If anything comes up, I'll just tell my Maybach about it. Are you serious? Aren't you worried about not having a child? What will you do if they get seriously ill in the future? What about when you're 60 or 70? Zhun Zidon mocked with a meme. Will I even live to 50? Minor ailments I can treat, but for serious ones, ill just be done for. Lin Yang was also taken aback. The old man truly saw things clearly. Seeing this, he hurriedly packed up his stall, preparing to perform a ritual for the old man. By the way, old man, how do you want this funeral to be handled? Traditional Chinese or Western style? A traditional Chinese funeral involves more conventional rituals, while a Western style also uses more traditional rituals. The old man was taken aback, stroking his white beard seemingly in thought. Let's say, a new Chinese style. New Chinese style. Lin Yang paused slightly after tidying up his stall, holding his portable fortune-telling setup. In ancient Chinese style, wasn't there a Swana played? I invited a group of musicians and atmosphere creators for my funeral to have a disco at my grave. Lin Yang, disco at the grave? Are you really inviting people to dance on your grave? This old man has quite a lot of ideas. No wonder it's called New Chinese style. It turns out it's about putting on a driving test at the grave. That sounds just too new. What a wonderful image to imagine. Oh no, have I become a conservative? Alright, anyway, I'll handle it in the traditional way for you. Alright, Taoist, I drove here. Let's take your car. The old man leaned on his cane, opened the back door of his Benz E, and invited Lin Yang to get in. Then he sat in the driver's seat, heading toward his home in the countryside. On the way, as they approached an urban village, Lin Yang waved his hand, telling the old man to stop at a paper offering shop. The old man, looking puzzled, stopped the car at the paper offering shop, turning his head in confusion. Taoist, is there anything else that needs to be prepared? Definitely. We need to do the complete set of rituals. The necessary processes must be followed, like burning paper offerings, gold ingots, paper, houses, cars, and images of young boys and girls, etc. But I wonder if the things burned now can actually reach you in the afterlife. The delivery station doesn't even store packages after 30 days, let alone below ground. Moreover, you can choose whatever style of paper offerings you like for yourself. The old man was surprised. Is it really possible to choose for myself? He immediately gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Taoist, you thought of everything. I will add another 10,000. The old man quickly pulled out a wad of cash from his Benz ES compartment and tossed it back. Lin Yang couldn't help but smile. Before he could praise him, he heard the sound of a pile of cash hitting his Taoist robe. The live stream was instantly stunned. Wow, this old man's too generous. Is there anyone left to cry at the grave? I charge 300 a day for crying. I can cry all day. When my tears run out, I'll just pinch myself to cry. No need for eye drops or any high-tech stuff. I charge 200. I will definitely cry with genuine emotions. Do I want to kneel in the front row? You all are too vulgar. Dad, I don't want money. Isn't it the son's duty to cry at the grave? Dad, from now on, I am your true son. I will take care of you. Bro, your motives are too obvious. To be honest, I am the illegitimate son this old man lost years ago. I never knew who my father was until now. Dad. Lin Yang quickly put the cash into his pocket and got out of the car with the old man. At the entrance of the paper offering shop, there were 2 flower wreaths displayed, and the old man carefully examined them. Not bad. This one looks quite good. I want to later. Alright, go inside and choose some paper offerings and such. A young man in the store was playing a game. Upon seeing the old man and the Taoist enter, he quickly put down his phone and came over to greet them. Hello, are you two here to buy paper offerings? I can recommend a few packages to ensure satisfaction for the deceased underground. Lin Yang hurriedly waved his hand. No need, we'll choose for ourselves. The paper offering shop owner twitched his lips. Is there really a choice? Don't they just buy whatever the owner recommends, and that's it? The deceased is gone. Oh, what's the point of choosing styles? They are family members, not the deceased, choosing themselves. How can they know if the choice suits the deceased's taste? I only recommend economical and practical options. These are the hard currency for the afterlife. You don't need to choose. You don't even know what the deceased's preferences are, whether the deceased is male or female. Let me just recommend the packages. Lin Yang was taken aback, wondering what kind of nonsense was this hard currency. He had already mentioned his selection, yet the manager kept insisting on recommendations. However, after observing the manager's face, he could understand. This face was born stubborn, even more so than a donkey. Wait, you don't need to recommend a package. We know what kind of style the person hosting the funeral likes. We can choose for ourselves. He turned and looked at the old man, saying, once we've made our selection, I'll come find you to settle the bill. Old man, you choose now. As soon as the old man headed towards a paper Mercedes, he was stopped. How do you know what the deceased liked? They are dead. How can anyone know what they liked? Lin Yang shrugged. I do know he is the deceased himself, that old man. What he likes he can choose himself. Oh, why do you need to recommend anything? The manager scoffed at first. What a joke he is. The deceased? His legs went weak, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Images from many horror stories surfaced in his mind. Paper shop. Ghost buying a life. He tried to control his legs to run, but they felt like they were filled with lead, completely unresponsive, and he fell to the ground. Dad, help. A ghost is coming to pick their own paper figure. Lin Yang twitched his lips, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. To beg for mercy, you even called out for your dad? You really lack backbone. Just then an old man with a white beard rushed out from the back door of the paper shop. What is this? A ghost buying paper figures for themselves? Lin Yang took a closer look, noticing that the old man held a cleaver with a talisman crudely engraved on it. The old man was clearly a bit scared. Those in this line of work had encountered strange incidents, more or less. The live stream chat erupted with laughter. What a situation where the deceased chooses for themselves and the deceased is right in front of you. Who wouldn't be confused? The reaction of the Taoist is also incredible. What a lack of backbone to beg for mercy and even call out for dad. If it were me, I would also be dumbfounded. Who would choose their own burial clothes and paper figures? So terrifying. Let that boss be stubborn. He got scared for no reason. This is truly scary. When I used to get scared, I couldn't run away, just like running in a dream. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't run fast. Lin Yang waved his hands repeatedly. He wasn't afraid of the talisman carved on the cleaver. He just feared the old man might get excited and accidentally hurt himself. After all, he was a paying customer, and he needed to be well taken care of. You misunderstood. My client wants to hold a funeral while alive to enjoy it himself. The old man holding the cleaver finally relaxed, thinking he had really encountered something unclean. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? The old man trembled as he looked down at his son sitting on the ground. What a disgrace. This little thing scared you so much. He attempted to kick his son's back to get him up, but failed repeatedly because his legs were shaking. Lin Yang twitched his lips and turned to see the rich old man looking delightedly at the paper Mercedes. This paper figure is also nice. Give me 10. And these gold ingots, give me 100 bags. This house looks okay too. Bring me 10. The old man seemed fascinated by everything, asking for nearly all the paper products in the shop. Old man, this is a bit wasteful. The old man chuckled. You only do this once in a lifetime, so it must be as grand as possible. Putting these paper figures beside the DJ booth would surely look great. Lin Yang had no choice but to let the old man choose for himself. In less than 10 minutes, the old man happily paid, spending over 8,000. He even specially hired a vehicle to deliver it to the old man's village. Lin Yang walked ahead, leading the way with the old man. In less than half an hour, the vehicle stopped in a small mountain village. Lin Yang was stunned at first sight upon getting out of the car. Where are we? Is this still a village? If one didn't know better, they would think they had arrived at a grand palace. Every house in the village was a standalone villa, small Western-style buildings. Surrounded by mountains, the village had a pristine small creek running through it, beautiful enough to be a painting subject. At the entrance of the neighbor's house, there were 2 wreaths and quite a bit of paper money on the ground. It seemed the old man was reminded of his old companion, leading him to consider holding a funeral. Taoist, my old buddy passed away 7 days ago. How about you perform the ceremony you promised me? Lin Yang nodded. This was not particularly difficult. Once the delivery truck arrived and they moved the gold ingots and paper figures into the courtyard, Lin Yang casually took 2 bags of gold ingots and a paper figure, walking with the old man towards the neighbor's entrance. Peering through the entrance to the funeral scene, there weren't many people. Only an old lady sat in the mourning hall, wiping her tears while her daughter comforted her. Mom, we should find a master to perform a ceremony. Dad suddenly opened his eyes on the 7th day and couldn't close them. Is there some unfulfilled wish? Your dad can't let go of us. I dreamed of him yesterday. He wanted me to keep him company. The old lady was overwhelmed with grief, unable to stop wiping her tears. Mom, I feel something's awful. We really should find a master to take a look. Just then, as Lin Yang and the old man walked in, the old lattice crying grew louder. Wang Shouheng, old Wang, your elder brother couldn't close his eyes last night. He even came to find me in a dream. Is there some unfulfilled wish? The old man was taken aback, turning to look at Lin Yang. Just right, I brought a Taoist. The old lady immediately stopped crying, her eyes filled with doubt. Taoist? Is that reliable? Her daughter also looked at Lin Yang with skepticism. Taoist, can you handle this? Lin Yang nodded affirmatively. Old lady, write down the birth date and time on paper, including the old man's. I'll see what's going on. He immediately pulled out a piece of red paper from his pocket. The 7th day of opening the eyes is not a good sign. It could either be purely harmful, or there's some grievance, or they haven't moved on yet. But as the old lady said, dreaming of wanting to see him, it's highly likely it's harmful, indicating an intent to take someone away. The old lady quickly wrote her birth date and time on the paper, as if seeing a lifeline. The live stream chat instantly erupted. Woe is this live ghost exorcism. 666, Taoist, you finally stopped pretending. So thrilling. I'm so excited I dropped a couple of tears. Taoist, please don't end the live stream. I want to see how to deal with this 7th day eye-opening. Lin Yang waited for the old lady to finish writing the birth chart while glancing at the comments in the live broadcast room. He shook his head helplessly. I've emphasized time and again to believe in science. This is just a corpse in rigor mortis. Come on, Taoist, you must be joking. How can there be a stiff corpse after 7 days? This reflex arc is too slow. Where's the corpse? You upstairs, you're such an idiot. I don't want to see it. I'm not wearing any pants. The old lady quickly wrote down the birth dates of 2 people, wiping her tears as she handed it to Lin Yang. Taoist, please help me check if my old man is missing something down there. Lin Yang took the birth chart and, combined with the old lattice face, could basically determine that the old man had ill intentions. He was crying too pitifully, unable to cross over peacefully. He thought about bringing the old lady along. Andy, don't cry. Your old man can't rest because you keep crying, making it hard for him to move on. How about I perform a ritual for you? Upon hearing this, the old lattice daughter became somewhat vigilant, supporting her mother while cautiously asking, how much will it cost? No charge, Lord. Wang Shouheng has already paid for it. It's just a simple ritual for you. The expressions of gratitude immediately shone in the eyes of the old lady and her daughter. Taoist, thank you, you are such a good person. Wang Shouheng was taken aback, but shouldn't they be thanking him instead? Lin Yang smiled and waved his hand. While performing the ritual, I need your family members and strangers to avoid watching. If you sneak a peek at the process, it could cause the ritual to fail. The old lady immediately nodded and, supported by her daughter, returned to the room, pulling the curtains shut. The main sponsor, Wang Shouheng, followed them into the room. Lin Yang looked around and deliberately walked quickly to close the gate of the courtyard, preventing anyone from peeking. When encountering such a situation, he needed to handle the ritual differently from others. It wouldn't be good if someone saw it. Lin Yang turned his phone upside down on the table to prevent the live audience from seeing this scene. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with question marks. Taoist, are you hogging the show? I want to see too. Holy cow, is the Taoist going to fight the corpse? Is he that brave? After turning the phone upside down, Lin Yang stealthily entered the mourning hall and lifted the coffin lid. The corpse was lying there with its eyes wide open in anger. He immediately pulled out the knife he always carried from the fortune-telling stall, which was inscribed with talismans. He had discovered it in the Taoist temple after crossing over, so it could be considered a family heirloom, but he had never had a chance to practice with it. He quickly raised the knife above the corpse's head. He chanted a spell in his heart. If you don't close your eyes, the Taoist will make you die again. After reciting the mysterious and slightly threatening incantation, he reached out to wipe the corpse's eyelids. Immediately the eyes closed, and there was no situation of reopening afterward. This was why he asked the family to avoid watching. Unlike others who recited a long list of spells, he followed a simple principle. If you can take action, don't ramble. No matter how rough the process is, just ask if he closed his eyes. After confirming he wasn't reopening his eyes, he slowly walked to the door and knocked. It's done, you can come out now. The next moment the old lady immediately pushed open the door and ran out exclaiming upon entering the morning hall, "A living deity is among us. Taoist, you are amazing. Did you fulfill my old man's wish?" Lin Yang awkwardly cleared his throat and touched his nose. "No." He closed his eyes willingly. The old lady excitedly clapped her hands. "Oh my goodness, master, you are incredible. I must treat you to a meal. Faith value 1000, faith value 240,015,0000. But Wang Shouheng suddenly waved his hand, stroking his beard. "No need, I'm going to hold a funeral for my old man later. You can come to my place for the feast." The old lady was taken aback, starting to doubt her hearing. "A feast?" "Yes, come for the feast tonight. It's my treat. A free feast," Wang Shouheng said somewhat triumphantly, a proud smile on his face. Lin Yang picked up the live broadcast phone again and glanced at the comments. What is he so proud of about treating us to a free feast? Should we give him an award? I just heard the Taoist say something about dealing with you. Is the Taoist ritual really about intimidation? Corpse, whoever gives me buns or punches I will remember clearly. Oh, what a pity at such a critical moment the Taoist won't let us see. It's really frustrating. Lin Yang looked at the comments and smiled slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to show them, it was that he really showed them, but they weren't happy about it. Wang Shouheng smirked. "Taoist, the band is waiting for me. Oh, let's get my funeral started." Lin Yang nodded and followed Wang Shouheng out of the courtyard. They headed straight to the mountains, preparing to climb directly. After climbing for 10 minutes, Lin Yang saw a newly erected grave mound on a flat slope. It was about half a meter long, and behind the mound was a 2-meter deep pit that could just fit a coffin. It seemed that the funeral was already underway, with an atmosphere that suggested they were ready to bury someone alive. There were also more than 10 people in white mourning clothes preparing to mourn at the grave. Next to the grave mound was a DJ booth with drums and electric guitars set up on it. 3 people were standing there, one dressed like a woman in pink shorts and high heels, looking quite flashy. Lin Yang was taken aback. Isn't this a secondhand moon season? The lead singer rolled his eyes. Rose. "Old man, can the funeral start now?" The resident singer eagerly asked. "Start." Wang Shouheng excitedly waved his hand, and the band immediately began to play. The professional mourning team also started to wail loudly. "Old Wang, why did you leave so early? Old Wang, may you rest in peace." On the other side, the band also started to get into it, with drums and electric guitars joining in. "The east is not bright. The west is bright. I'm busy at night while you're busy the other night. Oh fate, I say. Ah fate. Survival. I want to bloom. I want to sprout. I want the spring breeze and rain to come." The atmosphere on site was intense. Even the song Subject 3 was played. The deceased Wang Shouheng led the charge, dancing at the DJ booth. There were more than 10 people just 2 meters away, mourning, tears flowing sincerely. Lin Yang was momentarily unsure which group to join. Lin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth, glancing at the group on the left who were weeping at the grave. Their sorrow was genuine, tears flowing down from the corners of their mouths. "Old Wang, heaven is jealous of talented people. God took away the Mamba for lacking basketball players, and now has taken you away too. Oh my goodness, second mother. You're crying at the wrong grave. Deduct 100 points. Second uncle is gone." "Huh. Oh my goodness, second uncle." Lin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth, broadcasting the entire scene live, then quickly shifted the camera to the DJ booth where the deceased had been enjoying himself the most. The wig was almost shaken off. The live chat was filled with question marks, and the screen was flooded with 666. "This is too disjointed. Crying at a grave while partying. Is this a true grave party, or is the deceased leading the dance himself? Look, this is called professionalism. This is called an old actor. Why do I feel like the old man is having quite a good time? The Taoist's presence seems a bit superfluous. It's too disjointed. Why not have the Taoist blow 100 birds towards the phoenix? Crying at graves while partying isn't too out of place." Lin Yang glanced at the bullet comments, feeling that what he said made sense, especially when they brought out the incense burner and the like. The 3 groups had 3 different burial methods. At that moment, Wang Shouheng also got tired from hopping down from the DJ booth without a hint of his age showing. He walked slowly to Lin Yang's side and took a sip of mineral water. "Taoist, I feel like my funeral is a bit strange. Crying while partying feels quite different from what I imagined a funeral to be." Lin Yang nodded, thought for a moment, and shouted to the lead singer at the DJ booth, "Play Mercury record." Everyone was momentarily stunned, but as the melody of Mercury record started playing, they instantly felt in sync. "How far must I go to enter your heart? How long until I can get close to you?" As the melody of Mercury record played, everyone present instantly fell into an emo mode. The people at the DJ booth were crying and swaying. Those weeping at the grave suddenly seemed to remember something and began to cry out from the depths of their hearts, not even needing eye drops. The live chat was filled with 666. 666. It's definitely the Taoist. This move is too fierce. Can you believe mixing partying with crying at graves? Hey. Damn, who can come up with the idea of mixing Mercury record with crying at a grave? Isn't this from some abstract sect? Awesome, it looks much better now, no more disjointed feeling. But why do I suddenly think of my ex-girlfriend? Huh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. I thought of her again. Wang Shouheng, upon hearing the emo music combined with the DJ, immediately gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Master is truly a master. Awesome. After saying this, he jumped onto the DJ booth, crying and swaying. The lead singer beside him, who was crying while holding a guitar, wiped his tears and looked at Wang Shouheng. "Sir, do you have any regrets?" The scene of partying at the grave lasted about an hour, and everyone was exhausted from crying. Lin Yang had also set up the incense burner and burned paper figurines marking the end of this ritual. Lin Yang wiped his sweat and gave Wang Shouheng an okay sign. Only then did Wang Shouheng leap down from the DJ booth and check the time. All right, everyone can wrap it up and head back for the feast. The weeping crowd immediately wiped away their tears, a smile on their faces. Let's go, old man. What's the scale of this feast? Top-notch, a big pork knuckle for everyone. Wang Shouheng said proudly, leading everyone down the mountain. Just as Lin Yang reached the foot of the mountain, he inexplicably turned around and saw something that made his pupils shrink suddenly. Something's wrong. The people weeping at the grave and the band at the DJ booth, without exception, all had a dark, lifeless aura hanging over their foreheads. Lin Yang swallowed hard. This lifeless aura was no joke. Anyone with it on their head would surely meet their end within 24 hours. He immediately switched his phone from the live stream and opened the front camera to check his own face. Although divination couldn't provide a reading for himself with his life on the line, he couldn't care less about the taboos. As he opened the front camera, his heart finally sank. There was also a dark mist surrounding his forehead, as if ink from the judge's pen of the King of Hell had dripped onto it. Lin Yang quickly walked over to Wang Shouheng, glancing at his face, and saw the same lifeless aura. Now this fake funeral was about to turn into a real one. Lin Yang's first thought was whether there were any evil spirits causing trouble on the mountain, but then he reconsidered. It couldn't be. How could a New Year item harm so many people? Could it be a collective outing like a car accident? But he had no way to verify that, and he frowned in thought. Right? There are still 2 slots for talismans this week. Lin Yang immediately spent 200 on the system page to exchange for a talisman. If there really was some collective accident, the talisman could save lives. He immediately stopped in his tracks, took out a talisman from his pocket, and handed it to Wang Shouheng, smiling calmly. Old man, hey, race a talisman for you. Wang Shouheng immediately cherished the talisman as if it were a treasure. Oh, he'll give you some affinity when we get down the mountain. Taoist, you are so considerate. Lin Yang stared closely at his forehead where the dark mist still hadn't dissipated. His heart sank. This time something truly went wrong. If the talisman was ineffective, he couldn't think of anything that could make it fail. As he pondered, the group had already reached the foot of the mountain, walking towards Wang Shuyi's house from the village entrance. With each step they took, the dark mist above their heads grew thicker. Lin Yang frowned as he followed Wang Shouheng back into the courtyard of the small villa. As soon as they entered the courtyard, 8 tables were filled with a dazzling array of dishes. Roast suckling pig, Australian lobster, and various seafood dishes. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the lead singer immediately tossed his guitar aside. Oh brothers, there's roast suckling pig. He'll perform a pig for you. Damn, there's also a big lobster, nice. Wang Shouheng smirked, stroked his beard, and quickly went to the kitchen to bring out a bag of pancakes. In addition, we have the most famous pancakes in Jiangnan City. Dalong pancakes sold for decades with an unparalleled flavor. You definitely won't find these pancakes anywhere else. Lin Yang was taken aback. Dalong, pancakes. And why did he suddenly smell the unique scent of fluoracetate and sodium fluoroacetate in the air? This chemical combination is rat poison. P.S. As long as more than 15 reviews with comments are posted today, there will be 4 updates tomorrow. It's all about realism. Everyone try it. This bakery has a yearly limit of 10 buns per person. I managed to persuade them with reason, which is why they sold me so many. Wang Shouheng smiled as he took out a fresh oil flaky bun from the bag, just about to take a bite, when Lin Yang suddenly shouted, wait. This bun is poisoned. The moment those words were uttered, everyone present was startled, and Wang Shouheng quickly dropped the bun onto the ground. Master, you're not joking, are you? This bun was made by a chef who has worked at Daliang Bakery for 20 years. How could it possibly be poisoned? Wang Shouheng gulped in fear, staring in disbelief at the bun that had fallen to the ground. Just then a chicken named Kunkin, which was free-ranging in the yard, waddled over, pecked at the bun, and swallowed it whole. Kunkin immediately kicked its legs and collapsed on the ground, letting out a painful cluck-cluck sound with white foam oozing from its sharp beak. Lying on the ground, its legs still kicked helplessly. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes fixed in disbelief on the bag of buns in the old man's hand, their minds blank and faces filled with confusion. The livestream audience was also stunned, filled with exclamation marks. What the hell? Is this a malicious poisoning case? Did the old man really want to take himself out and have you all accompany him to the grave? How did the master figure out that the bun was poisoned? Only Kunkin was hurt. The world has reached a new level. Lin Yang's face was grave. He had suspected from the beginning that the food served at the banquet might have been tampered with, especially since there were no signs of death when they first arrived at the grave. Only during the banquet phase did the signs appear on everyone's faces. Moreover, after Wang Shouheng took out the bun, he caught a whiff of a certain odor associated with fluorocetylamide and sodium fluoroacetate, which are fluorinated compounds. He even doubted whether he had misperceived the scent. When these substances combine, they form rat poison. It is a highly toxic compound that is strictly prohibited from production, sale, and transport in Longhua. Yet the knowledge from his doctoral-level studies in chemistry and physics told him he was not mistaken. Fortunately, the dosage was small and had been processed, so it wasn't lethal at first sniff. Normally, just smelling such substances could be deadly. Wang Shouheng, where did you buy this bun? Are you sure it hasn't been tampered with? No. How would I dare? I haven't lived enough yet. Wang Shouheng said, trembling with fear as he quickly placed the bag of buns on a nearby table. Then it's a poison in case. This bun contains highly toxic fluoroacetalamide and sodium fluoroacetate, also known as rat poison. When did you buy the bun? This noon today. They sold out of buns today. They specially made a batch using dough and oil for tomorrow's sale and sold them to me. Lin Yang let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that no large-scale poisoning incident with fatalities had occurred. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Chen Shuan's number. This type of situation was beyond his capabilities, no matter how skilled he was. Even the purple-robed celestial master would be transcended after just a bite. What more could he do? The potency of this rat poison would send even a ghost into the heavenly realm after just one bite. The live stream was immediately filled with question marks, and the next moment the broadcast was interrupted. What the hell? Rat poison? Didn't Longwa prohibit its production long ago? But that doesn't make sense. So poisoning at the bun shop. What would be the motive? I've eaten here since I was a child. Their buns are unmatched. I've never had a better one. Hiss. Could it be that the owner suddenly had some kind of mental breakdown? If that's the case, the master saved many people. That's a great virtue. I remain skeptical. Let's see if the police release an announcement tomorrow. I feel like this isn't real. Lin Yang directly ended the live stream and called Chen Shuan. As soon as the call rang, it was quickly answered on the other end. Hello, Master. Long time no see. Thanks to you, we captured all the members of the human trafficking ring and even interrogated them about another group selling piglets. We are currently investigating. Thank you so much. After the year-end meeting, I'll be promoted from team leader to deputy director. Ha. Chen Shuan's voice was filled with excitement and happiness. Lin Yang's expression turned serious. Don't be too happy yet, Officer Chen. I've discovered a poisoning case. Rat poison was put into the dough of the buns at the breakfast shop, and each bun's toxin could take a life. On the other end of the line, there was silence for a few seconds, then the voice suddenly rose by 2 octaves. What did you say? Breakfast shop. Poisoning. Where are you now, Master? I'll bring people over right away. Chen Shuan was stunned. Poisoning at a breakfast shop involves a crowd of key individuals. Students. The elderly. If it spreads, it'll be a huge disaster. I'm in the village. I'll send you my location on WeChat. Hurry over. Lin Yang quickly said a few words before hanging up the phone, sending the location via WeChat. When he turned around, the black mist on everyone's faces instantly dissipated. Exactly, it was the issue with the baked buns. Both the grieving and the band members let out a sigh of relief, giving Lin Yang a thumbs up. Taoist. I used to think all Taoists were frauds, but now I believe it. Amazing. I believe it too. I'm just a farmer, and I didn't believe in this before, but now I do. You're really impressive, Taoist. Faith value 2000, faith value 260015. Lin Yang was taken aback, a smirk appearing on his face, but after this incident, they all lost their appetite and dared not eat. Not long after, several police cars with flashing lights screeched to a halt at the entrance of the yard. Before the cars even stopped, Chen Shuan rushed out first. Taoist, where's the poisonous baked bun you mentioned? We've brought the testing personnel to conduct an inspection. Lin Yang pointed to the bag of baked buns on the nearby table. Don't touch it with your hands. This item contains fluoroacetamide sodium fluoroacetate and is a highly toxic chemical compound containing fluorine. The inspector holding the testing equipment was taken aback. Oh, dude, Taoists need to understand chemistry now. He immediately put on gloves and began the inspection. After a long 10 minutes of waiting, the test results finally came out. The inspector immediately exclaimed, it's bromadiolone, a highly toxic substance. Chen Shuan gasped in shock, completely bewildered. This matter was too serious. Taoist, where did you buy this baked bun? Wang Shouheng immediately stepped forward. At the Dalang baked bun shop, the most famous one in Jiangnan City. Everyone gasped again as someone had interviewed this baked bun shop. Their daily sales volume is 10,000 baked buns. After learning the situation, Chen Shuan immediately led a team to investigate. Lin Yang simply decided to leave, feeling no desire to hold a banquet. Wang Shouheng, in gratitude for saving his life, insisted on taking Lin Yang back to the park and even stuffed 2 bundles of money into his hands in the car. Lin Yang initially didn't want to accept it, but Wang Shouheng's enthusiasm moved him, making it hard to refuse. By the time they returned to the park, it was only around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and Lin Yang started the live stream again. As soon as he started the broadcast, over 1,000 viewers flooded into the live stream. What the heck, bro? What's going on? Taoist, how come you're back? How come you're not dead? I thought I saw the finale. Turns out the Taoist isn't gone. Whoa, Taoist, you can't hype this kind of thing. Major cases can't be sensationalized. Others got banned just for hyping minor issues. You need to be careful with this kind of thing. Lin Yang smiled, not explaining, just waiting for the police report. Not long after setting up his stall, a disheveled man walked in from the park entrance. He looked troubled, sighing as he sat down on the stool in front of the stall. Taoist, why do you think hardworking people get nothing? Lin Yang immediately flashed the QR code. One fortune-telling costs 100. Oh, once you pay, you will receive something. Really? Then I will trust the Taoist once scanning it now. The man quickly took out his phone and scanned the QR code, making a one-click payment of 100 yuan. Ding. WeChat payment 100 yuan. Lin Yang nodded, smirking. Now tell me what you want to calculate. Why is it that hardworking people get nothing? The man sighed, deeply hesitating for a long time, as if contemplating where to begin his story. Taoist, my name is Zhou Cohen. I just graduated from university and found a job. I don't understand why, despite being friendly and often treating my colleagues to milk tea and helping them revise plans, they still ostracize me. In university, my 3 roommates ostracized me too. After enduring until now and finally starting a job, why do my colleagues still ostracize me? I clearly try hard to build good relationships with my colleagues. Oh, why do they never invite me to their gatherings? I'm not included in the group. Zhou Hua spoke in frustration, growing increasingly agitated. Lin Yang observed the situation, realizing that fortune-telling, like traditional Chinese medicine, also requires careful observation and inquiry. To determine whether it was the company's toxic environment or a personal issue, he needed to ask detailed questions. Have the new colleagues in your company been added to the employee group? Have they invited you to gatherings? Zhou Hua, upon hearing this, looked sorrowful, gently nodding twice. Yes, the new colleagues have basically all been added to that group, and they all attended the gatherings, only I was not invited. Taoist, why do they ostracize me? My salary is not high, only 5,000, but I spend 1,000 each month treating them to food and drinks. Why do they still isolate me? Lin Yang frowned. This might be a personal issue. If you think someone is good, but everyone around you speaks ill of him, you need to be cautious. Similarly, since all other new colleagues were invited, it clearly wasn't the old employees forming cliques to isolate him. Perhaps there was an issue with this person. You say you usually help them revise documents. How can they still ostracize you? Zhou Hua's expression instantly twisted into a grimace upon hearing those words. I don't know, Daozhong. After I finished editing their documents, I handed them directly to the manager for the sake of convenience, and the person who asked me to help with the documents ended up scolding me. The live chat immediately exploded with excitement. 666, what a bold report. I see this kid is here to reform the workplace, right? It doesn't seem like he's really trying to stop the internal competition. Why would he help others with their documents if that were the case? Hiss. I suspect he was isolated because he doesn't understand the ways of the world, or else how did he get isolated back in college? It might not necessarily be their fault, right? Maybe the young man is just too diligent. Perhaps others are jealous and can't stand him earning more money. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang had a rough guess in his mind. Actually, you don't have to worry. The workplace isn't the university, they are just colleagues, not friends. After work, there may be no interaction at all. He pushed the red paper in front of the man, signaling him to write down his birth date. Write your birth date on the paper, and he'll calculate it for you. Okay, Daozhong, you have to help me. Zhou Hua was on the verge of tears. These inexplicable days of being excluded were too difficult to bear. He immediately wrote his birth date on the red paper and pushed it in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang took a focused glance at the birth date and roughly calculated his life over the years. Were you taught since childhood to be diligent? After starting work, did your parents still tell you to be diligent to make a good impression on your boss and to build good relationships with your leaders and colleagues? Zhou Hua nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a weeble, continuously repeating, yes, yes, yes. My parents told me to build good relationships with the leaders and that it's okay to endure hardship, show loyalty to the bosses, clean their tables, and even work without pay at first. That way I could become a trusted aide to the leader in the future. Daozhong, you can actually calculate this. Is there a schemer in the company targeting me? Lin Yang chuckled at this old-fashioned parental thinking, which seemed innocent when viewed from today's perspective. Taking the initiative to clean. The boss would love to find a workhorse. If you clean today, he'll just dismiss the cleaning staff tomorrow. From the divination, he seemed to understand the reason Zhou Hua was isolated. So is this why you work 12 hours a day without expecting overtime pay and willingly come to work on weekends? Zhou Hua in a dazed nodded eye. I thought it would help me gain favor with the leaders. But that's not a reason for them to exclude me. Lin Yang smiled and said, let me give you an example. When cats and dogs drink water, they may look similar, both using their tongues to lick the water, but their differences are quite significant. Cats drink water more gracefully, while dogs do it more hastily. When a cat drinks, its tongue curls slightly outward, scooping the water to catch it with its mouth. Dogs, on the other hand, curl their tongues inward, scooping the water like a spoon. So here's the question, which one curls outward? Zhou Hua immediately became excited. This was his forte, and he quickly raised his hand to answer. Daozhong, I know the answer. The one that curls inward is the dog. Lin Yang instantly displayed a teachable expression. Come on, say it out loud again. Which one curls outward? Zhou Hua stood up eagerly as if answering a question. Reporting master. The one that curls outward is the cat. The one that curls inward is the dog. Oh, the inward curling one is the dog. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Correct, the inward curling one is the dog. You say your colleagues exclude you. How can they not exclude you? The new people in the company clock in and out, and if they work overtime, they expect to be paid, while you, on the other hand, voluntarily forego overtime pay and come in on weekends. If you want to progress, you shouldn't disrupt others' benefits. Others earn dozens of dollars for an hour of overtime. If you voluntarily work overtime, how do you think the leaders will view others? You set a precedent, so how can others ask for overtime pay in the future? Even the weekends that you should enjoy have been rolled back to mandatory work. How can they not exclude you? From the divination, this kid not only forgoes overtime pay, but also applies to work voluntarily, basically making it obligatory overtime. The manager was thrilled. Who doesn't like a workhorse? Plus, when others are unwilling to work overtime, they have to face Zhou Hua, who voluntarily does so. How can they not feel resentment? This isn't about wanting to progress, it's about trading collective interests for his personal achievements. Moreover, he wants progress. He gradually realized that he should stop working overtime. Overtime should come with pay. Of favors beget resentments. Since he chose to forego overtime pay, he can only continue to do so. In this company, he wouldn't last long before needing to find a new job. The live chat was also in an uproar. Wow, I never expected this kid to be that kind of person. No wonder they excluded you. If someone took away my weekends, I would at least scold them as a courtesy. Daozhong has truly inherited the teachings of Ji Xiaolan. The outward curling one is the cat, and the inward curling one is the dog. Huh. Listening to the old-fashioned thoughts of parents from the previous generation is one thing. In practice, one must rely on their own intuition. What worked for their generation to rise quickly might not apply today. Times have changed, my friend. I also think that listening is enough. They say that outstanding people are still working hard. Why shouldn't you work hard? But if those better than me are still working hard, what use is my effort? Zhou Hua was suddenly taken aback, his eyes sparkling. Daozhong, was I really wrong? But I don't want to give up. I want to make a lot of money. Lin Yang shook his head and sighed. If you want to make a fortune, can you sacrifice the interests of others? Your effort isn't as commendable as you think. From the divination, it seems impossible for this guy to become wealthy in the future, but he will at least live a life free from worries. You won't be able to work in this company for much longer. Your future life will be secure, but remember your personal efforts should not affect others' interests. Zhou Hua nodded in confusion, committing the Taoist's words to memory. Master, I understand now. Oh, I will go back and apologize to them right away. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. What apology? Just go with the flow. Thank you, Master. Zhou Hua bowed deeply, now enlightened. He realized that spending 100 yuan on divination brought him social experience. He had thought he would gain a lesson for that amount. Faith value 2000. Faith value 280-015-0000. Lin Yang watched Zhou Hua gradually walk away, smiling and shaking his head. He glanced at the barrage, which was filled with strange questions, and decided to respond. Master, they say young people should go out more. Is that true? Lin Yang shook his head. If you go out more, you will realize how comfortable it is to stay at home. Whoa. Today my mom scolded me, saying that I enjoy life at such a young age. Oh, what will I do when I get old? Lin Yang, when you grow old, you will find that you have no regrets. The flood of comments was too much. Some viewers eager to ask questions became impatient and directly sent hot air balloons. Little Wong, who loves life, sent a hot air balloon. One Little Wong. Master, I have a question. Lin Yang was taken aback and quickly pulled the top contributor onto the mic. After the woman was brought onto the mic, she hurriedly opened it. Master, I've been troubled by a big issue lately, and it's quite vexing. Lin Yang smiled gently. What question do you have, my young friend? The female voice from the mic sighed. Recently, someone has been confessing to me. How can I make him give up completely? Lin Yang thought for a moment and replied, tell him to discuss it with the child at home next. Little Wong. Little Wong has exited the connection. The live stream room erupted in chaos. Haha, that's some serious advice. Discuss it with the child. This not only rejected him once, but could potentially reject him for a lifetime. Don't you know that the master always takes action without bearing the consequences? Just say whether you rejected him or not. Master, that's not going to work. I used that reason to reject him, and he said he just likes mature women. Oh, what should I do? Just then a police car wailed past and stopped at the park entrance. Chen Xiuan rushed down from the car with a smile. Master, you are truly incredible. You have made a significant contribution. This poisoning case is too heinous. If you hadn't discovered it in time, the pancake poisoning incident could have resulted in thousands of casualties. A hint of relief flickered across Chen Xiuan's face. If this had happened, it would have been a major case. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow, observing Chen Xiuan's expression. It seemed like a sign of promotion. Have the culprit been caught? Is this a promotion? Chen Xiuan nodded excitedly. Master, please come with me to the bureau. We have specially prepared a reward of 100,000 yuan for your report. Please cooperate with us for a photo and to complete the process. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes widened. 100,000. Let's set off now. Half an hour later, upon arriving at Chen Xiuan's police station, everyone in the police station greeted him with smiles. After completing the registration, they prepared for the photo opportunity to receive the award. Upon hearing that this incident required the photo to be shared, Lin Yang immediately requested a different pose for the photograph. The last photo posted on the official website showed him standing with his hands behind his back, sandwiched between two police officers. If he hadn't streamed for a while, there would definitely be similar news. Shocking case. Master Lin Yang has not live streamed online for several days. It turns out he didn't quit the internet, but was caught. After the photo was taken, Chen Xiuan gasped. The pose for this photo had the two officers holding the arms of the master. It seems like it could negatively impact Master Lin Yang's reputation. The young disciple beside him frowned slightly, murmuring softly. Let's pixelate the master's hands and pixelate his face too. Lin Yang didn't hear what Chen Xiuan and his disciple were murmuring about at all, nor did he anticipate how much impact this photo would have online. What are you asking for? Please don't leave me. Lin Yang was about to leave with the money, but Chen Xiuan quickly stopped him. Wait, Taoist. You've helped us so much, how can we let you walk back? We'll drive you home. Chen Xiuan immediately placed his hand on Lin Yang's arm, gripping his bicep. Seeing this, the young apprentice quickly filled in the empty space on the other side, and the two of them assisted him toward the police car. The police chief behind them exclaimed, what the hell? What a great opportunity. Isn't this the perfect chance to promote the bond between the police and the community? Look at this heartwarming scene. With one police chief on the left and the other on the right, they supported him toward the police car. Taoist Lin Yang wanted to refuse, but could not break free from the two enthusiastic police officers. Tisk tisk tsk. This scene is too heartwarming. He immediately started editing the photo, capturing Lin Yang being assisted by two people toward the police car, but to avoid bothering them, he also included the scene where he kept trying to break free. Oh right, to avoid any trouble, and to prevent Taoist from being harassed, we should blur his face in the photo. He's also holding the fortune-telling stall, which doesn't look good in the photo, so let's blur his wrist too. Okay. Once this set of photos and videos was posted, Taoist Lin would surely thank us. The moment the photo was published, the internet exploded, and the views quickly soared to tens of thousands. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, oblivious to all this, sat in the police car preparing to restart his livestream. However, his fan group was filled with tags directed at him, and some had even started to mourn. Oh my goodness, Taoist. How did you get caught? Stop crying, he can't see it anyway. He's being taken to the police station, so instead of crying, why not send Taoist a couple of instant noodles? What's happening? Your internet speed is really slow. Haven't you seen the local police station just posted on their official account? Taoist has been caught. What? I need to take a look. What the hell? He really got caught. This time he was literally escorted into the police car by two officers wearing hats. Taoist even tried to break free. He kept shouting no, no, no. And look at those two photos, his hands are blurred, which means he's already been cuffed. His face has also been blurred. Now he's a criminal suspect. Lin Yang, after peeking at the screen, was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? What did you do? Why do my fans now call me the criminal suspect, Lin? Did you blur my face? Chen Xiaoan, while driving, glanced at the rearview mirror, thinking Lin Yang wanted to thank them. No need to thank us, it's what we should do for Taoist Lin. Lin Yang, I'm thanking you for turning Taoist Lin into Lin. Chen Xiaoan was taken aback, his expression immediately turning awkward as he parked in front of the park. Then, how about you start the live stream, and I'll help you explain. Lin Yang instantly felt like crying without tears. He opened the live stream page and handed the phone to Chen Xiaoan. Just press start to go live. Oh, okay. Chen Xiaoan quickly nodded, feeling a bit uneasy about going live for the first time. As soon as he started, over 1,000 viewers flooded into the live stream. The bullet comments were filled with question marks. Why is it the hat-wearing officers? It's confirmed. Taoist Lin. No, Lin is now caught, and the officers are holding his phone. This is a real confirmation. What crime did Taoist Lin commit? Is it death penalty or life imprisonment? Chen Xiaoan helplessly smacked his forehead and lifted the phone a bit to capture Lin Yang in the back seat. Lin Yang angrily cursed, I'm not caught. The live stream was filled with more question marks. How are you not caught? What a joyful surprise. Oh, wrong grave to mourn, yellow soybean shrug emoji. What are you regretting? Taoist Lin is such a good person. I just don't want him to get caught. You were shouting for the death penalty the loudest just now. Lin Yang immediately took the phone, got out of the car, and spent over 10 minutes explaining before things were clarified. He felt somewhat speechless. Chen Xiaoan's apprentice was indeed a talent. After broadcasting for over 10 minutes, more people continuously joined the live stream, and the first thing they said was, isn't that Lin? The redemption of Shaoxin Lin. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, letting out a long sigh. After waiting another half hour, Lin Yang was ready to pack up and find workers to start renovations on the temple when a couple walked into the park heading straight for Lin Yang's stall. The two clearly smelled of alcohol. After quickly approaching, the woman plopped down on a small stool while the man stood beside her. Taoist, is your fortune-telling accurate? Can you tell about his past experiences? Lin Yang, hearing this, thought to himself, oh, there's a story here. Yes, if you give me your birth dates, I can tell you all about it. The woman immediately paid 100 yuan without hesitation and began writing their birth dates on red paper. Wang Yuhang, are you scared? The man was taken aback. Scared? I've never been scared in my life. Write it down. After the woman finished writing, Wang Yuhang took the red paper, wrote down his birth date, and resolutely handed it to Lin Yang. Taoist, we want to play truth or dare. If we don't tell the truth, Taoist, please point it out. Lin Yang was taken aback. So you two are treating me like a lie detector. This was the first time he encountered such a way of playing truth or dare. All right, no problem, you can ask away. The woman spoke first, looking suspiciously at her boyfriend. Taoist, a while ago I really wanted to raise fish, so I asked him if he had experience. He initially said yes, but then he wouldn't say anything else. I want to use truth to ask him why he lied to me. Lin Yang calculated based on the man's birth date and answered before him. He was raised before. The woman was taken aback. Then why did he say he didn't know the suitable water temperature for raising fish? Lin Yang replied, what he probably thinks is that fluctuating temperatures are best. The man quickly cleared his throat. Forget it. Next question. The woman's suspicion deepened. Then I want to ask you, when I mentioned the story of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage and I said that proposals should be made 3 times, you said you had a shadow over asking 3 times and weren't willing. Why is that? The man's face showed obvious unease. No. There's no shadow, you must be mistaken. The woman immediately slammed the stall and turned her face toward Lin Yang. Based on the birth date, Lin Yang slowly spoke. He was like that with his ex-girlfriend before, but asking 3 times was of no use. The woman was taken aback. What did he ask his ex-girlfriend 3 times to not leave him? Lin Yang's words left both the man and woman in shock. The man wore a disbelieving expression and a flicker of light shone in his eyes. Wang Yuhang, is what the Taoist said true? The woman raised her hand and slapped the man's shoulder, producing a series of sharp sounds. The viewers in Lin Yang's live stream were almost in stitches. Huh, Taoist, how could you be so ruthless? Are you afraid they won't break up? Wow, Taoist, you're truly talented. Being pampered, being hot and cold. When asked what he asked his ex-girlfriend, you came up with, please don't leave me. You're really something. 666. What made me laugh even more is that this man didn't refute it. He was feeling guilty. Wait, I suspect there's more to this story. Though the Taoist was sharp-tongued, he surely wouldn't push someone towards breaking up. The woman, having grown angry, turned red in the face and asked another question. You rarely talk to me, you chat more with your brothers. What do you usually talk about with your brothers? As soon as the woman spoke, Wang Yuhang became flustered, stumbling over his words as if trying to hide something. Well, I don't talk about much. I just go to the internet cafe with my brothers, we rarely chat about anything else. The woman scoffed. You still won't tell the truth here with the Taoist playing truth or dare. Taoist, what's the most he said to his brothers? Lin Yang furrowed his brows looking at Wang Yuhang's fortune-telling hexagram. What's the most he said to his brothers? Yes. The woman nodded eagerly, her eyes filled with a desperate desire for an answer. Get a different batch. What? The woman was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief, even feeling somewhat nauseated. Wang Yuhang, didn't you say you never go to those places? As soon as Wang Yuhang heard this, he immediately panicked, wanting to explain, but after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. When I was buying you a necklace, I said this batch isn't nice, get a different batch. The woman frowned and continued to question. What else did the Taoist say? Lin Yang softly uttered 2 words at clock. The woman, Wang Yuhang, didn't you say you've never had a foot massage? Didn't you say you don't go for massages usually? Wang Yuhang's face turned red, his mouth repeatedly stuttering out several I. He couldn't muster a complete sentence. That was when I was preparing to buy a watch while getting you a necklace. What about the watch? Well, I haven't bought it yet. Wang Yuhang stammered, lowering his head to hide his embarrassment. The woman grew increasingly angry, asking Taoist, has he said anything else? Lin Yang again looked at the hexagram, casually stating a few words. I have a girlfriend now. The woman, Wang Yuhang, what have you been doing outside? Wang Yuhang was also taken aback, though at this moment, he just wanted to stab Lin Yang. He stuttered his words. I was asked about the necklace, and when they asked who it was for, I said, I have a girlfriend now, buying for my girlfriend. The woman's face flushed red as if saying she would believe him this once. She took a deep breath and looked back at Lin Yang. Taoist, has he ever praised me outside? Like, baby, you're so beautiful, baby, I love you, baby, I'll spend all my money on you. Lin Yang consulted the hexagram again. He indeed has said something. The woman chuckled, feeling a bit elated. Wang Yuhang also breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest and forcing a smile. But besides these 3 phrases, he also said one more thing, don't tell my wife. The live stream immediately erupted in laughter. How could there be a don't tell my wife in there? 666. So this phrase should be said together. Baby, you're so beautiful, baby, I love you, baby, I'll spend all my money on you, baby, don't tell my wife. Impressive. This guy went out and did some shady stuff, getting a foot massage, and even sparked a third-party rumor. No wonder the Taoist has been merciless in exposing him. Lin Yang smiled. Those few sentences were not fabricated. By interpreting the hexagram, it was clear that this man was a complete womanizer with a tendency towards violence. Even if he gets married in the future, he would still be someone who plays around without any attachments. He had pleaded 3 times with his ex-girlfriend, saying, please don't leave me. This was all due to domestic violence. He was undoubtedly a violent man, and according to the hexagram, he was extremely gentle with others when he went out. Lin Yang always believed that men who only bully at home should be cut off as soon as possible. Moreover, he had been relentless in exposing him because there was no true fate between these two. The woman was just a love-struck fool, believing whatever she was told. In the end, she would only run away when she couldn't take it anymore. Mercifully, the Taoist showed some compassion, though he didn't embellish the story. The woman seemed to have suddenly awakened, fiercely slapping the man and turning to leave. Wang Yuhang gnashed his teeth and glared at Lin Yang, then turned to chase after the woman. Baby, please don't leave me. Don't use the words you said 3 times to your ex-girlfriend to disgust me. Get lost. Lin Yang chuckled. He had done another good deed. He glanced at the barrage in the live stream, which was filled with support for the Taoist. He checked the time and decided to end the stream early. Ending the stream early, I'm off. After saying that, he immediately clicked to end the broadcast, leaving early to find a renovation team. He now had nearly 400,000 in hand directly, spending 100,000 to tell the construction team the standards for restoring the Taoist temple. He then spent another 50,000 to hire over 10 deities statues, including the 3 pure ones, and the god of wealth Zhao Gongming. After returning with the merchant, he arranged the statues, performed the consecration, and offered incense, all in one go. Now it looks a bit like a Taoist temple. Lin Yang mumbled, waiting for the renovation team to arrive. He spent the night overseeing the repairs. Finally, the Taoist temple was renovated to look somewhat presentable, consisting of 3 halls and a sensor resembling a proper Taoist temple. He immediately filmed several Douyin videos showcasing the location of the Taoist temple. He also posted a few moments on social media, including the location. After posting, he lay down to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yang was awakened by the buzzing notifications from the fan group. He confusedly picked up his phone to take a look and became even more bewildered. Taoist, you've got quite the clout. You must be the first to have the official police department's public account promoting your Taoist temple's location, right? 666. It's the first time I've seen the authorities promote a Taoist temple, although it's just a tourism spot, but they gave you face. Lin Yang was taken aback. What was going on? Did he just post something on his moments? Why did the police department's official account share it? His eyes widened, and he quickly sat up, sneaking a peek into his fan group. He then realized that it was the official account of the local police in Jiangnan, the same account that had shared the video of him being caught at the Taoist temple. The post read, so beautiful up close, asking for guidance while hiking this weekend. Opening the comments on the official account, he found quite a few astonished remarks. Wow, even the police uncles are promoting the Taoist temple. I'm planning to go this weekend to temple that even the police are sharing must be very effective. I just want to ask, is there a god of wealth in the temple? If there is, I must go. I will kneel before the god of wealth. According to rumors, the Taoist priest at this temple has helped solve several cases for the police uncle, but we don't believe in rumors or spread them, we believe in science. Lin Yang smiled faintly. This was clearly the work of Chen Qiuan. There must have been reasons for the previous collaboration with the police. In this world, Taoism was generally not well regarded. Without official backing, how could a small Taoist priest accumulate any faith value? After thinking for a moment, he decided to start a live stream to introduce the renovated Taoist temple. Lin Yang immediately turned on the live stream, and over 1,000 viewers flooded in. Hey, the Taoist priest started streaming so early, who would have thought? I haven't even slept. Are you trying to cultivate and meet the Taoist? Oh no. I'm up all night. If I don't sleep early tomorrow, I'm a dog. But why didn't the Taoist go to the park to set up a stall today? That's rare. Lin Yang smiled faintly, sitting at the entrance of the temple, preparing to introduce the renovated temple to his viewers and hoping to increase his faith value. Just then a roar of a motorcycle engine suddenly came from behind him. A man wearing a motorcycle helmet ran up the hill, standing in front of Lin Yang and quickly taking off his helmet. Under the helmet was a face that was bruised and swollen. Taoist, I want to draw a fortune. I've been so unlucky lately, I want to test my luck. Lin Yang was also taken aback. This guy was almost beaten to a pulp and still had the heart to draw a fortune. Alright, first bow to the 3 pure ones, then come to draw the fortune. Lin Yang led the bruised man towards the 3 pure ones hall, where a grand statue of the 3 pure ones was enshrined in the center. He simply sat down at the wooden table next to the 3 pure one statue and pulled out a wooden bucket filled with wooden sticks. As soon as Lin Yang took out the bucket, he heard the bruised man kneeling in front of the 3 pure ones statue mumbling something. He looked up and was instantly confused. The bruised man was kneeling in front of the statue of the 3 pure ones, hands clasped together, mumbling, Ami Tua Ifo, Ami Tua Ifo. After bowing, he clasped his hands together and bowed to Lin Yang 3 times. Thank you, master. Lin Yang twitched his lips. This was also his fault for not being clear. Taoism is different from Buddhism. Clasping hands and sincerely bowing 3 times is worshipping for blessings. In Taoism, one must use the Ziwu gesture, where the left hand is on top and the right hand is below. The left thumb clamps the base of the right ring finger, and the right thumb rests on the middle finger. Let me explain this to you. In Taoism, we use the Ziwu gesture, not clasping hands, to worship. The bruised man frowned. I don't understand this gesture of yours. Is there a Tathagata in this place? Lin Yang. Hey. He seemed to understand why this guy got beaten up. Lin Yang immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular biceps. I hope you understand your situation, otherwise I know a bit about martial arts. The man, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, suddenly seemed to remember something unpleasant and shivered. Taoist, let's just draw the fortune. The man immediately drew a stick from the wooden bucket on the table, his expression suddenly changing to one of sorrow, filled with tears. Damn, I was wondering why I was so unlucky. I drew a bad fortune. Sigh. Lin Yang took the stick from his hand and put it back in the wooden bucket, shaking it. Draw again. The Taoist can draw again. The man was immediately stunned, half believing, and then drew another stick. At the moment he saw the writing on the stick, he nearly burst into tears. Sigh. Another bad fortune. Taoist, what is the purpose of living? The live stream room exploded. This guy's luck is truly terrible. He drew 2 bad fortunes in a row. Did he come to the temple asking if there were any blessings to avoid drawing bad fortunes? Is the Taoist going to comfort him psychologically? But the bad fortune is purely a matter of probability. It's okay. Lin Yang frowned, rummaging through the bucket to find a good fortune stick that read great auspiciousness, and handed it to the man. The man, Taoist, this isn't right. Isn't it supposed to depend on my luck to draw fortunes? I drew a bad fortune because my fate and luck have been bad lately. Lin Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Taoist, I'm changing your fate right now. The bruised man hung his head in despair. Sigh. Taoist, please don't comfort me. I've been so unlucky lately. I got fired from my job and thought I'd come out to clear my mind. Just as I rode my bike to relax, I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend. Now I don't have much savings left and can't find a job. The only good thing is the scenery while riding up the mountain to the temple. I stopped to take a photo, and then out of the bushes jumped a spotted deer standing taller than me, kicking me with its front hooves and biting my clothes, giving me a good beating, and that's how I got this bruised face. The man lamented as he spoke, pulling out his phone to provide evidence. He played a video in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang focused on the video, which seemed to be shot by an action camera fixed on the motorcycle. As the man stopped his bike to take a photo of the scenery by the cliffside road, a spotted deer with antlers suddenly charged out from the bushes. As it stood up, it kicked the man right in the face. The live stream room erupted with laughter. Haha, who said Princess Yao Yao is a slacker? Doesn't she still kill Guya? Isn't this like Ruishing refusing to serve food and attacking the rider? Nobody. At first glance I thought this video was AI generated. This is so abstract. This guy's luck is really bad. He must have stopped in the territory of a rutting buck. It's attacking everything indiscriminately. Haha. The man, looking dejected, said, Taoist, please tell me when my luck will turn around. I've had enough. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately became professional, taking out a sign from his fortune-telling stall that read 100 for a fortune. Young friend, do you wish to decipher a sign or have your fortune told? It's just 100, no deception here. I'd prefer a fortune-telling. If I decipher the sign, wouldn't that be the best sign you've given me? That wouldn't be accurate, would it? The man rubbed his swollen cheek, occasionally emitting a hiss from the pain. He plopped down in front of the fortune-telling stall, pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code, and transferred 100 yuan. Ding. WeChat payment of 100 yuan received. Lin Yang immediately smiled, pushing the red paper in front of the man. What's your name? I didn't call you master. The man scratched his head in confusion, taking the red paper with a dazed expression as he stared at Lin Yang. Lin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth. I'm asking for your name. Write your birth date on the red paper as well. Oh, I thought you Taoist temples didn't allow people to hiss. The man, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, chuckled and instinctively covered his mouth, only to hit the bruised skin again. He winced in pain, scrunching his face. My name is Wang Hao. I used to be a photographer at a wedding photography studio, but I don't know what happened recently. All the travel photography shops nationwide are closing one after another. The company went bankrupt and offered me a motorcycle as severance. Oh, I accepted it and came out to travel and relax without even getting my last paycheck. Then the events I just told you about happened, and there are many more things I haven't mentioned. I got dumped by my girlfriend, the company closed, got hit by a deer while taking a photo, drew a bad fortune, and had instant noodles without seasoning. I just wanted to eat a jelly to comfort myself, but I tore the plastic wrap apart. I've been so unlucky lately, sigh. As Wang Hao recounted his tragic experiences, a slight smile remained on his lips. Suddenly, the live stream flooded with comments. This is too unlucky, right? It's like coming home after a day of work only to find the air conditioner was left on the window, was open, accidentally stepping on incense ash, and thinking to rinse my foot only to forget to turn on the shower, soaking myself instead, then telling myself it's okay, just wash some clothes only to find the washing machine filled with shredded paper. This guy can still smile. His mindset is pretty good. Do you think he has a good mindset? He has no other choice. No worries, those who laugh will never have bad luck. Lin Yang smiled faintly. If you can't smile, don't force it. Wang Hao was taken aback, unable to hold his composure, his face instantly scrunching up in distress. Master, didn't you say that those who laugh will have good luck? I thought maybe smiling could turn my luck around. Lin Yang replied, because those with bad luck can't smile at all. That may be true, but you're being a bit harsh, master. He quickly pushed the red paper with his birth date in front of Lin Yang, hoping to silence him. Lin Yang took the paper, glanced at it, and nodded silently. His current luck was at its lowest point throughout his long life. Wang Hao's misfortune was so severe that drinking a sip of cold water could potentially get stuck in his teeth. However, in a few days his luck would turn around. A fortune has its ups and downs. Once he passes this unlucky phase, everything will become smooth. In a few days, he might even come into some unexpected wealth. By the time he has spent that wealth, he will be free enough to find a job he desires. In half a year, he would even encounter the right person in his life. Lin Yang smiled faintly and slowly spoke, in a few days you will come into some unexpected wealth. Wang Hao was stunned. Then, master, when will I find a job? Once this unexpected wealth is spent, you will find a job you like. Then what is this unexpected wealth? It's not illegal, is it? Lin Yang glanced at the divination signs again, a smile curling at his lips. In a few days, you might repeatedly watch the video of being hit by the deer, getting angrier each time, and end up posting it online. As a result, a shop called Mishua Bingsheng will find you wanting to buy the copyright to your video, offering you 60,000 yuan. Then Mishua Bingsheng will take your video of being hit by the deer and edit it, turning your motorcycle helmet into the Snow King's avatar. They will then launch a simple yet profound marketing campaign on their official account, posting the edited video with the caption, "There's too much ice," only to be attacked by Ruisheng. What? Ruisheng refused to serve and assaulted the delivery rider. Leaving a bad review for Ruisheng got you assaulted by their staff. After Lin Yang finished speaking, the live stream exploded with confusion, questions flying across the screen. Is this really a simple and profound marketing campaign? Is it just a daily spat between the Snow King and Ruisheng? Support Snow King. Damn, these two are really something. They've been blackening each other to the point of forgetting the world as if they were married. 666, getting hit by a deer and still having unexpected wealth. What about medical expenses? Didn't Ruisheng say anything? Photoshopping the Snow King's head onto this guy is too funny. Wang Hao was taken aback by Lin Yang's words. This is unexpected wealth. Master, you're not joking with me, right? Can a marketing campaign be this simple? True marketing is as simple as that. Do you think it's a novel? Real marketing is about watering a money tree and offering free ice cream when selling cars. Lin Yang smiled. This unexpected wealth was indeed within his destiny. Every event in life brings different gains. This is one of your turning points from adversity to prosperity. Wang Hao nodded, still confused. I understand now, master. If this unexpected wealth comes true, I will definitely come to offer more incense. The live stream comments echoed in agreement. Bring it on. Turning adversity into prosperity. Bring it on. Passing the college entrance examination. Getting beaten by a deer. Lin Yang nodded, watching the excited figure of the man leave a slight smile on his face. Such promotions do have some effect. At least it's not just when people are hiking that they pass by his temple. However, continuous renovations are still needed. The better it is maintained, the more faith value it will surely accumulate. Faith value 3,000. Faith value 310,015,0000. Lin Yang glanced at the live stream and waited a while at the temple. Since no patrons appeared, he decided to take his fortune-telling stall down the mountain to attract clients. Not long after setting up his fortune-telling stall under the shade of a tree in the park, a middle-aged woman with a teenage boy approached him quickly. The middle-aged woman walked while shoving a teenage boy beside her. The boy's face was filled with disdain, and at just over a decade old, his hair was already dyed yellow. While being dragged along by his mother, he shouted, "Don't bother with me. I want to be a delinquent." "What do you mean by delinquent? Hurry up." The middle-aged woman hastily pulled the child to Lin Yang's stall, her face full of worry as she stared intently at him. "Taoist, I was introduced to you by a relative. Aunt Wang Guifan told me your fortune-telling is particularly accurate, so I wanted you to help me figure out if my child has been possessed by something evil. Why does he keep shouting about wanting to be a delinquent, making me call his father Lou from Paris, and insisting on buying some 9-electric bike? Is he possessed? My little treasure used to be so well-behaved, his grades were excellent, always ranking in the top 50 of his grade. How did he suddenly change like this after just a few days in middle school?" The middle-aged woman spoke with a face full of melancholy, overwhelmed with concern. Looking at her son with his dyed yellow hair, her heart was heavy with worry. He was previously such a good student who excelled academically. The homeroom teacher even used him as an example of praise during parent-teacher meetings. How did he suddenly turn into this? Besides being possessed, she couldn't think of any other reason that could cause such a drastic change in her son's character. Lin Yang twitched his mouth and glanced at the boy, who was exposing half his belly and clapping his hands in a seal-like manner while chewing on something. If we're talking about possession, it should be something sinister. What kind of evil spirit acts like this? This is not possession, or it's just absurd. A truly possessed person wouldn't be munching on beetle nuts after eating roast chicken, right? What kind of filthy thing lacks taste? Risking the chance of having one's soul scattered, the only reason to possess someone would be to eat a bit of beetle nuts. That would be a laughing stock among other spirits. You'd lose all face as a ghost. Your son suddenly changed as if he became a different person after entering middle school. The middle-aged woman nodded quickly. Yes, he used to be so obedient, and now he doesn't listen to anything. And he often hangs out with others playing billiards and going to internet cafes. As soon as I try to stop him from going out, he curses at us and even fights with his father. No matter how we try to persuade him, it doesn't work. Last time when his father hit him, he even choked his father by the neck, almost suffocating. My husband and I can't control him anymore. What can we do, Taoist?" Lin Yang found this situation somewhat tricky. First scan the code, then give me his birth date and time, write it on red paper. He pushed the red paper forward, continuing to observe the yellow-haired boy. The boy was still focused on playing a mobile game, munching on something, and occasionally spitting out a mouthful of red liquid, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. The middle-aged woman, as if grasping a lifeline, quickly nodded, paid the fee, and wrote down the boy's birth details on the paper, hastily pushing the red paper in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang picked up the birth details and immediately frowned, his expression growing increasingly strange. He seemed to have an inkling of why this boy had suddenly turned into a delinquent. From this birth chart, it appeared that this year marked a turning point in the child's life. He would either become a problematic youth who would spend 3 years in and out of juvenile detention, or revert to being the top student admired by parents, eventually getting into Harbin Institute of Technology and becoming a future pillar of the nation. The disparity between these two outcomes is stark. Your child is not possessed. The woman was startled. How could that be? This child was so well behaved when he was younger. In the live stream, there were numerous question marks. While possession is impossible, something must have caused this change, right? How could he suddenly turn into this? In such situations, hitting him will only fuel his rebellious spirit. He probably just got beaten lightly. I suspect there are other underlying reasons. Let's see what the Taoist has to say. Lin Yang cleared his throat lightly. Right now is a crucial turning point in your son's life. Whether he gets into Harbin Institute of Technology or spends 3 years in juvenile detention depends on how you parents guide him. How can this be? My son can't possibly get into Harbin Institute of Technology. It would be great if he could get into a 211 university, let alone Harbin Institute. Sigh. Taoist, what can we do? We can't manage him at all. Every time we try, he hits us and curses at us. He doesn't even listen to his teachers when we report him. Do you think this child is done for? If so, we'll just practice my trumpet with his father. Lin Yang twitched his mouth. What are you questioning? Don't you want to know why your son has become like this? The middle-aged woman, full of worry, replied. Because he's mischievous. Could it possibly be because of me and his father? Exactly. It's because of both of you, Lin Yang said seriously, and upon hearing this, the yellow-haired boy surprisingly lifted his head. How could it possibly be because of us? I couldn't bear to let his father go without food or clothes, giving him the best of everything. How can we be blamed? The middle-aged woman noticeably flushed, her voice rising a few notches. Lin Yang sneered. You think your oppressive education is right. He curses at his father and mother, and it's because you didn't educate him properly. You deserve to suffer. If it weren't for the fact that I Taoist don't want to ruin this child's bright future, I'd have sent you on your way already. This child has long been unable to feel approval or praise in your family. Even if he ranks second in exams, he is only criticized for not coming in first. Even if he comes in first and eagerly seeks your praise, you merely coldly comment that he has only come in first once. Oh, what is there to brag about? And your almost perverse desire for control, I shouldn't have to say more. When you ask the child if he wants to eat grapes, and he says yes, you retort, what's so good about this? I don't know what you're thinking. It's your educational methods that have ruined the child. Lin Yang snorted coldly. Not all parents deserve to be called parents. Some merely wish to secure their own future in old age. From the divination, it is clear that this child has rebelled due to a long-term lack of recognition and being excessively controlled. By dyeing his hair yellow, he can attract a multitude of curious glances. Chewing on beetle nuts earns him praise for being handsome. The live stream was suddenly in an uproar filled with scorn. Has such perverse control, the Taoist is right, he deserves to suffer. When this child grows up, they will realize how ridiculous they were. No, these types of people will never recognize their mistakes. The woman was left speechless, unable to respond. Then, what should we do? The child is already like this. Lin Yang let out a cold snort. Change. What else can be done? Start by changing your oppressive mindset. Oh, the middle-aged woman muttered to herself. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. It wasn't entirely their fault. As parents, the child also had certain issues. It's not all due to family factors. There is a certain degree of rebellion at this age. But he couldn't say that. He could only point out the parents' problems. If he said the child also had issues, parents like them would likely only focus on that one problem, completely ignoring their own faults. Taoist is there. Is there no way to help my son quickly escape this state? We can't even have a conversation with him. He won't talk to us at all. Lin Yang calculated with his fingers. Indeed, it was a problem with the child. They really couldn't have a heart-to-heart with this kid. But through the 8 characters, it could be calculated. It seems this child has a sister as well. Does he have a sister? Yes. Taoist, you are too accurate. He does have a sister. The middle-aged woman was completely astonished. Between the neighbor's introduction and the accurate calculations, she was starting to reflect on her own issues. Where is his sister now? At home, just on summer break from university. What's wrong, Taoist? She should still be unaware of this situation, right? His sister hasn't seen him with his dyed yellow hair yet. Call her sister and ask her to come over. Lin Yang smirked. If communication was impossible, then they could find someone with blood ties to mediate. The relationship between a sister and brother is akin to that of a landowner and their slave. Sometimes parental control might not work, but an older sister's influence definitely will. The middle-aged woman immediately took out her phone and made a call. After a few words, she hung up. At this moment, the child was still unaware that danger was quietly approaching. The live stream was suddenly filled with question marks. I'm an only child. I don't quite understand. Bringing his sister over will make him talk honestly. I'm with you. I don't quite believe it either. This kid looks indifferent. The master won't be facing his first defeat, right? I can only say you haven't felt the pressure from an older sister. When my sister comes home for the holidays, I immediately turn into a slave. If I refuse to help her with a package, she not only threatens, but also entices. She gives so much that I have no choice but to help her with her packages. Having a loyal younger brother is quite nice. Less than 20 minutes later, a girl in loose pajamas walking lazily strolled in through the park entrance. She was holding a half-eaten ice cream cone. Upon seeing the boy with yellow hair, she froze in shock. What the hell? Lu Shuai, you really have some nerve, huh? Dyeing your hair yellow. The boy looked disdainfully up. What's it to you? The girl was dumbfounded, quickly stuffing her phone into her pocket and yanked at his yellow hair. His entire head tilted back. Lu Yu, why do you think you can control me? Let go of me. I'm Lu from Paris. I'm someone important. What are you doing? The boy struggled while slapping his own belly. Smack. In the next moment, a large slap mark appeared on the boy's face. Lu Yu, you little brat. How dare you hit me, Lu from Paris? What the hell, Li Shuai, have you gone months without getting slapped around? Lu Yu stared in shock, looking around as if searching for something. How had her younger brother changed so much in her absence? Lin Yang observed this scene and quietly took out a peachwood ruler from the fortune-telling stall, slapping it on the table. Ahem. Don't hit the child, don't injure him further. Thanks, Taoist. Lu Yu snatched the ruler and with one hand lifted the boy by the nape of his neck, pulling him up from the chair. Then the boy was met with a flurry of punches. Lin Yang quickly stepped back, fearing blood would splatter on him. Who says girls can't open bottle caps? The boy's head was nearly turned inside out. The live stream erupted in laughter. Huh. This is entertaining. Taoist, you are too wicked. And you even provided the tools. Why does this scene feel somewhat satisfying? When someone is doing something bad, they don't feel tired. The Taoist feels the same way. Hiss. If I'm not mistaken, the Taoist is using peachwood, right? Did the Taoist even bring out the hidden treasures? The magic of the 3 pure ones is at play. Does the boy feel a tingling sensation in his backside now? Until 5 minutes later, the boy went from initially proclaiming, I'm Lu from Paris. I'm someone important, to now sobbing, woo-woo sis. Sis, I'm Shuai Shuai, trying to awaken his sister's love for him. Lin Yang hurriedly intervened, fearing if this continued, the boy's backside would swell up. All right, let's ask him if he still wants to be Lu from Paris. Lu Yu finally stopped, returned the peachwood ruler, and thanked Lin Yang with a smile. I ask you, do you still want to be that person? Can you listen to your parents at home? I will listen. I won't be Lu from Paris anymore, woo-woo. The boy became dazed from the beating, suddenly feeling the power of bloodline suppression. The middle-aged woman sighed. Can we have a good talk at home now? It was wrong of me to suppress you before. My intention was merely for you to achieve good grades. The boy silently wiped his tears, still not responding to his mother's words. Lu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Talk. We can have a good talk, can't we? The boy shivered in fear and nodded eagerly. If you don't listen to your mother again, I'll beat you to death. Are you still going to mess around? Are you still going to play games? The boy immediately started to tremble, no longer playing on his phone, proactively uninstalled the game, and stuffed his phone into his pocket, reaching for Lu Yu's hand. Sis. Woo-woo. I want to do my homework. I want to read and study, woo-woo. The live stream exploded with laughter. What kind of desperate younger brother can shout that he wants to do his homework? Huh? Are you addicted to studying? So tough, the Taoist tricks are too many. Still Lou from Paris. Back in my day, I wanted to be a rapper, but my sister slapped me 3 times and took me to get a haircut shaving off my American-style braids. I became obedient real quick. After the middle-aged woman calmed her son down, she quickly thanked Lin Yang, then asked a question that made Lin Yang unable to hold back. The middle-aged woman let Lu Yu take the child away first, then half sat on a small stool in front of the fortune-telling stall, hesitating whether to speak. Her face was filled with hesitation, flushed with shyness. Master, I want to ask if we can have a 3rd child. My husband has some issues in that regard, so I just want to check how many children are in our destiny. If there aren't any, then I won't let him try. He's been going to the small room to sleep every day, which is affecting our relationship. Lin Yang, you really want to practice on a small scale. Then write down your and your husband's birth dates on the red paper. He never expected that she really wanted to practice on a small scale. Perhaps everyone has different pursuits and thoughts. All right, master, please take a look. The middle-aged woman immediately wrote the birth dates on the paper and pushed it in front of Lin Yang. Lin Yang glanced at the birth dates and couldn't help but shake his head. Master, is there no hope? There is hope, but Lin Yang clicked his tongue. According to the hexagram, they could freely choose to have a 3rd child. It wasn't predetermined. If they wanted to have it, they could, or if they didn't, they wouldn't. There wouldn't be a legendary child who couldn't be aborted even with medication. But the problem is, this 3rd child, to put it bluntly, is like a demon child descending to the world, setting things on fire, blowing up gas canisters, breaking TVs. Once born, there would be no good days in the household. But what about it, master? Is my 3rd child also particularly outstanding? In some respects, other children indeed can't do what yours would. If you can accept a 3-year-old stabbing bicycle tires, a 5-year-old applying itching powder to an elderly person without arms, an 80-year-old getting sick and going to the hospital, switching the hemorrhoid ointment of the old man in the same ward with chili oil. At 11, just starting to learn physics, wanting to conduct physics experiments, letting the old lady touch high voltage while taking antihypertensive medication. At 12, putting flying cockroaches in his grandfather's food and saying it's jujube, then you can go ahead and have it. This thing not only troubles its own family, but also others. Just a simple example, the middle-aged woman would have to help the overweight wipe after. Who would have thought a child would keep shouting 95 by the roadside? Others thought it was a term from the internet for help me. As soon as they approached wanting to ask the child if he needed help, he gave a slap and started shouting 96 instead. The middle-aged woman immediately shuddered. Master, don't say anymore. Don't say anymore. This isn't just having a child, it's like giving birth to a Neza, a demon child descending to the world. Super male syndrome. I understand now, thank you, master. I represent my whole family in thanking you. Faith value 2000, faith value 330 015 0000. The live stream suddenly exploded with support for the master. This is the most righteous episode of the master. It's hard not to support it. Oh my god, I can't imagine what I would do if such a demon child really came into existence. Just chill, let's make a big deal out of it. This thing is scarier than seeing a ghost. I'd rather he be possessed by a ghost than switch hemorrhoid ointment with chili oil. Is this even human? As a young person with hemorrhoids, I'm already shivering. It's too damn scary, scarier than ghost stories. Lin Yang watched the woman walk away, quickly shaking his head helplessly. Luckily, she listened to the advice, otherwise. Her father is just waiting to cosplay as Li Jing. Just then, a hot air balloon gift effect suddenly floated across the live stream. Lin Yang looked and thought, oh, his business coming in already. He quickly pulled up, I am Little Fat Tiger on the mic. Young friend, do you have any questions you want to ask? Lin Yang smiled slightly, as warm as spring breeze. Soon a male voice came through the earpiece. Master, I have a question that has puzzled me for a long time. Just now I was fined 50 for this question. What question? Lin Yang asked leisurely. Master, why is it necessary to wear a helmet when riding an electric bike? If I don't wear a helmet, I get fined. I think it doesn't matter whether you wear a helmet or not. I've thought about it for a long time and can't come up with an answer. Suddenly, many question marks appeared in the live stream. You're asking such a simple question. You look down on our master, right? Can't you ask a harder question? Exactly, I could answer this question too. Isn't it just for safety? Suggest the boss apply for a refund for the yearly subscription. The boss is confused. For such simple money, don't let the master earn it. It makes me really envious. Lin Yang curled his lips. Wearing a helmet still has its benefits. You must wear it next time. Why, master? If you don't wear a helmet, your old classmates driving luxury cars will recognize you. Master, you. Sigh. Damn. I am Little Fat Tiger disconnected the call. I am Little Fat Tiger exited the live stream. Haha. You made me laugh to death. Who told you to look for Master Lin to ask questions? He is notorious for his sharp tongue and cutting heart. You've been living too comfortably, brother. You actually paid to get scolded. Now, because of a single sentence, this guy will have to wear a helmet when he goes out on his electric bike in the future. Does the master really want to stab needles into people's hearts? I just got mocked by my old classmate who drives a Mercedes. At that moment, 2 men walked towards him holding small bottles of red tea, chatting and laughing. Master, can you tell us our fortune? We've recently been doing business in Guang City and just returned to Jiangnan for the holiday. We want to check how our business is doing. Lin Yang nodded, pointing to a sign that said 200 for 2 people nearby. 200 for 2 people. All right. One of the men, wearing glasses, chuckled, taking out his phone to pay 100. Master, my name is Lin Mo, and this is my brother Zhou Yan. The other chubby guy shyly nodded at Lin Yang, saying, right. Who goes first? What do you want to know? The two men exchanged glances, and the thin guy Lin Mo slowly spoke. Then I'll go first. My brother and I just graduated from college not long ago, and we went to Guang City to do business together. Zhou Yan nodded, right. At first we didn't have much experience, so we sold gold and silver jewelry in Guang City. Zhou Yan, right. We sold gold and silver jewelry. Lin Mo continued, I sell gold. Zhou Yan, right, I sell silver. Silver jewelry. The live stream burst into laughter at this scene. Huh, this guy knows how to dig a pit. These two guys look like real talents, what a fine pair. Continue talking, what are you trying to calculate? We sell gold and silver jewelry in Guang City, and we made a total of 100,000 yuan in a year. Now that this batch of goods is sold out, we want to see if we can continue making money. Right. Last year we had a boss who often supported our business, which is why we sold out so quickly and made so much. We are worried that if we go back to Guang City this year, that boss won't do us any favors anymore, and we might not earn much money. Right. I also want to calculate my romantic fate. I'm not getting any younger after all. You should write both your birth dates on a red paper, and I will calculate your romantic fate. As for business, let's calculate together whether you can continue your partnership and if it will be profitable. Luck can change. Perhaps after a year these two might not be suitable for collaboration anymore. If they collaborate, they might lose money, but if they do not, they will earn. It's also possible that the two of them boost each other's fortunes significantly. Many successful entrepreneurs often have seemingly useless executives around them who do not participate in company management. Alright, Taoist, I will write my birth date now. I will write too. After Lin Mo finished writing, he pushed the paper in front of Zhou Yan. In less than 2 minutes, the red paper was pushed back into Lin Yang's hands. Lin Yang took the red paper and quickly glanced at it, feeling something was off. Their birth dates indicated a familial relationship. Are you two brothers? No. I am his adoptive father. Lin Mo chuckled, staring at Zhou Yan, who instinctively wanted to agree, but finally managed to say no. Lin Yang gasped, realizing that there was indeed a hint of familial connection in their birth dates. Yet they are just college classmates, so it seems there shouldn't be any relation. Lin Yang felt as lost as Louis XVI, scratching his head. However, based on the fortune signs, these two are quite compatible in business, having nearly always succeeded in their ventures. Every time they partnered up, and whenever they did not, they would lose money. The main reason is that they have clear divisions of labor. Lin Mo is responsible for brainstorming, while Zhou Yan takes care of the execution. Neither complains, and they work well together. They also split the profits happily, making entrepreneurship naturally successful. As long as you two work together, you won't lose money. Working solo will lead to losses. Lin Mo gasped and patted Zhou Yan's shoulder. See, what did I say? We make money together. Right. Lin Yang looked again at Zhou Yan's fortune. It also indicated a familial connection with Lin Mo. It's not that they are direct relatives, just a moral familial bond. In business, both of them share similar fates, as neither has left the other. However, Zhou Yan's family is quite wealthy, making him a bit of a rich second generation. Then I will help him calculate his romantic fate first. Lin Yang glanced at Zhou Yan's fortune. This kid seems reserved, but his romantic prospects look good. He is likely to have 3 girlfriends in total, with the last one being the one he marries, and based on the signs, these 3 girlfriends should all be quite attractive. You, my friend, will settle down completely at the age of 32. Lin Mo was taken aback, incredulous, as he blurted out, wow, is my buddy really that impressive? Zhou Yan smirked, slightly proud, right? The live stream was almost blown up with laughter at this moment. This guy is a joker, no matter what you say he agrees. What would happen if a contrarian personality met an affirming personality? Those two would definitely end up in a battle of wits. The contrarian would say, I think this is wrong, while the affirming one would reply, correct. The contrarian would insist, no, that can't be right, there's something wrong with that, while the affirming one would respond, correct. 666. This is outstanding, a real battle of wits. Lin Yang picked up the red paper and looked at Lin Mo's birth date again, feeling increasingly uneasy. Isn't he already in a relationship? And he's in a passionate phase with his partner. This is indeed a true connection, a very strong one. However, the age gap is a bit large. This kid is 22, while his partner is 43. They say a woman 3 years older than a man can bring fortune, and a woman 30 years older can provide a kingdom. This kid's true partner should be quite wealthy, and once they officially get together, he'll immediately soar to success. Don't you already have a partner? Did the Taoist see through it? Is she my true partner? Lin Mo chuckled, casually resting his hand on the shoulder of the chubby companion beside him. Yes, it's a true connection, and you've latched onto a big fortune. Lin Mo suddenly felt embarrassed. Actually, it's not like that. When I first met her, she wanted to be with me, but I rejected her. The young lad didn't want to find someone younger and prettier than him, but she asked what car I liked and whether I had a house in Jiangnan. Without her, I wouldn't have this opportunity. My adopted son knows this. Zhou Yan proudly raised his head, right. Lin Yang looked at the fortune signs, feeling increasingly puzzled. From any angle, there shouldn't be a moral familial connection between these two. When he calculated Zhou Yan's familial relations, the clouds parted, and the truth became clear. This charming woman is Zhou Yan's mother. It seems Zhou Yan has to acknowledge this adoptive father whether he likes it or not. No wonder the fortune signs indicated a moral familial relationship. An adoptive father is still a father. P.S. This is the first time I've received a 30 yuan gift. Thanks, big brother. Wishing you a long life and wealth from all directions. Also thanks to the brothers who have been sending other gifts, may you all live long. Just as Lin Yang fell into deep thought, Zhou Yin, who only knew how to say the right things, slowly spoke up. By the way, Taoist, is my brother's girlfriend beautiful? Lin Yang nodded affirmatively, extremely beautiful. In fact, to you she is the most beautiful person in the world. Zhou Yin chuckled, his face filled with determination. Yes, that's right. In my eyes, the most beautiful person is only my mother. No matter how beautiful other girls are, they can't compare to her. The live chat was filled with support. That is absolutely right, must support. A proud child of a mother, love you mom, see you tomorrow. Life has made things difficult for me, so please don't make it hard for my mom. So stop asking if any girls will accompany you as you grow up, or after all your mother was only in her 20s when she met you. Lin Yang glanced at the barrage. It was clearly a touching moment. But his buddy truly had the most beautiful girlfriend in his eyes. But your buddy's girlfriend, she is indeed the most beautiful person in your eyes. If I'm not wrong, you met your girlfriend online, right? After a round of sweet talk only, then did your girlfriend agree to meet in person, right? Lin Mo nodded excitedly, constantly praising. The master is truly accurate. I only found out he is over 40 when we met offline, but they say women are like fine wine, becoming more fragrant with age. So, Lin Yang touched his nose. Your girlfriend is in her 40s this year. 43. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Yang turned to Zhou Yin. Your mom is also in her 40s. Zhou Yin nodded yes. 43. Then your girlfriend should be 168 centimeters tall, likes to wear purple clothes, and has long hair, right? That's right. The master is so accurate. Your mom is also 168 centimeters, likes to wear purple clothes, and has long hair, right? Zhou Yin immediately nodded proudly yes. He is soon to become your stepfather. Zhou Yin was taken aback. What? No way. Lin Mo also froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Master, are you saying my girlfriend is his mom's? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Mo said as he took out his phone to video call his girlfriend. The video was quickly connected and a gentle voice came from the other end. Xiao Mo, what's wrong? Huh? Son, why are you with Xiao Mo? As soon as these words were spoken, both of them fell silent. Lin Mo was the first to speak. It's nothing, baby, just letting you know I'm safe. He then hung up the video. A calm face that couldn't be deciphered slowly uttered a few words. Son, call me dad. The live stream was instantly filled with 666. 666. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced, directly changing from a godfather to a stepfather. This is a super upgrade in relations, right? I gradually recognized the Taoist's fortune-telling ability. By the way, my brother's grandfather has been single for many years. I see he still has charm. Wait, your brother? His grandfather? Then let me ask you, are you a man or a woman? Zhou Yin, this is not right. Zhou Yin twitched his lips, directly seizing Lin Mo's destiny by the neck. I am your godfather for a day, your godfather for life. From now on we each call each other as we wish. You call me stepdad, I call you godfather. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly, watching the two thank him before slowly leaving. Faith value 8,000, faith value 410,015,000,000. Lin Yang was suddenly shocked. Why did the faith value increase so much? He smiled and glanced at the live chat. The public screen was still discussing the topic of addressing each other. What the hell is this addressing brother? As long as he's alive, you will always be a prince. I see the Taoist seems unable to hold back. Yuan sent a hot air balloon. 1 Yuan Taoist, can I ask any question? I've been confused by a question lately. Lin Yang saw that a divination had just ended and quickly got to work. He hurriedly brought Yuan onto the mic. Little friend, what is your confusion? A pleasant female voice came from the account with a cute mouse avatar, making people feel like they were in spring. The live stream was instantly filled with comments from sisters. Sister, are you confused? You are aware he is notorious for having a sharp tongue and a venomous heart, right? I suggest you refund early. Boss, you're confused. The sweet-voiced sister on the mic spoke up, somewhat conflicted. Taoist, isn't there an event on a certain treasure lately? Every time I encounter such an event, I can't help but spend money. Every time there's an event, I impulsively splurge, feeling that only spending can bring me happiness. But I want to change this situation. What should I do, Taoist? Lin Yang frowned in thought. He confidently said, then you must be very kind. Huh, Taoist, why do you say that? Because spending is in human nature inherently good. Huffed. The sister on the mic laughed out loud. Taoist, you're so humorous. Now I understand, Taoist. The barrage exploded. Taoist, your cold joke is also quite cold. What a great statement about human nature being good. Why do people like to spend money? Because they are kind. Rare too rare is the Taoist's tongue, no longer sharp. Let me try. I love eating foo fuss battle chicken. Sent a hot air balloon. 1 Lin Yang saw this and hurriedly took the sister down from the mic and brought the battle chicken up. Little friend, what's your question? The man on the mic coughed, his tone slightly shy. Taoist, my health hasn't been good lately, and I don't know why, but I keep passing gas. Moreover, the sound is so loud that I've been laughed at several times outside, saying I have a golden butt and a loudspeaker. What should I do, Taoist? Lin Yang thought for a moment. Next time, don't wear bell-bottom pants. I love eating foo fuss battle chicken. I love eating foo fuss battle chicken. Hung up the call. Ha. Taoist, you are still the same Taoist with not a single change. 666. Don't wear bell-bottom pants if your farts are too loud. This cold joke is still very cold, Taoist. I love eating foo fuss battle chicken. Geneva. Refund. Lin Yang was taken aback. Is it that serious? Assassination. However, judging by her appearance, this woman indeed seemed to be someone of great wealth and status. 101 divinations fared all. The woman immediately took out her phone and scanned the QR code. WeChat payment 1,000 yuan. Master, you must help me calculate this properly. I truly suspect my boyfriend is trying to assassinate me. Ooh, I must be lucky to have survived. Lin Yang noticed she was a big client. His demeanor instantly turned serious. Please elaborate. The live chat was filled with confusion. Master, why did you suddenly become so serious? Have you already foreseen the severity of the situation? You think too highly of the master. This guy is just greedy. Oh, he enjoys dealing with fated individuals. No wonder his mental state is that of a master. The androgynous woman sighed, deeply lowering her head slightly. Not lowering her head was fine, but once she did, a double chin appeared very smooth, resembling the Michelin Man. Lin Yang usually didn't judge people by their appearance, but this time he couldn't help it. He gasped in shock. She must be someone blessed with great fortune. If even a noose can't hang her, how could she not be lucky? My boyfriend is a boxer. I am merely infatuated. I have a bit of money to support him, and he captivated me at first sight. Then, I like to play pranks, often scaring my boyfriend. For instance, I once hid in the toilet's red water bucket to surprise him when he went to the bathroom. But when he went to the toilet, I suddenly stood up to scare him, and he punched me over 10 times, resulting in my hospitalization. He broke my leg and insisted on taking care of me. We ended up sharing a bed, and every night he would kick my injured leg. Master. Originally, I could have recovered in half a month, but with him kicking my bad leg every night, I ended up in the hospital for a whole month. Finally discharged, my boyfriend insisted on eating stir-fried beans. While eating, he told a joke, and I laughed, causing a bean to go up my nose. I wanted to go to the hospital, but my boyfriend insisted on using a squirt bottle to flush saline into my nose. You have no idea, master. He squirted an entire bottle of water into my head. Now when I shake my head, I feel water sloshing around. At that moment, my contact lenses were washed out by the water. I was completely immobilized, and my boyfriend asked me, "Are you still there? Are you still there? I can't take it anymore. Oh, please calculate." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang instantly fell into deep thought. Is this assassination? Isn't this outright murder? Not only is it blatant murder, but he also pursues it. With things being like this, why haven't you broken up? When this crucial question was asked, the woman suddenly became shy. Stuttering for a long time, she finally managed to utter, I just find him handsome. Lin Yang shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Infatuation is a double-edged sword. It's fine, master. I am naturally tough. I just want to calculate whether he has ulterior motives against me. All right, write your birth date on this paper, and I will calculate for you. Lin Yang immediately pushed the red paper forward, indicating for her to write down her birth date. The androgynous woman quickly took the red paper and began writing. Hastily handing it to Lin Yang, she was careful not to move too much, fearing it would hurt her injury. Lin Yang took the red paper and quickly calculated. From the divination, it seemed this woman was a model of self-made success, having earned millions through her own abilities. However, she did have one flaw: infatuation. From what she said, there was no hint of exaggeration. Her boyfriend was a boxer, which inherently carried some violent tendencies. But to scare him while hiding in the water bucket was rather deserved. People are most compliant when they are on the phone. They would accept anything handed to them. Similarly, the most vulnerable time is when they are in the bathroom. As long as they squat down, even if it's Tyson, if you kick him, he can only rage helplessly. But to be honest, this man doesn't have any intention of assassination. Rest assured, there is currently no thought of assassinating you. Besides, you two actually match quite well, one greedy and one infatuated. However, you might face some other unexpected accidents in the future. The woman was instantly stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Really, master? That's also true. I give him 50,000 yuan every month without any conditions, just letting him stay at home. As long as I don't kick him out, he will have no worries for food and shelter. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. The moment you kick him out, he will immediately soar to success. The live chat burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The moment you kick him out, he soars to success. Do you have a need to change boyfriends? I don't ask for much, or I can just buy you 50 million in accident insurance. Why choose a boxer of all people? Getting hit hurts so much. Boxers are great, they know how to hit. To be honest, brothers, this money should be earned by her boyfriend. I really can't bring myself to do it. The woman frowned slightly. Master, that's not right. He stays at home every day waiting for me to support him. While there's nothing wrong with that, I want to stimulate his drive. So is there any way to ignite his ambition? To make him strive on his own? Lin Yang raised his head to look at the woman again, appearing deep in thought. From the divination, hasn't your boyfriend already begun to carve out his own career? The woman was taken aback and suddenly became a bit excited. Swallowing hard, she slowly opened her mouth. Master, are you saying he is secretly doing business without telling me? Is he waiting to surprise me with a successful business? Oh, I really didn't expect him to be like this. How gratifying. Then master, what kind of business is he currently focused on? Lin Yang helplessly shook his head. What he's focused on cannot be called a career. The woman was taken aback, scratching her head in thought. Is he working on other projects? Or making short videos? Not doing well. Waiting to tell me when he succeeds? Lin Yang still shook his head. Not that either. Then what is he managing, master? Managing you? The woman was completely dumbfounded, pointing at herself. Me? Am I his career? I am his career. Lin Yang nodded affirmatively. According to the divination, you are the business. Your boyfriend is managing the career he is striving for. Based on your personality, you will eventually ask your boyfriend this question. His original words to you were, if he is working hard, why would he still find you? What he is eating is soft rice. This money should be earned by him. The woman suddenly gasped, realizing how the Taoist's words made sense. With her appearance, her true nature was that of a greedy and lustful person. Managing her isn't that enough. What else do I need in a career? The woman suddenly understood. Taoist, I see now you are right. It is enough for him to manage me. Thank you, Taoist. You're welcome. Lin Yang waved his hand, watching the woman leave. In the next moment, the system's faith value suddenly jumped out. Faith value 10,000. Faith value 510,015,0000 random lottery is being activated for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul slicing blade. The effect of the soul slicing blade. Soul slicing. Lin Yang was stunned. Oh, what was the difference between saying this and saying nothing at all? In the next moment, a large silver cleaver inscribed with runes appeared directly on his divination stand. He curiously picked it up and examined it. The handle was made of peach wood and bore traces of having been struck by lightning, while the blade itself was silver. Currently, it seemed useless, perhaps for dealing with spirits. Lin Yang looked up and suddenly saw a man with a selfie stick walking towards the stall while live streaming. As he walked, he interacted with the viewers in the live stream. He was quite good-looking. His appearance was appealing. Oi, little ghost. It feels very hot. Recently, netizens have been saying that a fortune teller has emerged in Jiangnan City. You all want me to test if it's real, right? Alright, I'll help you check it out today. Let's see if he's accurate, huh? He has 3,000 people in his live stream. That's something. Lin Yang scoffed, glancing at the bullet screen. Just then, the viewers in his live stream exploded with excitement. What the hell? Isn't that the seasonal internet celebrity Little Handsome? 666, is he about to hibernate and awaken? Little Handsome has improved. He can actually interact with Taoist Lin. This guy is quite talented, able to make a living off his looks, but choosing to rely on abstractions. Can the Taoist withstand the scrutiny? This guy is ruthless when it comes to exposing fraud. Lin Yang glanced at the bullet screen and chuckled. He watched Little Handsome walk straight up to him, raising his right hand in greeting. Oi, Taoist, are you in a hot state? I heard you are particularly accurate at fortune-telling. Can you tell me my fortune? Lin Yang silently pointed to the sign beside him that said 100 for a divination. Pay first, then it'll tell your fortune. Hiss. Is it that expensive, Taoist? Is it really accurate? What if it's not? Little Handsome looked at Lin Yang with a smirk, trying to create some live streaming effect. He hadn't streamed in nearly half a year and wasn't very popular after his return. But once he created a live streaming effect, his popularity could spike. Not accurate. You are also live streaming. Oh, why not take a look at my live stream title? Little Handsome was taken aback. Title. Let me search it up. Little Handsome immediately pulled out another phone and searched for Lin Yang's live stream. Oh, this is you, Taoist Lin. The live stream title is. Believe it if you want, if not, then leave. What the hell, Taoist? That's too straightforward, isn't it? Little Handsome immediately put on a pained expression as if the words had stabbed his little heart deeply. Alright, I only have $100 left on me. You'll transfer it to you. You help me tell my fortune. If you're not accurate, you have to do a punishment. No problem, right? If it is accurate, then I will do a punishment. Little Handsome's lips curled into a slight smile, though a fortune teller should not have much work. If it's just about exposing fraud, then it wouldn't be interesting. Oh, let's make him do some work instead. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. No problem. The live stream chat was filled with warnings for Lin Yang not to accept. Taoist, don't accept his punishment. This guy has ulterior motives and is all about big tricks. I feel like the Taoist is going to be used for show. Be careful, Taoist. 52nd level Abyssal Dragon. How come I can bump into you while watching someone else's stream? Write your birth date on paper, and I will help you calculate it. Lin Yang pushed the red paper in front of him. Little Handsome immediately took it and finished writing in less than a minute. Taoist, take a look. You can freely calculate my past experiences. Lin Yang nodded, starting to analyze the birth date. From the divination, this guy was indeed a natural internet prodigy, very good at creating content and making money. The divination revealed key turning points in this young man's career. When you first started live streaming, you wanted to follow the looks route, right? Little Handsome nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Taoist, you are right. Oh, I think my looks are indeed very charming. Can you calculate why I switched to the abstract route later? Because you nearly starved when you followed the looks route. Lin Yang suppressed a laugh, continuing to look at the divination. Then you started to take the abstract route, and the first turning point in your fate happened when your electric scooter was stolen. You posted crazy videos every day cursing the thief and became the village guardian for over a month, playing with kids when there were kids and playing with dogs when there were none. In a month, not a single dog in the village was not depressed. Little Handsome gasped, realizing that this master was indeed something. But he wasn't really here for fortune-telling. He wanted to create content to generate program effects. This won't do, Taoist. This information can be found online. If you really want to verify how accurate you are, how about this? I will give you the last $100 I have. If you can calculate whether I can stream to earn $200 for lunch, then I will consider you the winner, alright? Lin Yang frowned slightly and casually said, you will earn it. Little Handsome immediately grinned, staring at the screen of his live stream. He had been streaming for so long and had yet to earn $100. Earning 200 was quite a challenge. Just then, a gift notification suddenly lit up in Little Handsome's live stream. 52nd level Abyssal Dragon sent out a Porsche X3. What the hell? Thank you, big brother. Why are you helping the Taoist win the bet? 52nd level Abyssal Dragon, let him do a punishment. He is gentle, not deadly. Lin Yang was taken aback. He never expected that the level 52 Abyss Dragon had leveled up within such a short time. He had earned $100, but he didn't know what kind of punishment task to choose. Xiao Shuai immediately gave a thumbs up looking impressed. Ah, Taoist, you are truly accurate. I believe you now. Taoist, let me tell you I started this stream just to earn money for lunch. I wasn't sure if I could make 200 bucks for my lunch, but now I'm certain. What you said is indeed accurate. Hehe, the live stream task has been completed today. I'll be ending the stream soon. Earning money for lunch was all I wanted. Xiao Shuai chuckled, casually chatting with Lin Yang. By the way, Taoist, I still owe you a punishment. How about this? I'll go next door and buy a big plate of chicken and we can decide on the punishment while I eat, alright? Lin Yang nodded. This guy really was a talent. He had streamed for half a day just to earn lunch, not leaving a single penny behind. He glanced at the live stream chat, where everyone was asking how he planned to punish Xiao Shuai. Damn, Taoist is really impressive. He truly calculated Xiao Shuai's situation accurately. He originally wanted to kick him out. Taoist should punish him hard later. Support. Taoist should scare him with a ghost in front of us. You must scare him with a ghost in front of us. Are you treating Xiao Shuai like a fool? I support this. You must scare him with a ghost in front of us. I can hear the sound of your scheming even from the kangaroo country. Lin Yang smirked. I've already thought of it, so don't worry. Upon hearing this, the netizens felt relieved. If Lin Dao you wanted to mess with someone, wouldn't he just treat them like a fool? Less than 10 minutes later, Xiao Shuai walked over carrying a plate of stir-fried chicken. He immediately plopped down in front of Lin Yang and pulled off the plastic cover of the large plate of chicken. He had ordered an extra-large portion, which contained peppers, potatoes, chicken, and 2 big chicken legs. Taoist, you have no idea how long I streamed to earn this lunch and how hungry I've been. I had my last meal last night, and I haven't eaten since this morning. Hehe, I originally thought I would just stream to earn money for lunch and then end the stream, but I hadn't streamed for so long that no one let me earn 200. I just wanted to create some entertainment, earn 200, and then end the stream. I'm just trying to make money for this meal, hehe. Lin Yang nodded, glancing sideways at the large plate of chicken on the table. Now can we decide on the punishment? Sure, I Xiao Shuai never go back on my word. If I said I would face punishment, then I will definitely face it. Taoist, you decide how to punish me. Xiao Shuai held a pair of disposable chopsticks in one hand while reaching into the bag with the other to pull out a box of rice. Lin Yang smirked. So you streamed this whole time just to earn money for lunch, huh? Yeah, I originally planned to just earn money for lunch today. Lin Yang coughed lightly. Come on, stop eating, hand me the lunch. Xiao Shuai was instantly dumbfounded, just about to open the plastic container of rice, his face filled with confusion. Taoist, what does this mean? Lin Yang patted his belly and raised an eyebrow. I'm hungry. The punishment is that you have to give me the lunch you bought with the money you earned. Before Xiao Shuai could react, Lin Yang stood up and dragged the rice and the large plate of chicken in front of him without any politeness. He began to showcase his meal, first putting a chicken leg into his bowl. While eating, he didn't forget to comment that this plate of chicken was quite authentic. It smelled so good. Xiao Shuai was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. His face was written with the question, can a punishment be done like this? I must be the ancestor of creative PK punishments. I've never seen a punishment decided like this. You, me. So I streamed for half a day just to create entertainment and all to treat you to a meal. Hey, so I spent 100 and I treated you to a meal. Damn, your punishment is too vicious. I've never seen such a vicious punishment. I streamed just to earn lunch. You want me to give you lunch? Doesn't that mean I streamed for nothing? Ugh. Xiao Shuai couldn't help but almost cry. He had played so many PKs before punishing others and being punished himself, but they were mostly just physical torments. This was a psychological torment. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. Huh. I've watched so many streams, but I've never seen such a punishment. Of both are such talents. One streamed just to earn lunch, and the other took away his lunch. Taoist's trick is too ruthless. I'm going to die laughing. I need to change my sheets because I just laughed a little too hard. No. I think the most ruthless one is the level 52 Abyss Dragon. It seems like it anticipated this situation from the start, huh? Level 52 Abyss Dragon smug expression meme. Taoist's cunning trick still surprised me. I thought he would just make him transfer the money he earned, but I didn't expect him to go for the psychological attack and snatch the meal right after it was bought. 666. I'm a fan now. A Taoist is too interesting. Xiao Shuai was now looking utterly despondent. Taoist's trick was indeed too ruthless. After streaming for several hours, he had turned into someone working for him. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Is there no legal system? Taoist, can monks still eat meat? Xiao Shuai swallowed hard as the aroma of the large plate of chicken wafted into his nose. Taoist, I have no dietary restrictions, so give up on that thought. Lin Yang let out a hearty burp. The portion was indeed enormous. No wonder it cost 200. This must be an entire chicken. He was full, but had only eaten half. Taoist, look. If you have half left, can I at least taste it? Lin Yang resolutely shook his head. Taste it. This is my reward. Why would I let you taste it? I still need to take it back to the Taoist temple. Why not buy your own large plate of chicken? Is it that you don't want to eat? Xiao Shuai's mouth twitched. Taoist, is this true? What you said, these are all my words. This is what I bought. The live stream chat exploded in laughter. Are you obedient? If you are obedient, I'll buy you a large plate of chicken. I can also be obedient. Buy me a portion. Oh, if you're obedient, then good, we won't eat. Taoist is too awesome. This punishment will probably be recorded in history. Ha, you're killing me. Taoist attacking both physically and psychologically. Lin Yang smiled faintly as he watched Xiao Shuai leave in despair. Just then he suddenly received a call from Chen Shouan. Lin Yang was taken aback. Could there be another case? He curiously answered the phone and almost immediately heard a hearty laugh from the other end. Long Dao, it's been a while. I have good news to share. I got promoted yesterday. Lin Yang was stunned. Promoted? The laughter on the other end grew even more cheerful. I got promoted. Twice in a row. Huh. Thanks to Long Dao's assistance, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have advanced this quickly. Promoted twice. Congratulations. Congratulations to Officer Chun on the birth of a pair of twins. Huh. No Long Dao, I meant my position got promoted. I'm now the deputy director, and I must thank you for providing the case beforehand. Especially that drug case with the burnt pancakes. You were the one who made the discovery. If you hadn't found the clues, I bet everyone in Jiangnan City would be living in fear too, scared to eat breakfast. Not only did you save so many lives, but you also salvaged the livelihood of the people. It finally dawned on Lin Yang that it was a promotion. Well, congratulations then. Thank you, Dao. If you need anything in the future, just give me a call. Sure. Lin Yang hung up the phone, smiling faintly. He wasn't surprised that he could reach the position of deputy director. His demeanor suggested great potential. After hanging up, he switched back to the live stream, glancing at the ongoing discussions about the punishment. He noticed that the viewer count had already exceeded 5,000. He was now a genuine streamer. He chatted with his viewers for a bit, and just then a fisherman hurriedly approached him carrying a fishing rod. Moreover, his forehead was dark, indicating something wasn't quite right. As soon as the fisherman entered the park, he began to search around, and when his gaze landed on Lin Yang's stall, his expression changed dramatically as he rushed over. He casually set down his fishing rod and net his face filled with urgency. Dao, I think I encountered something unclean while fishing yesterday. That damn fishing buddy of mine. We went night fishing together, and after setting everything up, he suddenly left without a word around 3 o'clock. I only realized it around 4. But the spot was already set up right. There were still many good spots left, so I continued to fish. Then, while I was fishing, I started to feel something was off. I kept hearing a woman's cry coming from the bushes, which scared me, so I ran. Dao, do you think there's something unclean in that spot? If not, I'll just go back and continue fishing. The live chat was filled with question marks. Is this the obsession of a fisherman? Even after suspecting something unclean, he still wants to fish. Haha, I don't even want to talk about my buddy. I told him not to come back if he was going fishing, but he went anyway. You don't understand the romance of us fishermen, the thrill of a good catch, the joy of reeling in fish. The only downside is that we often stumble upon crime scenes. Murderer, hey, I know a hidden spot nobody knows about. Fisherman, hey, I know a great fishing spot that nobody knows about. Lin Yang quickly waved his hand. Don't rush. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. You have to believe in science. Oh, Dao, I think I saw a woman in white last night standing in the middle of the lake and waving at me. This can't be just my imagination, right? The fisherman turned pale at the thought of the scene from last night. That was definitely the most terrifying experience in his over 10 years of fishing. Lin Yang's expression gradually turned serious, feeling that this person wasn't just making things up. For 101 fortune telling, please tell me in detail what happened last night, and he'll give you a reading. The fisherman immediately paid without hesitation, even if it was just for some psychological comfort. Ding. WeChat payment of 100 yuan received. After paying, the fisherman swallowed hard and began to narrate his night fishing experience from last night. Last night, I arranged to fish with a buddy at an absolutely undetectable wild spot. We baited the area during the day and went night fishing at 8. But then in the middle of the night, that guy suddenly ran off without a sound. I didn't notice at the time and continued fishing. I caught quite a few fish, but some might have died from lack of oxygen in the reservoir. Then while I was fishing, I heard a rustling sound from the reeds behind me, like a plastic bag being blown by the wind. I thought it was a snake and didn't pay much attention to it. Then, after a while, I started hearing crying. It was at that moment I realized my fishing buddy had disappeared without me noticing. However, I had just hooked a fish and it was very quiet around, so I didn't think too much of it and continued to fish since the spot was already set up. After a few more casts, I noticed a huge grass carp in the little puddle next to my fishing spot. It was enormous. I had never seen such a big fish. It looked like it weighed at least 20 pounds, longer than a child lying down. It must have been over a meter long. The fisherman became excited while recounting this. It was pure excitement, and his eyes sparkled. However, Lin Yang frowned. This fish seemed abnormal. Although the saying about guiding fish exists, very few people actually encounter one. Most guiding fish are just fishermen seeing the fish and getting lured, but it won't bite the hook. It was merely an excuse for not being able to catch fish, just like a scam victim saying they were cheated. One can't just admit that their intelligence was insufficient to be deceived. One can't just say that the fish was watching them. The bait had been set, and they had the most advanced fishing rod, yet couldn't catch anything. How far was this fish from the shore? The fisherman seemed to fall into deep thought, and after a while he stretched out his hands to measure. About this long. At that time the fish was right by the shore. It was close enough that a wave could push it onto the shore. Lin Yang frowned. Could it really be that long? If it is a guiding fish, then the size of the fish represents the strength of the unclean thing. Seeing that his statement was questioned, the fisherman suddenly became anxious, his breath becoming heavier. He flung open the lid of the tackle box and lifted the over-meter-long fish by its mouth. I brought the fish here. It's absolutely real. There's a fish, and there's the truth. The fish's body still emitted a distinct aura of dark energy which ordinary people could not see. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. Is this real? What the hell? How did you manage to catch this fish? Isn't it supposed to swim deeper into the river? Lin Yang was utterly bewildered. He could confirm that this creature was indeed a guiding fish. whose general was so valiant that they managed to lure a guiding fish. The fisherman held the fish, a smug expression on his face. Yes, Taoist, this fish seems as if it has gained intelligence. When I tried to catch it, it swam a bit away, and as I got closer it swam further, always maintaining a distance of about 1 meter from me. So this fish kept such a close distance following me, but not biting the hook. Isn't it just teasing me? I can't let it get away. Oh damn it, I just pulled it up directly. Lin Yang, who on earth is this fierce warrior? So you just jumped in after it. The fisherman was also taken aback as he reluctantly placed the large fish back into the fishing box, a hint of regret on his face. Did the Taoist not utter a sound of astonishment? No, I just picked up a brick by the riverbank and smashed it right on the fish's head. I grew up in the village and I'm very accurate when throwing things. With one brick the fish turned belly up and I scooped it up with the net. Lin Yang's eyes nearly popped out, his voice rising several octaves. What? You killed the guiding fish with a brick? Lin Yang was instantly dumbfounded. Is that even possible? The guiding fish is supposed to lead people slowly down into the water, and you just smashed it with a brick. Then how could the ghost not be furious? The live stream erupted with questions, filling the screen with question marks. Wow, this guy is a talent smashing a guiding fish with a brick. And he even managed to fish it out. Dude, you are something else. I can tolerate being called a sissy by this big brother. Wait, did you all hear what the Taoist just said? Guiding fish. Could it be that such a thing really exists? Wow, that's a bit scary. Taoist, can you live stream catching ghosts? I've encountered guiding fish before. I heard someone drowned in the reservoir the next day, feeling a bit scared. The fisherman scratched his head, looking dazed. Yeah, I killed it. How else could I bring it up? Such a big fish, it was practically forcing me to commit a crime. Lin Yang gasped, increasingly feeling that this man was radiating an excessive amount of yin energy. And then, what happened after you killed the fish? The fisherman pondered for a moment. The clearest memory he had of the previous night was catching that large fish, while the rest was a bit hazy. What happened was what I mentioned before. It was terrifyingly quiet around. There was a woman's crying, and a woman in white was waving at me from the middle of the river. It was pitch black all around, and only the light from the bobber was visible. I definitely didn't leave because I was scared. It was because I had no bites that I left. Lin Yang twitched his mouth. This person truly had guts. Zhao Zilong is full of bravery, and he seems to be filled with Zhao Zilong himself. How did you sense that you encountered something unclean? Because I always felt my shoulder was damp, and I could sense someone following me from behind. On my way back, I encountered a fleeting white shadow. When I thought of the white shadow in the fish pond, I felt something was off and my body felt unwell. My head also ached like it was hit by a brick. Lin Yang silently nodded, pushing the red paper in front of the fisherman. Write down your birth date and time. Oh, all right. The fisherman nodded. Seeing Lin Yang's serious demeanor, he felt a bit scared. But if given another chance by the heavens, he would choose to smash it again. It was just too exhilarating. He wouldn't trade it for anything. The fisherman quickly wrote his birth date and time on the red paper, pushing it in front of Lin Yang. Taoist, please help me check if I truly provoked something unclean yesterday. Lin Yang took the red paper and immediately sensed something was off with the birth date. He promptly opened his yin yang eye and saw a woman in white standing right behind the fisherman. Dressed in a small white dress with long hair, her face obscured, but the hem of her dress was wet and still dripping water. Not only that, even without seeing her face, he could sense the hideous expression on her face. It's a joke. It's just like finishing a company report without saving, only to have someone pull the power. How could one not be angry? The drowned spirits are considered to have died a wrongful death, and those who die wrongfully cannot go down to report. Then they can only pull a scapegoat to go down and report. There are only two ways to pull a scapegoat. The first is the guiding fish, which consumes its own yin energy to attach itself to the fish. The other way is to directly entice someone to go into the water, but it requires very strong magical power. Most spirits cannot do this, and they need to consume at least half of their yin energy to create such a large guiding fish. Lin Yang looked up again, feeling that this woman seemed to harbor no hostility. Instead, it felt like she was continually releasing goodwill. He simply closed his yin yang eye and slowly spoke to the apprehensive fisherman. You do have some trouble. We need to go to the location of the fishing hole. If he wants this female spirit to stop following the fisherman, he has to deal with the source. Coincidentally, the system rewarded him with a soul-cutting blade. When he arrives, he will ask the female ghost if she wants to test whether his sword is sharp. His Taoist, how much will it cost? Did I really encounter something dirty? Lin Yang smiled faintly. No talk of money, only talk of fate. 5,000 fate. 5,000 yuan. Taoist, save me. The fisherman immediately took out his phone and quickly scanned the QR code. WeChat received 5,000 yuan. Taoist, I drove here. That place is rarely found by anyone other than me. The fisherman immediately became timid. He felt uncomfortable in his body, and even if 5,000 yuan could buy him peace of mind, it would be worth it. Seeing this, Lin Yang directly tidied up his small stand, took out the silver cutting knife, and placed it in a small pocket. He then got into the car with the man. The live stream exploded. Damn, did he really encounter something unclean? Taoist, are you confused? Anything over 3,000 is fraud. I hope the Taoist doesn't shut down the live stream this time. I'm a bit scared. I urgently need a muscular guy with abs to watch with me. Me. Aye. As soon as Lin Yang got in the car, before the fisherman could drive off for long, they were stopped by a young police officer conducting a random vehicle inspection by the roadside. Pull over by the roadside for a safety inspection. The fisherman cursed his luck, parked the car by the side of the road, and rolled down all the windows. When the officer saw the large cutting knife in Lin Yang's hand, he took a step back. Comrade, this is a dangerous item and needs to be confiscated according to protocol. There's a fine of 500. Lin Yang, did you just confiscate my magical weapon? He immediately took out his phone preparing to call Chen Shuan. The inspecting officer, however, scoffed disdainfully. Lin Yang had just dialed a number when the police officer standing by the car door slowly spoke up. Stop looking for someone. This is a regulated knife, and it won't help you to find anyone. Even the King of Heaven wouldn't be able to help. Lin Yang silently continued dialing, and after a few seconds the phone's waiting tone finally rang before it was answered on the other end. Chen Shuan's boisterous voice came through the phone. Good afternoon, Taoist Lin. Have you eaten? If not, come eat at our police station's cafeteria. Lin Yang smiled faintly. No, I'm currently attending to something with a client. I have a chopping knife artifact here, and the young comrades at your station are trying to confiscate my artifact. You see, if this leads to a big case and my artifact is gone, I won't be able to figure anything out right. Chen Shuan paused for 2 seconds, and his voice suddenly fell silent. Given the phone. All right. Lin Yang smiled and said to the police station outside the car window, it's a call for your deputy chief. The young officer outside the car window was taking notes and exclaimed, Sorry, I don't have our deputy chief's number. I told you to connect him. The officer outside clearly changed his expression, took the phone from Lin Yang's hand, reported the badge number, responded a few times, and then returned the phone to Lin Yang with a serious demeanor. Please proceed. The driver in front of Fisherman was taken aback and gasped. Wait. Even the King of Heaven couldn't help. The small officer beside the car window muttered softly, the King of Heaven can't help, the deputy chief can. The viewers in the live broadcast instantly burst into laughter. The King of Heaven is a myth, but the deputy chief is real. This officer can't possibly think that Taoist is a bad person, right? He can't think that the sky over Jiangnan City has darkened, can he? 666, Taoist, you're still too ruthless. You wouldn't want to be fined 500 today for exorcising ghosts, or else the spirits would be laughing their heads off. As Lin Yang's car slowly started, the vehicles waiting behind the fishermen were suddenly taken aback by this scene. What the hell? The sky over Jiangnan City is dark. As the officer approached his car, he exclaimed, Officer, in with the car in front. What do you mean you are with them? Get out and accept the inspection. The car slowly drove to a pond in the mountainous area. Lin Yang slowly got out of the car and looked around the environment. Next to the pond was a small bridge, and the railings on both sides showed signs of recent renovations. If one were to deduce from fortune-telling, this would be considered a gathering place for dark energy. The fisherman walked ahead, unable to contain himself when he saw the pond. Taoist, can I cast a line here? With you here I feel so safe. I really want to catch a fish. Lin Yang twitched his lips. Go ahead, but you'll have to wait until dark for me to help you. Okay. The fisherman excitedly took out his fishing rod and tackle box from the trunk sat by the shore and cast his line, only for the hook to snag on his own collar. What the hell? I've hooked a big fish. The fisherman pulled hard on the line, feeling his neck tighten more and more, which only excited him further. What a strong pull. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter upon witnessing this. 666. Taoist, you really aren't here just for show, are you? This guy is no different from stepping on his own foot and spiraling into the sky. He's hooking himself. Has he seen the show where a pot cooks itself? I suspect this fisherman could strangle himself. If there really is a spirit after his life, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. He could very well end up taking himself out. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly and quietly sat down beside him, closing his eyes to rest. Time quickly passed to 9 in the evening. He slowly stood up and noticed the fisherman still fishing by the shore, showing no sign of fatigue. He immediately patted the fisherman's shoulder. Stop fishing. Oh, let's get down to business. Oh. The fisherman reluctantly put away his rod, glanced into the fish bag, and found it empty. Lin Yang casually grabbed a small stool for him to sit on and told him to close his eyes. He also turned the live stream camera upside down on the table. This scene couldn't be shown to the viewers. Unbeknownst to him, the small fortune-telling table he carried was not very stable, and the phone began to slide down slowly. After preparing everything, Lin Yang directly activated his yin yang eye. He looked at the female spirit behind the fisherman, who at that moment had her hands resting on his shoulders, her body appearing misty. Come forward. Oh, I see you have the ability to do so. Lin Yang muttered, wanting to deal with this female spirit. Either he would perform a rite to help her move on, or he would physically send her away. Using physical means would definitely be the quickest way, but out of respect for her spirit, he still wanted to hear her story. After all, she seemed to harbor no resentment and had no intention of harming anyone. What if she had no choice before, and now she wanted to be a good spirit? The next moment, the fisherman suddenly opened his eyes wide and a sharp voice squeezed out from his throat. Good evening, Taoist. Tell me, why did you want to harm others? How did you die? Lin Yang squatted down with the large chopping knife right beside him. The fisherman paused for a moment before speaking slowly. My name is Li Wan, born in 84, and I was killed by my ex-boyfriend. I was with him for 3 years. We started dating in our freshman year, and we were very loving. What I didn't know was, he was a beast. He had taken out a huge accidental insurance policy for me. Until the day I died, I still thought he was a good person. He said he would take me on a spring outing, and I happily prepared for several days, but in the end, the reason I wanted to find a scapegoat was so I wouldn't be restricted by this water. I want to take revenge on him. The fisherman began to choke up as he spoke, but it was more of a dry thunder without rain. Lin Yang nodded silently. Let go of your grudges. For spirits who died unjustly, they cannot be helped until they release their grievances. She died at this reservoir, which meant she was trapped in this area. Only with a scapegoat could she regain her freedom. The fisherman suddenly panicked, his eyes widening and reddening. I can't forget him. I can't let go. That bastard, I wish I could kill him myself. I cannot let go of him, Taoist. I really can't let go. The fisherman shouted hoarsely, and a wave of dark mist emanated from him, filled with heavy energy. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. You really can't let him go. You don't want to peacefully reincarnate. I can't let go. Lin Yang snorted coldly, spat into his palm, rubbed his hands, and drew out a large knife inscribed with talismans from his bag. If you can't let go, then I can only take you down.